Legend of the Great Sage Chapter 1111 to Chapter 1180. Bang! Boom! Walala! The four monk kings smashed through the roof of the hall of great strength under construction and smashed heavily onto the ground. Their expressions changed for a while before they recovered their solemn expressions and sat down amidst the dust and debris. Sanskrit World Purification. The dauntless monk sat towards the south and raised his arms. The three other monk kings stood back to back with him, facing north, south, east, and west. They assumed different postures as they chanted. A towering Sanskrit chakram appeared, protecting the monastery. The sounds of Sanskrit that had almost been drowned out by the cries of the swords suddenly grew louder, containing the chant of Devanaga. The four monk kings worked together to power the Sanskrit formation of world purification. After exchanging blows just now, they knew that they were no match for Elder Tian, not to mention protecting the demon suppression hall. The only thing they could rely on was this mountain guarding formation. Futile effort. Elder Tian smiled viciously. He pressed his hands down, and the sword collection peak slowly descended. Its shadow expanded as the sword of heaven and earth shrouded the sky. Everything seemed to be a reenactment of the destruction of the sword collection palace. Once Protector Jiao Lan came into contact with the heaven and earth sword realm, he was immediately shaken, like a reflection in the water, encountering a wave, and could only struggle at death's door. Originally, it shouldn't have been so weak, but the battle not long ago had almost completely destroyed the foundation of the mountain guarding array. Although the master of the sword collection palace had failed to achieve his original objective, he had cleared away the greatest obstacle for the sword collection peak's attack. The sound of Sanskrit became faint again. Great Buddha Mountain trembled violently. The palaces and pavilions collapsed soundlessly. One of the monks looked at this scene in fear. Suddenly, he felt his face moisten, and he reached out to touch it. His hands were dyed red. Looking around, he saw that other than the monks who had survived the heavenly tribulation, everyone else had blood seeping out of their pores, drenching their monk robes. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into a bloodied man. It was only at this moment that he could faintly hear the sharp cry of a sword. Although the battle not long ago had also brought great shock to the monks, it was still a real and powerful force that was difficult to resist, and the damage caused was not extensive. Everything in front of him was like a nightmare coming true. Familiar faces were covered in blood, and they could not help but feel great terror in their hearts. Immediately, someone let out a hysterical scream, and a chain of screams rang out. One after another. It will be a Buddhist holy land. It became a hell. The sound of Sanskrit rose again, but it seemed to be polluted and distorted by the screams. It was no longer a wonderful revelation. It was more like a sinister incantation. Even those monks who had survived heavenly tribulations and had extraordinary cultivation began to waver, and their eyes became bloodshot. Senior brother, this is a demonic tune. If this goes on, all the disciples will go crazy and die. The unraging monk said sternly. He had witnessed the abilities of countless demon folk and heard of many strange demonic sounds, but none of them could compare to this. It could actually penetrate the sound of Sanskrit formation of purification and even distort the sound of Sanskrit. This was basically unheard of. Hold on. Wait for his King Chu's rescue. The dauntless monk's face was ashen, but he did not waver at all. All right. However, there was one worry that they did not voice out. Would Chu Lai King really be able to save such a terrifying enemy? Right at this moment, a black line suddenly appeared on the horizon, twisting and moving, pulling up a dark cloud that shrouded the horizon. Within the cloud, scales and claws could be vaguely seen, and a majestic dragon head stretched out. The dragon's roar immediately drowned out the sharp sword cry. Clouds followed dragons, and wind followed tigers. However, at a closer glance, the dark clouds in the sky were not actual clouds. Instead, they seemed like thick ink that had melted into water, giving off an ethereal feeling. The dauntless monk was astounded. The Dragon King of the Sea had always lived in seclusion, never paying attention to the affairs of the world. He never thought he would actually leave the Ink Sea, but he wondered whether he was a friend or a foe. If he was a friend, then he would be the rarest form of assistance, but if he was an enemy, then probably no one could save the monastery. As a result, he said, "Your Majesty, this demon wants to destroy the demon suppression hall and lead the demon domain to invade, so please assist us. All life in the world will be grateful for your kindness." "What do the lives of the world have to do with me?" the Dragon King of the Sea said. The dauntless monk's heart sank. "Hee hee, and I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's you, you blind fool. It's been so many years since you broke free from the painting tomb, yet you haven't come to help your old acquaintance. How disloyal. Though, it's not too late now. Work with me and wreak havoc. Let's show all life the terrors of us inanimate objects," said Elder Tian. "Inanimate objects?" the Dragon King of the Sea said. Dark clouds that resembled ink pressed down, as thin as silk and as tall as mountains and cities, changing and changing, possessing both ethereal and heavy weight. "What, are you angry? Don't tell me you still want to pretend you're alive? We all know that you're not just an inanimate object, but an incomplete inanimate object. That's because that old bastard refuses to even give you the most basic form of perfection, which is why you're so weak. If you don't want to work with me, then just watch." A scarlet star shot through the sky. Li Qingshan flew as fast as he could, crossing several thousand kilometers in a short while. Great Buddha Mountain came into view, but he suddenly frowned. "Dragon King of the Sea." Then he took out a jade talisman for communication. "Little Anne, come to Great Buddha Mountain and help out." Although it was only the image projected by the soaring Locust King, he had already confirmed that the Sword Collection Peak was an unprecedented great enemy. If his old enemy, the Dragon King of the Sea, were included, it would definitely be a great battle. However, Little Anne still did not reply. He could not care so much for now. He arrived before Great Buddha Mountain and called out, "You're still alive, right? Haha, how can I bear to die if I don't see my damned disciple one last time?" The unraging monk roused with vigor and laughed aloud. Now this was his most trustworthy and powerful ally. "Wait, I'm coming to save you right now." Li Qingshan eased up. Right when he was about to fly over, a dragon tail tore through the sea of clouds and swung over, blocking his path. The Dragon King of the Sea turned around and stared at him. "Dragon King, this isn't the place we agreed on for the final battle." Li Qingshan felt tremendous pressure. Although he had already become even more powerful, the Dragon King of the Sea was still a powerful enemy that he could not underestimate. If it were any other day, he would not mind engaging in a great battle and trying out new techniques, but right now, he had to prioritize the unraging monk's life. The Dragon King of the Sea said nothing. His ink-black mane swayed despite the absence of wind. In this silence, the sea of clouds froze as well. "Nicely done. Stop this kid. Once I slaughter these bald donkeys, I'll come help you kill him." Elder Tian smiled viciously and powered the sword formation of heaven and earth. The swords revolved and condensed greater and greater power, about to completely destroy the formation of Sanskrit's sound of purification. "Shut up." The Dragon King of Ink Sea let out a furious roar, and the sea of clouds surged, rushing into the heaven and earth sword formation. It dyed the heaven and earth illusion black, and the sword formation's operation immediately became sluggish. "Don't ever compare me to you again." Li Qingshan was rather surprised. He never thought the Dragon King of the Sea would actually stand on his side. As if he could. "Hear his thoughts," the Dragon King of the Sea said without even looking back. "Li Qingshan, I'm not helping you." Within the ink-black clouds, the Dragon King of the Sea flew through the air, flickering in and out of sight. He swept up the sea of clouds and surged towards the Sword Collection Peak. Li Qingshan tiptoed through the air, advancing steadily. With each step, he grew 10 times larger. The space trembled and produced a hollow echo, like the beating of war drums, growing louder and louder. The 4 monk kings all eased up. With such a powerful ally, what was there to be afraid of? However, they also found it extremely absurd. The Chan monastery of Devanaga rejected demons, yet in the end, they needed 2 great demon kings to save them. The dauntless monk's expression changed slightly. The world was currently in turmoil. The demon domain could invade on a large scale at any time. Everything right now was only the prelude. At a time like this, the conflict between humans and demons had already become secondary. If they could not gather all the strength of this world as much as possible, they would probably follow in the footsteps of the other folk. Perhaps the Chan monastery of Devanaga would have to change their strategy. Li Qingshan could not help but sigh. The changes in the world were always unexpected. He never thought his greatest enemy would actually become his greatest ally. The Dragon King of the Sea truly was a first-rate ally. Elder Tian showed no fear at all. He smacked his lips. How pitiful. You still can't break free from that old bastard's will. You seem like a dragon, but you're actually just a dog. No, you're even worse than a dog. Dogs can bark a few times according to their own will, but everything you do is a clumsy imitation. Whether I'm a dragon or a dog is not something you can evaluate. And, whose will did your vicious sword intent originate from? The Dragon King of the Sea answered with a question. His voice was dignified and mighty, no different from a true dragon's. What a joke. Do you know how the person who forged me died? I can still remember the taste of his blood even now. Why don't you kill that old bastard for me to see? Even that old bastard can't change my sword intent. Elder Tian said proudly. You have to betray yourself to prove your existence? What a pitiful guy. If you're the sword forger, so what? Can you prove that you didn't originate from him? Are you just that much more powerful than a dog? If a dog refuses to admit it's a dog, all it can do is become a mad dog. Li Qingshan shook his head in disagreement. It's you. I'm going to make you regret it. Elder Tian seemed to have been stabbed in pain, his expression becoming increasingly distorted. The heaven and earth sword realm was in a state of chaos, shrinking and retreating in the surging of the dark clouds. The Dragon King of the Sea was deep in thought. Every thought had to be considered if it originated from himself. It was indeed an extremely painful process. When these inanimate objects developed intelligence, the biggest problem was how to coexist with these innate wills. Whether it was to comply or to resist, there was a huge contradiction. Li Qingshan was a living being who didn't seem to be very intelligent, yet he was able to point out the crux of the problem with a single sentence and cause the chaos and contradiction of the forsaken immortal sword soul. It was truly unexpected. To have such a cultivation at such a young age, it seemed like it was not just a fortuitous encounter. Cut the crap. Li Qingshan's body was already more than 7,000 feet tall. He swung the equally huge and ferocious dying flower saber at the hidden sword peak. The saber aura contained the power of vibration, leaving a black trail behind. It was as if even the void had turned black and torn apart. Die. Elder Tian's expression became more and more ferocious. He suddenly opened his arms, his ears, eyes, mouth, and nose shot out tens of thousands of feet of sword aura. The sword aura then combined into one and instantly pierced through Li Qingshan's chest. It then pierced through the dark clouds before disappearing. There was almost no time to react. It easily devoured the skin and flesh, revealing the craggy bones, which also trembled and dissolved in the sword aura. Li Qingshan did not care at all. He gripped the hilt of the saber tightly and slashed into the heaven and earth sword. Formation. Countless long swords met the edge of the saber, but they all shattered upon contact. Although the saber's momentum was much slower because of this, it was still as steady as a mountain as it slashed towards Elder Tian. Boom! A loud noise was heard. The saber slashed onto the hidden sword peak, leaving a deep mark. The crack spread quickly, and large pieces of earth and rocks collapsed. Although Elder Tian had avoided the attack, he had never been Li Qingshan's target in the first place. He had long seen that Elder Tian was only a puppet or a sword slave. The real enemy was this hidden sword peak. The phoenix fire on Li Qingshan's chest burned, trying its best to fill the huge hole. This strange hidden sword peak was as strong as expected. If it was not for the Dragon King of the Sea restraining the heaven and earth sword formation and the heaven and earth sword realm, his full-powered slash would not have been able to pose a threat to it. This kind of power had far surpassed that of a normal grand cultivator. It had entered a higher realm. If it was a one-on-one fight, there was almost no chance of winning. It was really important to have a strong teammate. It's only SOSO. Li Qingshan laughed maniacally, and slashed towards the hidden sword peak again. A light spot suddenly lit up between his brows. A huge sense of danger rose in his heart, and he hurriedly pulled back his saber to block. Boom! A streak of light collided with the blade and erupted with 1,000 streaks of light, like resplendent flowers. Every single streak of light was almost as powerful as a strike from a grand cultivator of the sword. Li Qingshan's colossal body retreated as well. His feet carved out 2 deep ravines in the ground. He pushed back with his right foot and crushed a small mountain. Just now, he had stopped, but before he could even catch his breath, the 1,000 streaks of light reversed and shot towards his vitals. The way of the sword was profound, and he could not dodge them. Final radiance of the setting sun. Li Qingshan said calmly. Pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell rose up, forming a perfect sphere and reversing all of the light, shooting it towards Elder Tian. The Dragon King of the Sea could not help but look over. He could clearly sense that he had become much stronger than when they clashed back then. This rate of growth was unbelievable. However, he would not let such a great opportunity slip by. He pushed in the inky clouds again, infiltrating the realm of heaven and earth further and compressing the sword formation of heaven and earth. He knew very well that he did not need to be the main attacker in this battle. Elder Tian's expression changed slightly. As a demon, Li Qingshan possessed a little too many abilities. He pushed forward with his hands and collected all of the streaks of light into his palms. He closed his hands and condensed the streaks of light into a ball of light. Then, he swung out forcefully, and a ring of light appeared, dispersing the thick inky clouds. He faced 2 enemies alone while maintaining his pressure against the 4 monk kings. He actually did not lose the upper hand at all. Kid, this sword is very powerful. If it weren't for the fact that he doesn't have a corresponding sword master, you wouldn't be his opponent at all, the wildflower blade soul who never spoke much in battle could not help but say. He's going to have a sword master very soon. Watch as I suppress and subdue him. Li Qingshan said. Don't you dare. Cut him down. That'll depend on your performance. Come, madman at the end of the road. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He became one with the blade and swung about wildly, knocking away the streaks of light that whistled over. He approached the hidden sword peak step by step. The collision between blade aura and sword chi was thunderous. At this moment, there was a flash of red on the horizon. A streak of scarlet light whistled over and struck the hidden sword peak. The hidden sword peak was blasted to the side, and a huge crater was formed. Large pieces of earth and rocks crumbled. This was a weapon that only the king of a state could possess. In terms of destructive power, it was indeed shockingly strong. It could be said that this was the fierce king of Chu's true strongest state. Because unlike the Yao, the human cultivators were never stingy with the use of external objects. Even the sword faction, which focused on their own cultivation, needed a peerless sword. And the Crimson Dragon King was the sword in Chu Lai King's hand. Li Qingshan could not help but sigh. If this Crimson Dragon King had been present during the battle that day, the outcome of the battle would have been uncertain. Your Majesty, King Chu, long time no see. How have you been? He greeted with a smile. However, with his mouth full of fangs, his expression was naturally ferocious. Chu Lai King glanced at him and cupped his fists. I'm late. Thank you, Dragon King, for coming to my aid. I'm not helping you. There's no need to thank me, the Dragon King of the Sea said calmly. Of course I understand. Whether or not I thank you is up to me. It has nothing to do with you, Chu Lai King said calmly. Heh, these 2 fellows. Li Qingshan sneered in his heart. However, he also understood that at this stage, they had their own pride. They were not as casual as him. Therefore, a human king, a demon king, and a half-human half-demon. Although there were many conflicts between them, they stood on the same side. With the 3 peerless masters of the Green State joining forces, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. You damned. Elder Tian steadied himself. His expression became more and more inhuman. Before he finished speaking. 1,000 years entering the painting. The Dragon King of the Sea spun and soared. The sky and earth were all white, except for the dark clouds that were as thick as ink. Other than the soaring black dragon, all the other sceneries turned pale. It was as if a magnificent painting was unfolding. The boundless world, from the ancient times to the present, was drawn into the painting. Frenzied saber of the end, descent of the blood moon. In an instant, Li Qingshan swung his saber 1,000 times and combined them into one attack. An arc of saber aura pierced through the air. It was as red as blood. It was blazing like fire, like a blood moon descending from the heavens, irreversible and unstoppable. On this pale painting scroll, the most distinct existence. Chu Lai King soared into the sky. The Red Dragon King let out another furious roar, and the main cannon at the head of the warship spat out a beam of scarlet light, like a real dragon's fire. It destroyed everything in its path. At the same time, he flipped his right hand and raised the small cauldron that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Then, he spread out a domain in the sky. Not only did it not conflict with the Dragon King of the Sea's painting, but it further increased its might. Without communicating telepathically or exchanging glances, Li Qingshan, Chu Lai King, and the Dragon King of the Sea attacked at the same time, but their teamwork was extremely tacit, as if they had practiced it thousands of times. As the painting unfolded and the Qingzhou cauldron pressed down, the heaven and earth sword realm actually showed signs of collapsing. The tens of thousands of swords also became pale and powerless, completely suppressing the heaven and earth sword formation. The black color spread, dyeing the green hidden sword peak, as if it had become a mountain in a painting. At the same time, the blood moon fell into the hidden sword peak. It was only when the scarlet light bombarded the peak that a smooth saber mark appeared without a sound. There were countless sword holes on the hidden sword peak, shooting out countless beams of blood light. The blood moon in the peak instantly collapsed, turning into thousands of violent saber auras that destroyed everything. In an instant, the hidden sword peak was covered in cracks, and blood light floated within it. It trembled violently as if it would collapse at any time. Li Qingshan thought to himself, after these two great enemies became my helpers, this battle seems to have become a little too simple. The four monk kings looked up at the sky that looked like an ink mountain painting, and all of them felt extremely shocked. This was the power of their joint attack. The hidden sword peak, which had been so difficult to resist just a moment ago, was actually almost destroyed by a single move. It was exactly because of experts like them that the demon domain's invasions failed time and time again. Originally, they planned on working with Chu Lai King to attack the hidden sword peak, but their reactions were slightly slower. Seeing this, they completely stopped worrying and prepared to defend the monastery firmly. But suddenly, the hidden sword peak that was on the brink of collapse rapidly expanded. Blood sacrificed to the sword. Elder Tian brought his palms together, and his clothes scattered, reduced to dust. His skin tore apart as well, and blood sprayed out, merging with the hidden sword peak beneath his feet. The hidden sword peak immediately stabilized. However, Elder Tian did not have any skin on him at all, revealing his flesh and blood. His original appearance was no longer recognizable. He was like a demon that had crawled out of a pool of blood in hell. This was the sorrow of being a sword slave. He had to sacrifice everything for the sword soul at any time. Myriad swords returned to the root. Elder Tian stood on his feet and stabbed his hand viciously into the hidden sword peak, like he was holding a huge sword. The thousands of swords flew back, and the sword formation of heaven and earth suddenly shrank, operating violently. The hidden sword peak forcefully protruded from the painting, falling rapidly towards Great Buddha Mountain. The four monk kings received it together, but the extremely weakened sound of Sanskrit formation of world purification only lasted for a split second before completely collapsing. Faced with this terrifying sight that resembled a natural disaster, their instincts told them to immediately avoid it, or they would be dead for sure. However, the Chan monastery of Devanaga's foundation that had existed for tens of thousands of years was right under their feet. The hidden sword peak had directly smashed into it, and the entire mountain was about to collapse, and all of the disciples would die to the landslide. As a result, none of the four of them moved at all. The dauntless monk said, "I will die for the monastery today. Live up to my Zen heart, live up to my Buddha." The three monk kings chanted, "Live up to my Zen heart, live up to my Buddha." With a flash of golden light, the four monk kings all turned into Vajras that were several hundred meters tall, raising their arms high into the air to receive the hidden sword peak. Boom! There was a great rumble, but it was not as violent as they imagined it to be. Two black pillars stood beside them. Looking up from the pillars, they saw a towering ox demon, using its shoulders to shoulder the entire hidden sword peak. Xianxia, the unraging monk said. Why aren't you leaving yet? Li Qingshan grinned, and his bones crackled. Even after transforming into the ox demon transformation and unleashing the various abilities of the ox demon, he struggled to contend against the pressure of the hidden sword peak. The bones in his arms shattered, and his spine bent and snapped. His flesh and blood went without saying, mixing with the soil and rock of the hidden sword peak and turning into surging flames. However, he hooked his horns into the mountain and held on firmly. His hooves sank deep into the mountain, and the head of the Buddha cracked and collapsed. The dauntless monk was moved. He said sternly, "We all owe you our lives." Afterwards, he ordered loudly, "All disciples, listen up. Retreat from Great Buddha Mountain as soon as possible." Although they were reluctant to admit it, it was already difficult for them to interfere in this battle. There was basically an entire realm of cultivation difference between them and the hidden sword peak. Only supreme experts like the Dragon King of the Sea who had reached the peak of the third heavenly tribulation could work together and contend against one of them. Everyone else would just be throwing their lives away if they tried. "You stinking bug, watch as I crush you," Elder Tian said, but it was no longer his voice. Instead, it was the roars of the entire hidden sword peak. Rumble. Li Qingshan's colossal body was almost pressed into Great Buddha Mountain. A series of sounds of bones shattering rang out from his body, but his expression became even more determined. He said sternly, "Come." With a dragon's roar, the ink clouds surged and gathered beside Li Qingshan, lifting up the hidden sword peak together. The Dragon King of the Sea flew up and wrapped around Great Buddha Mountain. Reversal of the 5 elements. Chu Lai King stepped onto the hidden sword peak with a single step and sent a palm strike towards Elder Tian. Elder Tian stabbed one hand into the hidden sword peak and formed a seal with the other. Although he did not have a sword in his hand, he seemed to hold the entire realm of swords in his hand. Sword and palm clashed over 1,000 times in a single instant. Even though his posture was strange and he could not move his body, he actually did not lose the upper hand at all. The shockwaves kicked up a storm. A colossal, ink dragon head rose up from the east of the hidden sword peak, lunging over. Elder Tian pointed his sword at Chu Lai King. His right leg twisted at an odd angle and stepped hard on the dragon head. The dragon head suddenly turned into a human figure. It was the Emma Wuhan that Li Qingshan had seen before. He waved his sleeves elegantly and slashed down with his sword. Clang! With the sound of metal clashing, the flesh and blood of Elder Tian's right leg fell off. His leg bone turned into a blade and blocked the blade. His left leg did the same. It stretched out and a flash of sword light flashed. The magnificent red light shot by Crimson Dragon King was split into 2. Its angle changed accordingly and it attacked Chu Lai King and the Dragon King of the Sea respectively. Chu Lai King struck out with his palm. The void in front of him twisted and the red light deviated, flying towards the horizon. Dragon King of Ink Sea's body floated like ink as he dodged the scarlet light calmly. Behind him, there was a loud explosion dozens of miles away, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The ring-shaped airwave overturned a group of retreating monks. The 4 monk kings could not hide their astonishment. This swordsmanship was unbelievable. Just now, their defeat in one move was not a coincidence. It could even be said that they were lucky. Twisted and strange laughter came from the hidden sword peak. It was angry, happy, hateful, and malicious, like the hysterical laughter of a madman. It was full of chaos and was difficult to distinguish, but the effect was like a devil's voice. The monks fell to the ground, holding their heads and crying. The monk kings hurriedly performed the chant of Devanaga to save their disciples from dying. Amidst the storm, Elder Tian, who had lost his human form, was fighting one against 3 peerless experts. Illusions intertwined, changing and blurring. Sometimes it was a magnificent picture, sometimes it was the Green Province, but it could not completely annihilate the heaven and earth sword realm. With the help of the Dragon King of the Sea and Chu Lai King, Li Qingshan felt much lighter, but it was only relatively speaking. The hidden sword peak was still pressing down on him, making him almost unable to move. It was devouring his flesh and bones. His arms had almost become a pile of mud, and he was relying on his body to support himself. No matter how strong the helpers were, it was useless if his own cultivation was not enough. However, he had never been someone who relied on others. Moo. Li Qingshan lowered his head and sucked in a deep breath. He let out a deep moo and slammed his ox head against the sword collection peak viciously. Elder Tian's eyes widened. He did not expect that he still had the strength to fight back in this situation, and the counterattack was so strong and reckless. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the hidden sword peak suddenly shattered. A wave of air swept out for thousands of miles, and thousands of boulders were shot out like rain. Li Qingshan's skull was shattered, and blood flowed out, turning into flames that burned fiercely. It was as if his fighting spirit had never been extinguished. He stepped on the half-collapsed Great Buddha Mountain, straightened his body, and roared angrily, "Come and crush me." The monks looked at the distant Great Buddha Mountain, and for a moment, they could not control their emotions. Chu Lai King and Dragon King of the Sea looked at each other, and both had the meaning of as expected. The destructive power of the hidden sword peak swept away the dark clouds, and a ray of sunlight fell on Li Qingshan's body. He stared at the sky and muttered, "Let me see your true face." An extremely strange sword floated in the sky. The hilt of the sword was uneven, and the body of the sword was twisted and bent. If it wasn't for the ghastly sword chi, it would be practically impossible to determine that this was a sword. It was like a piece of trash that had failed to be refined in a cauldron, and it caused one to feel uncomfortable no matter how one looked at it, causing one to involuntarily feel a sense of disgust and rejection. However, it was this sword that controlled the Heaven and Earth Sword realm, operated the Heaven and Earth Sword matrix, and enslaved Elder Tian. No other weapon in the 9 states could compare to it. Li Qingshan suddenly realized that the towering hidden sword peak was merely its scabbard. The battle was not over yet. Perhaps this was just the beginning. The swords fell like rain. The long swords that formed the sword formation of heaven and earth fell from the sky, but they did not attack. Instead, they were abandoned like garbage. Controlling these pieces of trash is really a waste of effort. Elder Tian used his remaining hand to hold the hilt of the sword. His body twisted and became more and more deformed, as if he was an artifact attached to the sword. He was only used to adapt to the shape of the sword and unleash the power of the sword. And that old man's bull-shaster's T-realm? Get out of my way. Elder Tian waved his sword randomly. The Heaven and Earth Sword realm, which had not collapsed even under the joint suppression of Chu Lai King and the Dragon King of the Sea, was instantly destroyed. Sword peak, sword formation, sword realm. All external objects were abandoned, leaving only a man and a sword standing tall in the sky. Or rather, there was only one sword, a sword that immortals despised. However, Li Qingshan, Chu Lai King, and the Dragon King of the Sea all clearly felt that it was more of a threat than ever before. However, they were not afraid at all. If the 3 of them could not deal with a lone sword together, it would be the biggest joke in the world. It might be able to gain the upper hand for a while, but it would not be able to win in the end. I have to admit, according to this world's standards, this world is too small. You are all very strong. If this was any other place, it would be quite troublesome. Unfortunately, this was the Great Buddha Mountain. From the very beginning. You have no chance of winning. Alright, the game ends here, hee. Now, I will destroy the Demon Suppression Hall. Elder Tian. As she spoke, she suddenly became more reasonable. Her body gradually melted, merging into the forsaken immortal sword in her hand. She was swallowed up by the sword, leaving behind only a head. With a sinister laugh, she disappeared into the horizon, submerging into the void. From this moment onwards, the existence of Elder Tian no longer existed in this world. The abandoned immortal sword soul used the power it gained from devouring the sword slaves to launch a counterattack. Li Qingshan was already prepared. His eyes suddenly became as deep as the sea, and he punched the void beside him. Come out. The void trembled violently, and the forsaken fairy sword could be vaguely seen within it. A black line swam over and wrapped around the sword, pulling it out of the void. It was the Dragon King of the Sea. Without waiting for the forsaken fairy sword to react, Chu Lai King slammed the Qingzhou cauldron down. It's finally over. The dauntless monk watched this and let out a great sigh of relief inside. The Chan monastery of Devanaga had finally survived another disaster. Illusion. The Dragon King of the Sea flew out of the Qingzhou cauldron and said 2 words. Chu Lai King frowned. He saw the forsaken fairy sword gradually thin out and disperse in the Qingzhou cauldron. It was actually just a sword illusion. Not only did the forsaken fairy sword possess the special ability to submerge into space, but it had even fooled the spirit turtle's divination. Oh no! Li Qingshan looked back, and the forsaken fairy sword emerged from space. It turned into a twisted streak of light and disappeared into the demon suppression hall. Now, all he could do was hope that the demon suppression hall was tough enough to block the attack slightly, giving them a second opportunity to strike. However, things did not go according to plan. A crack suddenly appeared at the top of the demon suppression hall. In terms of toughness, the demon suppression hall was even tougher than the Hall of Great Strength in the past, or it would have been impossible for it to imprison the town of myriad demons and suppress the demon cavern. However, under the forsaken fairy sword, it actually seemed as fragile as a regular building. Li Qingshan shook his head. This situation was not particularly unexpected. He said to Chu Lai King and the Dragon King of the Sea beside him. Prepare to suppress the demon cavern again. Chu Lai King and the Dragon King of the Sea said nothing. They had prepared themselves for the worst-case scenario to a certain extent. After all, the enemy was so powerful. Defeating them was already extremely difficult. Stopping them from fleeing or destroying them was basically impossible. However, while the destruction of the demon suppression hall was terrible, killing a few demon kings was still nothing difficult for the three of them if they worked together. They wanted to see who was bold enough to stand up for them. Afterwards, they would just have to use the god artifact that was the Qingzhou cauldron to suppress them again. Rumble. The crack rapidly spread across the entire demon suppression hall. Demon chi gushed out from the cracks. The vegetation in the surroundings either withered or began to demonify. The demon suppression hall was gradually buried in the surging demon chi. With a great rumble, demon chi rushed into the air and rapidly expanded, reaching several dozen kilometers away and darkening the surroundings. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. The size of the demon cavern was truly unprecedented. He struggled to imagine how the Chan monastery of Devanaga had managed to suppress it in the past without the Green Province cauldron. An extremely clear, black hole appeared in the Green Province cauldron in Chu Lai King's hand. He was stern as he raised the cauldron high. Fellow cultivators, please assist me. Before they could answer, he leapt into the Green Province cauldron. The cauldron flew towards the demon cavern and swelled in the wind, growing larger and larger. The mountains and rivers on it became clearer and clearer, and it also became more and more solemn. It forcefully blocked the surging demon chi and slowly pressed down. Li Qingshan and the Dragon King of the Sea arrived before the demon cavern. They were prepared to kill all who stood in their way, but they also had to guard against the forsaken immortal sword trying to interfere again. However, after waiting for a while, the forsaken immortal sword did not launch a sneak attack. Instead, powerful auras surged over from the demon cavern. Every single aura was that of a demon king. That's a little big. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. The demon kings attacking them were not just 3 or 5, nor were they 8 or 10. Instead, there were several dozen, reaching the maximum number of demon kings that could pass through at the same time in the demon cavern. The demon domain must have been prepared a long time ago, gathering the demon kings together. They would launch an attack as soon as the demon suppression hall fell. And these demon kings did not swarm over. Instead, they stood in a simple battle formation. Anyone with a slight understanding of the demon domain would know that it was basically impossible for 2 demon kings to coexist peacefully. If several dozen demon kings gathered together, it would devolve into a chaotic battle very soon. This was determined by the nature of demon folk and the laws of the demon domain. This was a world without trust and filled with malice. Unless there were even more powerful demon folk commanding them and using absolute strength to suppress them, they could not achieve this. Li Qingshan could not help but think of the terrifying sword chi that could annihilate everything in the demon cavern of the south. Clear River Prefecture. The pillar of lightning pierced through the surroundings. The swarm of insects surged into the pillar of light like moths to a flame, one after another. They surged endlessly. Gu Yinying swung her jade folding fan, and 100 tornadoes swept through the swarm of insects, but they struggled to kill the locusts so easily. Suddenly, her heart shivered. The soaring locust king vanished from her vision. She swung her jade folding fan backwards, and sharp atmospheric winds whistled out along with the scorching winds of hell. You sure have some reactions, but those who stand in my way will die. War Demon's Possession. The soaring locust king suddenly appeared, flapping a pair of insect wings as startling demon chi erupted from its body. It donned a set of demonic armor, and the banner on its back bore the two words War Demon. It sped up once again, advancing instead of retreating. It flew against the wind and lunged towards Gu Yenying. Gu Yenying raised an eyebrow. And a pair of strong, white hawk wings unfurled on her back. She assumed a half-demon form and flew backwards. She called out, Li Qingshan. He's here. Li Qingshan shot through the air and threw a punch at the soaring locust king. His main body was currently focused on fending off the sword collection peak, so his control over his mirror clone was slightly weaker. Seeing the soaring locust king actually unleash the war demon's possession, he was surprised. As expected, he's seen through it. Even without the spirit turtle's ability to calculate, the soaring locust king had managed to understand the true form of the demon suppression statuary after such a long period of time with his cultivation as a great demon king, making up for his greatest shortcoming. However, to Li Qingshan, this was the greatest piece of bad news. It meant that his strategy of decapitating the leader was no longer possible. Die. The soaring locust king flapped its wings, and there was a flash of light as sharp as a blade. A huge gash appeared on Li Qingshan's chest, but it was not flesh. Instead, it was changing, flowing water. Soon afterwards, there was another flash of light. All he could do was retreat and focus on recovering from his wounds. It was all thanks to Gu Yenying's assistance that his mirror clone was not completely destroyed. Scarlet, white, and black wings flew about, sometimes crisscrossing and sometimes separating. For a moment, he was surrounded by danger. Li Qingshan looked down from the corner of his eyes and saw that no one was controlling the tornado. Amidst the surging pests. In the blink of an eye, it collapsed and dissipated. The swarm of insects surged into the lightning without any obstruction, and the tribulation lightning became even more violent. No, this can't go on. The mirror avatar's strength was still too weak. He could easily deal with ordinary demon kings. It was already beyond his ability to deal with a great demon monarch. If this continued, he could only watch as the golden cicada spirit king was struck to death by lightning. Damn it. Both sides are so hard to deal with. Useless. Useless. The flying locust king laughed maniacally. Like a bolt of black lightning, it flew across the sky, fighting one against two. From time to time, it would summon the swarm of locusts to help. Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying could barely protect themselves. They could not stop it at all. The source of the locust plague, the flying locust king, is here. Do you want to keep watching? Gu Yenying called out. Yu Wuyang and Jin Fuguei exchanged glances. They had always been thinking of a way to kill the flying locust king. Now was indeed the best opportunity. Originally, they wanted to wait for the flying locust king and the golden cicada spirit king to tire themselves out before reaping the benefits. However, after witnessing the flying locust king's strength after demonification, they could not help but admit that if the flying locust king wanted to flee, they could not stop it at all, so they no longer hesitated. Black Cloud Sand Prison. Total annihilation. With the cry of a phoenix, the phoenix soared over and called out, "First Father, I'll help you." Helicoverpa Rosa stood on the little phoenix's back and spat out thousands of strands of spider silk from her mouth. Great Buddha Mountain. Demon Chi surged into the air like a beacon. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. Their enemy was no longer a single person or a single sword, but the boundless demon domain. Behind the several dozen demon kings, there were probably even more demon folk armies. In the past, whenever the demon domain invaded, they would have to gather the strength of the 9 provinces to fend them off. This was a war between two worlds. The effects of an individual would be drastically reduced. Even though Li Qingshan and the others were peak masters, they struggled to stop the war from erupting. The unraging monk clenched his fist firmly and gazed at Great Buddha Mountain that had been swallowed by the demon chi. He seemed to see the murals of Buddhas dimming and peeling away, and the scriptures engraved on the stone tablets gradually blurring. His eyes became slightly moist. The Buddha nature and Buddha light hidden in the mountains, rocks, and plants were completely washed away. Even if the devil's den was suppressed again, it would probably take 1,000 years to completely restore it to its original state. And before long, even the spirit veins would be contaminated. The Chan monastery of Devanaga has been destroyed. A certain monk let out a sorrowful cry, and the monks all shed tears, some even breaking down and wailing. For a moment, there were wails everywhere. To them, the Chan monastery of Devanaga was basically their home. To mortals, no matter how great their mental fortitude and cultivation were, they could not help but feel agitated right now. They struggled to control themselves. As the abbot, Dauntless has failed to protect the monastery. I failed my predecessors. Even 10,000 deaths cannot atone for my sins. The dauntless monk knelt down in the direction of Great Buddha Mountain. The Chan monastery of Devanaga had actually been destroyed in his hands. There's no need to blame yourself too much, senior brother. Since the demon domain is determined to invade, there's nothing anyone can do. The unraging monk advised. He was also extremely sorrowful and furious, but he had been mentally prepared a long time ago after watching over the demon suppression hall for all these years. He had even predicted this would happen, as the Chan monastery of Devanaga had always been built on the crater of a volcano. The world had been at peace for several millennia. To the disciples of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, demon folk were merely tools for tempering themselves. It was very easy for them to overlook the strength of the demon domain, as well as the fact that the demon cavern had been a passageway the demon domain had opened up to attack in the first place. The demon cavern behind Great Buddha Mountain was so large that even with the suppression of the demon suppression hall, it was still much easier than opening up a new demon cavern. It was like a war between two countries. The Chan monastery of Devanaga was only equivalent to a sturdy city on the outskirts. Even without the sword collection peak opening the city gates as spies, they would struggle to fend off the large-scale attack of the demon domain. In the past wars, just how many extremely powerful divine kingdoms of other folk had been destroyed in the demon plague in the end? In terms of both history and strength, these divine kingdoms were probably no weaker than the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Let alone the Chan monastery of Devanaga, probably the entire world of the 9 provinces was just a sturdy city to the demon domain. Fellow cultivators, please assist me in killing the demons and do your best to suppress the demon cavern. I will definitely repay you handsomely in the future. Chu Lai King's sincerity was almost humble. In a situation like this, anyone could back down, but as the king of Chu, he had inherited the dying will of the previous kings. He had the responsibility of guarding the land, so he could not back down. Even if he knew it was impossible, he still had to do his best. Neither the Dragon King of the Sea nor Li Qingshan answered. Chu Lai King's heart sank. Without their help, there really was no point in trying. The Dragon King of the Sea reverted to his dragon form and circled around the demon cavern. He drew over the inky clouds in the sky and gathered them towards the demon cavern, suppressing the surging demon chi and assisting Chu Lai King in suppressing the demon cavern. Li Qingshan reverted to his normal form and murmured, "War demon possession," before stepping into the surging demon chi. He swung his dying blossom blade and prepared to deal with the upcoming battle. At the same time, he saw the sight of the Clear River Prefecture through his mirror clone. His heart became heavier and heavier. Although everyone worked together to keep the Soaring Locust King at bay, they still struggled to stop the Soaring Locust King's frenzied vengeance, just like how they struggled to stop the Forsaken Immortal Sword from destroying the Demon Suppression Hall. The situation on both sides became worse and worse simultaneously. Little and, come, to. Great. Buddha. Mountain to, help. Li Qingshan's voice came intermittently from the communication jade token. Little and thought for a moment, and then put it away without shattering it. She was surrounded by mist that was the color of a deathly gray. It was extremely thick, and seemed to weigh down on her. It seeped into her body through every pore, into her mind, and caused her to feel oppressive despair. Little Anne's expression was silent, without joy or sorrow. Her clear eyes pierced through the thick mist, but were blocked by an invisible barrier. This place did not seem to belong to the 9 provinces, and had been thrown to the edge of the world. If one looked down from an extremely high altitude, the 10,000 Ghosts abyss would be enveloped in a hemispherical shape. It was filled with thick mist, as if there was an invisible monster swallowing the entire 10,000 ghosts abyss and then slowly digesting it. All of this had to start from the moment she inserted the key into the gate of hungry ghosts. When she turned the key, wanting to draw in some ghouls to use as resources for cultivation, the gate of hungry ghosts suddenly expanded, turning into a sphere that swallowed the entire 10,000 ghosts abyss. She had experienced the Battle of Burial Mound Mountain and knew that this region was being swallowed by the hungry ghost realm. The enemy was much stronger than the Corpse King, which was why the gate of hungry ghosts could expand to such an extent in an instant. She had no time to react. And after the gate of hungry ghosts expanded to cover the entire 10,000 ghosts abyss, it stopped expanding and instead started to shrink. This proved that the attacker was definitely targeting her. The fundamental law of the hungry ghost realm was swallowing. With the power of this gate of hungry ghosts, it could swallow a region 100 times larger, or have countless ghouls swarm into this world, but it did not happen. Up until now, she had not seen a single little ghost. There was only the soundless thick mist. Even though she did not know who was behind this, she knew that she had fallen into a trap. He also knew that he had fallen into a trap, and it must be related to Elder Ming who had escaped. When this region was completely swallowed, she would fall into the hungry ghost realm. With her identity as the heir of the white bone, what awaited her would be a warm welcome. Such a hopeless situation. It was enough to drive one mad. Dressed in white, she paced around in the mist before returning to her original spot and sitting down. She fiddled with the skull prayer beads and silently chanted scriptures. Behind her was the towering blood sea banner. Suddenly, a chill assaulted him and a whisper of scripture entered his ears. "Aren't you going to try to escape?" Little and said, "You can't escape." Such frank words seemed to stun the owner of the voice for a moment, not knowing how to continue. Interesting. As expected of the successor of White Bone, you are indeed very interesting. The destruction of the Xianxia sect in your hands is not in vain. Little and listened quietly. Don't you want to know who I am and what relationship I have with the mysterious dark sect? Don't you want to know what will happen to you in the hungry ghost realm? A face emerged from the thick fog, circling around little Anne. Sometimes it was a man, sometimes it was a woman, sometimes it was an old man, sometimes it was a child, and their expressions were filled with ghastly mysteriousness that caused others to shudder with fear. Little Anne sat still and shook his head slightly. Very well, it seems that you have accepted your fate. The face in the thick fog looked down at her. Little and let out a soft but whether it was his expression or his state of mind, he was calm and didn't look like he was in despair. I am Emperor Li. I was once the sect leader of the Xianxia sect. Me too. Little and interrupted. You too what? The sect leader of the Xianxia sect. Little and smiled. The previous sect leader had already agreed to abdicate and pass the position to her, so she could be considered the last sect leader of the Xianxia sect. Ha 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 ha, how funny. I can consider sparing your life. Why don't we make a deal? As long as you pass the legacy of White Bone to me, I will. Liar. Little Anne's eyes narrowed. Don't interrupt me. The drifting whisper suddenly turned into a furious roar that filled the valley. The whistling wind lifted up Little Anne's long hair, and the crimson blood sea banner fluttered loudly. Little Anne sat still. As the ghost abyss was swallowed into the hungry ghost realm, the power that the other party could wield would grow stronger and stronger. Once he entered the hungry ghost realm, he would probably have to face an existence that surpassed him by 2 major realms. No matter how the path of White Bone and Great Beauty countered the ghouls, he would not be able to win. Sorry, Xianxia, I won't be able to go to Great Buddha Mountain to help you. He gripped the jade talisman tightly. Let's wait a little longer. I need to grasp the right timing. The gate of hungry ghosts gradually shrank, and the aura from the hungry ghost realm grew thicker and thicker. He could vaguely hear the wails of 10,000 ghosts. Rolling demonic aura surged over. The battle formation formed by several dozen demon kings rapidly approached. Li Qingshan could already see the strange faces clearly. Li Qingshan closed his eyes. The blade in his hand danced around lightly before he suddenly opened his eyes. Scarlet light shot out, and he swung his blade. Like a blossoming flower, it turned into 1,000 blade flashes and slashed towards the group of demons. The Dragon King of the Sea was slightly surprised. Although the force of the blade was fierce, he had attacked too early. This kind of mistake was not like him. The Demon Kings laughed wildly. Could it be that this guy was scared out of his wits? However, when some of the Demon Kings looked at the crimson-haired and crimson-eyed voice, they seemed to realize something. They could not help but shrink back. Wherever the blade flashes passed, crisscrossing black blade marks were left behind, shattering the void in an instant. The laughter came to a sudden halt. The Demon Kings could not react in time and crashed into it. The bodies of the dozen or so Demon Kings at the very front were immediately shattered into dozens or even hundreds of pieces. The other Demon Kings hurriedly used various methods to dodge. The battle formation was immediately thrown into chaos. One of them cried out, "It's North Moon." This was a name that had been mentioned many times before they set off. He was one of the many experts of the world of the 9 provinces, and he was even more dangerous than the 10 Demon Kings and the Dukes of the 8 provinces. It was precisely because of his powerful ability to shatter the void that he was extremely destructive to the Demon Cavern. Good. The Dragon King of the Sea could not help but praise as well. He flew into the Demon Cavern and shrank his body to just a few feet, wandering through the cracks in space. Although the bodies of the dozen or so unlucky Demon Kings had been sliced to pieces, not a single one of them actually died due to the strange life force of demon folk. They pieced their shattered bodies together desperately, and a streak of ink flew through the air, leaving behind a winding trajectory and piercing the hearts of the Demon Kings one by one. Boom! 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 The might of the explosion of 7 or 8 demon hearts immediately swept through the entire demon cavern. The surging demon chi was also severed. Chu Lai King used this opportunity to smash down viciously with the Green Province Cauldron. Li Qingshan exhaled. Although he was not as good as Little An, his 2 teammates were quite impressive. However, he also felt deeply exhausted. Just now, fighting the Forsaken Immortal Sword had already taken quite the toll on him. Swinging the blade like that was quite difficult either. If he wanted to continue fighting, he could only consider rebirth. However, he already wanted to retreat. The opportunity to stop the Demonfolk's invasion was not great, so he was better off returning to the Clear River Prefecture to deal with the Soaring Locust King. And he was very worried about Little An's safety. He was eager to check out the Myriad Ghosts Abyss. Just as he hesitated, a golden line shot through the sky, turning into a vine in the blink of an eye and wrapping around the Green Province Cauldron, trying to drag it away forcefully. Dark Moon! Dark Moon! The Dark Queen called out frantically. She wanted to rush into the Myriad Ghosts Abyss desperately, but no matter what she did, she was unable to get through the invisible barrier. A streak of resplendent silver light rushed out of the southern horizon, flying over like a sharp sword. The Dark Queen suddenly looked back. The Silver Dragon King. The King of Southern Yu stood on the bridge and gazed at the land of the Green Province. He felt rather excited inside. Behind him were the esteemed guests of the king's estate. They had gathered all the strength of the Kingdom of Yu to wage war against the Kingdom of Chu. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He sensed the Dark Queen's aura. Afterwards, the esteemed guests sensed it too. They all said, "It's the Dark Queen. And she's all alone. What a good omen. Let's go take her down. Killing her is easy, but her identity is anything but trivial. We've already declared war against the Kingdom of Chu, so why should we be afraid of Chu Lai King? I'm not talking about her man, but her daughter." Her daughter. The esteemed guests all fell silent. Everyone already knew about the destruction of the Umbraline sect. It was rumored to be the Dark Queen's daughter, Princess Dark Moon. Originally, they were rather doubtful, but before they set off, the King of Southern Yu had once emphasized this matter. They had to avoid conflict with 2 people as much as possible, one of which was Li Qingshan, while the other was this Princess Dark Moon. The Silver Dragon King rapidly approached. The Dark Queen gritted her teeth secretly, but she refused to abandon Little and then what do we do? Are we supposed to spare her? Strange, why isn't she fleeing? Something seems to have happened to the Umbraline sect. Don't tell me it's the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. Through the mechanisms on the Silver Dragon King, the king of Southern Yu had noticed the abnormalities in the myriad ghosts abyss a long time ago. He guessed it was related to the gate of hungry ghosts, and according to the information, Little and was currently cultivating in the myriad ghosts abyss. The Dark Queen's abnormal actions proved this as well. Head caretaker Gong Yang bowed and said softly, "Your Majesty, even the heavens are helping me." The king of Southern Yu said nothing in thought. The only people he feared were Li Qingshan and Little An. In fact, in his eyes, Chu Lai King had already lost the upper hand and would definitely not be able to resist his army. As for Little An, his fear was even deeper. After all, she was Princess Xianxia, the only successor to the throne of Chu. Moreover, once she made a move, Li Qingshan would definitely not stand idly by. Now, he allowed Little An to be devoured by the hungry ghost realm. It was tantamount to eliminating the biggest hidden danger. The heavens were really on his side. However, he had a deeper concern. If Li Qingshan found out that he didn't help, who knew what kind of reaction he would have? He could not help but laugh self-mockingly. As the ruler of a country, destroying a country was nothing to him. But now, he had to be so apprehensive about one person. However, when he thought of Li Qingshan's enraged look, he had no choice but to be cautious. With a thought, Xiaochen seemed to think of something, and he made a decision. He flung his sleeves, and the Silver Dragon King's main cannon shot out. Specks of silver light began to gather in the Dark Queen's eyes. The silver light in the Dark Queen's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Suddenly, with a flash, resplendent silver light whistled over, but it passed over her head and struck the invisible barrier that enveloped the myriad ghosts abyss behind her, producing countless silver ripples. "Your Majesty?" Caretaker Ram was taken aback. "She's already severed her ties with Chu Lai King. She's not our enemy, and she even helped me destroy the Chan Monastery of Devanaga and destroy the Umbraline sect, so I should obviously assist her in breaking free. Don't you dare say anything else," the king of Southern Yu said righteously. The officials behind him looked at one another. That was not the theory that prevailed in the Mist Province. Instead, it was the law of survival of the fittest. However, since the king of Southern Yu had already said that, they could only accept this explanation. If it were in the past, perhaps there would still be people who refused to accept this, but after the king of Southern Yu obtained the great Banyan Tree King's support, his organization in the Mist Province had already flourished. No one could oppose him. "Yes, I've been too short-sighted," head caretaker Ram said in thought. The king of Southern Yu drove the Silver Dragon King, and the silver light constantly bombarded the invisible barrier. As the greatest weapon for attacking cities in the world, even the invisible domain the Gate of Hungry Ghosts had conjured could not put up a complete resistance. It began to show signs of melting. The reason why he made this decision was because he recalled the warning the Banyan Tree King had given him before he set off. "If Li Qingshan is determined to stop you from destroying the kingdom of Chu, don't force him. You can only be a friend, not an enemy." He had always admired the Banyan Tree King's wisdom. Now that he had become the god of the Mist Province, his plans went even further. As a result, he suddenly discovered that saving or not saving was a choice between being a friend or an enemy. As a result, he resolutely chose being a friend. At this moment, the Gate of Hungry Ghosts sped up. The king of Southern Yu frowned and turned his face to the officials. "Officials, this is our first battle in the Green Province. Let me witness what you're capable of." The officials accepted the order and flew out of the Silver Dragon King as streaks of light, unleashing their various techniques towards the myriad ghosts abyss. "I've already done everything I can. Whether I can escape or not will be up to you." Having made his choice, the king of Southern Yu eased up. Now that he had gone so far, he believed that even if Li Qingshan was unwilling to help him, he would not be determined to stop him, right? Little and suddenly raised her head. All she saw was a silver star growing brighter and brighter. A sliver of silver light shot in. She let go of the jade talisman in her hand. Looks like there's no need for that." She smiled. "That works too." The surrounding domain rapidly shrank, and the hungry ghost realm was already right before her. She stood up gently and flew up. "You want to leave?" With a roar, the mist-like aura of death suddenly surged, turning into Emperor Li's ever-changing face and trying to devour her. The Buddha-slaying sword appeared. This was the moment Little Ant had been waiting for. If you don't show yourself, then so be it, but you actually dare to condense a clone, so don't blame me for being merciless. Arg! With a cry of pain, the face condensed from the aura of death collapsed. With a swing of the Buddha-slaying sword, who could stop it? Even if you were some Emperor Li in the Hungry Ghost realm, this was the 9 provinces. Little Ant looked back with a smile and said loudly, Emperor Li, I'll give you the legacy of the white bone. Thank you for sparing my life. We'll meet again. With that, he swung the Blood Sea banner towards the resplendent silver light. How dare you? Who are you? Chu Lai King flew into a rage. He slammed his palm against the golden vine, but the force from his palm was like a clay ox that had disappeared into the ocean. It was not very effective. The golden vine rapidly spread out, enveloping the entire Green Province cauldron. Madame Ting, now is not the time for you to take the cauldron. Li Qingshan knew that Madame Ting possessed extraordinary talent. She could devour spiritual force and possessed supreme vitality and defenses. Striking at a time like this was basically the final iron rod that broke the camel's back. Humph, now is not the time. When is the time? If you won't help me, don't even think about stopping me. Madame Ting said. Ever since she came to the Green Province, she had been searching for an opportunity to steal the Green Province cauldron. However, the cauldron was not that easy to steal, and there was no chance of success if she tried to steal it openly. Now that she had come across this heaven-sent opportunity, she definitely would not let it go. The Green Province cauldron shook violently. As the golden vine tightened and spread, the illusion of the Green Province rapidly collapsed and shrank. Meanwhile, demon chi surged upwards. Chu Lai King was already exhausted from the intense battle with the forsaken immortal sword soul. Now that he had to suppress the demon cauldron, he was being attacked from both sides. He immediately felt like he was losing control of the cauldron. Alright, do whatever you want. Li Qingshan glanced at the demon cauldron. The spatial crack gradually closed up, and demon chi surged in the depths of the cauldron. Who knew how many demon folk were ready to strike? The demon cauldron was far too large. The tremors were powerful, but they could not seal up such a large gap. At a time like this, even if he chased Madame Ting away, he would not be able to stop the invasion of the demon domain. He sighed and laid out his hands. Right when he was about to apologize, the communication jade talisman in his bosom suddenly lit up, and Little Ant's voice rang out. Qingshan, I'm fine now. I'll come to Great Buddha Mountain right now. Li Qingshan laughed aloud and pointed at Madame Ting in the air. Put down the cauldron right now. Little Ant passed through the silver light and looked back at the rapidly shrinking myriad ghosts abyss. He secretly rejoiced that Emperor Li had preserved his strength. Xianxia, the Dark Queen said happily. I'm fine. I've made Mother worry. Come with me. Little Ant comforted the Dark Queen before clasping his hands at the Silver Dragon King in the air. Thank you, Your Majesty, the King of you. We can't stay here for long. Afterwards, he turned into a white blur and flew off towards the north. The Dark Queen followed close behind. We can't stay here for long. The King of Southern you gazed down. The gate of Hungry Ghosts had shrunk to less than a few kilometers, but it swallowed the entire myriad ghosts abyss. It seemed extremely twisted and strange. But very soon, it expanded once again, swallowing several hundred kilometers in the blink of an eye. Without another word, he immediately steered the Silver Dragon King away. Little Ant flew over 1,000 kilometers away. Looking back, he saw surging yin qi that shrouded the sky. He thought, sure enough. Madame Ting obviously would not listen to Li Qingshan's orders, but she had to treat it seriously. She called out, Li Qingshan, don't forget about what you promised someone else. Did you steal the cauldron for the Banyan Tree King? Li Qingshan asked. I of course not. Madame Ting changed the topic and denied it firmly. It was impossible for her to admit that she had traveled all the way to the Green Province for that heartless old tree demon. She had already thought about it a long time ago. Once she obtained the Green Province cauldron, she would only give it to him when he begged her. Then there's no someone else. Li Qingshan smiled and said seriously, all right, I'll naturally hand the 9 cauldrons to the Banyan Tree King in the future, but the time isn't right now. You better put down the cauldron obediently, or else. Demon Chi surged over from behind. A demon king leapt out of the demon cauldron first. After demonifying, it resembled a tadpole, but who knew how many times larger than a tadpole? Its entire body was snow white, and it had no eyes, ears, mouth, or nose. It gave off an intense stench. A tiny, spiky tail swayed rapidly, creating ripples in the air. It moved startlingly quickly, and its huge, sleek head suddenly split open into a blood-red gash that resembled a mouth. It swallowed Li Qingshan in a single gulp, and the gash immediately closed up. Or what? Madame Ting smiled. She wrapped her arms around the Green Province cauldron firmly, pulling it back as hard as she could. Chu Lai King was no weakling either. As the Lord of the Green Province, he was the natural possessor of the Green Province cauldron. This connection could not be severed so easily, so he continued to hold on to the cauldron as hard as he could. When he heard the conversation between Li Qingshan and Madame Ting, he became even more afraid of relaxing. He questioned, "You were sent by the Banyan Tree King?" No matter how peaceful and neutral the Banyan Tree King was, he still represented the Mist Province, and he had close ties with the King of Southern Yu. They seemed to be working together. Right now, the strength of the Green Province and the Mist Province had completely lost balance. Once they lost the Green Province cauldron, the Banyan Tree King would become the god of the Green Province. By then, the fate of the Chu Kingdom would be in his hands. Madame Ting said, "I wasn't sent by anyone. Chu Lai King, I advise you to let go. In any case, you can't suppress this demon's den. Maybe someone else will be willing to help. It's a matter of my Azure Province. I don't need anyone's help." Although Chu Lai King said so, he couldn't help but sigh with a sense of loss. At that moment, a sharp scream sounded from below as the Tadpole Demon King violently twisted its body. It was rampaging through the air. His body inflated like a balloon. Countless cracks appeared, and every single one of them let out a blood-curdling screech. With a loud explosion, minced meat and mucus splattered all over the sky. A group of demon kings had just slaughtered their way out of the demon's den. Seeing this, they all dodged. Some of them failed to dodge in time and were drenched. With a hissing sound, white mist rose up, and large swathes of their flesh and blood were corroded away. Even the protection of Demon Chi was useless. Devour was this Tadpole Demon King's most terrifying ability. Its body was almost completely composed of this corrosive mucus. Not only could it corrode physical objects, but it could also corrode all kinds of energy. Once one entered its stomach, it was equivalent to entering the gates of hell. Even a demon king would turn into pus. However, Li Qingshan was no regular demon king. If you're bold enough to devour, then so be it. As soon as he entered the Tadpole Demon King's stomach, he immediately used the force field of earth around himself to push away the surging mucus. Force fields were different from regular techniques and abilities. They were completely unaffected by the corrosion. The Tadpole Demon King was forcefully blown up by the invisible force, dying on the spot. With regards to this result, Chu Lai King and the others were not surprised. It would be inconceivable if Li Qingshan had died inside. Holding a demon king's heart in his hand, Li Qingshan said to Madame Ting, "Otherwise, this will be yours. Forget it, just you wait." Thinking about his relationship with the Banyan Tree King, it was not appropriate to kill his wife. Leaving behind a sentence commonly used by street thugs, Li Qingshan threw the Demon King's heart into his mouth and chewed a few times. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a beam of demonic light. At the same time, he shook his head randomly, and the demonic light danced around, forcing the group of Demon Kings to retreat. In the end, he wiped his charred mouth and said to Chu Lai King, "Fellow Chu, hold on. Your daughter will be here soon." Xianxia. Chu Lai King's spirits rose. If Xianxia was here, this vine demon would not be a threat. Moreover, it would increase their chances of suppressing the Devil's Denver. He said coldly, "My surname is not Chu." When Madame Ting heard that little and was coming, she hastened to fight with Chu Lai King. On the other hand, Chu Lai King simply gave up suppressing the Devil's Den and wanted to fight with her. At the same time, he drove the Red Dragon King and bombarded the Devil's Den with full power. One by one, the puppet kings flew down from the battleship and joined the battle. Li Qingshan laughed and waved his ending frenzied flower saber at the group of demons. As the saber danced wildly, he transformed into the fighting demon and moved freely in the surging demonic chi. He was not suppressed at all. Instead, his spirit was boosted, and he brought the fighting demon possession to a higher level. With a punch, the demon king flew back. With a turn of the saber, the group of demons retreated. On the great Buddha mountain, the demonic chi soared into the sky, the strength of the chi crisscrossed, and the shadow of a dragon soared. Li Qingshan and the Dragon King of the Sea joined hands to fight the group of demons. The Dragon King of the Sea's body could be big or small, hovering between the real and the illusory. Even if he was chopped into pieces, he wouldn't be affected much. He had an almost immortal body. As for Li Qingshan, his body was strong. He could fight and resist, and he could even be reborn. Therefore, he had no scruples. Even if he was hit a few times, he didn't care at all. Instead, he became more and more courageous as he fought, exchanging injury for injury and life for life. A demon king that looked like an owl pierced through his chest with its claw. He didn't dodge or block, but instead reached out and plucked the demon king's head off. He turned around and used his face to receive a beam of demonic light. As his head was raised backward, the frenzied flower saber flew out of his hand and cut a demon king in half. The frenzied flower saber spun around and returned to his hand. Even the demon king shivered at such a vicious and violent attack. They had been ordered to attack the 9 provinces, and they could benefit tremendously from it. Once they succeeded, they would receive the favor of the demon domain and receive the assistance of the heavens. However, none of that was as important as their own lives. If they died in battle here, there would be nothing left for them. Even the war demon race was nothing more than that. Half of Li Qingshan's tiger bones were exposed. The banner on his back had been torn down a long time ago, and his face had been struck by a beam of demonic light. He was even more deformed. However, the flames in his eye sockets blazed as battle intent blazed. With his damaged body, he actually gained the upper hand for a moment, which amazed everyone once again. Without his greatest worry, he had already made up his mind to fight to the end and fight to his heart's content. As for the Golden Cicada Spirit King, he had an idea too. A while later, a white figure arrived through the air. Little and swung the Buddha Slayer sword gently, and a demon king immediately went from life to death, reverting to his original form in fear. He said to Li Qingshan apologetically, "I've made you wait. Good food is never too late. Send your little skeleton to the Clear River Prefecture to provide support. Golden Cicada can't last much longer." You. Madame Ting's heart trembled. She had been killed by Little and saved by Little, and naturally, she felt that this was different. She had also suffered a sword strike, so she knew how terrifying the Buddha-slaying sword was. "Please leave," Little said expressionlessly. "Forget it. I don't want to be slashed by you again." Madame Ting sighed and let go of the Qingzhou cauldron reluctantly. Because of the Banyan Tree King, Li Qingshan would not kill her. However, if Little decided to attack, he would not show mercy. Because she wasn't fighting for herself. "Thank you," Little said. Chu Lai King finally heaved a sigh of relief and regained control of the Qingzhou cauldron. He did not expect his daughter to be so powerful. She forced Madame Ting to retreat with just a few words. He could not help but feel emotional. He cast aside all distracting thoughts and said, "Xianxia, help me suppress the devil's den." "Yes, father." A phoenix cry sounded. Li Qingshan fought to the point of exhaustion, risking his life to take down a demon king with him. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a phoenix, undergoing nerva rebirth. He said to the stunned demon kings, "We're all here, so we can officially begin the battle. Are you prepared to die?" The demon kings retreated and gathered above the devil's denver. Actually, since the beginning of the war, not many demon kings had fallen. The biggest loss was at the beginning. Li Qingshan used the geographical advantage to destroy the Devil's Den, and the Dragon King of the Sea killed 7 demon kings in a row. Until now, there were still nearly 30 demon kings present. They had the absolute advantage in numbers. If it were not for the fact that both Li Qingshan and the Dragon King of the Sea were very resistant to beatings, one had an immortal body and the other could be reborn after death, the demon kings would not be willing to fight with their lives on the line. They would have lost the war long ago and would not have lasted until now. Up until now, they had not been able to kill a single enemy even though they had the geographical advantage. This army of demon kings had been completely annihilated. Their momentum had suffered a great setback, and they no longer dared to be careless. They once again gathered their forces, and it was extremely rare for them to feel the importance of unity. It was as if they were waiting for something. Traitorous disciple, well done. The unraging monk crossed 100 kilometers. He came to Li Qingshan's side. Why did you come back? Li Qingshan glanced over. The unraging monk was not the only one who had returned. The other 3 monk kings had returned as well. After leading the monks away from the battlefield and making proper arrangements, they took the opportunity to regulate their breathing and rushed back to help. This is the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Watching over the demon suppression hall is my responsibility. Cultivating the demon suppression statuary is precisely to deal with such a situation. Demon chi surged around the unraging monk, but it did not contain the slightest hint of malice. Instead, it seemed righteous and unassailable, turning into a chains of demon suppression that wrapped around him like a dragon. He held a seal in his left hand and a demon-suppressing pagoda in his right. The demonic energy surging out from the devil's cave. It dispersed as soon as it arrived beside him. You do seem a little like you're about to fight. Li Qingshan smiled. You don't say. When I was fighting and killing, you weren't even here yet, the unraging monk said. Abbot. Little and brought his palms together and bowed towards the dauntless monk. His bearing was dignified and peaceful. It was impossible for people to associate him with the 2 words enemy of Buddha. One will. The dauntless monk's expression was mixed. Originally, he wanted to act like he did not see little and otherwise, the enemy of Buddha would come first between the enemy of Buddha and the demon folk. Xiaoan said nothing more. She said to Li Qingshan, the army of the demon domain has arrived. He could sense the countless auras of life in the demon cavern. They sensed the countless auras of life in the demon cavern and gathered like a river. Who knew how many demon folk were currently surging over? You've come at the perfect time. It's a pity that your little skeletons aren't here, but the samadhi flames of white bone are enough. Li Qingshan said. The demon chi is too dense. The samadhi flames of white bone will be suppressed, and these demon folk aren't ghouls after all, or they would be able to start a great fire. Then it'll be a little troublesome. Li Qingshan said. Quantitative change was enough to induce qualitative change. The Soaring Locust King had already proven this point. He could put up a fight against several dozen demon kings, but against an army of millions, no amount of demon chi would be enough. Gazing at the sky, Chu Lai King was currently unleashing the illusion of the Green Province again, cutting off the surging demon chi. However, he definitely would not be able to suppress the demon cavern for a while. The Blood Sea banner is pretty useful, and I've refined something new too. Xiaoan blinked her eyes and raised her left arm. Her left hand, which was hidden in her sleeve, held a bell. It was only the size of a palm, dark blue and semi-transparent. It seemed extremely delicate in her white, lotus-like hand, but at a closer glance, there were countless twisted human faces stacked on top of it. Then it'll be up to you. Li Qingshan smiled. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder and kissed her forehead heavily. Little and rubbed her forehead and smiled resplendently. All right. The demon folk army drew closer and closer. The aura they condensed merged with the surging demon chi, almost blasting the Green Province cauldron away. Chu Lai King had to use all of his strength to keep it under control, let alone suppress the demon cavern. Just now, the auras of several dozen demon kings paled in comparison. No matter how pure they were not worth mentioning. Li Qingshan sighed inside. It was no wonder those talented other folk had lost divine kingdoms one after another. Before such an army, who would not feel insignificant? However, he was not worried. It was not just because he believed in himself, but also because he believed in her. Little and sensed something and looked back. They looked at each other and smiled. At that moment, it was as if it did not matter if Chu Lai King or the Dragon King of the Sea did not exist. As long as they worked together, they could face all powerful enemies. Tap. 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 Suddenly, the sound of hooves rang out in the demon cavern. Through the deafening roars and battle cries, it reached everyone's ears clearly. Each beat seemed to strike their hearts, making them sink. Li Qingshan sensed a powerful aura. Both in terms of quality and quantity, it surpassed all the demon kings present. He thought, this is probably the Chu Lai King and the Dragon King of the Sea of the Demon Domain. The demon domain is so vast, so they can't all be ordinary. Though, why does this aura seem rather familiar? Nay. With the neighing of a horse, a black-armored knight emerged from the demon cavern. A man and a horse stood before the entire army, arriving in this world. Behind them was the roaring demon folk army, but there was not a single person beside them. I see. Li Qingshan immediately understood where the sense of familiarity came from. The banner on the knight's back was written with the words "Fighting Demons." What a bunch of trash. The black-armored knight roared at the demon kings, and the warhorse beneath him also revealed a look of contempt. How much better can you be? This was a retort, but it did not come from a demon king. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed and gazed at the knight in interest. You're a fighting demon? Fighting demon Hun. The knight stated his name. You're Li Qingshan? Donkey rider. Cold light flashed through the war demon's eyes. He drew a huge sword from the saddle beside him. The warhorse that had been treated as a donkey was even more furious. Veins bulged all over its body as steam poured out of its nostrils. Its hooves bounced back restlessly as it muttered, "Kill him. Kill him. Kill him." He swung the huge sword forward and pointed it right at Li Qingshan. Don't you run. Don't worry, I don't have a donkey to ride, so I can't run fast. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He clenched his fists and crossed his arms. With a shudder, he assumed the posture of a war demon. With his blade in hand, his wings fluttered, and he turned into a scarlet streak of light, charging towards the war demon and the demon folk army alone. Come. Fight. The war demon roared out and merged with his horse, turning into a string of blurs as he charged towards Li Qingshan. Kill. The demon folk army roared out together. Like a tsunami, they rushed into the clouds on the surging demon chi. Boom. A wave of air swept out with a whistling sound. The blade and sword collided, and their edges crisscrossed. The two supreme powers collided viciously. Their eyes met, only inches apart. One was scarlet, the other scarlet. Sparks flew. They were both shocked by the other's strength, which ignited an even more intense killing intent. Li Qingshan's shoulder ached. The warhorse had bitten him. In that moment, it did not seem like a horse, but more like a venomous snake, ready to attack violently. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth. After comprehending the ox demon transformation, Li Qingshan could use the abilities of the ox demon more and more freely. The skin on his shoulder immediately turned into a faint, green ox hide, blocking the bite of the sharp teeth. He grinned. Your donkey isn't bad, but my blade is still a little better. The blade slowly cut into the sword. The figure of the wild blossom's blade spirit vaguely overlapped with Li Qingshan and Li Qingshan. He gripped the hilt firmly. A head-on clash like this was the best way to test out the quality of a weapon. Clearly, the wild blossom's blade of doom was superior. The war demon roared out and swung his sword. With a momentum that could split mountains and rivers, it slashed towards Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan didn't dare to treat him as an ordinary demon king. The edge of the blade shifted and drew a mysterious arc, intercepting the big sword. I can't cut you. Fight. Boom 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 boom. It was like a thunderclap. The sword and the saber clashed hundreds of times in an instant. Heaven and earth trembled, and the chi waves turned into a storm. At the center of the storm, Li Qingshan's red hair was fluttering in the wind as he simultaneously activated the two states of Fanatic's End and War Demon's Possession, achieving a delicate balance between strength and technique. He fiercely and calmly dealt with War Devil's every attack, thoroughly enjoying the thrill of battle. And in this demon cave battlefield, if one were to say who had the best geographical advantage, it would definitely be him. The Qingzhou cauldron was like a mountain. It hung in the sky and unleashed the illusion of Qingzhou. The devil cave was like a huge black mouth, constantly spewing out devil qi. At the same time, he used the laws of the demon domain to infect this world. This was where the two worlds intersected, and he was both a son of the 9 provinces and a king among demons. Not only was he unrestrained by any of the laws, but he even received the support of the two worlds, allowing him to easily gain the upper hand. You fake, I'll crush you very soon. Even if you want to run right now, it's already too late. War Devil said sternly. His voice was icy cold. He spoke at a steady pace. Clearly, he was not using his full strength when he spoke in such an intense battle. The army pressed down from behind. The formation of 1,000,000 demon folk rapidly advanced into the sky. Their final target was the Qingzhou cauldron. As for Li Qingshan, he was merely a relatively larger obstacle. As the army advanced, the demon qi on War Devil's body became more and more abundant. The power from the edge of the sword grew stronger and stronger. Even with the strength of the ox demon, he actually felt like he was struggling to fend it off. At the same time, the unraging monk became the most powerful of the 4 monk kings with the demon suppression statuary's suppression over demon folk. He fell into the guardian king's formation of demon suppression and poured all of his power into his body, turning into a furious guardian king. He swung the black chains in one hand and held the demon suppression tower in the other, swinging it around like a weapon. Even with that being the case, he constantly suffered blows under the encirclement of almost 30 demon kings. He could only use the power of demon suppression to nullify the attacks. And this was when the demon kings had to be on guard against the dragon king of the sea's sudden attacks at all times. They could not use their full strength. They were like a wild ox surrounded by a pack of wolves. It was only a matter of time before it collapsed. By the time the demon folk army surged over, they could only retreat step by step. Once they fell into their midst, they would probably be swallowed up in the blink of an eye. The Scarlet Dragon King unleashed its full firepower, spitting out thousands of streaks of scarlet light that bombarded the demon folk army. As a weapon of war, it was indeed suited for situations like this, but this was not the civil war of the 9 provinces. As each streak of scarlet light illuminated the gloomy world enveloped by demon qi, it was also diluted and weakened, causing extremely limited damage. Compared to the colossal size of the entire demon folk army, the number of demon folk they could destroy was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. The puppet kings they had unleashed had been torn to pieces by the demon kings a long time ago. One of them was even controlled by a demon king through some unknown method. Julai King's heart tightened. Let alone the fact that he had spent most of his energy fighting so far, even in his peak condition, it was impossible for him to stop an army like that. The Green Province Cauldron could not suppress the demon folk army either. He could not help but look at his long-lost daughter. Little Anne's white monk robes fluttered in the wind, but she did not do anything the entire time. She held the delicate bell in her hand as she seemed to be chanting something. The 4 monk kings retreated as they fought. The enemy of Buddha really is unreliable. He's actually avoiding battle. We shouldn't have thought about relying on some enemy of Buddha in the first place. Concentrate. Don't talk too much. The dauntless monk said. Although Little Anne's identity as the enemy of Buddha was already undeniable, he still felt rather uncomfortable when he heard that. For some reason, he still believed that she would be an indispensable force in this battle, or even decide the outcome. Moreover, if she really knew what fear was, that would be great. Demon folk were twisted and twisted, but most of them did not have the right to be called the enemy of Buddha. Anyone with an ounce of intelligence would know that Buddhas could not be defeated. Even now, he still felt pained. One will, your cultivation in Buddhism is clearly limitless, so why do you have to become the enemy of Buddha? At this moment, a colossal shadow rose up, enveloping the glaring guardian king that the 4 monk kings controlled together. After the demon qi on the battle demon Hun reached the limit, it turned into a vicious battle demon over 3,000 meters tall behind him. This method of gathering the power of the masses was nothing special. Li Qingshan had seen the disciples of the school of the military use it before, and the ghouls of the hungry ghost realm had used it before. However, when the battle demon Hun used it now, it possessed a completely different, terrifying might. It was unstoppable and overwhelmed everything. This world has become a part of the demon domain. This is an irreversible trend. Do you really think you can stop it with just the likes of you? The battle demon Hun and the 3,000-meter-tall battle demon spoke at the same time. Their voices overlapped and echoed through the surroundings. Towards the end, he suddenly swung his sword horizontally, and the battle demon behind him also swung a 3,000-meter-long demonic sword. A circular sword chi swept through 100 kilometers, actually cutting the Scarlet Dragon King in half. Everyone watched helplessly as the most powerful weapon of war in the 9 provinces fell from the sky. This sight was basically enough to drive them into despair. Under the blue sky, white meteorites pierced through the sea of clouds and gradually accelerated. Their friction with the air generated heat, dragging pale yellow tails behind them as they hit the endless sea of insects. 33 consecutive explosions sounded, and each explosion caused a large part of the sea of insects to collapse. They were all aimed at the weak points of the entire swarm. Yu Wuyang and the others still didn't know what was happening, but North Moon's clone heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, the Flying Locust King was startled. It had a very uneasy feeling. In the deep crater, a sharp and ferocious bone claw suddenly stretched out. A skeleton demon stood up, its skull burning with the samadhi flame of white bone, ready to jump out. It opened its mouth and let out a soundless roar. Invisible waves swept across the ground, overlapping and resonating with each other. 33 skeleton demons formed the skeleton demon formation. At the same time, they opened their mouths and spat out the samadhi white bone fire, sweeping through the sea of insects. Shao and samadhi flames of white bone were most suited to dealing with these individually weak opponents with large numbers. Even if each flying locust was strengthened by demon chi, they would not be able to resist the samadhi flames of white bone. There was no interference from demonic chi here either. In the blink of an eye, flames rose everywhere in the sea of insects, reflecting in the compound eyes of the Flying Locust King. It couldn't help but be shocked and angry. It flew down and grabbed the head of a skeleton demon. Bang! Half of the skeleton demon's body was buried in the ground. Its body was plated with a layer of pale golden Buddha light, resisting the Flying Locust King's demonic chi. Bang! The Flying Locust King struck again. The skull of the skeleton demon cracked, and sparks flew out. Bang! Until the third strike, the skull of the skeleton demon exploded. The samadhi white bone fire exploded, sweeping everywhere and igniting a large area of the sea of insects. The Flying Locust King was extremely fast. It only took a breath's time to destroy a powerful skeleton demon. However, there were 33 skeleton demons here. Gu Yenying and the others wouldn't sit and watch it do whatever it wanted. They all attacked together. The Flying Locust King wasn't afraid of being attacked. However, the speed of the fire was astonishing. It was like 33 sparks falling into a pot of oil. Before he could react, the sea of insects had already turned into a sea of fire. Although the samadhi flame of white bone did not have the power of the Buddha slaying sword that extended to the main body, the destruction of so many clones in an instant caused the Flying Locust King's chi and blood to churn and his mind to surge. He disregarded everything and broke through the encirclement. Xiaochen shattered another 3 skeleton demons in a row. However, he could not stop the fire from spreading. The insect swarm that had accumulated for many years was burned to ashes. 1,000 years of resentment had vanished in an instant. No! He let out a hysterical roar. Without the swarm of insects causing trouble, the Ascension Heavenly Tribulation immediately stabilized. The Golden Cicada Spirit King took advantage of the great tribulation of heaven and earth to free his body from the cicada slough. His body also grew, from a baby to a child, and then to a young man. He was handsome, intelligent, and clear. His eyes were black and bright. If it weren't for the pair of wrinkled cicada wings on his back, he would look no different from a human monk who had attained the Tao. It was as if the eggs had been waiting in the dark underground for many years, just for the pleasure of breaking through the soil layer, breaking free from the shackles, and spreading their wings to soar into the sky. Everyone could feel that his aura was undergoing a qualitative change. He was already at the last moment of the heavenly tribulation. Don't even think about it. The Flying Locust King urged the remaining Flying Locust Demon generals. They recklessly rushed toward the heavenly tribulation. Whoosh! 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 The skeleton demons turned into pure white skull prayer beads again. They shuttled back and forth, killing all the remaining Flying Locust Demon generals. Then, they turned into skulls, further tightening the formation. They cackled and surrounded the Flying Locust King. Little and threw the whole string of skull prayer beads here not only to help the Golden Cicada Spirit King ascend, but also to get rid of the Flying Locust King once and for all. The change was so fast that it was like a flowing river. It was agile and smooth, and the whole situation was reversed in an instant. Yu Wuyang and Jin Fugue looked at each other. They almost couldn't completely understand what was going on. Of course, they also recognized that this was the trick of the Princess Xianxia. The battle on the Great Buddha Mountain had already shocked them. They didn't expect that she hadn't displayed her full strength yet. It was indeed true that the Xianing sect was destroyed by her alone. Come to think of it, since ancient times, those who were worthy of being called the enemy of Buddha were all peerless masters. Just now, the few people who were bullied by the Flying Locust King took advantage of the situation and surrounded them. They wanted to kill this locust plague that stretched across the Qingzhou and avenge billions of lives. Every time the skulls rotated, the skeleton demon formation would shrink. No one was in a hurry to attack. Instead, they each guarded one side and blocked any possible loopholes. They slowly approached the Flying Locust King to prevent him from fighting to the death. The Flying Locust King, who was in a desperate situation, seemed to be stunned. He ignored everything around him and looked up at the sky. His eyes were bloodshot and the corners of his eyes were cracked. 2 streaks of blood flowed down his cheeks. He let out a hysterical roar, "Golden Cicada!" The wind howled and wailed, as if it was formed by resentment. It blew across the land and into the sky. It was anger and hatred that could never be relieved. The Golden Cicada Spirit King looked back and seemed to sigh, recalling those years in the past. A cicada that was attracted by spiritual energy and refused to crawl out of the ground. A flying locust that was unwilling to die with the autumn wind like billions of its kind. They met in the same spirit vein and endured countless seasons, opening up a ray of light in the darkness. They were insects, ignorant insects, fragile and short-lived insects. The probability of standing out from the rest of their kind and turning into monsters was so low that it was not worth mentioning. But in the trillions of choices made by the heavens, they became friends and witnessed each other's lives. You country bumpkin, do you know the joy of flying in the sky? When I become a demon king, I will be called the Flying Locust King. One day, I will also be able to fly. But before that, I still need to endure. Endure what? I will take you flying now. Don't, stop, it's too high. That damn baldy, it hurts so much. That's a monk. What monk? I will eat any baldy I see in the future. I won't let any of them go. Don't move, I will heal you. Hee hee, I have turned into a human. It will not be easy to discover when I eat people. If you don't eat people, those monks won't chase after you. Is there something wrong with your brain? What do you eat if not people? How can you become a demon general just by drinking tree sap? Besides, don't you think humans taste better? Whatever, don't blame me if you die. Sigh, we almost got wiped out this time. The Qingchu's residence is really not easy to deal with. Good thing you reminded me. Stop. If you continue like this, you will be killed. Humph, how can they kill me, the Flying Locust King? Besides, you helped me, didn't you? Those monks will never guess your identity. Alright, stop pulling a long face. When you get the chant of Devanaga and I get my revenge, let's ascend together. Topple the demon suppression hall. What a great idea. Let's make a scene. The Golden Cicada Spirit King suddenly woke up and turned to look in the direction of Great Buddha Mountain. Although he could not see the soaring demonic chi, he could clearly feel the collapse of the void and the surging of the devil's den, and it was getting clearer and clearer. Li Qingshan said, "Little and I will take care of the matter of the devil's den, don't worry and go." The Golden Cicada Spirit King nodded slightly and gently took off his clothes. This is my gift. The tribulation clouds that filled the sky gradually retracted, and the howling tribulation lightning also slowly disappeared. He stretched out his slightly wrinkled cicada wings and looked up at the sky again. This moment, this was what he had been looking forward to for 10,000 years. However, at the last moment, he felt an increasingly intense pain somewhere in his heart. It was like a deeply buried thorn that he thought would melt with the flow of time, but it never disappeared because he had gotten used to the pain. Unexpectedly, it pierced his heart once again, causing blood to flow. His expression kept changing. Sometimes he felt pity, and sometimes he was at a loss. The tribulation lightning that did not pose much of a threat suddenly became more terrifying than ever. The roar of thunder penetrated his sea of consciousness, and he felt as if his body and mind were about to be torn apart. Little An saw this scene through the eyes of the skeleton demon and seemed to understand something. He looked at the trapped soaring locust king. Golden cicada. With a wild roar, the soaring locust king rushed toward the tribulation lightning without a care. Everyone attacked together. Strong winds, black sand, long spears like dragons, and North Moon's doppelganger, not allowing him to escape. The soaring locust king did not dodge, and took all the attacks head-on. There was only one thought in his mind. The skeleton demon formation spun and closed. The soaring locust king could not help but feel despair, but he still flapped his wings with all his strength. He flew toward the golden cicada spirit king. The skeleton demon in front of him suddenly moved to the side. The soaring locust king immediately rushed out of the encirclement and flew into the sky. Little Anne. Li Qingshan was a little puzzled, but he believed that she had her reasons for doing so. The golden cicada spirit king looked at the soaring locust king flying toward him. He did not panic or fear, but instead showed a look of relief. His expression calmed down, and the roar of thunder faded into the distance. Die. The soaring locust king used all his strength. A claw grabbed the chest of the golden cicada spirit king. He'd completely disregarded the fact that he would be swallowed by the tribulation lightning. Or perhaps, it could be said that this was his objective, and he wouldn't hesitate even if he had to perish together with Xianxia. The golden cicada spirit king looked deeply into the eyes of the flying locust king. There was a natural cruelty in those cold compound eyes. Hysterical hatred. There was also a deep pain. They had known each other for tens of thousands of years, but she had never seen him in such pain, even though he had been chased to the brink of death many times. He was always ready to take revenge. And under the manic appearance, he was actually very smart, even smarter than the insect species, even smarter than Gu Shijiu himself. He would never delay his cultivation because of things like revenge, and he wouldn't even put it in his heart. He would take any disaster as a matter of course. Eating humans was a matter of course, and being hunted down by humans was also a matter of course. In the end, it was just a matter of who was stronger. However, this act of vengeance had broken through this principle. It was not for the sake of cultivation, nor was it for the sake of satisfying one's appetite. It was all for the sake of vengeance. It was as if they were venting their anger and killing without restraint, all for the sake of letting him see it. I understand, from the beginning to the end, the only one you hate is me. That betrayal was undoubtedly a blood feud that the flying locust king would never forget, and it was also a knot in his heart that he could not let go of for thousands of years. He kept thinking, was there a better way to solve it? From the very beginning, he had done something wrong. Was it to deliver all living beings from suffering? Was it to be compassionate? Was it to eliminate evil and defend justice? Was it to punish evil and promote good? Or was it to betray friendship because of selfishness? To defeat trust with deception? To defeat kindness with malice? To bury himself deep in the magma lake, it was not just for the sake of cultivation. Helicoverpa could be considered to have a vicious nature, and he had been hiding in the underground magma, but he had been allowing her to do whatever she wanted, just to find an answer. However, until now, there was no answer. He could not satisfy both sides. But at least, he could still bear it. So when the sharp claws attacked, he did not counterattack, nor did he put on a defensive posture. Instead, he opened his arms and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." In the next moment, the sharp claws pierced through his chest, golden blood splattered. The flying locust king gritted his teeth and said in a hoarse voice, "Golden cicada, it's too late." The tribulation lightning became more ferocious once again, wrapping their figures in the lightning, making them blurry. "I know." The golden cicada spirit king murmured. "You're always so hesitant, so indecisive. Since you've made up your mind to betray, you should have killed me directly. You wouldn't have ended up like this today," the flying locust king said fiercely. "I can't," the golden cicada spirit king said. "But you've already killed me," the flying locust king shouted. Although the tribulation thunder had reached its end, because of the flying locust king's intrusion, its power had reached an unbelievable level. The battle demon image behind him quickly faded, and then even his body began to disintegrate. The skeletal demons were eyeing him like tigers watching their prey. Even if he immediately escaped from the tribulation thunder, he would not be able to escape with his heavy injuries, and he had no intention of escaping. The golden cicada spirit king was speechless. He lowered his head. "I'm also at fault. I know that you're weak, stupid, and easily bewitched. I shouldn't have let you go to the bald monk monastery." The flying locust king suddenly noticed the translucent cicada wings behind the golden cicada spirit king. The madness and hatred on his face faded, and he seemed a little regretful. "Sigh, we're all going to die, and you're still saying such things." The golden cicada spirit king sighed, but his mood was strangely relaxed, as if he had returned to a long time ago. The thorn in his heart had disappeared. As an ignorant insect species, a fragile insect species, he had no complaints about such a life. "Die? I haven't forgiven you yet. I want you to regret it forever." The flying locust king slowly pulled out his sharp claws, and punched the golden cicada spirit king in the face. Xianxia caught the golden cicada shell that fell from the sky. It was as light as a feather in his hand, but it felt indestructible. He gazed at the sky again, but he never expected the outcome to be like this. The two demon kings had died together. Gu Yanning glanced at the skeleton demon. With that, she would not have to take any risks or suffer any losses, and she would be able to kill the soaring locust king. Yet, no one could find fault with this. Even the golden cicada spirit king himself accepted this result. This scheme was really hard to predict, and it was hard to say if it was mercy or cruelty. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. In the dazzling lightning, the flying locust king and the golden cicada spirit king suddenly separated. Xianxia thought that the flying locust king had gotten his revenge and was ready to escape, but he saw the flying locust king turn into a locust and fly against the lightning. Its huge body almost cut off the lightning, but it accelerated the speed of its body breaking. The golden cicada spirit king fell down, his eyes widened, and saw the flying locust king gradually breaking in the lightning. "No." He immediately spread his wings and flew into the sky. Boom! A loud sound drowned out the thunder, and the flying locust king's body suddenly broke into pieces. The dazzling light lit up the heaven and earth, even more dazzling than the lightning. The surging airwaves slammed the golden cicada spirit king heavily onto the ground. It was as if the heavens had poured out its last anger, and the calamity clouds finally dissipated. Rays of sunlight passed through the gaps between the clouds and shone on the earth. Ding! The ethereal sound of the bell rang out, and all fell silent. It was as if all sound had been sucked away by the sound of the bell. It was deathly silence and speechlessness. Clang! The bell shook again, and the ethereal sound was immediately shattered. It became extremely chaotic and noisy. The demon folk army became restless. The bell did not seem to ring out from their ears, but from their hearts. The unquenchable and unforgettable regret, anger, disappointment, loneliness, and fear. All of them started to whisper, and along with the sound of the bell, the whispers grew louder and louder, roaring, and arguing without end. This was the confusion and noise of life. Between life and death was great terror and great confusion. This was the chaotic soul. As Little and urged on the chaotic soul bell, she chanted softly. It was both an indistinct dragon's roar and a solemn order, combining with the sound of the bell and becoming even more chaotic. Her silence just now was not only to control the skull prayer beads to deal with the battle in the distance, but also to balance the Buddha and the demon, pushing the power of the chaotic soul bell to the limit. Most of the demon domain army were regular demon folk, so they immediately fell into chaos and began killing one another. Even the demon generals became agitated. They were tempted to go on a killing spree. The demon commanders still maintained their rationality, but they could not maintain their footing at all. The demon kings were unaffected, but they did not have the authority to command the army at all. This belonged to the Dumohan army. With the army in chaos, they immediately lost their unity. The 3,000-meter-tall Dumohan immediately blurred. The Dumohan's expression changed, and his killing intent immediately rose. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. This was basically a weapon of mass destruction. Sure enough, little and was the most reliable. The 3,000-meter-tall sword that had cut through the Scarlet Dragon King swept through the sky, surging with demon chi as it swung towards Little and in the sky. Little and ignored it. She did not move at all, focusing on powering the chaotic soul bell. Her white lunar monk robes drifted in the wind. A blood-red moon rose into the sky. Li Qingshan cut through the 3,000-meter-tall sword in a single stroke and stood in front of Little An. He pointed his blade at the Dumohan. "Your enemy is me." The Dumohan suddenly bellowed out. The 1,000-foot-tall war demon behind him also opened his arms wide. He let out a terrifying battle roar, which immediately drowned out the sound of the bell. The demon folk all roused from their chaos. Clear River Prefecture. The devastated land was bathed in the sunlight, and it was dyed with a layer of warmth. The golden cicada spirit king looked up at the sky in a daze. The cicada wings on her back rippled with a beautiful flowing light. Li Qingshan was also in a daze. Did this mean that he had failed the tribulation? After all, if he succeeded in transcending the tribulation, this world would not be able to accommodate him. Since he did not succeed in ascending, it meant that he had failed. However, such a situation was far too rare. Overcoming a tribulation was often a battle of life and death. If one succeeded, they would be able to ascend a level higher, but if they failed, their souls would be dispersed and they would not even have a corpse left. Generally, only one heavenly tribulation would have a chance of surviving despite failing to transcend the tribulation. Moreover, the possibility was very small. The serious injuries they suffered would often sever their path of cultivation. He had never heard of anyone surviving the Ascension heavenly tribulation. However, the golden cicada spirit king's cultivation had clearly increased, only half a step away from ascending. Not only was he unharmed, but he even benefited from it, which was unbelievable. However, Gu Yening could vaguely guess the reason behind this. The heavenly tribulation was already close to its end, and the soaring locust king had thrown countless clones that possessed his aura into the lightning earlier. In the end, his original body died to the lightning too. Coupled with his personal strength that was extremely close to undergoing the tribulation, the heavenly tribulation concluded that the person undergoing the tribulation was already dead. There were far too many insignificant, fortuitous encounters and rare coincidences involved, which was why this was the case. She could not help but sigh. The soaring locust king had wholeheartedly tried to stop the golden cicada spirit king from undergoing the tribulation, and he had put in tremendous effort, only to bear the horrific price of failing the tribulation for the golden cicada spirit king in the end. Jing Fugui and Yu Wuyang both let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, they had finally dealt with a great problem for the Green Province. This was their responsibility as the Golden Hawk commander and the great general king. Suddenly, he remembered what the soaring locust king had shown him in the beginning and asked Li Qingshan in a hurry, "How's the Chan monastery of Devanaga?" "The demon suppression hall has been destroyed, and the demon cavern has already opened. The demon domain has launched a large-scale attack. An army of 1,000,000 has already killed their way over. I'm going back right now to provide support. If you're interested, you can go take a look with me." Li Qingshan glanced at the golden cicada spirit king. This piece of news did not faze him at all. He continued to stare at the sky blankly. He felt some pity inside. If he could come and assist them, it would definitely be of great assistance. In terms of cultivation alone, it was very likely for him to be the highest in the 9 provinces, standing between demon kings and demon emperors. However, it was best if he did not disturb him right now. As a result, he extended his hand, and a string of skull prayer beads wrapped around his wrist. He flapped his wings and took off. First father's clone, wait for me. The little phoenix caught up. What do you mean first father's clone? Li Qingshan shot a glance at him. Don't tell me that's not right. Don't follow me. You haven't even gone through 3 heavenly tribulations. Why are you joining in the fun? Go play with your younger sister. Li Qingshan ordered. Although the little phoenix was unwilling, he did not dare to talk back to Li Qingshan, even if it was only first father's clone. He could only turn around and fly away. As the wind blew past his ears, Li Qingshan looked back. Gu Yanning caught up with him and walked beside him. She smiled and said, I can't not join in the fun. Yes, but be careful. This battle is very dangerous. Li Qingshan solemnly reminded her. Even a great cultivator might not be able to protect themselves in such a battle. Thank you for your concern, Gu Yanning said. I was worrying too much. With your ability to sail with the wind and preserve your strength, it would be strange if there was any danger, Li Qingshan said with a smile. Please don't make me sound so bad. In any case, I have helped you a few times. Gu Yanning said. Yes, yes, yes. I will never forget Commander Gu's great kindness. Li Qingshan said with a smile. Suddenly, he felt the skull prayer beads on his wrist tighten. Yes, it was indeed not the time to joke around. Gu Yanning let out a long laugh and sped up, flying off. After hearing Li Qingshan's words, Jing Fugue and Yu Wuyang looked solemn. They looked at each other and felt bitter. It was hard enough to deal with the flying locust king. Now, the locust plague was over and the demon plague was even more ferocious than the locust plague. The Qing province was really full of disasters. If they knew the current situation in Thousand Ghosts Abyss and the approaching army of Yu Kingdom, how would they feel? Are you going? Jing Fugue sighed and asked Yu Wuyang. Yes. Yu Wuyang said decisively. As a descendant of the military school, how could he be afraid of a battle? The Naraka realm is not as fun as the Ashura realm, Jing Fugue said. The position of Golden Eagle commander given to him by Great Xiao was not worth the risk. I didn't ask you to go. Since you are going, how can I not go? Be careful on the way. Take a rest. A smile appeared on Yu Wuyang's stern face. In the blink of an eye, only Helicoverpa Rosa was left. She looked at the golden cicada spirit king and wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she returned to the underground without saying anything. Suddenly, everyone heard the sound of cicadas and looked back. The sound was similar to the chant of Devanaga, but it was completely different. It was more exquisite, like a long song, resounding through the sky and the earth. There was no subtle and profound zen. Only indescribable sorrow. A long song was a cry. The sound of cicadas was getting louder and louder, almost beyond human hearing. The monks of the Chan monastery of Devanaga stood on the top of the mountain and gazed into the distance. Within the surging demon chi, they could only make out a blurry silhouette of Great Buddha Mountain. And, it was enveloped by an even deeper, greater shadow. That was the shadow of the army of 1,000,000 demon folk, which surged towards the green province cauldron in the sky with a roar. At the very front was the towering figure of the war demon, commanding the army of 1,000,000 demons. Even from here, their battle roars could be heard clearly. An ink dragon swam around the demon folk army, moving between the demon kings. Its body had been sliced and ripped apart countless times, even shattering to pieces, but it would reform again and again, except it seemed much weaker. He had already done everything he could to keep the demon kings busy, but there were just far too many demon kings. They all supported one another, making it difficult to kill a single one of them. If it were not for his undying body, he probably would have died here a long time ago. His only hope was above the clouds. Chu Lai King controlled the Green Province cauldron and did everything he could to suppress the surging demon chi. He also sucked Little and into the illusion of the Green Province. Little and shook the Chaos Soul Bell, forcing the War Demon King to use a battle roar to fend off the bell, preventing him from wreaking havoc as he pleased. Li Qingshan swung his demise frenzied blade, constantly attacking the War Demon King and stopping his advance. As for the 4 monk kings, even with the unraging monk using the demon suppression statuary, the demon king still hunted them down everywhere, running into danger time and time again. Even protecting themselves became an issue. As for the Dragon King of the Sea's strength weakened, even more demon kings managed to free up their hands and rush over to support the war demon Hun. They did not attack Li Qingshan. Instead, they circled around to the back and directly attacked Chu Lai King. Once the illusion of the Green Province was destroyed, the power of the demon cavern would no longer be suppressed. Whether it was the demon folk army or the demon kings, they could unleash their full strength. No one could stop them. Li Qingshan's heart sank. No matter how powerful he was, he could not split himself up. He had no time to support Chu Lai King. Chu Lai's expression was solemn as he stood in the center of the Green Province's illusory realm. The illusory realm suddenly became corporeal. Mountains, rivers, grass, trees, and even the demon kings entered. Immediately, lightning flashed, thunder roared, mountains collapsed, and the earth cracked. One of the demon kings suddenly became sluggish, and his expression became distorted. It was as if he was suffering from some illness or had some problems with his cultivation. Coincidentally, a series of lightning bolts struck down, and there was a loud boom. His body was smashed to pieces. The other demon kings didn't dare to be aggressive anymore. They turned around and patrolled the borders of the illusion before slowly advancing. These foreign invaders would be suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth of the world of the 9 states, and the illusion of the green state derived from the green state cauldron was the condensation of the power of the laws. At this moment, it displayed astonishing might, suppressing the attacks of the demon kings like an unbreakable fortress. However, this was one of the few great demon dens in the world. The demonic energy that soared into the skies was enough to easily contaminate an area of 1,000 miles. As the bridgehead for the invasion of the demon region, how could it be so easily suppressed? Boom! The sword and the saber clashed again. Battle Devil Hun roared and swung his sword down. Li Qingshan flew backward, a few strands of his scarlet hair fluttered down. After borrowing the chi of the great army, the Battle Devil Hun's strength had climbed to an unbelievable level. Even more terrifyingly, he could control this power with composure. Both his battle techniques and his battle spirit were flawless. Li Qingshan tried various innate abilities, but he struggled to kill him. Even though he could cause some damage, but... Battle Devil Hun glanced at the sword in his hand. It was covered in nicks and slashes. Dark, demonic light flowed into the sword from his arm, and the nicks and slashes vanished in the blink of an eye as if they were brand new. Li Qingshan, I admit your strength is extraordinary, but it's just a pity that you're too stupid. Stupid? What do you mean? Li Qingshan said. The battle in the Clear River Prefecture had just come to an end, so he was more than happy to stall for time. You've chosen the wrong side. Don't forget that you're a demon. Your battle is meaningless. If this world becomes a demon domain, there will only be benefits for you. With your talent and strength, you can completely join the War Demon clan and become a true war demon. This world is far too weak. It can't even express its will. If you come to my side and fight for the demon domain, you'll understand what heaven's will is. There will be endless benefits. Battle Devil Hun tried to persuade him. He knew that even if he defeated Li Qingshan, it would be very difficult to kill him here. He would become a huge stumbling block. If he could pull him into the demon domain's camp, he would become a great source of assistance. At the same time, there would be even more opportunities to kill him. That does sound very reasonable. Let me consider it. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin as if he was seriously considering switching sides. Oh no, that kid's going to switch sides, said a monk king, but upon further thought, what switch could a demon possibly have? He won't. The unraging monk said firmly. Before he could say anything else, there was a great boom, and the furious guardian king was smashed apart by the combined efforts of the demon kings. In the past, there was a foolish war demon who was bewitched by these bald donkeys here, embarking on the evil path of becoming enemies with the demon domain. If you mend your ways and join the War Demon clan, it'll be quite the story. Battle Devil Hun added. He believed that Li Qingshan would make the right choice. Whenever the demon domain invaded, there would always be a lack of guides like him. I wonder what kind of position I'll receive if I join your side? Li Qingshan asked. In the vanguard, you'll be second only to me, said Battle Devil Hun. However, he was the only one who could control the army, so there was no difference. That doesn't sound very tempting. Li Qingshan shook his head. Although Xianxia had also said he was second only to me, his status was nowhere near as great as Battle Devil Hun's. He smiled. What if I want to replace you? You. Killing intent flashed across Battle Devil Hun's face. Alright, very well. You're still trying to buy time when you've already come this far? But I'm the same. You'll definitely lose this battle. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to raise your head and take a look. In an instant, the illusion of Qing province was gradually infected by the demonic qi. In the illusion, an oriole was chirping on a branch. Its feathers suddenly turned pitch black, and its body twisted and expanded. It let out a mournful cry that was no longer pleasing to the ears. The other mountains, vegetation, flowers, birds, fishes, and insects all began to demonify. The demon kings approached the green province cauldron closer and closer. The black scar that represented the demon cauldron on the cauldron grew larger, and vein-like patterns spread out. The demon folk army had already reached the city walls. Although they had been disturbed by the bell and slowed down drastically, they still approached the illusion of the green province. As long as they surged forward, Li Qingshan would never be able to stop them, and the illusion of the green province would not be able to suppress them either. This battle would be considered a defeat. The Dauntless Monk and the Dauntless Monk flew several hundred kilometers away from Great Buddha Mountain before breaking free from the pursuit of a few demon kings. They were both exhausted and covered in wounds. The other two monk kings were already dead. They had blown up their sariras to stop the advance of the demon folk army, creating a chance for them to survive. However, within the surging demon qi, even the light from their explosion seemed so feeble. They looked at Great Buddha Mountain reluctantly. Don't tell me we've really lost? Li Qingshan was completely unworried. He yawned and stretched. You'll definitely lose this battle. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to listen carefully. The golden star on the horizon lit up before turning into a golden streak that tore through the sky. What's that? It's so fast. The unraging monk and the dauntless monk were surprised. They had never seen such a swift streak of light in their lives. What was even stranger was that the golden light was vaguely similar to the Buddhist light. Had other Buddhist cultivators come to reinforce them? In the next moment, they also heard cicadas. They looked at one another. Don't tell me. The Golden Cicada Spirit King. The first to mention this name was actually the war demon Hun, which demonstrated just how deep his understanding of the 9 provinces was. His expression was rather stern, but he said in disdain, "What a joke. Do you really think you can turn defeat into victory just by being a mere demon king? You'll know once you try." Li Qingshan said. The golden light paused and stopped above Great Buddha Mountain. The golden eyes gazed down at the mountain, but they did not spread their wings or fly into the sky. Only the cicadas' cries grew louder and louder, almost shrill. The war demon's roar suddenly stopped. The cicada's cries seemed tangible, pouring into his mouth and blocking all other sounds. His body glowed with golden light. The bell immediately grew clear again. For a moment, the demonic army fell into chaos. They began killing one another again. Blood flowed like rivers, raining down from the sky. The gigantic war demon shuddered and immediately blurred, collapsing even faster within the cicada's cries. Attack! Anyone who hesitates will be executed without mercy. The war demon Hun ordered. The demon kings ignored the power of the laws of the world and charged towards the green province cauldron as hard as they could despite the lightning, thunder, hail, and rain. The green province cauldron became more and more contaminated by the demon qi. It could no longer suppress the surging demon qi anymore. Instead, it was pushed upwards. Even Chu Lai King could not hold on any longer. There was a flash of golden light. A handsome, young monk descended from above, standing on the green province cauldron. His kasaya fluttered in the wind, giving off an air of nobility that surpassed the green province. He brought his palms together and chanted, "Ba." His clear voice turned into a ring of golden light and swept out. The dozen or so demon kings were all sent flying, even suppressing the demon qi's contamination. The cicada's cries never stopped. The war demon Hun also charged over with the other demon kings, his horse galloping. Unstoppable. Li Qingshan stood with his saber horizontally. He could not let them step into the illusion of Qingzhou. Although the Golden Cicada Spirit King's current realm was high, he had already consumed a lot of power when he was going through the tribulation just now. It was impossible for him to compete with so many demon kings in terms of energy consumption. Suddenly, a black figure floated beside him and formed a human figure. He stood beside Li Qingshan with his sword in hand. Li Qingshan gave him a sidelong glance. "Are you all right?" He didn't expect the Dragon King of the Sea to answer, but to his surprise, the Dragon King of the Sea said, "Very well." "That's good." Li Qingshan laughed. The two demon monarchs raised their sabers and swords at the same time, facing the demons. Earth Force Field. Li Qingshan's eyes were bright and dark, with himself as the center. The surrounding force field kept changing, contracting, and expanding, causing the demon kings to move forward and backward involuntarily. Although they couldn't focus their power on a single demon king to completely control their movements, they were able to instantly tear apart the encirclement. This caused a subtle time difference in the joint attack. The fastest was still Battle Devil Hun. His legs had already disappeared. He faintly merged with the demon horse beneath him. Man and horse as one, he slashed with his sword. Die. At this moment, if Li Qingshan gave up on controlling the force field and allowed the demon kings to display their advantage in numbers, victory would be decided in an instant. But if he didn't care about it, the power of this sword would definitely not be able to withstand it head-on. The black shadow floated over. Mo Wuhan turned his body and waved his sword to meet the Battle Devil Hun. That 3 feet green sword seemed so weak compared to the huge sword, but at the moment when the two swords collided, the black color spread out, following the huge sword to the Battle Devil Hun, pulling him into the painting. This was the Dragon King of the Sea's ultimate skill, Thousand Autumns painting. The reaction of the demon kings was also extremely fast. At the moment when they were disturbed by the Earth's force field, they displayed their strongest ultimate skills. Hundreds of eyes split open on their bodies, or condensed dark purple light balls between the 3 sharp horns on the top of their heads, and so on. The terrifying demonic light that was enough to destroy a mountain pounced over like a landslide or a tsunami. The Dragon King of the Sea dragged Battle Devil Hun into the painting. Although he had the absolute advantage, he couldn't move freely anymore. And even if he could move, the Qingzhou cauldron couldn't. Chu Lai King had obviously reached his limit. Little and focused on activating the Chaos Soul Bell, while the Golden Cicada Spirit King used the cicadas chirping to suppress the Battle Devil Hun while dealing with more than 10 demon kings. It was already very difficult. If there were more than 10 demon kings, the illusion of Qingzhou would definitely be broken. After the demon kings were demonized, although they didn't look like humans and looked more like demons, but in terms of scheming and craftiness, they were even stronger than ordinary human cultivators. This joint attack was determined to succeed. If anyone dared to block it, they would be annihilated in the face of this overwhelming power, regardless of whether they had bones of steel or a painting of 1,000 years. The Earth's force field had a strong effect on any physical object. However, the effect was not so obvious on light waves and airflow. However, Li Qingshan had always been very comprehensive. He stood guard in front of the illusion of the Green Province without taking a single step back. His eyes suddenly became calm, as deep as the ocean. The terrifying demonic light was reflected in them. He spread his arms, and a smooth mirror surface unfurled before him. Last radiance of the setting sun. However, the terrifying demonic light bombarded the mirror, causing it to distort and cave in. It couldn't withstand such a fierce attack and started to crack. Li Qingshan frowned and struck out with his palm. Return. Boom. With a loud bang, the mirror shattered and the demonic light exploded. The airwave swept out for thousands of miles and cleared the heaven and earth. The surging demon chi was suppressed, and most of the mountain peak of Great Buddha Mountain was devoured by the demonic light. The Green Province cauldron was knocked high into the air by the shockwave. At least it was not directly attacked, so the illusion of the Green Province could be maintained. The painting shattered, and the war demon broke free. His body had already completely merged with the warhorse. He swung his sword and charged over without the slightest hesitation. Half of Li Qingshan's bones were exposed. He swung his blade and cut through the demonic light. Again. The cries of cicadas, the chimes of bells, battle cries, roars. All sorts of sounds gathered together and merged together, shaking up the surroundings. Buddhist light, demon chi, blade aura, sword light. All sorts of colors crisscrossed, flickering as they collided and dissolved. This was the collision of two worlds, but under the swaying of the chaotic soul bell, the demon folk army was on the brink of collapse very soon. The chaotic soul bell was originally more suited for dealing with ghouls. They were either walking corpses or possessed no bodies, so it was easy for them to fall into chaos. If it were used against regular cultivators, the effects would be drastically reduced. However, the twisted and absurd way of thinking that demon folk were born with made their very nature twisted and chaotic, which was why they were able to achieve something like this. Little and tried fusing the Buddhist supreme technique, the chant of Devanaga, into the chimes to further restrain himself. The first to collapse was the war demon over 3,000 meters tall. As the demon folk army descended into a chaotic battle, it was no longer able to maintain its body, collapsing into surging demon chi. The cries of cicadas suddenly became louder and louder. A strand of coiling golden light seeped out of the surging demon chi like a soaring dragon or snake. It turned into over a dozen strands of golden light and pierced through the demons. Even the demon kings could not respond in time. They all shuddered and were immobilized. How could Xianxia let go of such a good opportunity? The tiger stripes on his face spread and formed a king character on his forehead. His hostility soared to the sky as he performed the tiger demon's fury. At the same time, he was still in the state of battle demon's possession and fanatic's end. Break! The demon fighter flew out with a look of disbelief as if he had been punched in the face. In a trance, Xianxia's figure disappeared and turned into a tiger demon with a blade in its mouth. He drew a red light and in the next moment, he returned to his human form. He had already retracted his magical power. His bones were full of cracks and his body was on the verge of collapse. He turned back and grinned, "You've lost." Several demon kings were crushed and killed in one move. No. The demon fighter roared. They had such a great advantage, how could they lose to a few people? However, in the cultivation world, all power belonged to the individual. Quantity had never been able to compete with quality. Xianxia ignored the demon fighter's wails and said to Gu Yenying in the distance, "Are you here to watch the show? Seeing that you guys are united and can cut through metal, I thought I didn't need to do anything. But all right." Gu Yenying rushed to Great Buddha Mountain and had been standing far away. Seeing the Dragon King of the Sea and Xianxia joining forces to fight against the enemy, she couldn't help but sigh and feel gratified. At this moment, he opened his jade folding fan and waved it from top to bottom, attracting the astral wind from outer space. Then, he waved it from bottom to top, raising the hot wind of hell and blowing it towards the group of demons. The golden cicada spirit king stood on the Qingzhou cauldron with no sadness or joy on his face. The invisible sound was like a golden light shuttling back and forth. Wherever it went, the demon kings trembled. Only a powerful battle demon like the demon fighter could barely resist the invasion of the cicada's sound. The wind whistled and the cicada's loud and clear sound. The situation was gradually reversed. Xianxia felt the blazing phoenix fire in his heart rapidly healing the injuries on his body. If it was in the past, he could barely make one move by activating the state of triple burst. His body would immediately collapse. However, the fact that he was able to withdraw from this state after such a long and arduous battle was a testament to his strength. His Phoenix Nirvana Sutra was only a hair's breadth away from the 5th level. Once he broke through to the 5th stage of the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, not only would he have another chance to use the Phoenix's Nirvana Sutra, but he would also be able to hold on for a while longer. Instead, he had completely balanced his 4 heavenly fiend god transformation, and his strength would reach a whole new realm. This battle was the key to breaking through. Unknowingly, the ringing gradually faded away. Almost all of the devil army had fallen into a frenzy. More than half of them were dead or injured, and the rest were still killing each other fiercely. Rivers of blood flowed everywhere. If there was no external intervention, it would be impossible for them to regain their consciousness. Little and heaved a sigh of relief and put away the Chaos Soul Bell. With a wave of his left hand, the skull prayer beads spun and formed the skeleton fiend formation, surrounding the Qingzhou cauldron. They blocked the attacks of the demon kings and resisted the invasion of the demonic Qi, protecting the tottering Qingzhou cauldron. With a wave of his right hand, a river of blood surged out from the blood sea banner. It hung upside down and sucked the million demon folk into it. First, it used the dead to fuel the water before devouring the living, growing larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, the river of blood expanded by 100 times, surging like a dragon of blood. Even the demon generals and demon commanders could not escape the fate of being devoured. Then, it soared back and coiled around the green ruins illusory realm, protecting the green province cauldron like a fortress. Little and wrapped his hands around the air and slowly coiled them. The endless sea of blood and the skeleton fiend formation clashed. Only now did the demon kings attacking the Qingzhou cauldron realize the situation. They wanted to charge out, but they discovered that the sky was filled with the color of blood and fire. The devil army of 1,000,000 was stripped of their flesh and blood in the sea of blood, reduced to skeletons. With a series of whooshing sounds, the skull prayer beads surged towards them. The skull prayer beads would turn into skeleton fiends from time to time, cackling as they lunged towards them. This sight was basically like the cycle of reincarnation in hell. It left the demon kings pale in shock. Chu-Lai King gazed at Little An's back. The blood sea banner ruffled, the white monk's robes billowed, and her long hair drifted in the wind. Her figure was not particularly large, but it possessed the supreme dignity of ruling over everything. Suddenly, he felt like it was unreal. "This is my daughter." A strange light flashed through the golden cicada spirit king's eyes too. He doubted whether he had made the right decision in luring her to the Chan monastery of Devanaga. However, he immediately dismissed this thought. He could sense that the Buddhist nature she possessed was not fake. The dauntless monk and the unraging monk watched this unfold. They had no idea what to say. The effects of the bell were powerful, but it was still invisible after all. It did not possess such a great impact. Was this the power of the enemy of Buddha? "Senior brother, this enemy of Buddha is probably not something we can deal with, but looking at her words and actions, she doesn't seem like the enemy of Buddha." The unraging monk deliberated over his words. He was open-minded and unconstrained. He would not simply treat her as the enemy of Buddha just because of the path of white bone and great beauty. Whether she's the enemy of Buddha or not has nothing to do with us anymore. Even if the imperial advisor of the left comes in person, what can we do? The dauntless monk shook his head helplessly. Coupled with the extremely viciously Qing Shan, who could still deal with her? Who would still be bold enough to deal with her? Buddhism was particular about fearless sacrifice, but that was not just throwing away one's life for nothing. And, just like what the unraging monk had said, she was not like the soaring locust king, massacring the masses and massacring them. In the blink of an eye, the tables were turned. The demon kings were cut down one by one, turning into a part of the boundless sea of blood. Little Anne gave up on her control over the skull prayer beads, allowing them to attack freely as skeleton fiends. She gripped the blood sea banner with both hands and leapt up, swinging it hard. A fan-shaped streak of blood-red light swept through the sky, and the two demon kings vanished. The blood sea banner danced about in her hand. Streaks of blood-red light swept through the sky, and the demon kings fell into the blood sea banner one by one, struggling and tossing about in the blood sea banner. The sticky blood stuck to their bodies firmly, spreading throughout their entire bodies. If they wanted to break free, they would have to contend against the entire sea of blood. Skeletons of various sizes crawled all over their colossal bodies after demonification, nibbling away at them bit by bit like ants swallowing elephants. The blood sea banner's effects had always been extremely limited. Although it could create a space of its own, the first thing she needed to do after obtaining resources was to increase her cultivation, then refine the Buddha-slaying sword, and then the skull prayer beads. The resources given to the blood sea banner were negligible, so it was unable to unleash much of its effects. However, after devouring an army of 1,000,000 demons, the blood sea banner's power reached an unprecedented level. It demonstrated the terrifying might of the boundless sea of blood, the shore of which there is no turning back. Under the support of the golden cicada spirit king and Gu Yenying, Li Qingshan and the dragon king of the sea had slain over a dozen demon kings consecutively. The war devil Hun had basically become all alone, no longer as mighty as when he first arrived. Right now, whether or not he could break free had even become a problem. Why is it like this? The war devil Hun was filled with reluctance. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in his ear. Do you want to win? Who are you? Come, refine me. Kill them all. A strange, twisted sword shot out of thin air, appearing before the war devil Hun. He grabbed the hilt instinctively. Oh no. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. Originally, he thought the forsaken immortal sword had probably fled to the demon domain after not appearing for so long, but he never expected it to still appear, and at the most critical moment. Chu Lai King and the others who had witnessed the forsaken immortal sword's power all shuddered inside. They experienced an ominous feeling as if a great disaster was about to befall them. In the cultivation community, absolute disparities in strength were often not something numbers could make up for. For example, an army of 1,000,000 demon folk was nothing before little Anne. The forsaken immortal sword's own strength had already surpassed Li Qingshan and the others. If the battle demon Hun was added to the mix, it would probably reach an unimaginable level. Stop him. Li Qingshan lunged over, and little and followed from the left and right. The terminal wildflower blade and the Buddha-slaying sword slashed down at the same time. The edges of the blades revolved with black shockwaves, and the edges shone with golden light. Either one of them could easily kill a demon king. Come, refine me. You'll possess unprecedented power. The forsaken immortal sword's enticing voice echoed through the battle demon Hun's head. The reason why it hadn't made a move and had endured until now was because as a sword, even if it possessed extraordinary strength, it had to bear the innate shackles. It had to be wielded by someone. Regardless of whether it was the sword master or the sword slave, there had to be someone to hold the hilt of the sword. With its own strength, it could reign supreme for a time, but it could not sustain a prolonged battle. Just now, after destroying the demon suppression tower, it had basically used up all the power it had obtained from Elder Tian. If it struck out recklessly, it would be in danger of being captured, which was why it had hidden itself in the demon cavern. It was waiting for an opportunity. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. You want me to be your sword slave? The battle demon Hun was filled with caution. He could sense the abnormality of the sword in his hand. It was definitely not a weapon that a demon king could casually wield. No, no, no. It's just a partnership. If we work together, killing all of these people is nothing difficult. Or do you want to die here for nothing? Do you want to become a great joke, a pitiful failure? The forsaken immortal sword's soul spared no effort in persuading him. It was filled with urgent desire. This fighting devil mix was simply the best choice. His strength was more than a level higher than Elder Tian's, and he could unleash even more of its power. At the same time, he did not have the ability to become the sword master, so he could find an opportunity to turn him into a sword slave during the intense battle. It was not a difficult task. If it was a normal day. No matter what, Battle Devil Hun would not easily refine the abandoned immortal sword. In other words, no demon king would take such a risk. Even if they wanted to refine it, they would have to be fully prepared. No one was willing to become a sword slave and end up being devoured by the sword. However, in the current situation, there was no time for hesitation. The communication was completed in the blink of an eye. As the sword and saber slashed down, he said decisively, "All right." He tossed aside the large sword in his hand, which turned to dust in midair. He gripped the abandoned immortal sword tightly with both hands, and it suddenly gave off a dazzling demonic light. Boom! The terminus frenzied flower blade and the Buddha-slaying sword slashed at the demonic light at the same time. The demonic light suddenly transformed into a sword light that expanded and contracted indefinitely. It was actually able to resist the sharp edge of the blades. It was the forsaken immortal sword light. Hee, your time of death has come. The voices of Battle Devil Hun and the forsaken immortal sword soul overlapped, and the surrounding void distorted and collapsed. Countless tiny cracks appeared. Li Qingshan's expression became increasingly solemn. This meant that Battle Devil Hun's power had already surpassed the limits of what this world could contain. If it were not for the fact that they were above the demon's lair, it would definitely have caused a huge change in the weather. He had only seen such a scene when Xianxia had descended. Little and waved the blood sea banner, sweeping them into the sea of blood. The boundless sea of blood surged, and layers of it piled up to form a semi-sphere that enveloped them in the center. Countless skeletons surged forward, but before they could even approach, they were shattered by the expanding and contracting sword light. Little and did not expect the Blood Sea Banner to be able to deal with Battle Devil Hun. He only hoped that it could slightly delay Battle Devil Hun from refining the abandoned immortal sword. "How is it?" Li Qingshan asked. "It's no good. The Blood Sea Banner can't trap him, and we can't stop him from refining the sword. It won't take long." Before Little and had even finished speaking, the Blood Sea Banner erupted with streaks of light. The sea of blood exploded loudly, and a streak of light rushed out in an unstoppable manner. Once Battle Devil Hun broke free, cutting through the illusion of the green province that was on the brink of collapse would be a piece of cake. Even the Golden Cicada Spirit King would not be able to stop him. Once the illusion of the green province was broken, the demon's lair would no longer be suppressed. Very soon, the region of 500 kilometers would be reduced to demonic soil. Let alone defeating Battle Devil Hun, even breaking free would be difficult. As for the Dragon King of the Sea, Li Qingshan, Little and the Golden Cicada Spirit King, they were still fine. They all had their own methods to protect themselves, but Chu Lai King, the Dauntless Monk, the Unraging Monk, and Gu Yenying would probably die here. Even the monks of the monastery who had yet to make it too far away, or even all the living creatures within a range of 500 kilometers, would fall into the demon's claws. Were the humans and demons of the Green Province still unable to stop the invasion of the demon domain after a bitter battle? If we want to break free, we have to do it now. It'll be too late if we hesitate any longer, said Little and everyone, please back away. I'll deal with him, said the Golden Cicada Spirit King. Fellow Golden Cicada probably isn't this demon's opponent. Li Qingshan was still being polite when he said that. The Golden Cicada Spirit King had just failed his tribulation in the first place. First, the soaring Locust King's claw pierced his heart, and then he went through a great battle. At the same time, he had to help Chu Lai King suppress the demon Qi. He had already reached his limits. It was impossible for him to be Battle Devil Hun and the immortal Forsaken Sword's opponent. There's always a way. The Golden Cicada Spirit King's handsome face was indifferent. Though, we'll probably have to destroy fellow Little and's arcane treasure. Don't tell me you're thinking of. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. The Golden Cicada Spirit King was clearly determined to die, wanting to drag the Battle Devil Hun down with him. Perhaps he had already made up his mind before coming here. Was he going to sacrifice himself for his cause and save the world, or was he going to give an explanation to the soaring Locust King? Perhaps it was both. Looking around, the situation on their side was not optimistic. There was no need to mention Chu Lai King and the others. Though the Dragon King of the Sea had an undying body, his power was also extremely weak. Little and, on the other hand, had conserved most of his power. He was even stronger than when he had first arrived, but it was difficult for him to fight against an opponent whose power far surpassed his. Especially after the Battle Devil Hun had refined the immortal Forsaken Sword, his swordsmanship was so strong that it was impossible for him to be struck by the Buddha-slaying sword. Perhaps only he, who had the last frenzied flower saber, could compete with him. Seeing the sword light and the Blood Sea Banner getting brighter and brighter, this might be the only way. The Golden Cicada Spirit King walked towards the sea of blood. There was no fear of death on his face. There was not even the solemnity of sacrifice. Instead, there was a hint of relief. Wait. A tall figure stopped the Golden Cicada Spirit King. Li Qingshan said, fellow Taoist, you've cultivated so hard. How can you give it up so easily? Everyone, think of a way to suppress the demon's den. I'll be back soon. Saying so, he stepped into the sea of blood, facing the Battle Devil Hun and the immortal Forsaken Sword. Fellow Qingshan. The Golden Cicada Spirit King was mildly surprised. Chu Lai King and the others were stunned as well. Li Qingshan was all alone, so how could he contend against the battle demon spirit that had refined the Forsaken Immortal Sword? Or perhaps, not a single person or demon here could do that. That was basically no different from committing suicide. He has his own confidence. Little and said, but she seemed more like she was comforting herself. There was probably no one in the world who worried about Li Qingshan more than her, but there was also no one who trusted Li Qingshan more than her. She sucked in a gentle breath. Everyone, please suppress the demon cavern quickly. The unraging monk was the first to step forward. He used the demon suppression statuary and lifted a demon suppression tower high into the air. It grew larger and larger until it became like a small mountain, hurling it towards the demon cavern desperately. Stimulated by the demon chi, the demon suppression tower doubled in size again, crushing down viciously. However, compared to the colossal demon cavern, it still seemed much smaller. The golden cicada spirit king brought his palms together and unfurled his cicada wings. He trembled like a golden mist, and the chirping of cicadas rang out once more, spreading out like it was tangible. The dauntless monk, Du Yenying, and even Jin Fu Gui, Yu Wuyang, and the others who had arrived afterwards exerted their strength together, powering the black sand and atmospheric winds to suppress the churning demon chi. Chu Lai King ingested a pill and slowly pushed the Green Province cavern down. But at this moment, the demon chi suddenly surged even more violently, lifting up the Green Province cavern instead. Clearly, a powerful demon folk had taken action in the demon chi on the other side of the demon cavern. Afterwards, battle cries rang out in the demon cavern again. Everyone's expressions changed. Only then did they remember that the army of the demon domain they had annihilated with everything they had was only the vanguard. Now, everyone was utterly exhausted. Even the Green Province cavern was on the verge of collapse from the demon chi. They could not help but feel a hint of despair. How were they supposed to stop them this time? Little An sucked in a deep breath and said loudly, "Your Majesty, you've watched the battle for so long. Can you show yourself?" Chu Lai King's heart shivered. He followed Little An's gaze. At the far end of the world, there was a floating mountain of clouds. Following Little An's voice, the mountain of clouds gradually dispersed, leaving nothing behind. However, the rainbow light in the air quickly twisted and trembled, revealing a shimmering silver dragon king. It was heading straight for Great Buddha Mountain. Everyone was above the demon cavern, where the two worlds intersected. Their senses were heavily affected, and they were focused on fending off the demon folk, so none of them actually sensed it. Chu Lai King felt bitter in his heart. This was really a case of when it rains, it pours. The Green Province was plagued with so many disasters. The long-awaited reinforcements from the Dragon Province never came. Instead, their mortal enemies came. The Silver Dragon King approached, and the King of Southern Yu announced loudly, "Chu Lai King, the Chu Empire's end has arrived." The expressions of the dauntless monk, Yu Wuyang, Jin Fu Gui, and so on changed too. "Your Majesty, assist me in suppressing the demon cavern." Little An did not seem to hear the King of Southern Yu's declaration of war. "What did you say?" The King of Southern Yu was taken aback, but he was also amused. "Fellow Little An, didn't you hear me? I've come to destroy the Chu Empire. Even if I've helped you just now, don't push your luck." If it were not for the fact that he was hiding in the Cloud Mountains and saw the terrifying might of Little An's attacks, he would have directly attacked her and shown her his determination to destroy the Chu Empire. He waved his hand. "Since you've already converted to Buddhism, this has nothing to do with you. You better back off to one side. Father, please pass on the throne to me. Please pass the throne to me." Xiaoan turned to fierce King Chu and said. "All right." Chu Lai King did not hesitate at all. Right now, the only person who could save the Chu Empire was his daughter. As long as he could protect the legacy of his ancestors, it did not matter whether she was the enemy of Buddha or the child of Buddha. From today onwards, Princess Darkmoon shall inherit the position of King Chu. She shall be known as the Dark King of Chu. Dark King of Chu. Little An murmured before saying to the King of Southern Yu, "It has something to do with me now." "You're forcing my hand." The King of Southern Yu frowned. "Have you come this time to take over the Green Province, Your Majesty?" Little An asked. The King of Southern Yu sank into thought. No. The Green Province was much smaller than the Mist Province. Its resources were not as plentiful as the Mist Province either. Even its greatest advantage, its population, had declined drastically after the disaster. However, before this, the King of Southern Yu was still very interested in ruling over the Green Province. Not only was this the ambition of the previous kings, but the population only needed a century to recover. However, after witnessing the sights of the myriad ghosts abyss and Great Buddha Mountain, he had already completely changed his mind. He had to fend off the attacks of the hungry ghost realm and the demon domain at the same time. Only a complete idiot would be interested in ruling over the Green Province. Then you've come to destroy the Chu Empire? Little and asked again. Exactly, said the king of Southern Yu. He had come all the way here not to destroy the Chu Empire. Was he here for a holiday? Alright, then in the name of the king of Chu, I declare that from today onwards, the Chu Empire no longer exists. It has officially been destroyed, said Little Anne. Let alone the king of Southern Yu, even Chu Lai King was stunned. The Chu Empire that had existed for tens of thousands of years had actually been destroyed in the time it took to utter a single sentence? What do you mean by that? The king of Southern Yu asked. Alright, you've already destroyed the Chu Empire. Are you satisfied with this result? Or are you saying you're determined to pull up the weeds by the roots, even killing me, the ruler of a destroyed empire? Little An said. The king of Southern Yu smiled bitterly. You should know that I've never wanted to become enemies with you and Xianxia. I don't agree. Chu Lai King said furiously. The Green Province cauldron trembled. King of Southern Yu, if you want to destroy my Chu Empire, then let's perish together. Humph, it's not like my Yu kingdom will be the first to suffer anyway. The king of Southern Yu obviously would not be threatened like that. Just as they were about to draw their swords, Little An called out, all of you, shut your mouths. Her furious call that contained the chant of Devanaga rang out like a great bell, deafening even the deaf. You two short-sighted fellows. You call yourselves kings in vain. What are you fighting over in the land of the snail's horn? The demon domain and the hungry ghost realm have invaded at the same time. The 9 provinces are on the verge of destruction. Do you want to become ghouls or demon folk? Little and had always been quiet and ethereal. Apart from Li Qingshan, no one had ever seen her angered before. Now that she was furious, the world fell silent. Well said. The golden cicada spirit king praised. Please reconsider, fellow cultivators. Fine then. You're the king of Chu after all. Chu Lai King was helpless. He calmed down his anger and also thought it through. The kingdom of Chu was just a name at the end of the day. As long as the Ji clan was preserved, couldn't they restore the kingdom? The king of Southern Yu also considered Little An's words. Neither the hungry ghost realm nor the demon domain were easy to deal with. When demons and ghouls ran amok, even if the Mist Province wanted to remain safe, it would be impossible. Fine then. I've come to help you suppress the demon cavern. I'm just helping you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Little An bowed and thought to herself, learning how Qingshan speaks from time to time. Seems to be quite useful. She was not actually angry. She was already prepared to leave. Although she was merciful and wanted to suppress the demon cavern and save countless lives, even if the entire 9 provinces were added together, they were not as important as Li Qingshan alone. As soon as Li Qingshan stepped into the sea of blood, flashes of light filled his vision. He instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest, and stabbing pain followed closely. The edge of the sword pierced his arms, and the tip plunged into his chest. His skin turned light green, and the muscles on his arms bulged. He used the strength of the ox demon to block the sword light. You dare to come and die? Battle Devil Hun and the abandoned celestial sword's voice overlapped, their eyes filled with killing intent. Li Qingshan looked at them calmly. Even if you become a slave and lose your sense of self, do you still have to win? Battle Devil Hun's heart trembled. His compatibility with the abandoned celestial sword was disrupted. No one would be willing to become a slave, let alone a sword. Shut up. The sword pierced deeply into Li Qingshan's body. Even the ox demon forges its skin couldn't block it, and cracks appeared on it. As an enemy, you are not worthy of my respect. Li Qingshan grinned, full of contempt. Die. Battle Devil Hun roared, pushing Li Qingshan forward. The abandoned celestial sword's chi exploded, mincing Li Qingshan's organs and crushing his indestructible tiger bones. The sword light flashed, and Li Qingshan passed by. Li Qingshan glanced back, and his body shattered loudly, turning into phoenix flames that filled the sky. With a phoenix cry, the phoenix danced, and the flames retracted, turning back into Li Qingshan's body. A pair of red eyes stared at Battle Devil Hun, as if saying, "It's not over yet." Battle Devil Hun held his sword and stood on his horse, casting aside all other thoughts. In his eyes, there was only Li Qingshan's existence. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill him. "Let's see how many times you can resurrect. Every time you resurrect, I will kill you. Every time you resurrect, I will kill you 10 times, until your soul is destroyed and you are beyond redemption." Nirvana rebirth was a powerful divine ability, but in the face of absolute power, it was just a matter of time. Li Qingshan also understood and smiled. "Don't worry, this is the last time. One more time and he would turn into an egg, which was no different from being killed." This was also the limit of the number of Nirvana rebirths he could achieve as a demon king. Even if he broke through to the 5th layer of the Phoenix realm, it would not increase. This was the true final battle. Then die. Battle Devil Hun waved his sword, the twisting and changing sword aura shot towards Li Qingshan from an unimaginable angle. Clang! Li Qingshan cut through the streak of light with his blade. His mind was as tranquil as the ocean. Only with the divination of the spirit turtle and his instincts for battle did he manage to block the attack. The strange sword chi it contained made his whole body tremble. The next moment, the real sword edge slashed in front of him, almost without any warning. The spirit turtle's profound shell appeared and shattered. Ox demon forges its hide, tear. The edge of the sword collided with the tiger bone, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. Only when the tip of the sword pierced into the tiger's bone did it stop. Boom! Li Qingshan fell into the sea of blood, stirring up huge waves. Battle Devil Hun followed him like a shadow. The sea of blood surged over, shattering when it came within 300 meters of him, spraying blood everywhere. The skulls cackled as they assembled into the skeleton demon formation, attempting to stop Battle Devil Hun. Battle Devil Hun did not even look at them. With a swing of the sword, the 3 skulls blocking his way were split in half silently. They erupted with surging samadhi flames of white bone, illuminating the gloomy sea of blood. Battle Devil Hun charged out of the sea of fire and laughed madly. "What's wrong, Li Qingshan? Is this all you've got? How pitiful." It was no longer possible to tell whether this was Battle Devil Hun's voice or the Forsaken Immortal's voice. He swung his sword high into the air and swung down violently. The deep sea of blood was split in half by the twisting streak of light. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth as he stood within it. He swung his blade again, barely managing to block another attack. A crack appeared on the blade. "No, you're not his opponent." The wild flower sword soul could not help but say. "Are you afraid?" Li Qingshan smiled. "I." The wild flower sword soul was speechless. As an azure divine weapon, it was impossible for her to admit that she was afraid. She knew that as a weapon, she was destined to face such an outcome. But when the day came, she still wanted to continue living. She did not want to accept such a fate. "It's okay, I'm afraid too," Li Qingshan said calmly. He was also afraid of death. Who was not afraid of death? However, this was the path he had chosen, a path that would bet his life on. Even if he was afraid, he would not hesitate. Battle Devil Hun rapidly approached, like a god of death descending. The shadow of death enveloped him. This was the first time he had been so close to death since becoming a monster king. However, his heart blazed with a desire to live. So he flapped his wings and soared into the sky, brandishing his blade as he did his best to meet Battle Devil Hun. Xiaoan was extremely nervous. She desperately powered the Blood Sea Banner and Skull Prayer beads to interfere with the War Demon Hun's movements, but it was basically useless. She forcefully resisted entering the Sea of Blood, as she understood very well that it was impossible for her Buddha-slaying sword to land a hit on the War Demon Hun. Instead, she would be heavily injured by the Forsaken Immortal sword. Li Qingshan would be distracted, which would instead lead to negative effects. She unconsciously bit her lip, not even noticing that blood had seeped out. No, it was not enough. She had to become even stronger. The wild flower sword and the demon sword separated as soon as they came into contact. Li Qingshan was once again sent flying. A terrible wound appeared on his chest, spreading from his left shoulder to his right. It was so deep that bone could be seen. If it were not for the fact that his tiger bones were hard, he would have been cut in half. Before he could recover from his injuries, Battle Devil Hun followed him like a shadow. He was still a hair away from the 5th layer of the Phoenix transformation, but he had no time to consider where this hair was. Roar. A tiger's roar shook the heavens and earth, containing incomparable rage. The Battle Devil banner fluttered against the wind. Blade light flashed. Li Qingshan unleashed his full power and fought with Battle Devil. The blade light and sword shadows blurred their figures. In the end, only the sword wheel and the blade wheel could be seen clashing fiercely. From the sky to the sea of blood, and from the sea of blood to the sky, waves of sharp air currents shattered the sea of blood and tore through the void. Die. 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 Battle Devil Hun roared crazily. His expression was twisted and crazed. He displayed the Forsaken Immortal Sword's eccentric swordsmanship to its fullest. It was unknown how many times stronger he was than Elder Tian. In an instant, the Doomsday Frenzied blade was covered in sword marks. Li Qingshan was also covered in cuts and bruises. Blood splattered everywhere, turning into raging flames. Just maintaining this state of extreme power caused his body and soul to be on the verge of collapse. Death approached step by step. It was as if a dark abyss was dragging him into it, causing him to continuously fall. However, Li Qingshan felt that his heart was getting hotter and hotter. He was deeply rejecting death. The darker the darkness, the brighter the flames. The deeper he fell into the abyss, the more he spread his wings and soared. Die. Battle Devil Hun shouted. The edge of his sword cut through the blade wheel and ruthlessly slashed into Li Qingshan's body. Between life and death. A voice in Li Qingshan's heart became clearer and louder. It turned into a sonorous phoenix cry. Phoenix Nirvana, undying heart. The phoenix's wings suddenly spread out to their limits. The wingspan was astonishingly thousands of feet, and it glowed with a brilliant light. Phoenix transformation, 5th layer. The phoenix's glorious cry rang through the sea of blood, causing the millions of souls to experience a moment of peace as they gazed up at the undying divine bird. A flash of sternness flashed across the Battle Devil's face, which was immediately covered by madness and distortion. He swung his sword and cut through the sea of blood. The phoenix descended from above, pecking at the Battle Devil with its sharp beak. This was the blade in Li Qingshan's hand. The moment the blade and sword collided, dazzling light erupted and space shattered. With a rip, a huge gap appeared in the Blood Sea banner. Under the King of Southern Yu's assistance, everyone worked together to suppress the surging demon chi. The battle cries in the demon cavern grew louder and louder. At this crucial moment, the Battle Devil's appearance made everyone's expressions change. The strange, twisted Forsaken Immortal Sword was enough to instantly nullify all of their efforts. Li Qingshan suddenly tossed something high into the air, and a blood-red swirl blossomed in the air. It was the Azure Field. He flew into it with a beautiful arc of light. The Battle Devil hesitated for a moment. In the past, he definitely would have destroyed Little and the others' plans to suppress the Azure Field first, but now, the Forsaken Immortal Sword's madness had already sunk deep into his heart. His killing intent and hatred towards Li Qingshan occupied his mind, so he charged into the Azure Field right after him. His vision was covered in a layer of blood red. It was different from sinking into the sea of blood. Instead, it was a warrior's song of blood. It called out the primal desire for slaughter in his heart, so his killing intent grew heavier and heavier. Li Qingshan stood with his back to him. The phoenix wings shrunk to normal size, and he exhaled gently. If the Battle Devil did not pursue him, then there would be nothing he could do. Hee, are you finally afraid? Unfortunately, it's already too late. Once I kill you, I'll kill all the people you love and those who love you. You'll understand the consequences of opposing me. The Battle Devil smiled viciously as his killing intent surged. Before he had even attacked, the blood-red swirl in the sky began to spin rapidly, like a single eye watching the battle. Then come. Li Qingshan turned around. The tip of his sword was already several feet away from his nose, and he flapped his wings. He retreated rapidly, but the tip of his sword struggled to cross the several feet. It was so close that it seemed like the distance between them. After cultivating to the 5th layer of the phoenix, his speed was not inferior to the battle devil Hun's. However, this was only the beginning. A revolution was taking place. The tilted scales were slowly recovering their balance. Water and fire, the spirit turtle and phoenix, even the gods and demons. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had already retreated to the edge of the azure field. He could no longer retreat or dodge. The forsaken immortal sword would easily tear the azure field apart. He pressed his fingers together like a sword and pointed at the tip of the sword. Dumohan's sinister smile became even sharper. The sharpness of the abandoned immortal sword was not something that could be blocked by flesh and blood. No matter how many divine arts he had, he would still be pierced by the sword. Xianxia didn't use any divine abilities. A wisp of flame ignited at the tip of his finger, and at the same time, a stream of water flowed out, coiling into the shape of a drill. Battle Devil Hun suddenly felt a strange power coming from the tip of the sword, which disintegrated his sword chi. He was shocked and became even more furious. He used all his strength and thrust his sword forward. Bang! It was as if thousands of fireworks had bloomed at the same time. In the resplendent light, Dumohan flew back 5 kilometers. Xianxia crashed heavily into the invisible barrier behind him. A large crack appeared on the barrier. A drop of blood seeped out of the falling fingertip of his right hand. The sword chi pierced through his heart meridian and headed straight for his heart. "Are you crazy? Use the blade," the wild flower blade soul roared. "You'll shatter if you use it anymore. Take a break. Let me deal with the rest." Xianxia looked at the scarred end of the wild flower blade in his hand. He tossed it casually and it stabbed into a distant mountain peak. "Accept your fate." Dumohan swung his sword and pounced forward. "Fate?" Xianxia smiled. He brought his fists together and chanted, "Ox, Phoenix, Tiger, Tortoise." Every word was incomparably solemn and heavy. It was as if they were separated by a long distance, but they were chanted in an instant. The illusions of Ox Demon, Phoenix, Tiger Demon, and Spirit Tortoise appeared above and below him. They spun rapidly and formed a blurry circle of light. Xianxia felt power he had never felt before fill his body and soul. He had ox horns and ox hooves, phoenix wings and phoenix feathers, tiger teeth and tiger claws, turtle back and turtle eyes. All sorts of transformations gathered on him. In that moment, he was the ox demon and the tiger demon, the spirit turtle and the phoenix. But after balancing out all of his divine and demonic natures, he was still Xianxia. So he stretched out his left hand and the unpredictable blade fell into his hand. Blood splattered everywhere, but he held it tightly. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it into a fist. He punched Dumohan's shocked face. Boom! Dumohan smashed into the ground like a comet. The left side of his face caved in. He was utterly enraged. Xianxia did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he spread his arms and pursed his lips firmly. His muscles bulged, and the ground shook violently. Several hundred boulders flew into the air. As he clenched his fists, they rapidly compressed and condensed into fist-sized pebbles that revolved around him. Under Dumohan's shocked gaze, the entire azure realm shook violently. With Xianxia at the center, wild winds whistled and flames blazed. Water surged into the sky, intertwining around him. They were earth, fire, wind, and water, the 4 origin substances of the world. At that moment, he seemed to dominate this world. "Dumohan, your time of death has come," Xianxia declared. His voice contained the moos of the ox demon, the roar of the tiger demon, the cry of the phoenix, and the silence of the spirit tortoise at the same time. The entire azure realm echoed. "You've only won one move. Do you really think you can win this battle?" Dumohan turned into a streak of light and rushed into the air. Xianxia raised his right arm, and a mountain rose from the ground. With a rumble, the streak of light pierced through the mountain. Xianxia sucked in a deep breath and blew hard. Within the deafening roar of a tiger, wild winds whistled, and the streak of light gradually slowed down. The mountain behind him was blown away by the wild winds, turning into dust. The streak of light paused, and Dumohan's figure appeared again. He was blown away with an expression of disbelief. Li Qingshan flew up and pushed forward with his left hand. 5 sparks surged out from his fingers, turning into huge fireballs. They arced through the air and fell towards Dumohan like meteors. Dumohan galloped madly on his horse, but the meteors chased after him relentlessly. Even he dared not take the scorching heat head-on. He made a few sharp turns, and the 5 fireballs exploded one after another behind him, creating lakes of lava. Impossible. How can his strength increase to such a level in an instant? Dumohan cried out inside. An invisible force pressed down heavily on him, and the ground within a radius of 5 kilometers suddenly sank by several meters. In that instant, firelight illuminated his face, and a sphere formed from earth, fire, wind, and water descended from the sky. He used the Forsaken Immortal sword in a hurry, and his figure blurred, appearing 300 meters away. Boom! The sphere struck the ground, and a wave of earth surged out in all directions, covering a radius of 50 kilometers. Just now, it had calmed down and turned into a ring of mountains. The ground had completely changed. The war devil let out a hysterical roar. Li Qingshan's expression was indifferent. His eyes were filled with the light of divinity and devil. It was as if he had become one with the heaven and earth, bringing with him a lofty aura of the heaven and earth. "There's something strange about this Li Qingshan," said the black warhorse. "I'm afraid it has something to do with this realm. Let's kill our way out. Do you want to swallow the bitter fruit of failure? Do you want to be mocked by the other demon folk? Do you want more power? I just need some sacrifices." The Forsaken Immortal Sword Soul's voice echoed in Battle Devil Hun's mind. "I must win," said Battle Devil Hun while gnashing his teeth. Suddenly, he swung his sword backward. Blood splashed everywhere, and a huge horse head flew into the air. It looked at Battle Devil Hun in shock and anger. "You. In today's battle, there is only victory and no defeat. If you can't win, then only death awaits you." The war demon raised his celestial abandonment sword high up in the air. The twisted sword light swallowed the warhorse impatiently. The horse's head melted in the sword light before it even hit the ground, dyeing the blade with a layer of blood. A new power surged out of his body, and his demonic chi became stronger and stronger. It was able to fight against Li Qingshan in the sky as an equal. Li Qingshan watched indifferently until Dumo's demonic energy swelled to its peak. Only then did he say, "Are you ready? Die." The ground beneath Battle Devil Hun's feet split apart and soared into the sky. Li Qingshan descended from the sky, riding on the sphere formed by earth, fire, wind, and water. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled. 2 silhouettes froze in the sky. There were no divine arts or swordsmanship. There was only the violent collision of primitive forces. The wildly dancing sword wheel and the rings of earth, fire, wind, and water clashed thousands of times in an instant. The airflow and the halo rippled. It caused the entire azure field to tremble. The blood-colored vortex in the sky spun rapidly. Suddenly, a small figure appeared from the depths of the vortex. He was wearing a red tutu and had his hair tied up in a bun. He was holding a slingshot in his hand. He looked like a little boy. Li Qingshan glanced around from the corner of his eye and thought, "Has an Azure king finally appeared? And he seems to be quite strong." Although he looked a little special, in the world of cultivation, appearances meant nothing. War Devil, on the other hand, was extremely fearful. After all, this was Li Qingshan's Azure field. If the Azure king joined the battle, if they came to help Li Qingshan, the situation would become very unfavorable. Sigh, there's no end to the fighting and killing. But this place isn't as weak as I thought. The little boy opened his lifeless, dead fish eyes. He didn't have the usual Azure's enthusiasm for fighting and killing. On the contrary, his interest waned. Not to mention participating in the battle, he didn't even have the interest to watch the battle. He sighed and looked away, making people wonder if he really belonged to the Azure tribe. He pressed his hands against the blood-colored vortex and struggled to free his legs. He descended from the sky, and the aftermath of the fierce battle swept through the Azure field. When it reached his side, it separated into two, unable to touch him at all. Yin Qing hid in the void to avoid the aftershocks of the battle. When she saw the dark sun and moon pattern on the boy's doo-doo, she immediately revealed a look of shock. There's also an Azura sacrificial altar here. The little boy first landed on the Azura sacrificial altar, then flashed to the side of the last flower frenzy saber. He stood on his tiptoes and grabbed the saber handle to pull it out. I think it's called Last Flower Frenzy. Then, he flashed back to the Azura sacrificial altar. This time, the speed he displayed was not any slower than Li Qingshan and War Devil. In fact, he was even more relaxed. He was like a dead fish, lying on the Azura sacrificial altar. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at the blood-colored vortex in the sky. He waved the last flower frenzy saber in his hand a few times, looking extremely bored. Once again, people began to doubt his race. Let go of me. The frenzy saber soul roared, and the saber blade trembled. However, after a bitter battle, it was unable to resist the grip of that small hand. Sigh, I'm hated again. He casually threw the last flower frenzy saber to the side and hugged the slingshot. Little girl, you're still the best. What the hell is this thing? Not good. Li Qingshan's indifferent eyes revealed a look of surprise. He found that the earth, fire, wind, and water around him had a trace of disharmony. His current posture not only came from his own strength, but also from his absolute control over the entire Azura field. In order to maintain this posture, he didn't even dare to use his supernatural powers. However, the appearance of this little boy caused a huge flaw in his control, even though he didn't do anything. How could War Devil let go of such a good opportunity? The edge of his sword cut through the rings of wind, water, and fire, chopping towards Li Qingshan with irresistible force. Li Qingshan waved his arms, and the surrounding stones stopped in front of him. He suddenly pushed with both hands, and the stones shattered into pieces, turning into a sandstorm. War Devil turned into a curved sword light, dodging at high speed, but he was still sucked into the sandstorm. Explosions resounded, and the ground was filled with smoke and dust. It was full of holes. When the smoke and dust dispersed, War Devil's body was badly mutilated. He grinned and said, Li Qingshan, it's over. You can't win against me, you'll never win against me. After saying this, he raised the abandoned immortal sword high up and chopped at the void in front of him, trying to escape from the Azura field. No, kill him first. War Devil's expression changed, and he stopped. You idiot, I'll naturally kill him later. Right now, I need more sacrifices. Kill him. War Devil clenched his teeth, and his expression kept changing. He was arguing loudly with himself, as if he was suffering from schizophrenia. There was a huge difference between man and sword. It wasn't that War Devil was stupid, and he didn't understand the principle of being weak first and then strong later. Just now, in the intense battle, he could feel the will of the abandoned immortal sword's soul seeping into him, trying to enslave him. Just now, it had chosen to escape without his consent. This situation was very dangerous, and it was even worse than fighting with Li Qingshan. If the abandoned immortal sword obtained a large number of sacrifices, it would completely gain the upper hand. Only by fighting with Li Qingshan and continuously exhausting the abandoned immortal sword's power could he maintain the balance and avoid becoming a sword slave. External power really isn't that easy to borrow. Power that I can't control will only enslave me. Li Qingshan thought, but he didn't take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he shouted, Hey, kid, go home. Only by chasing away this strange Azura child could he be confident that he could suppress War Devil in the Azura field. Otherwise, even if he won, it would be meaningless. What does it matter to you? The little boy turned around and lay down on the Azura sacrificial altar. This is my territory. If you don't want to go home, then come help me. Otherwise, if this place is destroyed, you won't be able to stay, Li Qingshan said. You're an Azura? The little boy asked weakly. I will be in the future. Li Qingshan let out a murderous aura. I hate Azuras. The little boy picked his nose. Aren't you an Azura too? Li Qingshan asked. I hate myself too. The little boy changed his finger and continued to pick his nose. Fine, I'm actually a human. I hate humans more. The little boy put the nostril he had just picked up into his mouth and tasted it. Bah. Bah. It's like booger. Ah, I don't have booger. A strand of sword chi rushed into the air. Li Qingshan suddenly looked back, and the streak of light shot through the air, twisting and turning as it shot over. Battle Devil Hun and Celestial Abandoned Sword had reached a temporary agreement. They would kill Li Qingshan first. Li Qingshan frowned. He flapped his phoenix wings and took off into the air, flying towards the horizon and rushing towards the center of the blood-red swirl. He thought, the only thing I can do right now is send him into the Azure realm. Even if the chances aren't great, I can only try. Layers of bloody clouds passed by him. The blood-colored whirlpool was like a funnel hanging upside down in the sky. It was much deeper than it looked. The higher Li Qingshan flew, the narrower the surroundings became. The aura of the Azure realm became stronger, making people's killing intent boil in their hearts. As expected, Battle Devil Hun followed closely behind, constantly closing the distance between them. The whirlpool became narrower and narrower. There was not much room to move up. Li Qingshan turned to face Battle Devil Hun, preparing to use his innate divine ability. In the blood-colored whirlpool above his head, a single eye suddenly appeared. It was 10 miles in radius. The bright red color was like a bloody lake, and the pupil was even redder. Li Qingshan's heart trembled. What was this? Battle Devil Hun also paused and looked towards the sky. If this was not a monster with only one eye, then the figure of the owner of the eye could be imagined. That must be an unimaginably powerful existence in the Azure realm. Even with the invisible barrier of the domain, the gaze cast by the blood-red eyes seemed to have substance, filled with a frenzied murderous hostility, and seemed to be searching for something. How annoying! The little boy lay on the ground again and murmured. Under the gaze of the blood-colored eye, Li Qingshan felt the blood in his body boil. In an instant, the sense of threat it brought him was far greater than Battle Devil Hun's. He punched out almost instinctively. Black shockwaves roared and turned into interweaving cracks that tore the passage between the Azure realm and the Azure realm. It blocked the line of sight of the bloody eye. He still felt a lingering fear. Die. Battle Devil Hun seized the opportunity. The sword light split and turned, filling up the blood-red vortex and swallowing Li Qingshan. Behind him was the shattered void, and there was nowhere for him to retreat. The only thing he could do was to block the sword light. Once he lost the upper hand, he would fall into an extremely dangerous situation. At this time, the little boy bounced up from the Shura sacrificial altar and took out a stone from his waist pocket. He tightened the slingshot in his hand and shot it into the sky. In an instant, his entire aura changed. His decadence and melancholy were swept away, and a black light that could pierce through everything shot out from his eyes, causing the world to darken. That is indeed. Hidden in the void, Yin Qing's vision was also shrouded in darkness. The remaining words were also swallowed up by the darkness. The darkness also covered Li Qingshan and Dumo's astonished expressions. In the deep darkness, it was as if he had experienced an eternity. Or perhaps it only lasted for a moment. When the darkness vanished, Battle Devil Hun's sword-wielding arm suddenly snapped. The severed arm gripped the forsaken immortal sword firmly and continued flying towards Li Qingshan, but it had lost its original power. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. The thing that had snapped Battle Devil Hun's arm was the stone the boy had shot out with the slingshot. It could be regarded as a sneak attack, but how could sneak attacks be so easy at their level of cultivation? Just now, the darkness was extremely strange. It was like a black curtain that had fallen down. Although it lasted for an extremely short period of time, it enveloped and obscured everything, obscuring Battle Devil Hun's senses. This was definitely not something a regular Azura king could use. Just where did this kid come from? He obviously would not miss out on such a great opportunity. With a single thought, he had already burst through the layers of light. He powered the force field of the world and sucked the forsaken immortal sword into his hand. Gripping it firmly, he bellowed out, "Spirit Turtle suppresses the seas." Battle Devil Hun suddenly experienced unprecedented weakness. His severed arm grew back in the blink of an eye, returning to its original state. It was not a particularly severe injury. However, the stone did not just break his arm. His connection with the forsaken immortal sword had been severed too. He gazed down in surprise and fury. The boy had returned to his original appearance, collapsing on the azure altar of armaments. He murmured to himself, "Who told me to hate demon folk the most?" "Thanks." Li Qingshan laughed aloud and thanked him. The forsaken immortal sword in his hand erupted with thousands of streaks of light. He was reluctant to be suppressed and felt like he could not hold on any longer. He sneered, and the muscles on his arm tightened, turning a faint green. He powered the power of tremors at full strength. The forsaken immortal sword trembled violently, producing a series of resonances. Enveloped by the black shockwaves, the dazzling streaks of light constantly shattered. "If you resist again, I'll destroy you," Li Qingshan said sternly. No matter how tough the material the forsaken immortal sword was forged from, it was impossible for it to contend against him now that it had lost its master, sword slave. The power of tremors was extremely destructive to solid objects. It was enough to completely shatter and destroy the forsaken immortal sword after it ran out of power. All right. I can fight for you. I'll acknowledge you as the master of the forsaken immortal sword." "Stop." The soul of the forsaken immortal sword immediately gave in. As a sword, it was not afraid of failure. No matter who obtained it, they would need its power. It was reluctant to destroy it. However, just now, it could clearly sense that Li Qingshan was serious. He was filled with brutal determination. No matter how violently it twisted and twisted, its will to live remained. The battle devil was indeed astonishing. He did not try to take back the forsaken immortal sword. Instead, he attacked the void in front of him with all his might, preparing to escape. After the forsaken immortal sword was taken away, his mind became much clearer. He understood that he had no chance of winning this battle. There was no way he could kill Li Qingshan in his current state. However, this was not entirely a bad thing. At the very least, he had freed himself from the forsaken immortal sword. He did not have to worry about becoming a sword slave again. "Wait until I return to the outside world and meet up with the army. Then, I'll fight him to the death." "Humph, you want to leave?" Li Qingshan flew down. The forsaken immortal sword soul said, "Refine me. You will obtain unprecedented power. Killing trash like this will be as easy as drinking water." "Shut up." Most of Li Qingshan's strength was used to suppress the forsaken immortal sword, to prevent it from suddenly turning against him and fleeing. The power of the Azure field alone was not enough to stop the War Devil Hun from fleeing. Right when the War Devil Hun was about to flee, a bone sword appeared outside the Azure field, stabbing towards the War Devil Hun. The Battle Devil's heart went cold. He felt a sense of danger. The sword was covered in a layer of faint golden light, and it was extremely terrifying. However, Li Qingshan had already arrived. He clenched his teeth and condensed his chi into a sword to deflect the bone sword. Scram! The war demon charged out of the Azure field and brushed past Xiaoan. He felt a slight pain in his waist. He had been cut by the edge of a sword. Such a small wound was not even worth mentioning. Even if the Buddha's light prevented the wound from healing, it was nothing. He would not die even if he was cleaved in half. Under his surging demonic chi, the Buddhist light was washed away in the blink of an eye. The wound was exposed, and death suddenly began to spread. His body stiffened, and he was pulled back into the Azure field by an invisible force. The battle demon was just like everyone else who had been struck by the Buddha-slaying sword. He was in disbelief as he watched the pale white flames surge and spread. He felt as weak as a mortal. "You've lost," Li Qingshan said. "I've lost?" In the final moment of life and death, the battle demon instead recovered his composure. The demon domain is determined to obtain the 9 provinces and the forsaken immortal sword. "Very soon, you'll follow in my footsteps, Li Qingshan." Li Qingshan gazed at the forsaken immortal sword in his hand and smiled. The demon domain is indeed very troublesome, but it can't be more troublesome than Xianxia. Demon god Xianxia. The battle demon was stunned. He stared at Li Qingshan deeply before being swallowed by the flames. A sliver of surprise flashed through the eyes of the boy who lay on the azure altar of armaments like a corpse. He thought, "Xianxia? That's indeed troublesome, but what does it have to do with me? Am I supposed to be less troublesome?" Little and stowed a ball of flames into his sleeve. Li Qingshan asked, "How's it going outside?" It's all right. Let's go take a look. Then Li Qingshan told the boy, Oi, stay here for a while. I'll talk to you later. However, he understood extremely well that with the great power this strange Azure king had demonstrated just now, no one could stop it from leaving the Azure field, not even him, the master of the Azure field. The boy lay there without moving at all. He said feebly, Don't talk to me. I hate you. Outside the Azure field, the king of Southern Yu and Chu Lai King worked together, slowly suppressing the surging demon chi. It was all thanks to Little N's chaotic soul bell and the golden cicada spirit king's cicada cry that they managed to effectively disrupt the demon folk army. They managed to earn a lot of time. However, there were clearly powerful experts among the demon folk army as well. They rapidly approached Great Buddha Mountain. Strange. Why haven't the reinforcements from the Dragon Province arrived yet? Jin Fugue powered the surging black cloud sand. The Green Province was far away from the Dragon Province, but both the Hawk God Protector and the royal advisors of the left and right should have arrived a long time ago. Against the invasion of the demon domain, it would not be strange for the 3 directors and 9 ministers of the Dragon Province to set out together. Why was it that they had not shown up yet? There's no need to think about it. He won't come. The divine kingdom of the other folk has fallen because of demon folk. How can they follow in their footsteps? Gu Yenying said. The invasion of the demonic domain concerns all living beings in the 9 states. Who can stay out of it? Yu Wuyang frowned heavily. Unless they had no other choice, the other folk did not want to oppose the demon folk either. What if the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty has other plans? Gu Yenying shrugged. There was a hint of playfulness in his voice. Another plan? Jin Fugue was slightly taken aback. Chu Lai King and the others heard it as well. Gu Yenying was born in the Dragon Province. Her identity was extraordinary, and the people she came into contact with were members of the imperial family and nobility. Her information was far more abundant than a 10,000-year-old dragon like the Dragon King of the Sea. She even surpassed kings of a province like Chu Lai King and the King of Southern Yu. Her words could not help but raise many wild and fanciful speculations. The dauntless monk and the unraging monk exchanged glances. They had felt doubtful a long time ago as well. As the leader of the Buddhist sects in the world, the Lingua Temple ignored the appearance of the enemy of Buddha and the invasion of demon folk. It was extremely strange. Just what was brewing in the Dragon Province right now? However, they could not afford to consider that right now. Gu Yenying's words were equivalent to cutting off all possibilities of reinforcements. If it were not for the fact that the great cultivators were all people with unwavering willpower, they probably would have scattered already. The current situation had not taken a turn for the better. The roars and battle cries in the demon cavern drew closer and closer. Once the demon domain army killed their way out, no one would have the strength to fight them anymore. Your Majesty, we've already done everything we can. Why don't we retreat to the Mist Province? A great cultivator secretly suggested to the King of Southern Yu. What's done is done. There's no need to say anything more, the King of Southern Yu said firmly. The great cultivator said nothing more, but he was clearly rather displeased. When he struck out, he held back even more. The King of Southern Yu understood the temperaments of his honored guests. They were probably all displeased with his decision. If they did not take any risks, they could still lend a hand, but once the demon folk charged out, they would immediately request for retreat. And it was impossible for him to use his own resources to forcefully clash with the demon folk. He thought, Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan. I've really done everything I can. At this moment, Li Qingshan stepped out of the azure field with the forsaken immortal sword in hand. He looked around and said loudly, I've slain the demon of the war. Everyone riled up with vigor. Some of them even found it rather unbelievable. Just how terrifying was the combination of the demon of the war and the forsaken immortal sword? Yet, Li Qingshan had actually slain and taken the sword away. Just how powerful was he right now? At this moment, the battle cries in the demon cavern were already inches away. The demon chi surged even more violently, struggling to suppress it. Li Qingshan passed the forsaken immortal sword to Little and be careful not to let it escape. The path of the sword it contains truly is extraordinary. It's definitely on par with the sword scripture of heaven and earth. You can take a shortcut and comprehend it. With that, he leapt into the demon cavern. Little and gripped the forsaken immortal sword and immediately began refining it. As soon as the forsaken immortal sword left Li Qingshan's hand, it began to tremble violently before gradually fading away. It wanted to flee into space. Little and first stabbed the sword into the blood sea banner, then pulled it out. It was already coated in a thick layer of bloody light. He then activated the skull prayer beads, turning them into tiny skulls that bit tightly onto the blade of the sword. Finally, he hung the chaotic soul bell at the end of the sword hilt. The sword trembled and clanged. He did not forget to say, "If you dare resist, I'll have Qingshan destroy you when we get back." These methods and those words were indeed effective. The forsaken immortal sword gave up on struggling and turned to threaten him. "I'd advise you to obediently let go. Do you know what will happen to you if you want to become my sword master? Your mind will gradually become twisted, and your thoughts will become frenzied. In the end, you won't even be able to recognize yourself." Little N smiled. "If you say that, then you must have sensed it. Great beauty and white bone, life and death, withering and flourishing." In the eyes of the world, her heart of white bone had always been an extremely twisted and frenzied existence. Even though she had coincidentally obtained a sliver of humanity during her cultivation, that was definitely not her true nature. If a mere sword soul wanted to shake the great will and great vow of the path of white bone and great beauty, it would be a fool's dream. The forsaken immortal sword soul was momentarily speechless. It muttered viciously, "Just what are the origins of these two?" Li Qingshan's figure swelled in the wind, turning into a towering ox demon. He swung his fists down. Boom! 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 The demon cavern was in shambles, covered in crisscrossing spatial cracks. However, this was only a temporary measure. The surging demon chi clearly did not fear the slashes of space, and the cracks would eventually recover. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and leaned over the demon cavern. He murmured, "Spirit turtle transformation." Li Qingshan arched his back high into the air, turning into a five-colored turtle shell. His four limbs hung down like four huge pillars that held up the sky. However, the color of his body was as gentle as jade, shining with divine light. He sank down slowly, and the demon chi surged and dispersed. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas, remaining completely still. Everyone was speechless for a moment. They were stunned by this power. Boom! The huge spirit turtle that Li Qingshan had transformed into suppressed the demon cavern, pushing the power of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to the limit. He let out a deep roar, like a dragon's roar from the depths of the ocean. The demon folk army surged before the demon cavern, only to see a jade wall that glowed with divine light blocking their way. "That idiot fighting demon Hun. His entire army has been wiped out." The commander of the demon army was a short, old woman. She was naked, but she was covered in red fur. Her withered face was filled with ruthlessness. She said to the demon kings behind her without even looking back, "Shatter him." In that moment, streaks of demonic light illuminated the entire demon cavern, shooting over. The red-haired old woman smiled viciously. The power of several dozen demon kings striking out together was so great that it could instantly destroy a mountain. Trying to block the demon cavern with their bodies was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, the jade wall suddenly flashed with a mirror-like luster, reflecting the demonic light back, which surged violently in the narrow demon cavern. The red-haired old woman's face changed, and she retreated backwards. Her retreat was not a big deal, so the demon kings retreated with her. Originally, it was not like they could not stop them with their strength, but none of them wanted to stand out. As a result, the demonic light whistled into the demon folk army. Countless demon folk were reduced to dust, suffering heavy casualties. Li Qingshan sniggered. Just like when he used the ox demon transformation, the spirit turtle's profound shell and the profound light illuminates all were his two great innate abilities. Their power had reached an unprecedented level, and he could use them freely like he was eating or drinking. The red-haired old woman flew into a rage. "All of you, get him. I'll definitely kill anyone who takes another step back." Seeing how her techniques were ineffective, the red fur all over her body surged, stabbing towards Li Qingshan like millions of needles. The demon kings rushed over too, attacking furiously. Li Qingshan felt an itch in his abdomen, followed by a violent vibration. If this went on, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Raising his head that resembled both a dragon and a snake, he asked Chu Lai King, "What are you waiting for, my friend?" "All right." Chu Lai King waved his sleeves and pointed downwards. The Qingzhou cauldron fell heavily, and with a loud bang, it pressed down on the turtle's back. Li Qingshan carried the mountain-like Qingzhou cauldron on his back. Not only did he not feel uncomfortable, but he also felt that he was with the entire Qingzhou, forming a perfect whole. The mountains and rivers of the Qingzhou flashed past his peaceful eyes. Every mountain was his body, and every river was his blood. The itchiness and pain in his abdomen instantly lessened. Chu Lai King was also surprised. He had actually understood the Qingzhou cauldron in an instant and borrowed its power. The red-haired old woman gave up on attacking. Her face was gloomy. The realm above the Devil's Den was sealed again, although it did not have the demon-suppressing power of the demon-suppressing hall. However, it was far sturdier than the demon suppression hall. With their strength alone, it was impossible for them to break through it in a short period of time. The surging demon chi dispersed, revealing the starry sky again. Before they knew it, night had already fallen. Everyone could not help but look at the horizon. Never had they found the river of stars to be so resplendent. Looking further down, Great Buddha Mountain was no longer the same as before. In its place was the divine turtle with the huge cauldron on its back. He was the one who had ended the war. Qingshan. The unraging monk arrived before the spirit turtle. He was filled with mixed feelings. With Li Qingshan's strength, he could leave if he wanted to. No one could stop him. Even if demon folk ruled the world and turned the 9 provinces into a demon domain, not a single demon king would be able to do anything to him. Moreover, he could be regarded as half a war demon, so perhaps he would be even more at home. Don't worry, master. The demon cauldron has already been suppressed. Li Qingshan turned his huge head. His deep eyes seemed azure blue at first glance, but as he gazed into them, they grew darker and darker, becoming as dark as the deep sea. They shone with the glow of divinity, flowing with Buddhist wisdom and tranquility. The unraging monk's heart warmed up. Even within Buddhism, just how many people could take on such responsibilities and make such sacrifices? Who was bold enough to say that his disciple was not worthy of being a Buddhist disciple? The dauntless monk brought his palms together towards Li Qingshan. Ba. I thank you in the place of all the living beings in the world. You might be a demon, but your actions are akin to the Buddhas, dragons, and elephants. You've rendered boundless virtue. Thank you for your praise, abbot. I'd rather be an ox than a child. Li Qingshan suddenly understood Brother Ox's feelings a little. If he had to choose, he would rather carry a child on his back than become a beast for the Buddhas of the 9 heavens to ride on. The dauntless monk frowned, but there was a sigh of "just as I thought." Exactly. The golden cicada spirit king smiled. Du Yenying seemed to be in thought. She approached him and asked with a smile, "Is it heavy?" "Of course. Why don't you try carrying it on my back?" Li Qingshan said in exasperation. Actually, it was not heavy. Most importantly, he could not move at all. It was extremely suffocating. At a time like this, the water mirror's image demonstrated its usefulness. I can't carry him. Du Yenying laid out her hands. Is it worth it to do this? I just want to do it. It doesn't matter whether it's worth it or not. With a thought, a mirror clone emerged from Li Qingshan's left eye and yawned. Soon afterwards, a mirror clone emerged from his right eye as well, turning its head forcefully. Under the spirit turtle transformation, all of the spirit turtle's innate abilities strengthened, ensuring sufficient mobility. Looks like you've already found a way to deal with it, Gu Yenying said. Of course. I can't stay here all the time. I still have to go to the Ink Sea. Li Qingshan smiled. Li Qingshan, I'll be waiting for you in the Ink Sea. Don't make me wait too long. The Dragon King of the Sea left with a flick of his sleeve, turning into a swimming dragon and disappearing into the horizon. We fought side by side after all. Can't we turn enemies into friends? Gu Yenying sighed. Women shouldn't stick their noses into men's matters. Li Qingshan said. Don't even think about it. Gu Yenying widened her eyes before breaking into a self-deprecating laugh. She extended her hand and patted Li Qingshan's head. I'm going. You can stay here. Crunch. Li Qingshan bit down, and Gu Yenying had already taken off with the wind. Her words drifted down from the horizon. Hurry up and get out of here. You still owe me something. I'll need your help very soon. Got it. Li Qingshan raised his head and looked at Chu Lai King and the King of Southern Yu. Can your majesties come over for a chat? I was just about to bid farewell. Qingshan, is there anything else you need help with? The King of Southern Yu said very amiably, which made Chu Lai King frown heavily. Little and has already told me about your help. I'll definitely repay you handsomely in the future. Li Qingshan said. You're too kind, Qingshan. The King of Southern Yu smiled. He had been waiting for that. Everything he had done in the Green Province could be said to be for the sake of Li Qingshan. With Li Qingshan's vengeful nature, he immediately felt like everything was worth it. Your Majesty, King of Chu, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, Li Qingshan said. What is it? Chu Lai King said. Good idea. If we want to suppress demon caverns long-term, tree kings are the best choice. The various demon caverns of the Mist Province are all being suppressed by a great banyan tree right now. The King of Southern Yu clapped his hands. He was eager for the banyan tree king to take over the Green Province and become the god of the province. Kid, you haven't disappointed me after all. A streak of golden light shot over. Madame Ting had been forced into retreat by Little Anne, so she was obviously reluctant to accept this. Coupled with the fact that the battle had truly been chilling, she had been hiding in the shadows the entire time, waiting for an opportunity. Chu Lai King said nothing in thought. He looked around. Everyone looked at him, waiting for his decision. However, apart from the Dauntless Monk and the Unraging Monk, both the Golden Cicada Spirit King and the King of Southern Yu would probably stand on Li Qingshan's side. As for his daughter, it went without saying. She basically seemed to be bewitched by Li Qingshan. He could not help but sneer. If I don't agree, you'll be forcing me to abdicate. Li Qingshan chuckled, but he did not deny it. He still had many things he needed to do. He definitely could not remain here for long. The gate of hungry ghosts in the myriad ghosts abyss has opened. If we ignore it, the Green Province will become a land of death very soon, said Little Anne. This point was also verified by the huge cavity to the south of the Green Province cauldron. Your Majesty, it looks like that's all we can do. The Dauntless Monk considered it for a while before also going up to persuade him. He did not want Great Buddha Mountain to end up in the hands of demons, but it was better than being taken over by demon folk. The 9 cauldrons are a symbol of vassals of Great Xia, so what's there to be reluctant about? And, when the Green Province faced a disaster, has Great Xia ever sent a single soldier? Instead, it's me, your old enemy, who has come to help you. The King of Southern Yu stood with his hands behind his back and said slowly. Chu Lai King looked at the King of Southern Yu with a frown. The King of Southern Yu stared back without backing down. They were natural enemies. However, this grievance had been passed down from their ancestors. There were no specific grievances between them. Chu Lai King could not help but think about what Little Anne had said about the snail's horn. Perhaps it was time to put an end to this. He let out a long sigh and finally nodded. All right. After a moment of determination, he completely cut off the connection with the Qingzhou cauldron, turned around, and left. Your Majesty. The Dark Queen stepped forward. She bowed gracefully, showing more respect to this frustrated man than usual. Chu Lai King's stern expression softened a little. He looked back again. Little Anne was also watching him leave. He sighed in his heart. No matter what. The Ji clan had finally produced a cultivator with a boundless future. As for how far she could go, it would depend on her fortune. However, how could he be willing to fall behind his daughter? He took a deep breath and compared himself to the 10,000 worlds in the heavens. The 15,000 kilometers of the Green Province was truly nothing more than a snail's corner. As a result, he let go and said to the Dark Queen, come on a stroll across the sea with me. I understand, the Dark Queen said gently. A streak of silver light rushed into the air. The king of Southern Yu rode the Silver Dragon King back to the Mist Province with his honored guests. Xianxia. I'll go meet up with the monks first. I'll be troubling you here, said the unraging monk. Go if you want to. Cut the nonsense. Li Qingshan said bluntly. After Chu Lai King completely severed his connection with the Qingzhou cauldron, he immediately felt much more at ease. He had benefited quite a lot from comprehending the laws of the world it contained. Damned disciple. The unraging monk bellowed before smiling to himself. It still sounds better like that. However, when he turned around, he saw the dauntless monk talking to the Golden Cicada Spirit King. He was extremely polite, which surprised him slightly. According to the seniority of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, fellow Golden Cicada can be regarded as our senior. The dauntless monk brought his palms together. You're too polite, Abbot. How can someone who's been exiled be a senior? The Golden Cicada Spirit King returned the gesture. This is an old custom of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Looking at it now, there are some omissions. You've protected the Buddhist Dharma and purged the demons, so the Chan Monastery of Devanaga owes you greatly. I'm willing to take back the order of exile in the name of the abbot. I wonder if you're willing to accept that. Only then did Li Qingshan understand the dauntless monk's plans. Right now, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga was at its weakest. Not only had they lost their headquarters, but 2 of the 4 monk kings had died as well, and their other losses were innumerable. In these chaotic times, this was definitely not a good omen. If he could invite the Golden Cicada Spirit King back to the monastery, then his strength would instead increase by quite a lot. In terms of battle prowess alone, the 4 monk kings probably would not be the Golden Cicada Spirit King's opponent even if they worked together. He could not help but lament over the fact that all of these leaders were pragmatic. If this had happened to other demon kings, they probably would not have accepted it, but the Golden Cicada Spirit King's feelings for the monastery were extraordinary, so he did not treat his exile as some sort of injustice or humiliation. He brought his palms together. Then thank you for your magnanimity, Abbot. The man and demon hit it off immediately, meeting up with the monks and discussing the matter of rebuilding the monastery. Jin Fugue and Yu Wuyang bade farewell to them too. Madame Tang was still reluctant to meet the Banyan Tree King, so she had vanished a long time ago. In the blink of an eye, Great Buddha Mountain fell from the sky. Only the sound of wind could be heard. Little and hugged her knees as she sat on Li Qingshan's head, gazing at the crescent moon. Li Qingshan smiled and closed his eyes, submerging his mind into the Green Province cauldron. Time passed in a hurry. In Towering City, an ancient and soothing laughter suddenly rang out. The sea of trees surged. On the northern edge of the sea of trees, a great banyan tree sped up, growing until it reached half the size of the Banyan Tree King. It lit up with brilliant light and gradually shrank, turning into a humanoid shape and making its way north. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and smiled. We're finally here. With that, the Banyan Tree King arrived before Li Qingshan. He studied the spirit turtle with the huge cauldron on its back and praised with a smile, "You set off as soon as you heard the good news. As soon as you heard the good news, you immediately set off. Qingshan, your strength has increased by another level." Same here. Let's take this Green Province cauldron. Alright, but we need to take it slow this time, just in case the demon folk take advantage of the situation. Of course. I'll stay here for a while longer, all the way until you become a god of the Green Province. The Banyan Tree King leapt into the Green Province cauldron. A while later, the cauldron erupted with brilliant light, rushing into the sky. Lush, green leaves surged out like a spring. A great banyan tree rose into the sky, and aerial roots extended and drooped down, wrapping around the Green Province cauldron and covering it. In the battle against the demon domain, the Green Province cauldron had been struck multiple times. Many fine cracks that were difficult to make out with the naked eye appeared on its surface, which made it convenient for the Banyan Tree King to extend his roots thinner than hair into it. Then, he used his countless branches to comprehend the laws of the world within. I've already comprehended a part of it. You can use it as a reference, said Li Qingshan. Under the spirit turtle transformation, his ability to comprehend and calculate became even more startling, so he passed this information to the banyan tree king. You've actually comprehended it to such a level already. You sure are talented. You can save me quite a lot of time. The banyan tree king sighed in amazement. With the experience of digesting the Mist Province cauldron, his strength was incomparable to before. It was much easier this time, splitting the cauldron in an orderly manner. At the same time, the Dragon Province cauldron shook violently in the imperial court on Dragon's Head Mountain. A middle-aged man in bright yellow dragon robes and a crown on his head stroked the cauldron as he muttered to himself. In the desolate village, a shrouding aura of death enveloped the land. The land had become barren, even more deathly silent than a swarm of locusts. Not a single living creature existed. Even if there were one or two living creatures from time to time, they had already become subjects of the kingdom of death. Xianxia set foot in this land of death and could not help but frown. This was the instinctive disgust that living creatures had towards death. The sound of hooves rang out from behind him, and a corpse horse charged over. Most of its body had rotted away, revealing its white bones. Its eye sockets shone with clear, green light, filled with a desire to devour and hatred towards the living. Xianxia glanced back. He had sensed the corpse horse's existence a long time ago, but he never thought it would actually charge over. Has even the most basic sense of fear disappeared? There was a disturbance in the desolate village. Villagers emerged from the streets one by one. Their bodies were all half-rotted, and their movements were slow and rigid. When they saw Xianxia, they were like people who had starved for 3 days seeing a piece of meat. They all surged over. There were many agile and graceful existences, but they were all vengeful spirits and hungry ghosts. There was a phoenix's cry. Xianxia unfurled his wings and turned into a streak of fire, rushing towards the 10,000 ghosts abyss. The desolate village behind him was reduced to ashes in the flames. The ground flew backwards. Many cities and villages were swallowed by the aura of death as well, spreading for thousands of kilometers. Because they were close to a large sect like the Umbraline sect, and the disciples of the Umbraline sect were rather skilled in human tactics, even the soaring locust king feared them, so they were not particularly affected by the locust plague. Instead, many people gathered here. They never thought they would run into a disaster like this after escaping the locust plague, turning them all into ghouls. A large city appeared on the horizon. It was no smaller than the prefectural city of Clear River. It must have been a prefectural city as well. Prosperity had already become an old dream. It had completely become a land of ghouls, numbering in the millions. Even the horror movies he had seen in his past life paled in comparison to this. Xianxia thought back to how the White Lotus Mother had slaughtered 200,000 people in a city for the sake of refining an arcane treasure, and he had been extremely shocked. Only now did he understand what it meant for human lives to be worthless. He could not help but sigh. It was a coldness that treated all living things as straw dogs. Flying above the city, he suddenly descended from the sky, using gravity to accelerate. He was like a meteor, dragging a long tail of flames behind him as he landed in the center of the city with a loud bang. A wave of earth swept through the entire city. The buildings collapsed one after another, burying countless ghouls. It was like a great earthquake, or rather, a great earthquake. As far as the eye could see, there were many tall buildings in the city. It had already turned into a pile of rubble. Looking at his own hands, he said, "This is my current strength, the power of destruction, and this is just a mirror image. What am I going to do with this power? Save the world and uphold justice? Or indulging in sensual pleasures? Do whatever I want?" He flew away and continued forward. His words were left behind on the ruins of the city, and they drifted with the wind. "I'm sorry. Although I sympathize with your misfortune, I'm not fighting for you." When they were 300 miles away from the 10,000 ghosts abyss, Xianxia muttered, "Mystic light illuminates all." His field of vision suddenly zoomed in, and the 10,000 ghosts abyss was clearly reflected on the spirit turtle's profound shell. He could not help but be surprised. That's a tower of white bone over 3,000 meters tall rose into the air, but it only seemed like the base. Its height after completion was unimaginable. Was it going to connect with the sky? Many figures busied about on the Tower of Bone, like construction workers toiling away in the city. However, when Li Qingshan unleashed the mystic light illuminates all, these construction workers all sensed something, turning around and looking over. The ones who built the towers were actually corpse kings, and the supervisor was a group of ghosts that kept changing forms. A translucent tentacle whipped the back of a corpse king. It looked light and almost gentle, but it caused the corpse king's entire body to tremble, and a whip mark appeared on its skin that could not be damaged by magic treasures. Keep going. Don't stop. If you don't finish in time, not only will the world not be able to tolerate you, but the hungry ghost realm will not tolerate you either. The ghost glanced past Li Qingshan through the spirit turtle's profound shell with a cold gaze, which made him feel like a snake had slithered past his back. He could not help but frown. No matter what the hungry ghost realm wanted to do, they were determined to obtain little Anne. If he left him alone, he would definitely become a great problem in the future. However, this was different from the war against the army of the demon domain. The ghouls had already established themselves and had even cast down a formation. The incomplete Tower of Bone was not complete, but it had clearly begun to take effect, which made him feel extremely threatened. The gate of hungry ghosts below had been ripped to a size even larger than the original 10,000 ghosts abyss. It was like the hungry ghost realm had opened its mouth and was about to swallow them. The mountainous green province cauldron was swallowed by the green, replaced by a towering tree. The dragon-like roots wrapped around the spirit turtle's body. Li Qingshan did not move at all. The sun, moon, and stars changed. Time passed by bit. The green province cauldron produced a soft sound. The roots that had penetrated deep into it grew vigorously, slowly widening the cracks and breaking them apart bit by bit. Torrential rain fell from the sky, washing away the ground contaminated by demon chi. The remaining great Buddha mountain stood in the gray rain. The rain gathered into a river and flowed down, wrapping around the great banyan tree. Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes. His body gradually changed, releasing a vibrating force. The Qingzhou cauldron emits buzzing noises, which sound like that of a great bell. Clang! The green province cauldron shattered into millions of rainbow-colored dust particles, sweeping away the torrential rain and the thick, dark clouds. For a moment, sunlight shone down, piercing through the gaps in the canopy. It shone resplendently. The great banyan tree swayed its branches, and the scattered rainbow-colored dust gathered on every single leaf. It was like a rainbow divine tree, growing at a faster rate once again. In a flash, Li Qingshan flew out from under the tree. He turned around and saw that the demon chi had just gushed out of the devil's den. The roots quickly spread and sealed the devil's den, digging deep into the ground. The tree grew taller and taller, looking like it could reach the sky. At the same time, countless great banyan trees rose from the ground in various parts of Qingzhou, causing countless living beings to look up in shock. The banyan tree king's aura became more vast and distant, surpassing that of ordinary so-called demons. It was like he was the representative of heaven and earth. And this was only the beginning. After refining the 9 cauldrons, he would truly become the god of the 9 provinces, the representative of the world's will. Li Qingshan asked with a smile, "How does it feel to become the god of Qingzhou?" "Not bad, or rather, very good," said the banyan tree king. "Can you borrow the power of heaven and earth to suppress the gate of hungry ghosts?" asked Li Qingshan. "No, my power can't enter it either. The white bone pagoda you mentioned seems to be completely shielded from the laws of heaven and earth. Unless it can be destroyed, it's absolutely impossible to suppress it." The banyan tree king also expressed his helplessness. "If you really want to suppress it, you'd better hurry. When the gate of hungry ghosts is torn even bigger, it'll be too late." "That child? You're talking about the Azura king?" Li Qingshan was taken aback before returning to his senses. There was actually such a strange fellow in his Azura field. It was not that his memory was terrible, but that the child was startlingly obedient. He had been trapped in the tiny Azura field for so many days, yet he had not made any noise at all. He's no regular Azura king. If I'm not wrong, he should be a Rahu. Yin Qing said sternly. "What's a Rahu?" Li Qingshan was surprised. "Don't tell me he's a Rahu Azura." The banyan tree king was surprised. Ever since he became a god, He had rarely experienced such obvious emotional fluctuations. Rahu is the name of the original Asura, as well as the first Asura of the Asura realm, as well as the god king of the Asura realm. Legend has it that he was slain by a god because of the water of undying. Ever since then, the Asura realm has fallen apart, descending into eternal war. Banyan Tree King sure is knowledgeable. However, the Rahu god king already possesses an undying body, so he was not slain. That's where the undying body of Asura comes from. Only after Xianxia's introduction did Li Qingshan understand the significance of Rahu. In the Asura realm, they were equivalent to the princes of Great Xia, and unlike the imperial family of Great Xia, the more powerful they were, the more difficult it was for them to reproduce. As a result, there were extremely few Rahu. There were still very few princes who could achieve anything in Great Xia, as they were still humans at the end of the day, while Rahu was a true god, a natural god. The difference between the two was even greater than the difference between the son of village Headley of Crouching Ox village and the prince of Great Xia. Xianxia said, the black sun and moon are Rahu's insignia. They symbolize the divine force that devours the sun and moon. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Li Qingshan asked. He thought about how devouring the sun and moon was probably not just a description. He had never thought his Azure field would actually summon such an important figure. No wonder he possessed such power. He had seen an Azure king before, but he was definitely not as powerful as this. I wasn't certain in the beginning either. After all, as a Rahu, he's just too weak. Too weak. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. He had crippled Dumohun, who was wielding the forsaken celestial sword, with a single move. This was still too weak. A god's descendant was really shameless. However, when he thought about his own 9 transformations of the demons and gods, he felt that it was not a problem. He didn't have the right to criticize others. It had been less than 100 years since he started his cultivation, and he was not far from being invincible in the world. He had also angered all the cultivators in the world. He guessed, maybe he's just too young. He's still a little kid. That's not the case. Your Majesty will know once you see it. Alright. Let's go meet this divine son. Li Qingshan and Little and followed Xianxia to the Azure arena. He couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. The child was still lying on the Azure armament sacrificial altar, looking half dead. He wasn't cultivating, because his aura didn't grow stronger. Instead, it seemed to have grown weaker, and his appearance seemed to have grown a bit older. He immediately understood that the divine child was getting weaker day by day. He's lost his will to fight, Xianxia quietly reminded. I see. Li Qingshan nodded slightly and shouted, Hey, brat, get up. The child was lying on his back, looking at the sky with his eyes listless. When he heard this, he turned around and faced his back to Li Qingshan. So useless. Li Qingshan then said to Xianxia, Can you become an Azure king if you kill him? Xianxia was shocked and took a step back. Your Majesty, don't speak nonsense. It wouldn't be a joke if this Rahu's will to fight was stimulated. Li Qingshan glanced at the child. The child didn't react at all. He smiled and said, How is it nonsense? If this goes on, this brat will become an Azure commander. He definitely won't be a match for you. Xianxia couldn't help but be slightly moved as she sized up the child's back. As an assassin, she paid particular attention to taking advantage of others when they were in a precarious situation. If she could obtain the Rahu clan's undying divine blood, then there would be boundless benefits. It's better if you don't let him try. Even if I become an ordinary Azura, I can crush this kind of trash with one finger, the child said weakly, but he was filled with indescribable confidence. Xianxia's heart trembled, and she immediately dispelled this thought. You finally can't help but speak? But in this world, you have to try to know. Don't be afraid, Xianxia. He's definitely bluffing, Li Qingshan said. Xianxia revealed a bitter expression. How could it be so easy to kill a god? The giant eyeball that appeared in the blood-colored vortex was probably for this divine blood. I'm already tired of fighting and killing. You better not force me. What if I force you? Li Qingshan crouched behind the child, his killing intent ready but not released. He was like a crouching tiger that bared its sharp fangs, ready to bite down at any time. This hypocritical killing intent really makes me want to vomit. Stop with your pointless probing, it's so annoying. Fine, you've seen through me. I'm just curious. Li Qingshan stood up. I, Li Qingshan, will definitely repay favors. You once lent me a hand, so as long as you stay in my territory, I will naturally protect you. No one will be able to harm a single hair on your head. The child tilted his head slightly and glanced out of the corner of his eye. Li Qingshan's expression was calm and firm. But with just the cultivation of 3 heavenly tribulations, he actually said that he would protect him. This was simply a huge joke. However, when it came from his mouth, it had a convincing power. Moreover, this fellow had clearly seen one of the countless eyes that were spying on him. You don't owe me anything. What's your name? Li Qingshan asked. The child withdrew his gaze and said nothing. You don't want to say? Fine, but for convenience's sake, I'll give you a name. Speaking of names, ha ha ha. Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he let out an arrogant laugh. Little and blinked, knowing that he was going to use his naming talent again. Li Qingshan paced back and forth on the azure ritual platform, sometimes looking up at the sky, sometimes lowering his head in contemplation. He pinched his chin and pondered for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he pointed at the child. I've got it. The sun and the moon are bright, so I'll call you Little Ming. Little Ming. The child squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. His aura suddenly soared, and he slowly sat up. What do you think? Concise and comprehensive, simple but not simple. You can throw away your original name, right, Little Anne? Li Qingshan smiled confidently. Yes. Little Anne nodded seriously. Compared to Xianxia, Little Anne was indeed more pleasant to the ears. Little Anne. As if confirming that Li Qingshan did not mean to insult him, Little Ming collapsed on the azure ritual platform again. And hit his head against a rock. Fortunately, you met the current me. Little Ming, if I help you arouse your fighting spirit, can you help me fight a battle? Li Qingshan suddenly asked. If he could have the help of this azure divine sun, his chances of winning against the hungry ghost realm would definitely increase. Qingshan. No. Little Ming said resolutely. Then forget it. Li Qingshan did not force it. It was just a test anyway. He studied Little Ming curiously. Just how powerful was he before he lost his will to fight and weakened? At the very least, he could easily crush his current self. He looked up at the blood-red sky. The blood-red swirl that led to the azure realm was still riddled with cracks. Unlike the demon's cavern in the demon realm, the connection between the azure field and the azure realm was not particularly close, so it recovered much more slowly. However, he believed that even if it recovered completely, the owner of the huge eye would not dare to enter so easily and endure the counterattack of the world of the 9 states. This was the greatest reason why he dared to provoke Little Ming and even made a promise. It was also the greatest reason why he could face the demon realm and the hungry ghost realm. Being in this well-named 9 provinces was admittedly a kind of restraint, but it was also the greatest protection, allowing him to not have to face the powerhouses of the wider world. However, at this moment, after reaching the 5th layer of the phoenix and balancing the transformation of the demonic and divine, he had already touched the edge of the well. He could leap out of the well with just one more step and enter an even vaster and more dangerous world. Whether it was Xianxia, Emperor Li, or the divine child before him, they had only reflected a corner of it. There, the great advantage of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine would be weakened. His enemies would no longer be just cultivators. There would even be deities, Buddhas, and demons. When he thought of that, he could not help but tremble inside. It was not fear, but indescribable excitement and anticipation. But now, the path to the azure realm had been severed. Who knew whether the owner of the huge eye would be guarding there? Ascension was the only way. As the ultimate goal of all cultivators in the world, the problem now was how to take the final step. And where would the final step lead to? The first problem had trapped countless cultivators in the world. Who knew how many geniuses had stopped here? Even the golden cicada spirit king had been stuck at this step for many years. This was different from regular tribulations. Instead, it was to completely transcend this world. During the process of transforming into the spirit turtle to suppress the demon's cavern, Xianxia had already discussed this with the Banyan Tree King. The Banyan Tree King, who wanted to transform into a well, had given a relatively detailed explanation. The Banyan Tree King said, "You actually have the same mother. Are we long-lost brothers?" Under the shade of the tree, the spirit turtle opened its eyes and looked at the luxuriant tree with a rather strange gaze. "No, I'm talking about this world. She was the mother of all living beings in this world. Everything we have, whether it's the soul or the body, comes from it." Although on the surface, every living creature seemed to be an independent individual. But from the very first moment, he had already established a close connection with this world. In the process of cultivation, this connection will become even closer. We are all favored by the heavens. Oh. The so-called cultivation is like a baby absorbing nutrients from its mother through the umbilical cord. Xianxia seemed to have understood something. That's right. The more pampered a child is, the more they won't allow their child to leave them. And when would a child be willing to leave their mother? The Banyan Tree King's voice was filled with deep emotions, like a child longing for home. His vow to become a god of the 9 provinces was not just for ambition. I don't think so. At our level of cultivation, we've already condensed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy from this world. I'm afraid that the world's will is unwilling to lose this portion of power, so it'll pull and tie us down. It'd rather we die here and return everything to this world than let us leave. If the world is the mother, then all ascenders are unfilial children. Xianxia did not agree. His soul did not originate from this world, and he was someone who had even resolutely abandoned his home. Naturally, he could not understand the Banyan Tree King's feelings towards this world. That deep and unfathomable world's will was probably something only the Banyan Tree King could touch. Of course, it's not wrong to understand it this way. However, the power of mother is something that even deities have to stop. If it's really so selfish, how can there be ascenders? Moreover, there will definitely be a pulling force, but there will also be a repulsive force. Otherwise, with just our own strength, how can we break through the boundaries and ascend to another world? There's no harm in treating this as a test. A capable child will be able to bring the blessings of mother to a faraway place. Xianxia pondered for a moment. I apologize. After all, this esteemed mother has never asked me for anything. There's no need to apologize. This is where your advantage lies, and it's also a very important step. Severing your attachment to this world, I believe that even fellow Taoist Golden Cicada, who wholeheartedly wants to ascend, has this attachment in his heart. This is also unavoidable. Xianxia nodded. Just like an ordinary person leaving their home for the first time, it was inevitable that they would have feelings of attachment. However, he had already left a world before. Although he was not the proud son of heaven of that world, he had once been captivated by it. As for you, you have no attachment to this world. You can be considered a natural-born unfilial son. Banyan Tree King laughed. This world can only be considered a stepmother. Although she treats me well, she can't compare to my birth mother. Xianxia laughed. The transmigration experience had already brought him very little benefit, so much so that he didn't even need to carefully conceal it. However, he didn't expect that there would be such benefits. Without the obstruction of the mind, all that's left is power. I believe that to you, this won't be a problem. Xianxia was very confident. As long as he spent some effort and stabilized his current cultivation, he would basically be ready to ascend. However, your problem isn't the ascension itself, but the bet with Xianxia, and how to ascend to the same world as little and Banyan Tree King's words exposed Xianxia's greatest worry. Once he ascended to a higher world, the 500-year promise with Xianxia would definitely be accelerated, and he would very likely have to face it alone. What are the worlds you can ascend to? Apart from the 6 realms of Sasra, there's only the demon domain. There are no other possibilities. If it weren't for the repeated invasions of the demon domain, there would only be the 6 realms of Sasra. The 6 realms of Sasra traverse the various worlds, omnipresent. Even if sentient beings don't ascend, their souls will return to it after death. Then what determines which world you ascend to? Don't ascend to the demon domain. that'll be bad luck. Race, cultivation method, and personality all affect you. It's hard to say whether it's a coincidence or not. You practice the demon war statuary and your demonic nature is not weak, but you're fundamentally different from demon folk. You reject the laws of the demon domain very much, so you basically won't enter the demon domain. Where does the Tree King think I will ascend to? Little Anne's voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. I can't judge either. The cultivation technique you cultivate is very peculiar. It lies between life and death, Buddha and demon. You were originally a human, so the hell path, hungry ghost path, heavenly path, and human path might all be open to you. Because of that twisted vow, the demon domain might even accept you. However, the Azura path and the demonic beast path are the most impossible. The former is because of one's nature, while the latter is because of one's race. You have no fighting spirit, so you are not a member of the demonic beast clan. We have to ascend to the same world, no matter what Li Qingshan said. Even if it means reaching the hungry ghost realm, the Banyan Tree King asked. I won't hesitate. Li Qingshan said decisively, but we can always make a compromise and choose a world that we can both go to. I think the human path and the heavenly path are both good choices. However, it is the world that chooses you to ascend, not you who chooses the world. Moreover, it is best for you to accept the world's choice. Unlike the 9 prefectures world, that kind of high-level worlds will become very obvious. In a suitable world, no matter if it's cultivation or battle, it'll be like having the help of the heavens, and you'll get twice the results with half the effort. It can be said that those who follow will prosper, and those who go against will perish. Li Qingshan looked at Luo Ho Xiaoming in front of him. This was the most realistic example. An Azura who had lost his will to fight was probably as bad as the living in the hungry ghost realm. The Banyan Tree King's last words reverberated in her ears. It's better to forget each other than to help each other in times of hardship. You have already cultivated together to such a level. If you take one more step forward, it will be a vast world. Why do you insist on relying on each other? I'm going to the demonic beast path. This was Little Anne's answer. In the path of demonic beasts, groups of demonic beasts roamed freely. 10,000 beasts have no control. Legend has it that it is a world full of spirituality, although there is also the cruelty of natural selection and the law of the jungle. However, Li Qingshan believed that it was the most suitable world for him. The Azura path could only satisfy the tiger demon's desire to fight, while the heavenly Tao repelled the demonic nature. The human path might be able to allow his divinity and demonic nature to coexist, but he had already tasted the feeling of hiding in the crowd as a monster. It was definitely not as good as the freedom of being a pure monster. Li Qingshan didn't say anything else. He nodded at Little Anne and said, "All right. Then let's go to the demonic beast road." The two of them smiled at each other and made their decision. Even though I don't have any clues for now, I don't care how the world chooses, and how free we are in the martial world. Of course, we have to go where we want to go together. The Banyan Tree King was also speechless. He did not know whether to be happy or to sigh. Come. Li Qingshan waved his hand. The blade gleamed brightly and landed in his hand. He swung it around and held it horizontally in front of him. The ending flower-frenzied saber was covered with sword marks. You've worked hard in this battle. Humph, this is more like it. But I'll have to trouble you to place me on the Azura altar of armaments and sacrifice some scrap metal, the frenzied flower blade said proudly. Other than sacrificing weapons, the Azura altar of armaments also had the ability to repair and even strengthen weapons. Many weapons followed their masters and became famous in the Azura path step by step. No problem. Li Qingshan readily agreed. Unknowingly, the frenzied flower blade had already completely approved of him. What a good slave. A strange voice came from behind Little Anne. It was the forsaken immortal sword spirit. What nonsense are you spouting? The frenzied flower blade was furious. It had a primitive hatred for swords. I don't want to talk to slaves, the forsaken immortal sword spirit said. My blade master won, and your sword master lost and died. You didn't abide by your duty, and that's why you ended up like this. That's not my sword master. Moreover, a weapon will never lose. It will always be held in the hands of the victor, just like now. Xianxia, I've already comprehended the way of the sword. I'll get you a better weapon. Little N pulled out the forsaken immortal sword and stabbed it into the azure altar of armaments. Nonsense. My way of the sword is broad and profound. How could you comprehend it in such a short time? The forsaken immortal sword spirit shouted. You really don't need it? Li Qingshan asked. Most of the way of the sword can only be used with this sword. This sword is enough for me. Little N gripped the Buddha-slaying sword. The skull on the hilt revealed a sinister smile. The Buddha-slaying sword was her origin sword. Not only was it powerful, but it could also be tempered and improved. She didn't have to worry about being betrayed. Naturally, it was 100 times stronger than the forsaken immortal sword. The blade and the sword fell silent. No matter how strong and sharp a weapon was, it was still an external object. If it wasn't needed, it would be replaced and abandoned. No, I don't want to go to the Azure Realm. The forsaken immortal sword spirit shouted. As the sword of the five absolutes immortal, its understanding of the Azure Realm was no less than Li Qingshan's. If it went to the Azure Realm's armory, it would definitely be reforged into an Azure divine weapon. This was a devastating blow to the forsaken immortal sword spirit, who wanted to become its master. What a joke. Are you afraid? The frenzied flower sword spirit mocked. Weren't you also abandoned? Do you think that stupid Li Qingshan would need 2 blades? I knew this day would come, but I didn't think it would be so soon. The frenzied flower sword spirit's voice was low, but it rose again. Alright, kid, send me back to the armory. I'm sick of it. And so, Li Qingshan stabbed the frenzied flower sword into the azure altar of armaments. Hey, little Ming, make way. Oh. Luo Ho Xiaoming flipped his body over and over again. Just like that, he rolled off the azure altar of armaments. Li Qingshan shook his head. He really had no fighting spirit at all. With one hand on the hilt, he activated the azure altar of armaments and said to the frenzied flower sword spirit, I don't have any scrap metal. I'll make do with this sword. You. The frenzied flower sword spirit was stunned. He felt that not only did Li Qingshan not use her as a sacrifice, but he was also preparing to repair her and strengthen her. I originally wanted to change my blade, but seeing that you've always been obedient, I'll see how you perform. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. Although he was rather eager to see just what kind of powerful weapon he would obtain after sacrificing the End Wildflower blade and the forsaken immortal sword, he still chose to strengthen the End Wildflower blade a step further. Tui, obedient my ass, the frenzied flower sword spirit cursed happily. If you want to strengthen this blade, I advise you to do it step by step. Use some ordinary weapons to strengthen it. Otherwise, it will break. Luo Ho Xiaoming's lazy voice came from below the azure altar of armaments. Is that so? Li Qingshan scratched his head. This pattern was very familiar to him. Some ancient and terrifying memory surfaced, and he couldn't help but shiver. He hurriedly gripped the hilt of the blade tightly, as if the forsaken flower sword spirit would break if he was not careful. It's okay. Come on, I won't break. The frenzied flower sword spirit shouted. Only by surpassing the limits of strength could the essence be improved. Otherwise, it would only have a layer of light on it and become sharper. In battle, it would be quickly consumed. This? Let me think it over. You know. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. From the cursive sword calligraphy to the abandoned immortal sword, the various things left behind by the five absolutes immortal had influenced his entire cultivation process. There were good and bad ones, and some had even threatened his life. However, this made him more and more curious about the five absolutes immortal. He was clearly a cultivator, but he was called an immortal. This in itself was very unusual. Forget about a cultivator who had gone through 3 heavenly tribulations, even a cultivator who had gone through 4 or 5 heavenly tribulations would not be qualified to be called that. Furthermore, Brother Ox had praised him. Perhaps the legends were true, and he really was a banished immortal. Li Qingshan no longer cared about ordinary treasures, but the treasures left behind by the five absolutes immortal were not ordinary. The core treasure of the sword tomb was the abandoned immortal sword. Disregarding the sword soul's twisted personality, in terms of power alone, it was probably the best sword in the world. The core treasure of the painting tomb was definitely a painting scroll, and it was very likely that the Dragon King of the Sea was drawn on it. If he could plunder it before he ascended, it would not be a waste of his cultivation. I was that old guy's sword after all. When he sealed his fourth tomb, I watched with my own eyes. I didn't think that I would be sealed as well. Damn it. The abandoned immortal sword's soul was still angry at the mention of this, and it emitted waves of murderous intent. This can be considered as abandonment, so you changed your name to the abandoned immortal sword. I didn't expect you to have such deep feelings for the previous owner. Xianxia chuckled. Shut up. I want to tear that old guy to pieces. You're the one who should shut up. Little and flicked his finger, and the blade vibrated. The abandoned immortal sword's soul snorted angrily. However, it did not dare to be rude again. The Five Absolutes Immortal's secret tomb is floating in the void. The Dragon King of the Sea's main body is in the painting tomb, and he can't freely enter and exit it. So what if you know? Xianxia rubbed his chin. Don't compare me to that pseudo-dragon. I've already fused with the sword catacomb. What's so hard about traveling through space? The forsaken immortal sword spirit said proudly. Xianxia couldn't help but look at Yinqing. Yinqing said, although I can hide in the void, my strength is still lacking. I can't freely travel through the void, and it's difficult for me to break through the sealed region. Xianxia nodded. It was no wonder that for so many years, the 5 extreme secret graves had always been a legend. If that was the case, then the forsaken immortal sword was the key to opening the 5 extreme secret graves. Alright, I'll trust you this once. You have to swear. Don't sacrifice me, the forsaken immortal sword said. That depends on your performance. If things went smoothly, of course, I will repay you. Otherwise, who can be bound by an oath? Xianxia was not willing to make an oath with such a sword. Even if it was just words. Hey, kid, you said you were going to strengthen me. Frenzied Blade Soul was unhappy. Why are you in such a hurry? Follow me into battle. Are you afraid that there won't be any good sacrifices? Let me repair your wounds first, just in case you run out of energy in the future. Xianxia patted the hilt of his blade and comforted the end of the frenzied blade. He considered where he could find some weapons to sacrifice. If it's just repair, these weapons should be enough. Little and swung the blood sea banner, and with a series of clangs, countless demonic artifacts landed on the Azura altar of armaments, forming a small mountain. Although most of them were not of particularly high quality, the quantity was startling. They were the spoils of war she had obtained from powering the blood sea banner and devouring the demon folk army. That's enough. Little and was always so timely. Xianxia immediately activated the Azura altar of armaments. A streak of red light rushed into the air, and all of the demonic artifacts melted away in the red light. Thick liquid surged out from the center of the Azura altar of armaments. It seemed like molten metal, but it also seemed like a form of energy. It gradually enveloped the end of the frenzied blade, gathering around the wounds and gaps and beginning to repair them. Xianxia ordered Yinqing to stand guard there before leaving the Azura field with Little Anne. Before he left, he glanced at Luo Ho Xiaoming again. He lay below the Azura altar of armaments, gazing at the sky without moving at all. He seemed extremely gloomy. A divine child of Azura suffering from depression? The world sure is vast. Nothing is too strange. The autumn wind rustled. A sword flew through the plains. The withered grass parted, leaving behind a long trail before suddenly rushing into the sky again. Xiaoya rode his sword as the wind blew against his face. He was filled with delight. Just recently, he had undergone the heavenly tribulation in the Clear River Prefecture and become a Foundation establishment cultivator. The battle on Great Buddha Mountain had already come to an end. Various pieces of information had returned to the Clear River Prefecture. Although Xianxia had told him to stay away from the Sword Collection Palace, he could not help but go back and take a look. That was the starting point of his dream of becoming a swordsman. There were many loving seniors and juniors there. Now that the situation in the Green Province had stabilized, and the Demon Plague and Locust Plague had been suppressed and eliminated, he believed there would not be any danger. Although the Sword Collection peak no longer hung high in the sky, the surrounding scenery gradually grew familiar. Heaven's Reliance Peak flickered on the horizon. The Sword Collection Palace was already very close. Flying over a mountain on his sword, two familiar figures stood at the top. Their purple and green robes drifted in the wind as they gazed at the Sword Collection Palace from afar. Senior Uncle Fu, Senior Uncle Yu. Li Xiaoyao recognized the two seniors who wielded the 10 renowned swords with a single glance. He leapt off the sword and sheathed it in a single stroke. Xiaoyao, you're fine. That's fantastic. Yu Zijian turned around. When Li Xiaoyao saw her smiling face filled with concern, he could not help but feel his heart warm up. However, he also discovered that her bright, beautiful face was tinged with some melancholy, while Senior Uncle Fu did not turn around the entire time as if she was in a daze. Fu Qingjin's temperament was renowned in the Sword Collection Palace, but Li Xiaoyao did not mind. And, after practicing the sword scripture of heaven and earth, he found the world to be even more spacious. Small matters were not worth dwelling on. However, when he made his way over and followed Fu Qingjin's gaze, he could not help but widen his eyes in shock. Even if the Sword Collection Palace had been reduced to a mess, he would not have been so surprised. However, all he saw was that the damaged structures on the mountain peaks had all been repaired. Smoke curled into the air. In a daze, the Sword Collection Palace did not seem to have suffered any disasters at all. All it lacked was the flashes of light that crisscrossed through the mountains. However, the chanting drifted over from the mountain peaks. A great Buddha was carved on Heaven's Reliance Peak. People who came here for the first time would definitely think this was an ancient sapphire Buddhist temple. Senior Uncle, what's going on? Li Xiaoyao was dumbfounded. This is the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Fu Qingjin finally spoke, but his voice was filled with bitterness. It was the dauntless monk who had led everyone north and rebuilt the Chan Monastery of Devanaga here. On the top of Heaven's Reliance Peak, the dauntless monk suddenly stopped chanting and emerged from the main hall, gazing towards the south. What are you looking at, abbot? A young novice monk sweeping the fallen leaves gathered his courage and asked. A few lone geese that have lost their flock. Where? The young novice monk looked around. You're still too young, so you can't see it yet. You'll see it once you grow up. The Sword Collection Palace is gone? Li Xiaoyao murmured. He had a feeling that it was unreal. It seemed that the mountain was still echoing with the noise and laughter of his senior and junior brothers. When he came back to his senses, it was only the ripples of his memory. Unknowingly, his face was already covered with tears. Even if the palace master and the elders colluded with the demon region, many of their companions were innocent. Li Xiaoyao, are you still a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace? Yu Zijian suddenly asked. Yes. Li Xiaoyao answered instinctively. The Sword Collection Palace isn't dead. At the very least, there's still the three of us. Yu Zijian's eyes shone with glistening, violet light. Behind her was the afterglow of the setting sun, interweaving into a colorful glow. But under her influence, it was like the rising sun, full of hope. Fu Qingjin and Li Xiaoyao were stunned. What was the point of saying this now? If the Sword Collection Palace had been destroyed by enemies, then so be it. They would naturally be motivated to take revenge and restore the Sword Collection Palace's reputation. However, the reality was that the Sword Collection Palace had colluded with the demon domain and dug their own graves. All of their disciples had died below the Sword Collection Peak. Even the Chan Monastery of Devanaga's actions of taking over the Sword Collection Peak could not be faulted. If they continued to call themselves disciples of the Sword Collection Palace, they would basically be asking to be humiliated. Zijian, everything has a beginning and end. When there's a rising sun, there's a setting sun. The Sword Collection Palace is no different. Why must you be so stubborn? Fu Qingjin sighed gently. All he wanted to do was leave his home and wander the world. Yeah, senior uncle. Why don't you return to the Clear River Prefecture and continue cultivating? You can still wield your sword and uphold justice. I was just saying it in passing. I think it's better if I don't become a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace. Li Xiaoyao also shook his head. We can no longer admit that we're disciples of the Sword Collection Palace, but what about our innocent brothers and sisters? He didn't do anything bad. Do I have to be treated as a fool and a bad guy, forever carrying a bad name? Yu Zijian clenched her fists firmly. Her voice trembled as her eyes moistened, but she did not shed any tears. Fu Qingjin shuddered inside. He looked at Yu Zijian deeply. With her gentle nature, the pain she felt must have been much deeper than theirs. Sigh, unknowingly. You've become stronger than I am. Li Xiaoyao was also speechless. His face was full of shame. Yu Zijian shook her head and said apologetically, "Sorry, I shouldn't have said something like that. I've made things difficult for you. But I really can't just leave like this. Senior Fu. Thank you for taking care of me all these years." There was also Xiaoyao. "You've cultivated bitterly for so many years and finally survived the heavenly tribulation. It's time for you to be free and unfettered. Otherwise, it would be a waste of its name." His smile vanished in a flash before becoming determined again. He gazed at heaven's leaning peak in the distance. "I'll pay for the sins that the Sword Collection Palace has committed." Fu Qingjin and Li Xiao looked at her back from afar. Her thin shoulders seemed to bear all the sins and notoriety, a burden that did not belong to her. They could not help but look at each other. Fu Qingjin let out a long sigh. "Zijian, oh Zijian. You've really embarrassed the two of us with your actions." Fu Qingjin smiled. "I'm not." Yu Zijian waved her hand in a fluster, but she had no idea how to explain herself. "You know that I'm just a piece of trash who only knows how to sigh in the ruins. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know how to continue living. Please let me go with you." Fu Qingjin bowed slightly. "Senior Aunt Yu, I'll continue being a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace. Although I seem to be the only disciple, I definitely won't disappoint you. You don't have to force yourself." "I'm not forcing myself. I don't think as much as you do. However, if I become a great swordsman in the future and someone asks me whether I come from the Sword Collection Palace, how should I answer? I might as well just admit it. I'll be able to face my seniors and juniors, and I'll be able to face the sword in my hand." "You're fantastic." Yu Zijian cheered and embraced them, diluting her sorrow and melancholy. "A snake won't leave without a head. Since the Sword Collection Palace is still standing, there should be a palace lord." Fu Qingjin smiled. "Yeah. Although there's only a single disciple, there still needs to be a palace lord." Li Xiaoyao looked at Yu Zijian with a smile. Yu Zijian hesitated. "All right, I'll be the palace lord." As a result, the position of the palace lord who had once shaken up the Green Province was decided in a few words. "Greetings, palace lord." Fu Qingjin and Li Xiaoyao bowed towards her together. They were both serious, without the slightest disrespect. Yu Zijian wanted to dodge instinctively, but she still stood firmly and accepted it rather uncomfortably. "Palace Lord, if we want to rebuild the Sword Collection Palace, we'll probably have to find another land of spiritual energy. Fortunately, there's plenty of empty land in the Green Province now, so it won't be difficult to find," said Li Xiaoyao. "I know a few suitable places. We can investigate them," said Fu Qingjin. "No, let's go to Heaven's Leaning Peak first." Yu Zijian pointed at the mountains in the distance. Li Xiaoyao was taken aback. Why were they going to Heaven's Leaning Peak at a time like this? Were they going to take back Heaven's Leaning Peak from the monks? That was impossible. Though, it's said that Senior Aunt Yu is extremely familiar with my second uncle. If she has his support, there's some hope. However, Fu Qingjin seemed to understand something. The dauntless monk turned around and said to the young monk, "Pass down my orders. Prepare to receive the master of the Sword Collection Palace." "Yes, Abbot." The young monk tossed aside his broom and jogged all the way to the grand hall. A while later, a bell rang out. The entire mountain was filled with bells and drums. The monks gathered, all filled with curiosity. Didn't the master of the Sword Collection Palace die a long time ago? And even if he was still alive, he would be a mortal enemy of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, so why was he still receiving him so politely? Yu Zijian, Li Xiaoyao, and Li Xiaoyao ascended the mountain on foot, which left the monks even more surprised. Wasn't their cultivation a little too weak? And, apart from the nameless junior at the very back, they did not even have a sword on them, yet they were still sword cultivators? Li Xiaoyao walked along the familiar mountain path, surrounded by the monks. He felt extremely uneasy and uncomfortable inside. However, he noticed that Yu Zijian's expression became sterner and sterner. She was no longer as gentle as usual. She really did possess the bearing of a palace lord. Did she want to negotiate with the dauntless monk? Reaching the top of the mountain, a tall, stern-faced monk stood there. Li Xiaoyao's cultivation was too low in the past, so his senses were extremely limited. Only now did he understand what a great cultivator was like. Their bearing was basically like a mountain. He could not help but hold his breath. Then, he thought about how his second uncle had glared at him. He thought about how this monk could not be even more powerful, which was why he relaxed slightly. However, the thought of returning the heaven's leaning peak had vanished. Master of the Sword Collection Palace, Yu Zijian, along with Elder Fu Qingjin and disciple Li Xiaoyao, greets the dauntless abbot. Please come into the hall, Palace Lord. The dauntless monk looked at her in some surprise and gave her sufficient politeness. However, Yu Zijian turned him down, expressing that she was not a guest. Afterwards, she publicly apologized to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga as the master of the Sword Collection Palace. She also handed over all the mountains including the Heaven's Leaning Peak to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga as compensation. The sun set, and the sunlight dispersed. Afterwards, it was a long night. This is the best time and also the worst time. Li Qingshan's journey across the 9 provinces has finally reached a new peak. A brand new journey lies ahead. I've also managed to gather 100 copies of the Legends of the Great Sage. I said that this is the best moment, because this book has an unprecedented readership, which is the support of all of you. The 3 million word plot has established a stable foundation for this Xianxia world. Everything seems to be ready. Next, it seems like all I need to do is let Li Qingshan continue his adventures and defeat powerful enemies one by one. Then I'll be able to ascend to the 9 heavens. However, this is also the worst time. As my strength rapidly increases, the story will become more and more ungrounded. The pattern of development is even more tiresome. In the beginning, when Li Qingshan killed a group of bandits and obtained an incomplete copy of the cursive sword calligraphy, it was enough to make people feel excited and joyful. Now that he has killed thousands of demon folk and obtained a supreme demonic sword like the Forsaken Immortal Sword, it gradually becomes more and more like a symbol. It's very easy to lose your center of gravity when you're floating. At this time, some things began to become easier, but others began to become doubly difficult. Of course, it wasn't that there were no solutions. The simplest one was to feel good. Go higher, faster, and stronger. Let the protagonist and the plot charge forward like a mad bull, fighting and killing until they exhausted their last breath of energy and ended the story. Or its trap. Like approaching science, I set up layers of suspense, step by step. Only when the answer is revealed in the end will I discover that everything is difficult to justify. Or perhaps the answer doesn't even need to be revealed. I don't care if you call me a scam. It's over anyway, so what can you do about it? I know how to play with these 2 methods, and I know that they'll be very effective. They're very suitable for the environment of online literature. The former is quick to update, while the latter is very sticky. Unfortunately, neither is the best way. Everyone in the world is greedy for immediate benefits. I can't help but think like that. Now that I've said it, I'll first block off these boring shortcuts. I'm not pretending to be aloof. I just believe that my abilities are not limited to this. If I have the ambition to rise, I'll naturally dive into the ocean and wait for the wind. Why would I be willing to be like a sparrow? Even if this book ended here, leaving behind regrets. It didn't want to deteriorate day by day until it became annoying. However, I still had full confidence that I could finish this book. Ever since I finished Su Xianji, I felt that there was no book in this world that I could not finish. The many difficulties ahead were the best training. Some people said that I had made a fortune from selling the copyright of a game, so I no longer paid attention to novels. They could only say that they didn't know me well. I had always been pessimistic, gloomy, and thoughtful. I even found eating, drinking, and playing to be troublesome. Even if this number was magnified by 10 times, it would still be difficult for me to become a new person. What was truly hindering me was the flaws in my character. It was like a stubborn disease that was exceptionally difficult to cure. This is my explanation, but it is not a reason. I admit my guilt to all those who criticize me, and I apologize to all those who help me explain. In many, many ways, I am so bad that I am ashamed of the book I write. Li Qingshan lazily lay on a banyan leaf that was as wide as a boat. The autumn sun shone on his belly, making him feel slightly tipsy. Of course, the hundreds of jars of wine he drank might be the main culprit, but what did it matter? A gentle breeze blew, making him feel comfortable. Qingshan, you have been lying here for 10 days. The banyan tree king's voice echoed in the cloud-like canopy. Please raise it a little higher. Okay, that's it. Li Qingshan changed the angle of the banyan leaf to make it easier for him to bask in the sun. Suddenly, he realized the banyan tree king's words. He tilted his head and said, 10 days? Is it that long? Heh, it seems like I just drank my first cup. As he spoke, he grabbed a wine jar and gulped it down. With a casual toss, the wine jar disappeared into a cloud mountain in the sky. Then, he lay down comfortably and burped. In a half-singing and half-singing manner, he said, drinking and singing, life is short. How can I solve my worries, only do Kong. Humph, I didn't expect the legendary demon king of the North Moon to be so decadent. There was a flash of white light in the depths of the mountain, descending from the sky and hovering above the canopy. It turned into a woman in white. Her skin was as white as milk, and her beautiful face gave off a sense of holiness. She looked down at Li Qingshan from above, but the most eye-catching part about her was the pair of pure white wings on her back. Angel? Li Qingshan was confused. Oh, mutant. He vaguely recalled this race. The word mutant made the woman in white frown. She corrected, it's a god. You must be crazy. Li Qingshan laughed loudly, the canopy swaying. The woman's expression changed. She actually felt a majestic pressure from this laughter. This Li Qingshan really lived up to his reputation. She was a little more respectful. I am Bai Jia from the Cloud God Nation. I am the golden deacon of the palace. I am here on the orders of my king to invite you to the God Nation. What is your name? Li Qingshan was stunned. Bai Jia. The woman proudly repeated. Good name. The corners of Li Qingshan's mouth curled up slightly as he scrutinized Bai Jia from head to toe. Bai Jia felt inexplicably unhappy, but she suppressed the disgust in her heart and said, please come with me. I'm not going, Li Qingshan said. You actually refused? This is an invitation from the city amongst the clouds. Do you know how many people want to ascend to the city amongst the clouds but are unable to? Bai Jia said in disbelief. Go away, you're blocking me from the sun. Li Qingshan waved his hand impatiently. Okay, I hope you won't regret it. Bai Jia turned into a white light and disappeared into the horizon. Li Qingshan watched them leave as he drank. Why did you refuse? Asked the banyan tree king. Stop pretending. Can't you feel it? Li Qingshan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. A big banyan tree pretending to be strong, ha 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 ha. After grasping the spirit turtle transformation and comprehending the laws of the world, his senses had become sharper and sharper. The invitation this time was not out of the hospitality of the minority brothers. There was clearly hidden danger. Because of this, you shouldn't have refused, said the banyan tree king. With Li Qingshan's personality, why would he be afraid of any danger? I don't want a woman right now, nor do I want an enemy. Sigh. You seem to really. Don't want me to stay here? What do you think? The banyan tree king countered with a question. Even the sky darkened. The alcohol that Li Qingshan had been drinking these days was all brewed by him. Li Qingshan was still picky about the taste, so he used the laws of the world to make these wines reach the effect of being aged for 100 years or even 1,000 years. Many cultivators would not be able to see so much precious spiritual wine in their entire lives. This guy drank several hundred jars like drinking water. Li Qingshan was like a person who lived at home eating off his elders. When he had nothing to do, he would drink a little and go crazy. Obviously, the elders could not stand it. Didn't I do it to protect little Anne? Li Qingshan spread out his hands. Little Anne was still cultivating under the tree, refining the white bone arcane artifacts again. She doesn't need you to protect her. The Banyan Tree King exposed his excuse without holding back at all. He asked, "Don't you have the will to ascend to the 9 heavens?" There's no hurry, there's no hurry. The drunkenness in Li Qingshan's eyes vanished, and he recovered his clarity. He stared at the distant sky. He did not just lie there to slack off and rest. His cultivation of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine had reached a relatively stable level. Drinking so much of this spiritual wine was also preparation for further cultivation. Fine then. I was just afraid that your will would weaken, so I gave you a reminder. Do you still want to drink? Heh, I won't drink anymore, or I'll really fall out with you. Li Qingshan leapt up and cracked his neck. Tell me about the Featherfolk. The Featherfolk are one of the 7 great Otherfolk races. Their surname is Bai, and they're proud and reserved. They claim to be true descendants of gods and look down on other races, including other folk. As for humans and demons, there's no need to even mention them. They've established a divine kingdom in the sky called the City Amongst the Clouds, which is different from the divine kingdoms of other folk on earth. It's said that from birth until death, their feet never touch the soil. What a weirdo. Don't they know what era this is? Didn't they deal with these guys when Great Xia was founded? Li Qingshan asked curiously. The Featherfolk are one of the races that have been affected the least by war. Although they possess extraordinary strength, they naturally loathe conflict and killing, so there's very little internal strife. Ever since the age of the Divine Kingdom, they've rarely involved themselves in battles on the surface. They'll only take action when demon folk invade en masse. They've all turned the tables at crucial moments, and they've been viewed as a decisive force against the demon domain. When Great Xia was founded, they maintained neutrality the entire time. After that, they seemed to have signed some sort of agreement, and they did not engage in war. After that, traces of them rarely appeared. Most of the City Amongst the Clouds are stationed in the Eastern Cloud Province, or they drift across the ocean. The Banyan Tree King demonstrated his vast knowledge once again. It sounds like they're a race filled with greatness, light, and justice. If you add in freedom and democracy, they'll basically be ungovernable. Though, why would a race like that come to make trouble for me? Perhaps the invasion of the demon domain has drawn their attention. As for why they've come to find you, that's difficult to guess. You were right to turn down the invitation. After 5,000 years of development, the Featherfolk's strength is probably only second to Great Xia. They really can't be underestimated. Li Qingshan deeply agreed. Other folk possessed extraordinary talent in the first place. If they expanded on a larger scale, there would definitely be quite a few third heavenly tribulation cultivators. However, as long as he did not go to the City Amongst the Clouds, the Featherfolk could not do anything to him, so there was no need for him to worry too much. It's time for me to go for a walk. Li Qingshan extended his hand into the azure field and pulled out his En's wildflower blade. The wounds on it had all recovered. It shone brightly and seemed even sharper. Before he ascended, there were still many things he had to settle. Dragon King of the Sea, I'm coming. At the same time, a streak of white light shot into the palace hidden in the clouds thousands of kilometers away. He turned it down? Yes. How's his strength? It's no small matter, but he's nowhere near invincible, much less His Majesty. On a lonely island in the Ink Sea, Chu Danqing was focused on painting. The Dragon King of the Sea stood with his hands behind his back, giving him guidance from time to time. Suddenly, he looked back, and a pair of dragon eyes appeared in his blank eyes. Danqing, let's stop here for today. Yes, master. Leave the Ink Sea. Ah? Chu Danqing was shocked. He's here. Do we really have to fight? We have to fight. The Dragon King of the Sea walked out of the house. His gaze crossed the sea and met a pair of scarlet eyes. Li Qingshan's back was facing the setting sun. He stood on a black reef. The sea breeze carried the scent of ink, and his scarlet hair fluttered in the wind. Filled with curiosity, he bent down like a big cat. He did not know what the ink sea water tasted like. Hey, you over there, you can't drink the seawater. A fisherman was driving his fishing boat back to shore. When he saw this, he could not help but shout a warning. Li Qingshan raised his head and glanced at the fisherman. He saw that the scarlet hair was not dyed red by the setting sun. The pair of scarlet eyes seemed to contain magic, causing him to keep quiet out of fear. Li Qingshan still ended up drinking a mouthful of seawater. The bitter and salty taste spread through his mouth, and he gulped it down with a gulp. He extended his blackened tongue and muttered to himself, "It really is disgusting, but the taste is rather special." He then waved at the fisherman. "Hey, brother, go home quickly. The storm is coming." Okay." The fisherman came back to his senses and quickly rowed the boat. Li Qingshan took out a scroll and unfurled it. It was the 3 Absolutes calligraphy personally drawn by the 5 Absolutes immortal. He looked at it carefully again. From the time he obtained the first cursive sword calligraphy in the Black Wind stronghold until now, everything related to it appeared in his mind. In the end, he threw it into the ink sea. The 3 Absolutes calligraphy floated on the burning sea and gradually sank into the sea. The sharp, sword-like handwriting on the scroll gradually melted in the ink sea. Li Qingshan smiled. The Dragon King of the Sea did not refuse. This was good. He looked back at the fisherman who was rowing the boat. He couldn't help but shake his head. Leaping up, he put his hands together and shouted, "People of Mahai Sea, listen up, the storm is coming." The sound wave swept across the sea. It spread throughout the entire ink sea. It reverberated. It was like an oracle. Countless people revealed expressions of shock, and then began to row their boats with all their might away from the ocean. "Qingshan." Chu Danqing heard this voice. He suddenly abandoned the Dragon King of the Sea and flew towards the source of the sound. Not long after he left the small island, a dragon's roar resounded behind him. The island was engulfed by the raging waves. A majestic black dragon was entrenched on the island, its sharp dragon claws gripping the mountain rocks. Its huge body was faintly discernible in the huge waves. It raised its head and roared, as if it was responding to Li Qingshan. Sigh. Chu Danqing frowned and let out a long sigh. He increased his speed, but the churning of the seawater below was already spreading towards the shore at an even faster speed. The sky quickly darkened. The multicolored light dimmed and disappeared. The sky was dark and gloomy. A huge wave slammed against the black reef. The splashing waves landed on Li Qingshan's face. His emotions were like the sea in front of him, faintly beginning to churn. A black dot flew over from the sea. Li Qingshan waved his hand. "Danqing, long time no see." "Qingshan, don't fight. I'm begging you." Chu Danqing landed in front of the black Qingshan, grabbed his shoulder, and said while panting, "The disciple of the Dragon King of the Sea should not be begging others so easily." Li Qingshan was still smiling, his fighting spirit burning even more fiercely. "I'm not only doing this for my master, but also for my friends. I don't want to see anything happen to either of you." Chu Danqing tried to persuade him. "No one will die. Your master's true body is not here, is it? Li Qingshan, do you think you will win?" The deep voice of the Dragon King of the Sea came from the sea, as if the entire sea was speaking. Of course. Li Qingshan was full of confidence, even if this was the home ground of the Dragon King of the Sea. In this battle, there would be no helpers, and there would be no Nirvana rebirth. It was just him and the Dragon King of the Sea. This was no longer for revenge, but to test himself to see if he had the power to surpass the 10 demon kings. Arrogant. With an angry roar, the shadow of a black dragon soared into the sky. The rolling mountains and the sea seemed to be about to connect with the dark clouds that were pressing down. The dragon's shadow danced between the clouds and the sea. Bang! Rocks flew everywhere, and the reef under Li Qingshan's feet was crushed. He curled his lips. So stingy. Qingshan. Chu Danqing wanted to persuade him again, but Li Qingshan suddenly looked straight into his eyes and said with a straight face, "Go away." Chu Danqing let go of his hand involuntarily. Li Qingshan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "If you have nothing better to do, come and paint a picture." Chu Danqing watched blankly as Li Qingshan stepped into the rolling sea of ink. In the blink of an eye, he was swallowed by the sea and disappeared. Then, a huge mountain rushed out of the sea of ink and stood between heaven and earth. A pair of curved horns tore through the clouds, filled with an unyielding fighting spirit. A pair of gorgeous and dazzling wings with a wingspan of thousands of feet glowed with the brilliance of divinity. Waves crashed against the huge mountain, but they could not move it at all. On the contrary, the surrounding seawater gradually calmed down and became as smooth as a mirror. Xianxia stepped forward and advanced toward the center of the sea of ink. Everywhere he went, the violent sea became calm, forming a great contrast with the surrounding turbulent waves. The cold seawater hit his face, and Chu Danqing suddenly quivered. He flew high into the sky and spread out a piece of white paper in front of him. He held the weasel brush tightly in his right hand and stared at the sea. At this moment, Gu Yanning and Sibao rushed over and stared at the sea of ink. "Sister, they really want to fight," Sibao exclaimed. "Who can stop them? Let's just watch." Gu Yanning spread her hands. "Fighting is good. It's all your fault for making me go into seclusion. I missed a lot of good shows." Sibao was extremely excited, her thick eyebrows flying high. On the other hand, Gu Yanning had a helpless expression. "Sister, who do you think will win?" Sibao took out a bag of dried fruits and ate one, crushing it together with the core. "Theoretically, no one can defeat the Dragon King of the Sea in the Ink Sea," Gu Yanning said. "But he's always out of theory, right? I really didn't expect that this brat would be so strong now." Sibao thought of the battle she had missed and couldn't help but feel regret and anticipation. The tall statue of the first king of Chu pressed down on his sword and looked at the magnificent sea of ink. He also seemed to fall into silence. In the majestic South Hub city behind him, the cultivators climbed up the city walls to watch the battle, but they only saw the sky and earth change color. It was a shocking scene. Xianxia was about to reach the center of the ink sea. The waves became more and more violent, and the seawater around him rippled. The dragon's roar was faintly discernible in the wind and waves, but it never stopped and slowly wrapped around him. Break! The clouds split, and the sea split. Xianxia suddenly turned around and met the eyes of a dragon head. Its jagged dragon horns pointed to the sky, and its ink-black mane danced in the wind. At the same time, it let out an angry roar. The tiger's roar and dragon's roar shook the entire ink sea. The wind suddenly became 10 times stronger, stirring up the world into chaos. At the top of South Hub City, the cultivators hurriedly cast spells to resist the strong wind blowing against their faces. The strong smell of ink and blood still made them feel dizzy, and they looked at the magnificent sea with fear. This was the power of the North Moon Demon King and the Dragon King of the Sea. Xianxia had just raised his long blade when he was thrown into the sea by a strong force. His vision was filled with the vigorous dragon's body, flowing like a great river, coiling around the majestic body of the demon god. It was as if the ink sea was pressing on his body. His limbs were in pain, and he was firmly locked by the sharp dragon claws, sinking into the dark ink sea. The ink sea seemed bottomless, sinking endlessly. He heard the deep voice of the Dragon King of the Sea mixed with the dragon's roar. "Xianxia, this is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Maybe the victory at Great Buddha Mountain made you arrogant, and this will be your burial ground." The dragon's teeth intersected, blood splattered, and he felt a sharp pain in his neck. These words sound very familiar. Also, arrogance is just your illusion. Xianxia's smile turned into rage, and the tiger stripes quickly spread, forming a keen character on his forehead. The dragon's claws and teeth pierced deeper and deeper into his body, and the pain was like pouring oil on fire, turning his rage into rage. The wings of the wind god suddenly expanded, breaking the water for 1,000 miles. Bang! A red tiger leaped out of the ink sea, and its long tail curled around the long blade. It quickly swept across the surface of the sea and slashed the dragon's body. Wherever the blade passed, huge arc-shaped waves thousands of feet high appeared on the surface of the sea, like a curtain rising into the sky, covering the dragon and tiger. The curtain rose and fell. The Dragon King was cut in half, and the red tiger broke free, proudly standing between heaven and earth. Good, strong. Sibao was dazzled. Although she was a princess and had experienced hundreds of battles, a battle of this level was simply unheard of. Forget about the Dragon King of the Sea. What shocked her even more was that Xianxia did not seem to be at a disadvantage in such an absolutely disadvantageous situation. Instead, he seemed to be winning. This is just the beginning, Gu Yanning said. If that was all the Dragon King in the Ink Sea was capable of, then he would not be able to do anything. Then she wouldn't have come to watch this battle at all. Indeed, when the two halves of the Dragon King of the Sea fell into the sea, they turned into two giant dragons and soared into the sky. They were no smaller than they were just now. They spiraled and flew toward Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's figure turned, and the saber light was like a wheel. A huge ring-shaped wave was set off in the sea. The Dragon King of the Sea was cut in half again, but in the blink of an eye, he turned into four giant dragons. Not only did his aura not weaken, but it also increased. Saber lights tore through the pitch-black sky like lightning, cutting the Dragon King of the Sea again and again. However, the dragon's shadows between the sea and the sky increased. They surrounded Li Qingshan, as if he was in a deep quagmire. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. This? How can he win? Sibao's heart trembled. She could not distinguish the true form of the Dragon King of the Sea. Or perhaps there was no such thing as true form. The Ink Sea was the Dragon King. The Dragon King was the Ink Sea. If the Ink Sea did not die, the Dragon King would not die. It can only be considered a neutral game, girl. Watch carefully. This might be your family's greatest enemy, Gu Yanning said. My family's greatest enemy? Sibao raised her eyebrows and exhaled again. She said disapprovingly, I don't want to become enemies with him for some random plan. Gu Yanning smiled and patted her head. Her pair of eagle eyes were still the same, piercing through the barrier of the storm and the waves, staring at the depths of the Ink Sea. Li Qingshan, at this stage, do you still think you can win? The 100 ink dragons spoke at the same time. The sea of clouds that had been torn apart closed again, condensing into an even thicker and gloomier cloud mountain. Becoming one with the entire Ink Sea is indeed an impressive move. If you did not ask such a stupid question, I would be even more impressed. Li Qingshan spread his arms, as if he wanted to embrace the entire sea and sky. Come. The dragon roar resounded through the sky and sea. The clouds fell, and the sea churned. It was as if the world was toppling over, wanting to crush Li Qingshan into pieces. Looking around, the 100 giant dragons charged over together. Li Qingshan leaped up, demonic energy bursting forth, battle demon possession. Dazzling saber light, a madman at the end of his road. The flow of time seemed to slow down. Every movement was so clear that it was as if it was frozen. Raising his hand, raising his eyebrows, spinning, swinging his saber. The wind blew, the tiger demon danced wildly. In a daze, Li Qingshan vanished, turning into a storm that blazed like fire, flickering with sharpness like a sharp blade. The whistling wind was like a war song, ripping apart the clouds, the sea of ink, and the colossal dragon. Haha, you think you can defeat me with just numbers? If you are the Ink Sea, then I will crush the entire Ink Sea. The Crimson Storm went on a rampage. No matter how many incarnations the Dragon King of the Sea turned into, they could do nothing to him. For a moment, a black rainstorm fell from the sky, dispersed by the storm, and the Ink Sea swayed. The Dragon King of the Sea was silent. Unknowingly, he had already become so powerful. Finally, it's time to decide the victor, Gu Yanning muttered to herself. The many dragon shadows gathered into one again, staring at the crimson storm. 1,000 years entering the painting. With the deep voice of the Dragon King of the Sea, the storm, the sea, the clouds, and the rainstorm froze in an instant. All the colors disappeared, all the sounds faded, leaving only the silence of black and white, like a magnificent painting. Chu Donqing's body was drenched by the rainstorm. His right hand grasped the weasel bristle brush tightly, staring at the churning sea, but did not descend. He was concerned about both sides, and he did not want to see either side lose. His heart was full of contradictions and conflicts. At this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, and jade blood spurted out. He no longer had any anxiety, and only a painting was left in his heart. Li Qingshan was dazed for a moment, and found that he had returned to his human form. He looked at his right hand, which was covered in thick black ink, as if it was painted by an extremely skilled painter, vivid and lifelike. It seemed strange to use such a term to describe himself, but it did feel so. Originally, I did not want to use this move. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth, and even the 5 ultimate powers, on this Ink Sea is too unfair. The Dragon King of Ink Sea, or rather, Mo Wuhan, walked over. Black ripples spread out under his feet, from deep to shallow. It was extremely mysterious. His figure kept changing between a human and a dragon, but it gave off a natural feeling. However, Li Qingshan felt like he was completely isolated from heaven and earth, unable to absorb any spiritual chi of heaven and earth. He could not even feel the existence of the earth. He understood that this was the true home ground of the Dragon King of the Sea. The victor is king. What's the point of martial arts? You speak as if you have already won. Heaven and earth were silent. The sound of wind, rain, and waves all merged into the painting. What was constantly changing was the ink-colored man and dragon. Between the movements, there were long traces of ink, and the speed was extremely fast. 2 vigorous and elegant ink traces crisscrossed back and forth, sometimes joining and sometimes separating, faster and faster. In the end, they seemed to be entangled together, forming a whirlpool that spun rapidly, and the picture scroll was chaotic. Everyone was watching this shocking battle. Only Chu Danqing was focused on the painting in front of him. Blood flowed from his wrist to the tip of the brush, galloping in the painting. Green blood of vermilion, blood turned into ink. His face gradually paled, and his spirit became more vigorous with some fanaticism. He threw everything in the world to the back of his mind and only focused on the painting in front of him. Gu Yanning also looked back in surprise, then turned back to continue watching the battle. After an unknown period of time, there was a sudden crack. It was very soft but very clear, as if it rang in everyone's heart, breaking the silence between the sea and the sky. A figure fell from the sky and landed in the ink sea with a plop, then slowly floated up. It was Li Qingshan. His eyes were tightly shut, and he floated motionlessly on the surface of the sea. His long scarlet hair spread out, and one of his left legs and one of his right arms had disappeared. His body was riddled with wounds, but the wounds weren't filled with fresh blood, but with black ink. Gu Yanning heaved a sigh of relief, but it turned into a sigh. The winner has been decided. He died in battle? Sibao was in disbelief. Gu Yanning shook her head. He won. Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky quietly. A smile appeared on his lips. Dragon King, you lost. Before he finished speaking, there was a cacophony of cracking sounds, which turned from soft to booming, echoing throughout the ink sea. The painting gradually collapsed and fell into the sea. Color returned to heaven and earth. It was the last ray of sunset. All the spectators were in a trance. It turned out that the battle had only lasted for such a short time. Mo Wuhan suddenly appeared again, standing on the sea. He was only a few feet away from Li Qingshan's head. He looked down at him. What, do you still want to fight? Li Qingshan raised his head and stared at him. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into his body, and the divine power of the earth gave him an endless source of power. The flames of the phoenix burned. He removed the black stain and healed his injuries. Even the broken limbs. Reborn in the curl of the flames. 1,000 Autumns painting is indeed an extremely powerful move, especially in this ink sea. However, you're still no match for my fist. Li Qingshan raised his new right fist in the flames. The power of vibration was indeed very good at restraining such methods. The ending flower blade made a soft sound. Yes, there's still a blade. The Dragon King of the Sea did not say a word, nor did he make a move. He was well aware of one thing. Even if he had the entire ink sea to rely on, he would not be able to crush Li Qingshan. He would only be able to hold on for a while longer and not be defeated so quickly. To put it simply, the Dragon King of the Sea's destructive power could not penetrate the tortoise shell and cowhide to crush Li Qingshan's tiger bones and extinguish the phoenix's flames. It's very strange. You actually don't have any innate mystical powers. Li Qingshan said. Although the Dragon King of the Sea had used various methods, none of them could be considered as true innate mystical powers. To the demon race, mystical powers were the foundation of everything. If the Dragon King of the Sea had any kind of offensive mystical powers that could truly condense and release the enormous power of the ink sea, the outcome of the battle would be uncertain. However, What he found strange was that the former Qingzhou demon race crown prince Mou, a fellow who was countless times weaker than the Dragon King of the Sea, could also use innate mystical powers. Because I am not a demon. The Dragon King of the Sea finally spoke. Oh, you turned Mou from a painting into a demon, but you still can't help yourself? It's really depressing to think about it. The fellow I've always viewed as a strong enemy is actually just a painting, or rather, a painting soul. Li Qingshan shook his head and suddenly leaped up, smashing Mo Wuhan into pieces with a punch. Ink droplets splattered all over the sky. However, regardless of whether you want to fight or not, I won't stop until I completely defeat you. Mo Wuhan's figure condensed in the distant sky again, nodding slightly at Li Qingshan. If he were to stop just like that, that would be the greatest insult. However, it was not his style to be entangled blindly, knowing that he was no match for Mo Wuhan. The dragon eyes in his eyes dispersed and became blank again. His expression suddenly became a little bleak. At this moment, Chu Danqing completed the final stroke. What he depicted was not the process of the fierce battle, but the scene of the dragon and tiger roaring at each other. The fierce battle that followed seemed to be integrated into the painting, giving people endless imagination. He revealed a pale smile, and the aura all over his body weakened to the extreme. Only then did he suddenly realize that the battle had already ended. He looked around for the Dragon King of the Sea's figure, and suddenly a voice sounded behind him. Good painting. Master. Chu Danqing turned around. The Dragon King of the Sea was looking at the painting with blank eyes, sighing in admiration. You have already obtained some of the essence of the Five Absolutes painting Tao. You can slowly cultivate it now. Master, you. Chu Danqing seemed to sense something. You've been out for so long. It's time to return. The Dragon King of the Sea faintly said. Suddenly, he waved his sleeves and the ink sea violently roiled again. A circle of coastline gradually lost its ink color and condensed towards the center of the sea. The last drop of ink rose into the sky and floated in the Dragon King of the Sea's palm. It shot into Chu Danqing's dantian, fusing into his limbs, soul, and consciousness, and surging through his blood vessels. As for the ink sea below, it turned a deep blue color. The influence of the Five Absolutes Immortals' 10,000 years of existence had been eliminated, turning into a deep blue sea. After doing all this, the Dragon King of the Sea's figure dissipated with the wind. Chu Danqing stretched out his hand but only touched the warm sea breeze. At the same time, in the distant void, an ink dragon gradually appeared on a snow-white painting wall. It was vigorous and wanted to fly, but its eyes were blank. It seemed powerless and could only be trapped on the wall. Two figures vaguely appeared. One was an azure-robed man and the other was a yellow-robed man. The yellow-robed man asked, "Fellow Taoist, why did you stop? You only drew the dragon and not the eye. That is a great loss of charm." The azure-robed man answered, "Just touching it will allow me to ascend beyond the heavens." "Forget it." "Oh, that's fine, that's fine." The yellow-robed man had a look of disbelief. Cultivators had bitterly cultivated for thousands of years. It was extremely difficult for them to ascend. How could a mere painting dare to say that they could ascend beyond the heavens? It was simply ridiculous. The azure-robed man did not seem to notice. He smiled and looked at the dragon in the painting. The sun set and the moon rose, sprinkling down clear light. Chu Danqing recalled all his experiences over the years and could not help but cry. He wiped them with his sleeves. His sleeves were stained with ink and he could not help but be stunned. "Danqing, are you all right?" Li Qingshan came over and asked with concern. He saw that Chu Danqing's entire body was pitch black. He could almost become invisible in the darkness. It was truly pitch black like ink. Even the whites of his eyes were completely black. Chu Danqing looked at his hands. He understood that the Dragon King of the Sea had used an extraordinary method to absorb all the power of the ink sea into his body. He could not help but feel even more sorrowful and cried bitterly. "Hey, don't cry. It's such a waste." Li Qingshan knew that Chu Danqing could not control this power at all, let alone digest it. "Qingshan, do you still keep your promise?" Chu Danqing wiped his tears and asked Li Qingshan. "Of course." Li Qingshan smiled. The painting tomb is about to open. The phoenix flew across the sky, heading for the ink sea. A girl holding a saber stood on the back of the phoenix, looking at the surging winds and clouds in the distance. She pointed her saber and said rudely and childishly, "Hey, hurry up. It has already begun." I know. If I wasn't afraid that you would fall, why would I fly so slowly? Don't feed me all the time. I'm your brother, after all. Li Fengyuan sped up and was also anxious to watch the battle. He muttered, "Old father is really too much. He actually didn't inform me about this." Shut up. The tiger girl had just opened her mouth when a gust of wind blew into it. She staggered and couldn't stand steadily, so she quickly lay down. Li Fengyuan chuckled. "Little girl, let's see who's going to shut up." Suddenly, a white light descended from the sky and blocked their path. Bai Jia said with a solemn expression, "Divine bird phoenix, my king invites you to the city amongst the clouds. Go away, a good dog doesn't block the way." Li Fengyuan flapped its wings impatiently and tried to go around it. "As I said, my king has invited you to the city amongst the clouds." With a flash of light, Bai Jia blocked in front of him again. Her tone was even more unquestionable. The majestic divine bird phoenix actually has such vulgar words. Like father, like son. You want to fight? Li Fengyuan's eyes widened. It's not what I want, but I can't go against the king's order. If you insist, I can only use force. Bai Jia spread her wings and released rings of white light, displaying the extraordinary strength of a level 3 heavenly tribulation. I'd like to see what kind of tricks you have, you idiot. Li Fengyuan wasn't afraid at all. He spat out a wave of raging flames that instantly engulfed Bai Jia. A few white lights flashed, and a few light arrows pierced through the raging flames. Li Fengyuan dodged in panic. The arrow of light that passed by had left a few wounds on it, causing feathers to fall down. Bai Jia pulled the longbow in her hand, wrapped in white light, and said with disdain, "Even if it's a divine bird. He's just a demon commander." In her heart, however, she sighed with emotion. As expected of a phoenix. Although her arrows were mostly probing, she did not hold back. As a result, not a single arrow hit its mark. This featherman isn't easy to deal with. Ordinary demon monarchs can't compare to him. It was better to leave first. Hold on tight, ouch. Li Fengyuan hadn't even finished speaking when the tiger girl's 10 fingers shot out sharp claws and tightly clasped onto his back. But at this moment, she couldn't care less. With a phoenix cry, he spread his wings and flew high. In an instant, he turned into a beam of colorful light that shot toward the direction of Mo High. It was his innate ability, thousandly soaring phoenix. Bai Jia put away the longbow, turned into a white light, and followed closely behind. She was surprised to find that she couldn't easily surpass Li Fengyuan. If they really escaped to the ink sea, it would be troublesome. With a wave of his right hand, a pure white ribbon of light shot out. The colorful light turned, and Li Fengyuan avoided it. However, he felt the weight on his back lighten, and he looked back. "What, you don't want her anymore?" Bai Jia grabbed the tiger girl by the nape of her neck. The tiger girl roared and bared her fangs and claws, but how could she do anything to such a powerhouse? "Let her go." Li Fengyuan was furious. "She's of no use to me. If you come with me, I'll be able to help you." "I'll let her go," Bai Jia said with a smile. "Don't listen to this slut," the tiger girl roared. "How vulgar and despicable." Bai Jia frowned, and he immediately increased the strength in his hand. The tiger girl clenched her teeth, but didn't say a word. "Okay, I'll go with you," Li Fengyuan said. Bai Jia waved her sleeve, and ribbons of light flew out. They tied Li Fengyuan up firmly. "Let her go. If you dare to go back on your words, I'll. Heh, you'll what?" Bai Jia said. "I'll perish together with you." "Humph, would I lie to you?" Bai Jia said disdainfully, and casually threw the tiger girl away, turning into a white light that pierced through the sky. The tiger girl adjusted her figure in midair, using all 4 limbs to fly with the wind. She ran and chased, but she could only watch the white light disappear in the east. With a roar, she turned her head and looked at the ink sea. However, Aren't you afraid that I'll find your master's body and kill him again? Li Qingshan asked Chu Danqing with a smile. You. I. Chu Danqing was stunned for a moment, and his expression changed, but it was hard to see the change of expression on his pitch-black face. Then you better not come with me. How can I go back on my words? Li Qingshan laughed. Don't worry, this is our final battle. Chu Danqing let out a sigh. This might be the best result. Congratulations, fellow Daoist, for a complete victory. Gu Yanning cupped her hands and congratulated him. Si Bao, who was beside her, looked at Li Qingshan from head to toe as if she was looking at a rare beast. Of course, Li Qingshan said. Danqing, you have to be prepared. Gu Yanning said sternly. Yes, I'll go cultivate now. Chu Danqing turned around and left. Li Qingshan shook his head, spread his hands, and asked, Commander Gu, how's my strength now? The 9 provinces are but a corner. In the past, she once said to him, the Qing province stretches for 30,000 miles, and the Jianghu is but a corner. At that time, he was just a greenhorn in the Jianghu. Now, the 9 provinces were like the Jianghu to him, and he wouldn't stay for long. I owe you something. You can tell me now. Otherwise, when I ascend, it will be all for nothing. The time is not right. This matter cannot be forced. Oh, is this strength not enough? Li Qingshan was a little surprised. According to my experience, everything that cannot be forced is mostly because you are not strong enough. You can say that, Gu Yanning said. You, what do you want? Li Qingshan looked at her deeply. You will know when the time comes. However, if you want to ascend, go ahead. Don't worry too much about it. Gu Yanning opened her jade folding fan and waved it lightly. She was still as elegant as before, without the slightest hint of dependence. Li Qingshan showed admiration. This was still the Gu Yanning he knew. He looked around and saw a small figure running from the seaside. The figure flashed and arrived in front of the tiger girl. Why are you here? Big brother was taken away, the tiger girl said, panting. By who? Li Qingshan frowned. A white-winged slut, the tiger girl said through gritted teeth. As expected, they came with ill intentions. Are you all right? Li Qingshan patted her head. I'm fine. If it wasn't for me. The tiger girl lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked very sad. All right, I'll save the kid. Li Qingshan scooped up the tiger girl. For once, he displayed some gentleness. Who is the white-winged slut? Gu Yanning suddenly asked. A winged person called Bai Jia. She calls herself the Ji Jinwu. Then the one who was taken away is Li Fengyuan, my son. Don't you know? Gu Yanning said to Si Bao, Baoer, take your child home first. Okay. Si Bao came before Li Qingshan and extended her hands to the tigress girl. Come with me. The tigress girl stared at her. Go find your mother. Li Qingshan handed the tiger girl, who was filled with reluctance, to Si Bao and watched them leave. Let's talk somewhere else. Gu Yanning said. Where to? Li Qingshan furrowed his brows as if a storm was gathering. East, Yunzhou. You don't need help? I heard that the winged men are not easy to deal with. Li Qingshan did not expect Gu Yanning to be so decisive. Although he could not wait to go to the city amongst the clouds and beat up his mother, then his whole family, and teach these damned kidnappers what the word death meant. This matter is difficult to solve with strength alone. I'm still not strong enough. Li Qingshan said. His military exploits could be considered illustrious, but the winged men still dared to do this. They must be fearless. You can say that. Gu Yanning flew higher into the sky and blended into the fierce astral winds. Li Qingshan followed closely behind. The matter you want my help with is related to the winged men, right? To be more precise, it's related to the winged men king. The further east they went, the denser the clouds in the sky became. In the end, it was almost endless. The clouds were piled up and down, and thunder and lightning could be seen from time to time. Bai Jia brought Li Fengyuan and passed through the clouds. Why does your king want to see me? Li Fengyuan tried to break free, But the white belt of light was stronger than he imagined and firmly restrained his power. "You'll know when you get there," Bai Jia said. "Do you know who my father is?" "His surname is Li Qingshan. You know? Like father like son. Legend has it that the phoenix has 5 virtues: benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust." "You spoke rudely, which is rude. You asked such a stupid question, which is unwise. You promised to follow me to the city amongst the clouds, but you tried to escape, which is untrustworthy. You can only be considered a little benevolent. I may be rude, unwise, and untrustworthy, so that I can be as shameless as you." Bai Jia let out a cold snort and shook the white ribbon. Li Fengyuan fell into the black cloud mountain that was flashing with lightning and rumbling thunder. When he was lifted up again, the feathers on his body were standing up and he shouted, "Shameless! Shameless! Shameless! Call me whatever you want. I can't be bothered to stoop to your level. Shameless woman, you're in big trouble now." After flying for an unknown period of time, a city suddenly appeared between the clouds. Towering white palaces seemed to be formed from white clouds, shining white in the sunlight. However, upon closer inspection, only the tallest palace in the center was truly pure white. The surrounding palaces were slightly inferior, gradually turning milky white and even grayish white. However, they all had the same texture of clouds, lightly floating high up in the sky. One by one, the winged people spread their wings and soared between the clouds. All of them were beautiful and wore broad clothes. Their words and actions were elegant, and they emitted a tranquil and auspicious aura. "This is the city amongst the clouds," Bai Jia said proudly. "What's so great about it?" Li Fengyuan said disdainfully. A pair of tall cloud pillars could be considered the city gate. The cloud pillars were engraved with layers of cloud patterns, and a strange sculpture with a human face and bird's body sat on top of the cloud pillars. It wore a pointed crown on its head. The instant Li Fengyuan crossed the cloud pillars, he seemed to have entered another world. That tranquil and auspicious aura seemed to invade his body. "Bai Jia, don't be rude to our guest. Hurry up and untie him." A clear and sonorous voice came from the tallest palace. "Yes." After arriving at the city amongst the clouds, Bai Jia wasn't afraid of letting Li Fengyuan escape. She waved her sleeve and retrieved the white ribbon. Li Fengyuan stretched his body and said calmly, "Let's go. Let me see your king." The graceful and dignified bearing of the phoenix's inheritance was displayed. Moreover, he had the decisiveness of "I'll go against thousands of people." Bai Jia's expression was somewhat astonished. Just now, at that moment, she actually felt a trace of shame. This was the bearing that a phoenix should have. On the spotless white street, the feathermen lined the streets to welcome him. They sprinkled flowers and played their zither, as if they were truly welcoming a distinguished guest. Bai Jia also took a step back and followed behind, letting him enjoy this honor alone. Li Fengyuan stepped on the soft clouds and walked forward calmly. The phoenix never lacked glory, nor did it need glory. When he arrived in front of the palace in the center of the city, there were 2 rows of cloud pillars in the plaza in front of the palace. On top of each pillar sat a sculpture with a human face and bird's body. However, there was a subtle difference in their expressions. When he passed through the plaza, he would feel that he was constantly being watched. Climbing up the tall steps, Li Fengyuan looked up and saw the 3 large words "Divine Feather Palace" shining brightly under the sunlight. "Quickly invite him in." The clear and magnificent voice came from the palace again. Li Fengyuan acted as if he didn't hear it. He looked left and right and admired the carvings on the palace gate. Bai Jia reached out and pushed him into the palace. The palace was filled with intoxicating incense. There were many crane-shaped incense burners emitting white smoke. The warm sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, making the palace seem even more spacious. A figure was faintly discernible in the smoke. "Welcome, divine bird phoenix." A handsome and sunny man stood up from the white jade throne and opened his arms. The pure white wings that were originally folded behind him suddenly spread out with his movement, scattering the smoke. They emitted an invisible light that made the sunlight dim. "My name is Li Fengyuan, King of Feather Men, Bai Chen." "You're about to die," Li Fengyuan said. What did you say? The king of feather men calmly walked down from the throne. His long white robe trailed behind him. He smiled and said, "Who can kill me?" Whether it was power or influence, he was at the top of this world. Time, Li Fengyuan said. Oh? The king of feather men lowered his eyes. No matter how strong the incense is, it can't hide the stench on your body. Li Fengyuan sniffed. Although it wasn't actually a smell, it was more like an intuition, an aura of aging and decadence. Maintaining a youthful appearance is just deceiving yourself, not to mention that pretentious tone of voice. You aren't the light of the day, but the twilight. As expected of the divine bird phoenix. Not all life forms can live forever like you. Even celestials have 5 periods of decline. But please show some respect. It's good for both of us. The king of feather men's expression darkened. As he frowned, wrinkles began to spread. Even his voice became deep and hoarse, like an old man. Li Fengyuan suddenly felt that he couldn't breathe. He was obviously so old, but he was also so powerful, as vast as the sky. Glancing at the base of the feather man king's pure white wings, he suddenly found a little bit of color. It was a pale blue feather, but it was better than all the other pure white feathers, which made him feel a sense of familiarity. He raised his head and said, "What do you want from me?" Time. What I'm searching for is a feather. The light of hope shone in Gu Yening's eyes. Li Qingshan thought back. In the battle against the corpse king on Burial Mound Mountain, you once used a feather to make space extremely fragile, which was how I managed to kill the corpse king successfully. That was a feather of a space-splitting bird. Although it's extremely rare, it's not particularly difficult to obtain. Yeah. With the protector hawk god taking action, what can't we obtain? As a father, he's not as benevolent as you. Gu Yening smiled. The gentle way he carried the tiger girl had truly taken her by surprise. What's wrong with that? Heartless might not necessarily be a true hero. How can a man not pity his child? Li Qingshan said. After all, she was his own flesh and blood. How could he not feel anything? Since he had feelings, there was no need to pretend. Heartless might not necessarily be a true hero. How can a man not pity his child? Gu Yening repeated. Unfortunately, that's not the case in the cultivation community. Everyone uses their feelings as a burden. There are countless people who want to become heartless and emotionless. Like you? I'm not. In the eyes of the world, you're actually very heartless. That's true. The two of them were speechless for a moment. They flew through the boundless sky again, passing through countless clouds and mountains. We're almost there, Gu Yening said. The city amongst the clouds? Li Qingshan gazed into the distance. No. Look up. Gu Yening pointed upwards. Li Qingshan raised his head. All he saw was a haze extremely high up in the sky. It was rather difficult to make out what it was against the pure blue background. However, he could clearly sense that the space was rather strange, but it was not ripped apart like the demon cavern or the gate of hungry ghosts. It was more like it had been stirred into chaos. As a result, he waved his hand and unleashed the profound light illuminates all, pulling the chaos closer to him. In that moment, a strange power seemed to extend over the spirit turtle's profound shell, twisted and deformed. However, just now, Li Qingshan had already discovered that the chaos was much larger than it seemed. It enveloped a radius of 100 kilometers, and its depth was immeasurable. He could not help but ask, "What is that?" About 10 years before you were born, a feather fell from the sky. It pierced through the barrier of this world, and here are the traces left behind. Gu Yening gazed at the chaotic void with an expression of reverence. A feather? Li Qingshan was astounded. If the world was like an egg, then this barrier would be the eggshell. It was practically indestructible. Even though he had the tremors of the ox demon. Moreover, the higher one went, the stronger the astral winds would be. It would be difficult to even approach it. Regardless of whether it was the demon's den, the gate of hungry ghosts, or the blood-colored vortex in the azure field, the reason why they could create a hole and connect to this world was because the demon's domain, hungry ghost realm, and azure realm were countless times larger than the 9 provinces. It was equivalent to borrowing the power of the world. Even so, it was extremely difficult to expand. Even Fiend Celestial Xianxia had to pass through the demon cavern in order to descend, and he had to pay a considerable price. It was unimaginable for an individual to fight against the world, because the energy possessed by the two was on a completely different order of magnitude. Because of this, the scene before him was completely beyond common sense. It's very powerful, isn't it? Just the fall of a feather easily pierced through the barrier of the world, and it might not even have been intentional. And the residual effects caused the world to be unable to repair even now. It's just a feather. Can you imagine what kind of existence its owner is? Du Yening kept sighing, a complete change from her usual carefree and calm demeanor. She was like a child describing a toy that she liked to the extreme but could not obtain. Li Qingshan pondered. It was not completely unimaginable. Brother Ox's power was probably not below that of the feather's owner. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly stirred. 10 years before I was born? If he counted it, Brother Ox had appeared in his cowshed at that time. Could there be some connection between the two? This feather is now in the city amongst the clouds? To be more precise, it's with the king of feather humans, Bai Chen. At that time, there was a battle, and all the feather demon kings in the world sensed it. My father also tried to snatch it, but in the end, Bai Chen was the first to get it. The truth is really hard to predict. Perhaps the feather humans are also considered feather humans? I'm not sure, but if it hadn't fallen into his hands, even if my father got this feather, he would have had a lot of trouble. You said that all the feather demon kings sensed it? Yes, it's like a summoning. My father speculated that there might be an inheritance in it. Even if there is no true inheritance, just the power contained in this feather and the information stored is enough for a feather to step into the realm of extraordinary. Speaking of this, I really envy your godson. He was born a divine bird phoenix, and his talent and bloodline are unparalleled. Ascension is just a matter of time. Even if he goes to a higher world, he will still have a great advantage. And I still have some backing in the 9 regions, but once I ascend, I will no longer have any advantage. My half-human, half-demon bloodline will even become a disadvantage. Whether I go to the human path or the beast path, it will be somewhat awkward. If I want to go further, I must establish a greater advantage before I lose my advantage. I seem to have said too much. You can understand my feelings, right? Maybe you can't understand. After all, the inheritance you have is also beyond imagination. I hope to get help from you. Alright, I can understand, and I will do my best to help you. Even without you, I would still fight with you, the Feather Demon King. Li Qingshan looked at Gu Yening, who had become a little long-winded, and felt a little embarrassed. He had such a great advantage that he really did not have the right to call himself the daughter of the Eagle God. Moreover, she was constantly fighting to change her fate. Thank you. Gu Yening nodded slightly and returned to normal. But you still don't understand. The reason why I brought you here is to tell you that this matter can't be solved with pure power. After so many years, even if the Feather Demon King has not completely refined that feather and accepted the inheritance, as long as he can exert a little of its power, it will be very terrifying. I even suspect that he is already the strongest in the world. Then how did you originally plan to deal with him? I didn't plan to deal with him. According to the lifespan of the Feather Demon King, he has long reached the limit, and all the methods to prolong his life have been used up. I originally planned to outlive him to death. All the people hiding in the dark who covet him will take the opportunity to make a move. Although the forces in the city amongst the clouds are strong, they will definitely fall into chaos, and I will be able to take advantage of the situation. Gu Yening stretched out her hand and grabbed at the air. Like a hunting eagle, she seemed to have already caught the magical feather in her hand. At that time even the Eagle God would be her opponent, and they might have to fight for it with their own methods. She had already prepared many methods, and Li Qingshan would be her strongest helper. However, when she opened her hand, she found that it was empty. She could not help but smile helplessly. She had originally hoped that the Feather Demon King would be able to endure for a few more years, giving her enough time to grow. Only then would she be more confident in the future. Who would have thought that there would be such a change? The feather demon god, who had disappeared for many years, would actually appear in the 9 prefectures again. The power that the phoenix possessed was the symbol of eternal life. The feather demon king must have taken Li Fengyuan away to prolong his life. If he was left alone, no one could estimate how long he would last this time. It could be 100 years, 1,000 years, or even longer. Bai Chen's face returned to being handsome and healthy, looking like an immortal in the dense clouds. He bowed slightly. I hope you will not be stingy with your gifts. I will treat you as an honored guest. It's really because of this. Li Fengyuan naturally understood the meaning behind his words. If he refused to cooperate, then he could only become a prisoner. This was also the main reason why his second father refused to let him leave Fire Melt Mountain. His phoenix bloodline had always been the most precious heavenly resource. There was no cultivator who would find their lifespan too long. He took a step back and spread open his arms, forming a pair of brilliant wings. His entire body swirled with brilliance, and raging divine flames illuminated the entire divine feather palace. Make your move, winged human king. How unwise. Don't you understand that you're no match for me? Bai Chen was a little angry, the surrounding void surged. I know that the chance of defeating you is less than 1 in 10,000. But even if I don't have that kind of power, I should at least prove my courage. I will not surrender until I fight. Li Fengyuan charged at the winged human king with blazing splendor and flames. The winged human king in front of him suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Li Fengyuan felt a tight grip on his neck, and the blazing splendor and flames disappeared in an instant. You won't surrender unless you fight? I think it's a mantis trying to stop a chariot, really refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Bai Chen stared coldly at Li Fengyuan. All right. The battle is over. I'll be the guest of honor. Li Fengyuan raised his hands with a helpless expression. Then, he looked at Bai Chen's pure white wings, at the only speck of mixed color. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Bai Chen slowly let go. It was not that he was magnanimous. Instead, he needed to use the phoenix blood to extend his lifespan, and only Li Fengyuan's cooperation could achieve the best effect. Li Fengyuan rubbed his neck and thought to himself, this isn't teleportation, it's just speed. How could it be so fast? It's unbelievable. The source of the power seems to be that azure feather, and it seems to be related to my bloodline. But it's definitely not a phoenix feather, so what is it? The phoenix was the god of the feathered species. He was related to many divine birds by blood. Almost all feathered species were known for their speed, so it was difficult to tell which type the pale green feather belonged to. He shouted loudly, is this how the winged people treat their guests? I'm thirsty and hungry. I want wine and meat. Quickly prepare a feast for me. Bai Chen gave him a deep look. He clapped his hands. Bai Jia stepped into the hall. He respectfully said, what instructions does my king have? Go and prepare the banquet. Prepare to welcome our esteemed guest. Yes. Bai Jia retreated, and Li Fengyuan also followed her out of the hall, as if he was in his own home. Where are you going? Bai Chen frowned. Let's go for a walk in the city. Can't I? I'm an honored guest. Don't be rude. Bai Jia shouted. Bai Chen waved his hand and said, it's fine. As long as we don't leave the city amongst the clouds, we can go anywhere. Do you need a guide? No need. Li Fengyuan stepped out of the main hall and flew away. My king, why did you let him go? The divine bird is nothing special, Bai Jia said. It's fine. Although I don't have much time, I can still wait for a day. Bai Chen smiled lightly and praised, you did very well in this matter. It's a pity that we couldn't invite that Li Qingshan. He just defeated the Dragon King in the Ink Sea. He might be a problem. Bai Jia was somewhat worried. That's really extraordinary. Although such a person is rare, it's not like I haven't seen him before. If he wants to come, then let him come. I'll let him stay here forever. I heard that he also has the bloodline of the phoenix, right? Li Fengyuan wandered around the city, trying his best to think of a countermeasure. He kept coming to the edge of the city, intentionally or unintentionally. However, when he saw the towering pillars of clouds, he gave up on the attempt to charge out. The formation of the city amongst the clouds was not that easy to break. Even if he was lucky enough to charge out, he would definitely not be able to escape the pursuit of the Feather Human King. No matter how he thought about it, he could not think of any good ideas. After all, any ingenious plan had to be built on the foundation of strength. Sigh, if I can survive another heavenly tribulation, I might have a way to escape. In the evening, the sky was clear and bright, and the stars were incomparably resplendent. In the Divine Feather Palace, the banquet had just begun. Bai Chen sat high on the throne and raised his wine cup high. Dear ministers, please raise your cups together to welcome our esteemed guest, the divine phoenix bird Li Fengyuan. He then asked Li Fengyuan beside him, fellow Taoist, are you satisfied with this reception? Satisfied, satisfied. Li Fengyuan looked around. There were actually more than 10 experts who had survived 3 heavenly tribulations in the palace. And Bai Jia said that there were still a few who were cultivating and unable to rush over. This was the foundation and strength of the Feather Human race. However, the most dangerous opponent was still the Feather Human King, Bai Chen, who was sitting on the throne. What exactly was that pale green feather? Eldest father, I know that you love your son, but don't rush over directly and fall into this bastard birdman's trap. If there are no flaws, then think of a way to create one. If snatching doesn't work, then steal it. Gu Yanniang's eyes turned into a sharp eagle's eyes, filled with determination. Steal? At our realm of cultivation, how are we supposed to steal? Li Qingshan really did not find this to be any different from snatching. None of them were mortals. Their senses were extremely sharp, not to mention that the feather had grown from the Feather Human King. It might be a little risky, but all I can do is try it again. Gu Yanniang glanced at the chaos in the sky again. The scenery up there is very beautiful, but it's a pity that we're in a hurry. I'll take you there again if we have the chance. Let's go. Where are we going this time? The Frost Province, Sleep Valley. The north wind swept up large snowflakes into the air. The world seemed to become chaotic as snowy giants stood on the icy plains. The Frost Province was even larger than the Mist Province. It was known as the largest province in the world, so it had its own sense of vastness. What snow! Li Qingshan praised. If the little phoenix had not been captured, he really wanted to drink to his heart's content in this sight. There just happened to be someone accompanying him. The wind and snow swirled up Gu Yanniang's clothes and long sleeves. She stared ahead attentively and pointed. We're here. That's White Elephant Mountain. Li Qingshan went up to stand beside her. All he saw was a great snowy mountain on the icy plains. It was like a huge, white elephant galloping through the wind and snow, with a vague, black line. Arriving before the mountain, he saw a deep, narrow valley that split the mountain in half. This is Sleep Valley, a renowned forbidden ground. There doesn't seem to be anything special about it. Li Qingshan gazed into the distance. There was no danger in the valley at all. Even the spirit turtle did not sense any danger. If it were not for the extremely dense spiritual qi, it seemed like a regular valley. You'll know once you go in. Be careful not to fall asleep. The demon wolf suddenly stiffened, and all of its hairs stood on end as if it had been frozen in Li Qingshan's vision. Li Qingshan said, Oi, is there a strange demon wolf over there? That's very normal. This is the world of wolves. Gu Yanniang continued onwards without even looking back. The wolf god is basically your uncle. You've come to his territory, yet you're not even going to pay him a visit? Li Qingshan understood. The Skyfrost Wolf King of the 10 Demon Kings, as well as the second boss of the Hawk Wolf Guard that stood on par with the Protector Hawk God, watched over the Frost Province. Have you ever seen a hunter whose hawk and hound are good friends? Fair enough. Compared to the Dragon Province, this really is a land of bitter cold. No matter how close they are to their master, a hound is still not as loved as a hawk. As a result, Li Qingshan no longer paid any attention to the demon wolf. He made his way into the depths of the valley with Gu Yanniang. The demon wolf shuddered and heaved heavily. What a terrifying gaze. It's basically on par with the Wolf King's. No, I need to report this to the Wolf King immediately. It turned around and leapt up, vanishing into the wind and snow. You're wrong about that. My Uncle Wolf was the one who requested to come to the Frost Province. Not only is he a demon king, but he's also the lord of a province, or as the people of the Frost Province call him, the Great Xianxia. The human cultivators of the Frost Province actually agreed. Where's the original Great Xianxia? He was wiped out when Great Xia was founded. The Frost Province is vast and sparsely populated. Mortals all live as nomads, and their method of cultivation is rather, ancient. You should have seen quite a lot in the Mist Province. There are far more tribes than sections. Occasionally, a tribe can unite the Frost Province and become the Great Xianxia, but they've never formed a true country. Li Qingshan had a deep impression of the tribes of bone-eating shamans. They were called ancient, or primitive and savage. The boundary between humans and demons was extremely blurry. Perhaps humans were even more demonic than demons at times. In short, everything was based on strength, and the strong were revered. Accepting a wolf as the Great Xianxia was a matter of course. It really is a world of wolves. The reason why this place has become a forbidden zone probably has something to do with the wolf god. Not bad. Do you feel a little sleepy? Gu Yenying suddenly asked. Sleepy? Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. He had almost forgotten what it felt like to be sleepy. However, after hearing what Gu Yenying said, he suddenly remembered something. He actually felt a little bit of it. It was like the lingering laziness of a summer afternoon. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. The scenery was nothing special. He suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He opened his mouth and blew hard. The wind and snow flew back. Rolling up the thick layer of snow, it was actually densely packed bones that filled the entire valley. Li Qingshan was no longer the kid he used to be. Such a scene was nothing to him. He asked doubtfully, did he kill them because he was sleepy? All living beings that enter this valley will be seized by uncontrollable drowsiness and fall into a deep slumber, never to wake up again. Of course, what killed them wasn't sleepiness, but hunger, thirst, and cold. The deeper we go, the more tired we feel. Even with our cultivation, it's hard to resist. Even the Demon King can't resist sleepiness. How interesting. Li Qingshan had imagined that the forbidden area would either be filled with traps or poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. He did not expect it to be a place that could make people sleep. Thinking about it, the traps were no match for the school of Moism. The poisonous insects and ferocious beasts were no match for the demons. He had seen many of these, but it was still far from being a forbidden area. What kind of power is causing this? Any kind of power must have its source. If he could find the source of such a powerful power and further control it, it would be amazing. That's why I'm here. Gu Yenying ignored the piles of bones under her feet and stared into the depths of the valley. She had already investigated it. This power was definitely not the cause of the formation. There must be something here, and it was most likely not a living being. Otherwise, it would be able to constantly release such a powerful and mysterious power. What she needed to do was to control this power, make the winged man king fall into a deep slumber, and then pluck that feather. This is one of your goals. Yeah. Just treat it as helping me out. Gu Yenying smiled easily. Then how are you going to resist this sleepiness? Through the scorching wind hell. Pain always clears people up. I came here once before I underwent the third heavenly tribulation. My original plan was just to test it out, but I never thought the sleepiness would accumulate so quickly. I almost died here. Fortunately, the scorching wind flared up at a fixed time, which was why I survived. Is it really that powerful? Why don't I try it? We'll split what we get. Li Qingshan was rather eager. Alright, we'll split what we get. However, the most dangerous part of the forbidden area isn't in the valley, but outside. Wolves hide thousands of kilometers. Li Qingshan remembered the words he had heard when he first joined the Hawkwolf Guard. As the lord of the Frost Province, even if the Wolf King could not obtain the mysterious power of the forbidden area, he would never allow anyone else to touch it. The reason why Gu Yenying could retreat last time was not just because of the scorching wind of hell, but also because she was the daughter of the Hawk God. If it were anyone else, they probably would have died to the wolves as soon as they emerged from the valley. Then why didn't you let me kill the wolf demon? It's the same. The Wolf King will discover it sooner, and once they start fighting, it'll be a battle to the death. It's probably his sons and grandsons. Alright then. I'll keep watch for you here. You can go. Gu Yenying sucked in a deep breath. Scorching wind rose up from her body, turning the snow into rain. She gradually rose up, connecting with the scorching wind hell as much as she could, absorbing the tempest of hell into her body. The scorching wind rushed over, and Xianxia experienced bone-deep pain. He frowned as well. This was only the aftermath. Standing at the center, the pain Gu Yenying endured went without saying. However, within the twisted air, there was only comprehension on her face. As a matter of fact, she even smiled strangely. What a deviant woman. Xianxia muttered. What did you say? Gu Yenying suddenly opened her eyes. Nothing. If my Uncle Wolf comes, what are you going to do? I'll ask him to buy me a drink. Xianxia shrugged. Xuanzhou's liquor is famous. Gu Yenying hesitated. If I fall asleep, pull me back. Xianxia was a little surprised. He gave her a deep look and said with a smile, Don't worry. Gu Yenying slowly flew to the depths of the valley so that she could get used to the drowsiness. However, the drowsiness was getting stronger and stronger without any evil intention. It was as if she had returned to the time when she was very young and could easily fall asleep. A half-human, half-bird figure appeared in her mind. It was not as elegant and noble as the winged man. It had an eagle's beak on its face, and its hands were crooked claws. Its body was covered with gray feathers, but it still looked like a human. Its voice was also sharp and hoarse. Monster was the most accurate evaluation of it. Father, they all called me a monster. What did you say? I'm your daughter. Is there something wrong with your brain? You pervert, cold-blooded. The monster pounced on it and scratched. Actually, I have the ability to turn you into a human. The eagle stood still. Really? The monster's eyes were full of hope. But why should I do that? The eagle stared into the distance. You. The monster could also shed tears. If you want to be a human, then go cultivate. If you want to hate me, then hate me. Just like how you hate them, that's your freedom. The eagle finally looked at her. Go to hell, I'm not your daughter. The monster waved its wings and fell from the cliff with an ugly posture. That's also your freedom. The pair of cold golden eagle eyes seemed to be looking down at her from above. She suddenly felt a little more awake. Freedom was a terrible thing. That was the deepest feeling she had back then. The young eagle fell off the cliff. It could fly freely or fall freely. She often wavered between these two feelings. She couldn't tell whether she had broken through the clouds and flown to a high altitude, or whether she was about to fall to the ground and be smashed into pieces. Or maybe both feelings were real. As she cultivated day by day, she became stronger and faster, but also closer to death. Bo. Drowsiness came and became more and more violent. The hellish hot wind was blowing, and her body and soul felt like they were about to be blown into ashes. The two complicated feelings alternated, and drowsiness gradually took over. Take a rest. What's the point of persisting like this? There's only pain and suffering when you're awake. A voice as thin as a gossamer floated in the surging hot wind. It was her own voice. Unknowingly, she had already crossed the last limit and reached a deeper part of the valley. Xianxia activated the mystic light illuminates all and locked on Gu Yenying's figure. Seeing that drowsiness on her face was getting more and more obvious, he suddenly held to the sky. His howl reached Gu Yenying's ears. She was slightly shocked and became more awake. She continued to move forward. Suddenly, a wolf howl was heard in the vast snowfield. It was mournful and full of heroic spirit. It was definitely not inferior to Xianxia's howl. The first time I heard it, it was thousands of miles away. He arrived outside the valley. Xianxia looked back and saw a burly man walking out of the wind and snow. He had a green stubble on his face and thick snow-white fur on his shoulders. The whites of his dark brown eyes flashed with a faint green light. Wolf King? Xianxia? Haha, I didn't expect my name to spread so far. Li Qingshan laughed. Your Excellency's great name. I heard about it a long time ago. The battle at the Ink Sea had already shocked the entire world, and the Skyfrost Wolf King, who was also one of the 10 demon monarchs, was quite moved. The Dragon King of the Sea's strength was unquestionable, but he had actually lost to a junior who had cultivated for less than 100 years in his own territory. But no matter what, power was worthy of respect. Same here. Li Qingshan cupped his hands and said. I have prepared a banquet in the Chanyu Golden Tent. Let my niece come out. Don't accidentally fall asleep in the snow. You'll freeze to death. The Wolf King walked toward the valley. What's the point of holding a banquet in a tent? Why don't we use the mountain as our beam and the sky as our tent? Just the two of us can drink together. Li Qingshan blocked the Wolf King's path, showing no intentions of backing down. Their gazes met, and in a flash, the tigers and wolves were fighting. Then I'll see how far she can go this time. If Gu Yining couldn't get that item, it would be a futile fight. I heard that the liquor in the Shuang province is pretty good. Li Qingshan glanced at the wine pouch on the Wolf King's waist. The Wolf King didn't say anything. He untied the wine pouch and tossed it to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan also took out a wine gourd and tossed it to the Wolf King. The liquor entered his throat, and it felt like fire and knives, as if the world of ice and snow had turned into a sea of magma. He drank half of the wine in the wine pouch in one gulp. Li Qingshan spat out a mouthful of hot alcohol. Good wine. The Wolf King frowned, feeling a little pained. His wine pouch was much bigger than it looked. It wasn't easy to brew the spirit wine stored in it. Li Qingshan drank at least 500 kilograms in one go. If an ordinary demon king dared to drink like this, they would definitely be drunk. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, seemed radiant and in high spirits. Banyan Tree King? The Wolf King opened the wine gourd and smelled the Banyan Tree King's aura. The spirit chi in it was so dense that even he was tempted. It also contained a trace of the mystical laws of heaven and earth. Li Qingshan's wine was brewed using the sap of the Banyan Tree King's trunk and the power of the gods. It was even more precious than the Wolf King's wine. Oh right, do you have a wine cup? Li Qingshan suddenly asked. You use wine cups? Actually, I only use one, the kind with 3 legs. It seems like it's forged from bronze, but it's actually not. It's a complete set of 9. Li Qingshan gestured with his hands and suddenly said, you should have one here too. The Wolf King's face gradually sank. He took out an item from his bosom. Is this the wine cup you want? In his hand was a tiny, 3-legged cauldron, engraved with the landscape of the Frost Province. It was wider than the Mist Province cauldron, as if it had been dyed with a layer of frost. It was the Frost Province cauldron. That's right, that's it. Li Qingshan extended his hand and grabbed it. It was icy cold. How bold of you, sir. How dare you use 9 cauldrons as a cup? The Wolf King gripped it firmly. This isn't of much use to me, but it's very suitable as a wine cup. Li Qingshan tried using force, but the Frost Province cauldron did not budge at all. He understood that it was not just the Wolf King's power, but also the weight of the cauldron itself. The two powers combined definitely could not shake it easily. A place of bitter cold like this isn't suitable for banyan trees to grow. The Wolf King smiled viciously. The layer of frost that covered the Frost Province cauldron spread along Li Qingshan's hand towards his body, enveloping him completely in the blink of an eye. Humph, ignorant brat, so be it if I don't do anything, but you're actually trying to take it. You're asking for it. I think this place just happens to be in need of some greenery. Li Qingshan smiled proudly. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and he slowly pulled the Frost Province cauldron over. His smiling face had already turned into an ox's head, immediately making him seem simple and honest. The Wolf King felt an irresistible, copious force. He could not help but change in expression. Just how heavy was the Frost Province cauldron? Under his control, it was even heavier than a mountain. Just how much physical strength did this bastard possess? He wanted to pull the Frost Province cauldron back, but the cauldron seemed to be sucked into Li Qingshan's hand. Li Qingshan's skin had also turned into a green ox hide to resist the invasion of the frost. His feet sank deep into the ground as energy continuously poured into his body. He thought, "Hey, foolish old wolf. It's fine if you let me take a look, but you actually dared to let me take it. I really don't want it anymore. You brat, let go." The Wolf King squeezed out these words from between his teeth. "Since you've heard of my name, then have you heard of what?" The moment the Shuang province cauldron left his hand, the Wolf King still had a look of disbelief. He had actually been robbed in Shuang province. And it was an open robbery. And it was the Shuang province cauldron. Mother ****. The Wolf King's face protruded and his fur grew. He revealed his wolf form and pounced at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was pushed backward and his back slammed into the rock wall. With a loud rumble, half of White Elephant Mountain collapsed and scattered. Rubble shot through the air for hundreds of miles. Li Qingshan lay in the pile of rocks and shook his huge bull head. Behind him, in the smoke and dust, a giant wolf was staring at him fiercely. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth, and it was about to bite him. Li Qingshan suddenly raised his hand and made a pause gesture. Then, he held the trembling Shuang province cauldron in one hand and raised the wine bag with the other. He poured the wine into the cauldron and drank it in one gulp. He pursed his lips. "It doesn't seem special." The furious howl of the wolf resounded through the icy plains, but then, an ox demon rose from the ground and sent the huge wolf flying. The demon wolf that reported the news squatted on a snowy mountain several hundred li away and looked at the two huge figures fighting in the blizzard. This time, the king was afraid of trouble and met a fierce character. "You, how dare you?" The Wolf King growled and the blizzard became even fiercer. "Thank you, this is nothing." Li Qingshan rubbed his head and laughed. "Die for me." The Wolf King spat out a mouthful of icy breath. Come. I'll fight you with one hand." Li Qingshan grabbed the Shuang province cauldron on his back with one hand and beckoned the Wolf King with the other. Then, he was frozen by the frosty breath and froze in this provocative posture. The Wolf King bit at Li Qingshan's throat. Each of its teeth glowed with a black luster. This was his most destructive innate divine ability, Kiss of Death. It could penetrate the enemy's body and directly bite their divine soul. No matter how strong their defense or vitality was, they would still lose a layer of skin if they were bitten. Bang! Li Qingshan shattered the ice on his body, but he was too late. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, he grinned. The Wolf King suddenly felt his body lighten. His determined bite missed its target. Just as he was about to adjust his posture, Li Qingshan opened his hand and an invisible force grabbed him, speeding him towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan raised the Frost Prefecture cauldron. It smashed into the Wolf King's head. Boom! The Wolf King was sent flying and felt dizzy. If not for the fact that he was the master of the Frost Prefecture cauldron, his brain would have been in danger of bursting out. He was both shocked and furious. He had already forgotten how many years it had been since he had suffered such a great loss. Li Qingshan glanced at the hand holding the cauldron. He suddenly thought of something and said, "I'm sorry, your position just now was really too straight. I really couldn't help it. However, you seem to be much weaker than the Dragon King of the Sea." There were still many dangers in the battle at Mohi, and this Wolf King didn't pose any threat to him at all. He had thought that the other party had an innate divine ability, so he was prepared to be extra serious. But he had forgotten. The Dragon King of the Sea could only threaten him by relying on the Mohi left behind by the five absolutes immortal. Apart from 1,000 years into painting, all his other moves were useless. If not for his immortal body, he might really be slaughtered by the Dragon King. Not having an innate divine ability was the Dragon King's biggest weakness, but his overall strength was no weaker than the other 10 monster kings. The fact that Li Qingshan could defeat the Dragon King in the Mohi without even using a Phoenix Nirvana was already proof. His strength had already surpassed the 10 monster kings. It wasn't that the Wolf King was too weak, but that he was too strong. "You bastard!" The Wolf King gritted his teeth and turned back into his human form. He waved a large black flag with the totem of a running wolf on it. It pointed to the sky and the boundless snowy clouds. Suddenly, a star lit up. This wolf totem was the supreme faith of Shuang province, gathering the faith power of billions of people. The object of their faith was naturally not the Skyfrost Wolf King, but the legendary greedy wolf. The people of Shuang Province claimed to be the descendants of the Wolf King, and the Wolf King was the ruler of Shuang Province. It has something to do with this. The Wolf Totem was the Skyfrost Wolf King's most powerful trump card, and it could summon the voracious wolf star to destroy its enemies. Now that it had unleashed it, it was clearly filled with killing intent. The ravenous wolf star flashed and spat out a wisp of starlight. It seemed as if it was falling from the distant heavens, but in the blink of an eye, it pierced through the clouds and snow. Before the starlight descended, Li Qingshan sensed great danger. Although his skull was hard and his scalp was tough, he probably could not withstand this starlight. He rolled on the ground and turned into a spirit turtle. On one side, he pressed the Frost Prefecture cauldron firmly while on the other, he used the turtle shell to reflect the starlight back. Of course, it was not a direct reflection. He also got the spirit turtle to check and adjust the angle of the turtle shell slightly. As a result, just as the Wolf King waved the wolf totem, he felt a pain in his abdomen. He looked down in shock and saw that his abdomen had been pierced through by the starlight. The wound was still sparkling with starlight. He covered his abdomen and half knelt on the ground. This move was just too fast and too powerful. Even he could not react in time. He hurriedly covered the wound on his abdomen with the wolf totem and absorbed the specks of starlight. Fortunately, he was the owner of the wolf totem, or he would probably be heavily injured. Li Qingshan did not take advantage of the opportunity to attack. Instead, he suppressed and refined the Frost Prefecture cauldron with all his might. At this moment, an ancient dragon-like head poked out from the turtle shell and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, idiot! Get the hell out here! Get the hell out here!" The Wolf King was completely enraged. He charged forward without any regard and beat up the spirit turtle violently. Li Qingshan shrank back in the turtle shell and continued to refine the Frost Prefecture cauldron as he laughed. "Idiot, idiot, idiot." The thunderous booms reached Gu Yening's ears, but they seemed to come from an extremely distant place. She was doing everything she could to resist the nameless drowsiness. Even the hellish torture was beginning to become less intense. This was not a good sign. However, this drowsiness was the best guide. She had to find its core. The Wolf King's sharp claws and fangs clearly could not do anything to the spirit turtle. The kiss of death bit down viciously on the turtle shell, but it did not achieve the effect of biting the enemy's soul. Instead, it felt like its control over the Frost Prefecture cauldron was growing weaker and weaker. It was extremely furious, but it just could not bend it. Suddenly, it turned around and looked at Gu Yening. A vicious light flashed through its eyes. "I'd advise you not to seek death. If you don't leave now, it'll be difficult to leave later." Li Qingshan's drawn-out voice came from the turtle shell, but it made the Wolf King feel a deep chill. Li Qingshan's strength had far exceeded its expectations, and his abilities were innumerable. If it continued, it would be a fight to the death. Under the gaze of the wolf's eyes, Gu Yening's heart shivered. She woke up from the edge of a deep slumber. "It's here." Ignoring the Wolf King's threat, she took out a space-splitting bird feather and slashed at the space in front of her. The space split open. An extremely ordinary-looking, multicolored bug was sealed in a completely transparent gem. It formed an existence similar to amber, slumbering quietly in the space. "It really is." The Wolf King suddenly turned around and pushed off with the tip of his foot, turning into a blur and rushing off. As long as he could obtain this item, all the humiliation he had suffered this time could be considered repaid. "Don't even think about leaving." Li Qingshan leapt up. Originally, he planned on catching up, but he suddenly thought of something. He slowed down and advanced slowly. The multicolored bug lurking in the air released invisible ripples that were closest to Gu Yening. Even the whistling hell of hot wind calmed down. The Wolf King suddenly could not help but yawn. Sleepiness suddenly flooded over him like a tide. He thought, "Oh no, I've charged too hard." The power of this bug was far greater than he had imagined it to be. The Forbidden Zone had never been suitable for rapidly venturing in, but after Gu Yening cut through space and revealed the origin of power in the Forbidden Zone, the multicolored insect, the power it released became even more powerful. With a thump, the Wolf King fell out of the air and fell into a deep slumber. Li Qingshan took advantage of the time the Wolf King lost consciousness to completely suppress and refine the Frost Province cauldron. He watched as the ripped space gradually closed up. He extended his hand and pulled out the amber with an invisible force. As the bug approached him, he also felt an uncontrollable sense of sleepiness. Together with the intoxication from the strong alcohol, his body immediately swayed slightly. This bug really is wondrous, but if it didn't have this effect, how would I deal with the King of Feathermen? He controlled the distance between him and the little worm as he slowly approached the Wolf King's side. First, he removed the wolf totem and stuffed it into his robes. Then, he removed the wolf fang necklace around the Wolf King's neck. The largest wolf fang in the middle was a strange-looking sumer ring. After doing all that, he raised his hand and drew his end's frenzied blade. He wanted to eliminate the source of trouble once and for all. What is this place? The frenzied blade's soul also fell asleep. However, the Wolf King shivered. His face twisted as if he was doing his best to break free from his dreams. Li Qingshan thought about it and stowed the blade away again. It was not that he had suddenly become merciful and recalled the various teachings of the unraging monk. However, it would be very difficult to kill the Wolf King with this strike. On the contrary, it would agitate the Wolf King and cause him to awaken. If it really came down to the point of exploding one's monster core and perishing together, it would be meaningless. Thus, he threw the little worm into the azure field, and it immediately felt its mind clear. Without waiting for the Wolf King to wake up, he flashed to Gu Yening's side, picked her up, spread his wings, and soared into the sky. A moment later, a hysterical wolf howl resounded across the icy plain. Li Qingshan, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. Li Qingshan chuckled and didn't take it seriously at all. The spirit turtle's profound shell formed a sphere beside him, completely concealing their auras as it hovered extremely high in the sky. Gu Yening remained asleep in his arms. After all, she was nowhere close to the Skyfrost Wolf King's strength, and the scorching wind hell had sapped her of all her strength, so she was in a rare state of weakness. That familiar face had once captivated him. He could not help but extend his hand now. Right when his fingertips were about to touch her face, he suddenly clenched his fist and smiled self-deprecatingly. Is it because you can't bear to, or because you can't accept this? As a result, he stopped moving. He just sat there with his legs crossed, letting her lie in his arms quietly. The sky was so blue that it was almost transparent. The white clouds rose and fell silently. Gu Yening slept quietly. In a daze, she had returned to the lonely cliff. She was finally no longer a monster, and she had made everyone who dared to call her that pay the price. She felt rather complacent. Then, she recalled everything that had happened in the past few years. Regardless of whether she admitted it or not, this identity had helped her tremendously. Now, she had finally become strong enough. She was confident that she could forgive and forgive. Could she imagine that he was doing it for her own good? As a result, she stood before him once again. Actually, from the moment you were born, I already had the ability to turn you into a human form. A single sentence from him had crushed all of her defenses. This was the last thing she wanted to think about. Wasn't this something insignificant to him? Then just what had he persisted through all these years for? She smiled with difficulty. If this is for me to train, isn't it a little too cruel? Test? That's not the case. The resources you have received are not love or help. The pain you have suffered is not training or a test. All of this is your fate, your choice. It has nothing to do with me. The only thing I have given you is freedom. I hope you will like it. Father, do you hate me? Because I... No. That cold answer woke her up from her deep sleep. She looked into Li Qingshan's pitch-black eyes and asked with a smile, how was your sleep? How long did I sleep? Gu Yening pressed down on his knees and propped herself up. She rubbed the space between her eyebrows. The night sky was filled with stars. Not long, Li Qingshan said. Their faces were inches apart, but her calm demeanor did not tolerate the slightest bit. Did you get what you wanted? Gu Yening got up and stretched. Of course. Li Qingshan took out the azure field. There's no time to lose. Let's go. Du Yening had already determined the direction and was about to fly to the city amongst the clouds. Wait. Li Qingshan pulled her sleeve. This thing doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Once it is taken out, you and I will be affected as well. How do you plan to use it? We'll pay a visit to the King of Winged Men and ask for your son. He will definitely let us into the city amongst the clouds. He might even hold a banquet to invite us. You can take out the bug secretly and break the amber on the outside to release its power completely. Then we'll all fall asleep. Is there no way to refine it? Speaking of which, what is this little bug? It doesn't look like a monster. It's really strange. This is a sleeping bug. It's not a real insect. It's a kind of magical technique. It's the condensation of a powerful force. With our level, it's impossible for us to control it. So, we can only use the dumbest method. Sleepy bug. Although Li Qingshan's ability to accept things had already become much stronger after witnessing the lingering effects of the feather with Gu Yening, he still could not help but feel amazed as soon as he thought about how the infamous forbidden grounds of the 9 provinces actually originated from a single technique. He even erased his arrogance. The city amongst the clouds is the home ground of the winged men. What makes you think that the King of Winged Men will fall asleep before us? He's an old man. Old men are always sleepy. Du Yening gave her reason after thinking about it. Li Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why do I hear that the older one gets, the less sleep they get? Is that so? Du Yening was a little surprised. She said resolutely, then we can only take a gamble. Hey, don't you think you're too anxious? Li Qingshan frowned. He felt that Gu Yening was too eager for quick success. This matter concerns your son's life. If we're late, he might be refined into a pill by the King of Winged Men. Aren't you anxious at all? Gu Yening asked. As expected, you're not that gentle. Gu Yening understood. Commander Gu, you should think about your own matters. Don't pretend to care about other people's lives. Li Qingshan said unhappily. Fine, I admit that. However, we've tricked the Wolf King this time. We can't hide the fact that we've obtained the sleepy worm for too long. If the Feather King finds out and prepares in advance, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Gu Yening still insisted. I'll ask the Banyan Tree King for advice. It won't take long. The sleepy worm isn't something that should exist in this world. Even the Banyan Tree King won't have any good countermeasures. Even if he does, it won't be something that can be prepared in a short time. It'll be a waste of time. That's not necessarily true. The two of them engaged in a war of words, neither giving way to the other. Under the blue sky and above the white clouds, it was still calm and tranquil, but the atmosphere had become somewhat tense. Li Qingshan pursed his lips, showing his unswerving determination. He had dominated for decades and had long been accustomed to acting alone. He had his own set of principles. When it was time to advance, he would rather die than retreat. When it was time to retreat, he would not linger to fight. He was not someone who would change his mind easily. Fine, fine. Gu Yening sighed. Just when Li Qingshan thought she was going to give up on the argument, she suddenly widened her eagle eyes and stared straight at Li Qingshan. Then I'm not begging you right now. Instead, I want you to fulfill your promise from the past and return my favor. Do you agree or not? You. Li Qingshan was a little surprised. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. You're not talking about friendship by saying that. Yes, I'm talking about friendship. Gu Yening said decisively. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and opened them again. He opened his eyes again. All right, I agree. Thank you. Gu Yening looked apologetic. Li Qingshan snorted coldly and didn't look at her. Gu Yening smiled helplessly and immediately restrained herself. Let's go. Before he had finished speaking, Li Qingshan had already soared into the sky and left. Gu Yening shook her head and followed closely behind him, flying in the direction of the city amongst the clouds. City amongst the clouds. The morning sun shone into the spacious hall. Li Fengyuan was lying on the ground, snoring loudly. Unable to think of a way out, He simply drank to his heart's content at the banquet, and then slept until now. Featherman King Bai Chen was sitting on a throne not far away, slowly sipping his wine cup. He studied Li Fengyuan carefully. I admire his guts. He was still able to sleep in such a situation. Get up. Bai Jia stepped forward and kicked Li Fengyuan. It's daybreak. Li Fengyuan stretched and looked out the window. What do you think? Are you satisfied with the banquet? The Feather King drained the wine in his cup. He asked with a smile. Not bad. Li Fengyuan said indifferently, but he was secretly complaining. This hall was like a huge cage to him. No matter how polite the Feather King pretended to be, he couldn't escape this knife. Now, I also have a small request. I hope you won't refuse. The Feather King toyed with the empty wine cup. Friend, please tell me. I can help as long as it's within my power. Li Fengyuan knew that if he didn't cooperate now, the Feather King would really fall out with him, so he simply agreed. That's great. I only need a drop of your blood. The Feather King raised his right hand, and a pure white ray of light snaked out toward Li Fengyuan like a long snake. Li Fengyuan swallowed and resisted the urge to dodge. He looked on helplessly as the white ray arrived in front of him, pierced his fingertip, and drew out a drop of phoenix blood. The bright red phoenix blood glowed with a fiery light. It followed the white ray back to the Feather King and directly entered his body. The Feather King closed his eyes, and his whole body glowed with a red light. His face showed extreme joy. This pure and hot life force was a fatal temptation to him, who was on the verge of death. He almost couldn't resist sucking all of Li Fengyuan's phoenix blood dry. He took a deep breath to overcome this impulse. This matter couldn't be rushed. The white ray of light in his eyes retracted, and Li Fengyuan finally relaxed. Just now, he was ready to die together with the Feather King, but he knew that in this situation, it wouldn't be so easy even if he wanted to die. He was really in a situation where he couldn't die and could only be trampled on. This deep sense of helplessness caused an unprecedented anger to surge in his heart. He couldn't help but clench his fists. Your Majesty, how do you feel? Bai Jia asked with concern. Good, very good, very good. The Feather King opened his eyes. His face was rosy and glowing, and he said good 3 times. As the legend said, phoenix blood could increase one's lifespan. What made him even more excited was that the pale blue feather was also trembling slightly, and it felt like it was fusing with his bloodline. Although this feather had unimaginable power and seemed to have an inheritance, he couldn't control this power well, let alone inherit it. Because the Feather King wasn't a real feather race, he wasn't recognized by this feather. No matter how he tried, he could only use a small part of the feather's power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to worry about his lifespan. As the king of all birds, the phoenix had an innate affinity with all the feather race. What he felt now confirmed his initial speculation. This feather was extremely close to the phoenix bloodline. If he could successfully exchange blood, he would have the phoenix bloodline, and it wouldn't just be prolonging his lifespan. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists and crushed the white jade wine cup into powder. His face was full of smiles. Bring the wine. Li Fenghua shouted, interrupting the Feather King's imagination. Impudent. Bai Jia stepped forward and raised her hand to teach him a lesson. Stop. The Feather King ordered. Your Majesty? Give him the wine. Give him the best wine. Go and get a Cloud Mother pill. Cloud Mother pill. Bai Jia was surprised. The Cloud Mother pill was condensed from the essence of the clouds. It wasn't easy to refine, and it was considered the best pill of the feather race. Even among the feather race, only a few could use it. Go. Just deduct it from my quota. I know what I'm doing. The Feather King said to Li Fengyuan amiably, don't be angry. I'll compensate you for your loss. Not everything can be made up with elixirs. Li Fengyuan said angrily. The phoenix was being raised like a pig. No, it was even worse than a pig. A pig only needed to be stabbed once, and its flesh wouldn't have to be cut every day. The humiliation was indescribable. I understand how you feel, but unfortunately, this is all I can do. Isn't the word longevity what cultivators seek? The Feather King let out a sigh, as if he had no other choice. However, he had made up his mind to never let Li Fengyuan leave the city amongst the clouds. No one knew how far the divine bird phoenix would grow, and the only way to eliminate this threat was to kill him. He glanced back at the pale green feather. When he mastered the power within it, he would kill Li Qingshan as well. Then, he would destroy the great Xia dynasty and let the true gods rule this world again. The feather race would naturally be the supreme ruler. Everything was going according to plan. At this moment, a thunderous roar came from the sky. "Where's the king of winged men?" Amidst the roar, the cloud mountains surrounding the city amongst the clouds suddenly scattered like smoke, as if a typhoon had passed through. A wave of demonic aura soared into the sky, instantly enveloping the entire cloud city. The clear blue sky seemed to be dyed with a layer of dark red. The winged men were horrified and looked in the direction of the voice. "Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in the city amongst the clouds?" More than 10 rays of white light soared up from within the city. They were all experts of the winged clan who had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations. Their auras converged to form a sea of light that charged towards the dark red sky. However, in a short period of time, they were actually unable to break through the surging demonic aura. They were all greatly shocked that there were actually such powerful experts in this world. "Li Qingshan, it's you." Bai Jie frowned and looked at the pair of red eyes in the sky. It was different from the lazy drunken state of that day. At this time, it came with anger. It really had a momentum that could swallow the mountains and rivers, which made her secretly shocked. If it wasn't for the city amongst the clouds behind him and the winged king in the city to rely on, he would have had the urge to turn around and flee. "Slut." When Li Qingshan saw that it was her, he became even more furious and dared to open his right hand. Bai Jie suddenly felt an invisible force grabbing her, and her body involuntarily flew toward him. She couldn't help but be overwhelmed with shock. White light surged from her body as she flapped her pure white wings to resist. At the same time, she drew her bow and shot an arrow. The arrow turned into a surging pillar of light that whistled through the sky. So he is Li Qingshan, he really lives up to his reputation. However, no matter how strong you are only one person. How dare you come to my city amongst the clouds and behave atrociously? You are truly reckless. With this thought in mind, the winged men attacked at the same time. The winged humans prided themselves on being elegant. They did not like nor were they good at close combat. Whenever they attacked, streaks of white light would appear. Not only was this technique swift and fierce to the extreme, it also had the power to destroy mountains and sever rivers. It was as if heavenly punishment had descended upon the world, instantly drowning Li Qingshan. "Eldest father." Li Fengyuan cried out in surprise and wanted to fly up, but a white light wrapped around his neck, making him unable to move. "What are you thinking?" the Feather Human King asked. "My old man is here, you're finished." Li Fengyuan shouted. "Oh?" The King of Feather Men didn't think much of it. "Do you know what happened to the Dragon King of the Sea? This is not the Ink Sea." "Very good, since he took the initiative to deliver himself to me, I will not let him go. This will save me a lot of trouble." "Eh?" The Winged Man King suddenly looked surprised. Within the surging light, Li Qingshan did not budge at all. Pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell rose up as he used his innate ability, final reflection of the setting sun, reflecting all of the attacks. He did not just reflect them back, but he also adjusted the angle of the attacks subtly. He gathered the light into a beam and blasted it at Bai Jie. Bai Jie's eyes were filled with light. Her mouth was slightly opened, and an unprecedented fear shrouded her heart. This light beam had gathered the full power of all the winged human powerhouses. He would definitely be annihilated within, with no chance of survival. In that moment, the various rumors regarding Li Qingshan flashed through his head again. From the destruction of Fire Melt Mountain to the Ink Sea dragon slaying, perhaps provoking him was not the right choice. "You want to force me to leave the city amongst the clouds? Okay. Let's go see your big father." The shock on the Feather Human King's face faded, and he regained his composure. He flapped his wings gently, and the dark green feathers trembled slightly, ripping through space. Before Li Fengyuan could even respond, he had already arrived outside the city amongst the clouds. Surging white light filled his eyes. Li Qingshan's expression changed. He never expected Li Fengyuan to suddenly appear. It was already too late for him to stop now. Your Majesty. Bai Jia looked at the familiar figure blocking her way and was overjoyed. The feather human king looked back and nodded slightly. He flapped his wings again, and the attack that could annihilate mountains was completely swallowed into the ripped space, as if it had never existed. Li Qingshan eased up slightly and became even more vigilant. Just like Gu Yenying had said, the feather human king was anything but trivial. With his appearance, even the unstoppable force field of the earth was cut off. The feather human king was just standing there, but he seemed to be in another world. This was definitely not something that he could do normally. At this moment, Gu Yenying arrived behind him. Seeing this, she secretly gave him a thumbs up. Drawing the feather human king and the other feather human powerhouses out of the city amongst the clouds would undoubtedly greatly increase their chances of winning this battle. Although he was somewhat unhappy, he was still calm and strategizing in actual combat. He made people feel at ease and was an excellent partner to work with. He decided not to say what he wanted to say, as he naturally knew what to do. Eldest father. Li Fengyuan called out. He felt warmth in his heart, and couldn't help but think of the nursery rhyme that Li Qingshan sang to him. In the world, only the father is good. A child without a father is like a blade of grass. Don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you now. Li Qingshan said gently. He then looked at the feather human king and asked, Are you Bai Chen? That's right. Why did you come to my city amongst the clouds to create trouble? The feather human king retorted. Cut the crap. Let him go. Li Qingshan said. This is an important guest that I invited. How can I let him go just like that? The feather human king said with a smile. Li Fengyuan wanted to refute, but the light thread around his neck suddenly tightened. What an important guest. Li Qingshan laughed coldly. I've also been invited to the city amongst the clouds. Am I also an important guest? Of course. The feather human king clapped his hands and said with a smile, Why don't we gather in the city amongst the clouds? I'll immediately order someone to prepare a banquet to welcome you and this friend beside you. You know me? Gu Yenying asked curiously. Although she had some fame, she had only undergone 3 heavenly tribulations recently. She admitted that she wasn't worthy of the feather human king's attention. You're the daughter of the eagle god, the new star of the feather race. How can I not know you? I see. Gu Yenying's gaze flickered when she saw the dark green feather on the feather human king's back. She immediately understood. The feather human king had a mystical treasure on him. He was guarding against the feather race from all over the world, so he was always paying attention to the potential enemies. Among all the feather race's monster kings, not to mention her father. He was definitely the greatest threat among all the enemies. Li Qingshan muttered to himself for a moment. He looked as if he was afraid of harming the innocent. In the end, he nodded and said, All right. I've long heard of the city amongst the clouds. Let's see what kind of dangerous place it is. Please. The feather human king raised his hand gracefully. Li Qingshan strode forward, and Gu Yenying followed closely behind him. Both of them were tense. This wasn't just an act. Whether they could win this battle depended on whether they could display their sleepiness. The distance between them and the feather human king was extremely important. At the same time, this performance was also to lower the feather human king's guard. If he was too relaxed, he would be on his guard. The feather human king frowned slightly. As Li Qingshan approached, he felt an indescribable sense of danger. He felt that Yang Ling was advancing like a ferocious tiger that was about to pounce on its prey. The experts of the feather human king also gathered around and formed a battle formation. They immediately suppressed Li Qingshan's demonic energy. However, their expressions weren't very good. Just now, when they attacked together, Bai Jia had almost died. This was a great setback. The feather human king was relieved. The battle formation had been formed. No matter how strong Li Qingshan was, he was just a tiger in a cage. As for Gu Yenying, who was beside him, her power was limited. It seemed that she was already trying her best to endure. When they arrived at the city amongst the clouds, it would be impossible for them to escape even if they wanted to. At the thought of this, he suddenly felt somewhat sorrowful. He was the dignified feather human king. He had the rock's feathers and a hostage, yet he was so afraid of a junior. This was simply a joke. He felt that it wasn't just his body that was aging. There was also his spirit. This Xianxia wasn't even 100 years old. He was really young and enviably young. However, it was the time when one was young and full of vigor. It wouldn't be strange if he died. Gu Yenying trembled slightly. Suddenly, she extended her hand. She suddenly reached out her hand and held Xianxia's hand. Xianxia had thought that she was being suppressed by the aura of the feather human king. However, he felt a soul-piercing pain. She immediately understood. She had already started to activate the Hellfire Hot Wind to prepare for her attack. In the eyes of the feather human king, she was seeking his help. However, she was actually sharing some clarity with him. "Fellow Gu, what's wrong?" The feather human king seemed to have sensed something and suddenly asked. "Nothing. It's just an old problem," Gu Yenying said with difficulty. Her lips were already dry and scorched. Her skin had turned yellow. Her entire aura was weakening. Only her pair of eagle eyes were bright and full of vigor. Could it be the school of legalism's Naraka scripture transformation? "You're probably cultivating the Hellfire Hot Wind," the feather human king said. "Your Majesty is indeed knowledgeable. You even know this," Gu Yenying praised. "Rumor has it that cultivating this technique requires one to frequently experience the pain of hell. Fellow Gu's willpower is truly astonishing." The feather human king smiled reservedly. However, he couldn't imagine that this kind of masochistic technique could pose any threat to him. Just the Hellfire Hot Wind alone couldn't even harm a single hair on his head. Meanwhile, Gu Yenying definitely wouldn't share even the slightest bit of clarity with him. She sighed and said, "In life, one has to suffer a bit. Just bear with it for now." At this time, Xianxia had already arrived within 10 steps of the feather human king. Some people are always asking for it. He suddenly took out the amber with the sleepy worm sealed in it. He lightly flicked it. The amber flew out and shattered in midair. However, the sleepy worm disappeared without a trace. "What are you doing?" Bai Jia shouted. Xianxia was taken aback. This thing can't be that much of a scam, right? But soon afterwards, endless fatigue spread out like an invisible spider web, sticking to every single feather human. Even the feather humans in the city amongst the clouds were affected, collapsing to the ground. At the very center of the spider web was the feather human king, Xianxia, Gu Yenying, and Li Fengyuan. Li Fengyuan immediately fell into a deep slumber. The feather human king knelt down on one knee. He wanted to close his eyes, but they did not. He questioned powerlessly, "What did you do?" "Fuck you." Xianxia cursed. His eyelids constantly twitched, and his body swayed. He felt like all of his demon chi was no longer under his control. Even if he wanted to move his fingers, he would struggle to do so. All he could do was use the spirit turtle's method of chi suppression and do his best to maintain a clear mind. It was not that the sleepy worm was ineffective. Instead, it was unimaginably effective. Just like what Gu Yenying had said, it was not a true insect. It was just a technique that had been left behind on the Frost Province. When it was continuously released, it could form a forbidden region, stopping the Skyfrost Wolf King in its tracks. Now that Xianxia had shattered it, it was equivalent to unleashing all of its power at once. At this moment, Xianxia no longer had the time to think about what kind of person had cast this technique. Instead, he was worried about whether Gu Yenying could endure it or not. Bai Jia and the other powerful feather humans had already fallen into a deep slumber. They all fell out of the sky, vanishing into the rolling sea of clouds in the blink of an eye. Gu Yenying's strength was impressive, but she definitely could not compare to Xianxia and the feather human king. Her cultivation was nowhere close to theirs. Even they were immobilized right now, let alone her. When he turned around, Gu Yenying had already let go of his hand and was walking toward the feather human king. The stunning face that had once made Xianxia fall in love with her at first sight was now so haggard that it was almost terrifying. The surging hot wind that surrounded her body had sucked away all the moisture in her skin. Her skin was quickly carbonized and blackened, as if it was about to combust. This woman. Li Qingshan blinked his eyes forcefully. He suddenly understood why she had taken Qian Rongji as her disciple. Gu Yanning tiptoed in the air as she walked forward step by step. She was like a toddler learning how to walk. Every step was extremely difficult, and she had to use all of her willpower and determination to do so. She recklessly gathered the hot wind and mercilessly threw herself into the hell. Her internal organs were all on fire, and her soul was as good as extinguished. With a boom, her long hair was set ablaze. Her carbonized skin cracked, and faint flames could be seen from the cracks. She was already severely injured before she could even attack. She was on the brink of despair. If this continued, she would die here in no time. She had only taken 3 steps out of the 10 steps between her and the Feather Human King. This is too embarrassing. Li Qingshan sighed. She was now like a chicken that had its feathers removed and thrown into the oven. Then, she was forgotten by the chef and was slowly being roasted. She no longer had the heroic bearing of an eagle. However, she was also like a phoenix bathing in fire. The 4th step. Don't come any closer. Stop right there, the Feather Human King ordered. There was a hint of panic in her voice. Gu Yanning took another step forward. She had to reach the Feather Human King and pluck that feather before the power of the sleepy worm disappeared and before she was burned to death by the hot wind. Otherwise, if the Feather Human King attacked, Li Qingshan might be able to escape, but she would definitely die. However, when she took the 7th step, she could no longer take it. Pain and exhaustion alternated, and finally, they seemed to merge into one. The voice in the dark spoke again. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. What's the point of living in such pain? Why don't you just die like this? Then you can have a good sleep and no longer feel any pain. The Feather Human King was already very close. She could reach out and touch him, but she was also very far away. At this moment, Li Qingshan moved. His posture was also very embarrassing. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was rolling and crawling. You're right. The old guy likes to sleep more. Go. As he said this, he pushed Gu Yanning's back hard. She threw herself at the Feather Human King. The Feather Human King tried his best to dodge. She grabbed his lapel tightly and tried to pluck that feather. However, she did not dare to touch the Feather Human King's body. It was not because she was afraid that men and women should not touch each other, but because she was worried that the hot wind of hell would make the Feather Human King sober. Li Qingshan went up to assist as well, but the 3 of them were slow, sluggish, and heavy. The clash between the peak experts of the 9 provinces actually ended up like a fight between children. As a matter of fact, it seemed even worse. It left him at a loss as to how to react. However, the danger hidden in it was no less than any battle that Li Qingshan had experienced. Time passed, but in fact, it was only for a moment. Li Qingshan felt that the stagnant demonic qi was beginning to relax a little. He knew that the power of the sleepy worm was disappearing. The instantaneous explosion also meant a rapid decline. If the Feather Human King was allowed to recover, this battle would be a lost one, and he would have to sacrifice Gu Yanning for nothing. Thinking of this, he raised his arms and locked them around the Feather Human King's neck. He said in a deep voice, "Pull it out." The moment she touched the green feather, Gu Yanning felt an unprecedented sense of emptiness. It was as if she had been thrown out of the 9 heavens and everything in the world became insignificant. Even the unbearable hellish torture became insignificant. At this moment, she was absolutely sure that this was what she wanted. Suddenly, a hand tightly gripped her wrist. The strength was so great that it almost crushed her wrist bones. The king of winged men no longer had any elegance and calmness on his face. He stared at Gu Yanning fiercely with a trace of pain on his face. It was because he had physical contact with Gu Yanning that he was affected by the hellish heat wind and regained consciousness faster. He squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, "Don't even think about it. Let go. You don't deserve to have such a thing." Gu Yanning's voice was hoarse as she gripped the green feather tightly. The pain of her broken bones was nothing compared to the difficulty of this journey. "I don't deserve it?" Even your father doesn't dare to say that. He's just a half-demon. The king of winged men's expression became more sober, but the white spirit light was still flowing sluggishly. Although the hellish heat wind made him sober, he clearly wasn't used to this kind of pain. He doesn't deserve it either. Du Yanying's arrogance soared to the sky. Arrogant. You, even though you're weak and on the verge of death, you still don't dare to fight and ascend. He's just a dog raised by others. No matter how hard he struggles, he can't erase the mark of the past. All he has is power. He might be able to dominate the 9 provinces, but that's all there is to it. Du Yanying seemed to be smiling, but her expression was ferocious and full of incomparable pleasure. Li Qingshan was also surprised. He didn't expect that under her easygoing appearance, there was such arrogance hidden. She didn't even put his own father in her eyes. However, this was more to his liking. Well said, I'll give you a hand. He suddenly closed his arms and strangled the king of winged men's words. However, it was blocked by a faint layer of white light, so it wouldn't be fatal for a while. However, their sleepiness was fading away, and their auras were rising at almost the same time. Li Qingshan's advantage in strength in close combat was becoming more and more obvious. His innate supernatural power was also gradually recovering as he worked hard to activate the power of vibration. Although its power was still very weak, it was enough to disintegrate the faint light on the winged man king's body. For a moment, the bones all over the feather human king's body cracked and shattered, and he resisted with all his might. Demonic chi and spiritual chi collided. The resulting storm swept away the clouds, revealing the vast land of the Cloud Province. More than 10 beams of white light soared into the sky like white rainbows piercing through the sun. Bai Jia was furious. After she fell asleep, she kept falling until she crashed heavily on the ground. Although she didn't die from the fall, however, he had also suffered some injuries. What was even more embarrassing was that he was covered in dirt, breaking the rule that his feet should not touch the ground. However, it was precisely because he had landed on the ground that he was out of the range of the sleepy bug that he was able to wake up so quickly. The feather human king joined hands, wanting nothing more than to tear Li Qingshan into pieces. Li Qingshan frowned, not because of these feather human king, he wouldn't be afraid even if there were 10 of them, but because the pale green feather was trembling slightly. Once the feather human king's power recovered enough to activate this feather, all his previous efforts would be in vain. However, it was almost impossible to kill him when both of their powers had not fully recovered. No matter how old and weak he was, his foundation was still at the peak of the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Ka. Du Yanying suddenly opened her mouth and let out a strange sharp cry, like the mournful cry of a crow. It was filled with ominous omens. However, Li Qingshan felt that it was extremely familiar, and he immediately recalled Death Haste Curse. One of Mou's innate supernatural powers was almost a curse that could directly reduce the enemy's lifespan. Back then, he was cursed to lose 100 years of his lifespan, and the curse was only removed after he killed Mou. However, from the beginning to the end, it didn't affect him much. He was very young, and he had all kinds of god-fiend bloodlines, so his lifespan was immeasurable. However, when it was used on the weakened feather human king, it was a terrifying fatal blow. In an instant, as if time had accelerated, wrinkles quickly covered the feather human king's handsome face, and his body also emitted a strange smell. It was the stench of someone who was about to die. Wisps of white light scattered around his body, like dancing electric snakes, and disappeared in the void. His aura became increasingly weak. This was the spiritual energy that he had taken from this world, and now he was returning it to this world. Even a celestial would have 5 decays. In the face of death, the high and mighty cultivators were also like ants. Du Yanying took the opportunity to pull out the pale green feather from her full wings, leaving only a wisp of white light. So this is her final trump card? Li Qingshan raised his thick eyebrows. Just like the talisman scrolls of human cultivators, it wasn't rare for the demon race to condense their innate supernatural powers into a spell. Mou would definitely cooperate with her. You dare? The feather human king was shocked and angry, and his voice was old and desperate. I will die with you. Do you have the guts? Du Yanying said disdainfully, provoking him with words instead. With Li Qingshan here, the feather human king's self-destruction would be futile, and it would save them a lot of trouble. I will definitely not die. The Feather Human King's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose emitted rays of white light, and then thousands of pure white light rays passed through Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying, wrapping around Li Fingyuan's body. In an instant, all the light rays were dyed blood red. In order to maintain his life, he used all his strength to extract the phoenix blood, and the spiritual energy stopped dissipating. The wrinkles stopped spreading, and an unnatural redness appeared on his old face. Li Fingyuan's realm wasn't high enough, so he was still in a deep sleep. However, his face suddenly turned pale, and his aura rapidly weakened. He frowned as if he was in a nightmare. "You're courting death." Li Qingshan was furious. He used the tiger demon's fury and cut off all the white light rays with his fingers like a knife. Then, he smashed the Feather Human King's head with a punch and opened his bloody mouth, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. His head had already turned into a tiger's head, and he bit the Feather Human King's wing and tore it. With a rip, half of the wing was torn off, and blood splattered everywhere. Gu Yenying also tore apart the white light and pulled out the pale green feather. However, before she could rejoice, the pale green feather trembled violently and glowed with the same color as the sky. It became indistinct, as if it was about to float away from this world. "Ha ha ha ha, if I can't get it, then neither can you." The Feather Human King condensed his head from the light rays and laughed wildly, but his laughter was filled with desperation. In the end, he couldn't refine this pale green feather and inherit its power and inheritance, which was why someone had used such a method to take it away. However, he still had it for a long time, so he used the last bit of connection to cast this feather out of the land of the 9 prefectures. Gu Yenying's expression changed. She had planned and risked her life, but it was all for naught. With Bai Jia as the leader, the Feather Human Masters formed a battle formation and surrounded him. "Let go," Li Qingshan said. "No." Gu Yenying had a determined expression. She no longer needed to control the hot wind to maintain her consciousness. Her ravaged face gradually recovered, and her expression softened. "Qingshan, you should go. Our grudge is over. I want to make another bet." Li Qingshan made up his mind and grasped Gu Yenying's hand tightly. He activated the power of vibration with all his might in an attempt to suppress the pale green feather. However, he sensed a vast emptiness similar to Gu Yenying's, and it wasn't something he could suppress. With a buzzing sound, the pale green feather emitted a sound that defied hearing and shook the void. Then, it streaked across the void and disappeared with Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying. "First Father." Li Fengyuan woke up from his sleep and saw the scene. He couldn't help but be furious. "Your Majesty," Bai Jia said with concern. The Feather Human King's body started to emit spiritual energy again. "You're courting death," the Feather Human King said, but he didn't feel happy at all. Not only did he lose the pale green feather in this battle, but he also used up the last of his lifespan. His life could be in danger at any time. At this moment, a crane's cry resounded through the clouds. A white crane as large as a mountain streaked across the sky and flew toward the city amongst the clouds. It was one of the 10 demon kings, the Shadow Cloud Crane King. "Old man, you're too late, too late. The thing you wanted is gone, and it won't come back," the Feather Human King said with his last breath. The white crane turned into a skinny old man with a red crown and a crane cloak. He looked at the Feather Human King, who had lost his head and half of his wings, in shock. He didn't believe that there was someone in this world who could injure him to such an extent and take away the feather that he yearned for day and night. He was one of the few great demon kings among the feather race. He had long coveted the pale green feather, but he didn't have the chance. He didn't expect someone to beat him to it. Feeling the lingering sleepiness in the void, he suddenly understood. Did they borrow the power of the Forbidden Land in the north? He frowned and asked, "Who did it?" Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying, the Feather Human King, didn't hide anything and said the 2 names while gnashing his teeth. "It's them." The Shadow Cloud Crane King was shocked. He had heard of these 2 names before, especially Li Qingshan. The Inksea Dragon Slayer had shocked the world, but he didn't want to give up. The 2 of them weren't pure feather race. Couldn't the pale green feather choose a suitable owner? Where are they now? I don't know where they died, the Feather Human King said. It wasn't easy to leave the protection of the world and travel in the void. It was almost impossible to survive. Even if they survived, they couldn't return to the 9 provinces. The Shadow Cloud Crane King wasn't surprised. How could he not pay a price for challenging the Feather Human King? It was already shocking enough that he could do this. Nonsense, my big old man won't die. He'll come back and beat your dog head up. Li Fingyuan's eyes were filled with tears as he pounced at the Feather Human King. Shut up. The Feather Human King grabbed Li Fingyuan's neck angrily until he returned to his original form. Phoenix. The Shadow Cloud Crane King was shocked again. He had heard about the appearance of phoenixes in the Green State, but he had never seen one. He couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity and respect, confirming his judgment. He said seriously, "This is the leader of the Feather Race. Please let him go." The leader of the Feather Race? I ate the leader of the Feather Race. Under the big banyan tree. The leaves rustled in the wind. Little Anne's long hair fluttered in the wind. He suddenly meditated in silence, the light and shadow modeled on his white robe. She suddenly opened her eyes and stood up, looking around blankly. She felt empty in her heart, as if she had lost something extremely important. Without thinking too much, she whispered, "Qingshan?" The only reply she got was the sound of water splashing. You. The Shadowed Cloud Crane King was shocked and furious at the same time. This was equivalent to slapping him in the face, treating him, a great demon king, as if he was nothing. The Feather People surrounded the Feather People King. They spread their wings and formed clouds that covered the sky. They stared at him coldly. Behind them was the majestic and beautiful city amongst the clouds. Bai Jia said, "Does the Crane King want to break the 1,000-year peace and start a war with the city amongst the clouds?" The Shadow Cloud Crane King knew that although it had some prestige in the cloud state, it preferred to live in seclusion. It was not the king of demons like the Banyan Tree King. It would be difficult for him to fight against the Winged Man clan outside of the city amongst the clouds by himself. Moreover, he did not know the divine phoenix at all, so there was really no need for him to stand out. He could not help but say resentfully, "The phoenix is a divine bird blessed by the heavens, born with the 5 virtues. You have committed so many unjust acts, you will definitely suffer the wrath of the heavens. He is a divine bird, and we are also divine beings. It's a pity that phoenixes are already extinct. Otherwise, we would eat a few of them and extend our lifespans." A male-winged person said proudly, causing everyone to laugh in agreement. The Shadowed Cloud Crane King's expression changed as a few phoenix feathers fell before his eyes. He caught them with a wave of his sleeve. On the neck of the Feather Human King, there was a white light wriggling, as if it was chewing and digesting, or like a phoenix struggling with all its might. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Unwilling to continue watching, he flicked his sleeves and left. Bai Jia smiled faintly. This was the might of the winged human race. Even the 10 demon kings of a province had to admit defeat in front of them. She then turned around and asked, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" There was no answer, only the wriggling of the white light. Li Fengyuan was swallowed by the white light, but in front of him was an unprecedented deep darkness. Deep pain engulfed him. It was as if thousands of needles had pierced deep into his body. The white light seemed to have substance as it squeezed and cut his feathers, flesh, and bones into pieces. They were then swallowed and digested. He was born with a tenacious vitality. It was as if he wanted to experience this despair more clearly. All the pride and tenacity had become weak. He could not help but ask for help. "Eldest father, it hurts. Save me." But there was no response. The pain grew deeper and deeper, coming from his heart. "Big old father is no longer here. In order to save me." His spirit began to shatter, leaving behind only a remnant of his consciousness. "Don't tell me, this is it?" At the last moment, a loud voice boomed in his heart. No. That was not his voice, but the phoenix's never-ending belief, Li Qingshan's will to fight without ceasing, his innate inheritance. Therefore, the moment he was about to be killed, he burned up all of his vitality and entered death. The Feather Man King's body no longer emitted spirit light. Devouring phoenixes was indeed very beneficial to his lifespan. He could clearly feel the blazing phoenix blood flowing through his body. It was filled with endless vitality, and it had gotten rid of the meaning of death. It gave him a great sense of pleasure. Suddenly, all the vitality was extinguished, like the embers left behind by a flame. The white light condensed into a head again. It was still old and on the verge of death. It had lost the vitality brought by the phoenix blood, and there was a hint of fear on its face. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Phoenixes were not that easily digested. That was why he had chosen to suck blood slowly in the beginning. However, the situation was too urgent, and he had no other choice. He had planned to slowly eliminate the hidden danger in the future, but he did not expect this to happen. Just as he was filled with anxiety, he realized that the spirit light was no longer dissipating. He was slightly relieved. Looks like it worked after all. It extended my lifespan. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. Although the spirit light was no longer dissipating, it had started to condense in his body. The pure, almost transparent white spirit light was like a round pearl. Suddenly, an orange flame was ignited in it. Rumble. A peal of thunder rumbled across the horizon. Suddenly, a strand of dark cloud appeared in the azure sky. It spiraled and grew, spreading rapidly. This is? The shadow cloud crane king suddenly turned around. The feather man looked up. Bai Jia's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the shadow cloud crane king was right? Killing a phoenix would bring about divine punishment? She had never heard of such a thing. Your Majesty, are you all right? Divine tribulation? The feather man king looked at the sky with a hint of confusion on his face. He reacted quickly and used all his strength to extinguish the flame in his body. However, it was like trying to put out a fire. Pure white spirit light surged in wildly, fueling the rise of the flame. The tribulation cloud spread rapidly in the sky. The thunder grew louder. The feather man king felt that his aura was locked. Although he was surrounded by the feather men, and the shadow cloud crane king, one of the 10 demon kings, did not dare to offend him, he suddenly felt that he was alone in this world. Divine tribulation could succeed or fail, but it could never be escaped. This was the divine tribulation. The dark tribulation clouds shrouded the sky, and they were still expanding and spreading. Ascension heavenly tribulation. The Featherman King is ascending now? No, it's 3 heavenly tribulations. The Shadow Cloud Crane King's heart skipped a beat. He thought that the Featherman King was ascending. However, he soon realized that there were no ripples in the domain, and the color and quality of the tribulation lightning were not right. However, in terms of scale, the Ascension Heavenly Tribulation was probably nothing. The pressure it produced was so overwhelming that even he, who was far away, could feel the pressure. He still did not understand. What was going on? It was not the Featherman King who was ascending. Why was the aura locked on him, and with such great momentum? Could it be? Your Majesty, what is going on? Bai Jia asked in shock. The Featherman King's face flushed and paled. He spat out 2 words with difficulty, Nirvana. The Phoenix's nirvana, rebirth from the ashes, was the prelude. There was great terror in going from life to death. Nirvana was like extinction, even more horrifying than normal death. At the last moment, Li Fengyuan chose nirvana, letting everything return to silence, and then igniting a new flame. It was called rebirth. This was naturally something that Bai Jia had never seen before. Nirvana. The Shadow Cloud Crane King first exclaimed, then laughed loudly. I told you there would be divine retribution. This is the cycle of karma and retribution. Actually, no one present would have guessed that the Phoenix's nirvana was a legend in the 9 states. The original Phoenix's nirvana was not an innate magical power, but an innate ability of the Phoenix. Li Qingshan's Phoenix bloodline was not complete. Moreover, it was a mixture of multiple bloodlines, and it was not pure enough, which was why it became a magical power. It was repeated and superimposed. He sacrificed all other abilities to strengthen the Phoenix's most powerful ability to the extreme. And at this moment, as the only Phoenix in this world, it was showing its true nirvana. I did it? In that bit of flame. His new consciousness was filled with surprise. This was his first. nirvana in his life. Comparing it with the knowledge of the phoenix inheritance, he immediately realized that the current situation was a bit strange. He did not turn into a new phoenix. Instead, he merged with the Featherman King, like conjoined twins, neither could get rid of the other. This was the result of the Featherman King's all-out devouring, and also the special effect of the phoenix's nirvana. However, this was not a stable state. One of the two must completely devour the other. Li Fengyuan's consciousness had just awakened from silence, and he was immediately suppressed by the Featherman King, not daring to use his spiritual power. The two of them were basically one. Your power was my power, and they could only use divine thoughts to determine the winner. Even so, the Featherman King had an absolute advantage. Whether it was experience or power, there was no possibility of failure. Once he succeeded, he would have the phoenix bloodline, and lifespan would no longer be a problem. The sky suddenly lit up. Boom! A bolt of tribulation thunder struck the Featherman King like a shocking dragon, and he only managed to stabilize himself after falling for almost 1,000 feet. Such great power! The Shadow Cloud Crane King was secretly shocked. Your Majesty! The Featherman King exclaimed in surprise, and stepped forward to help block it. That bolt of lightning was like the first drop of rain before a storm, and it poured down violently. All of you, step back. The Featherman King only had time to say one sentence before he was drowned by the lightning. The Featherman King was also affected, and the lightning flickered and jumped on their bodies like chains. They had all gone through 3 heavenly tribulations, and were not afraid of the bombardment of the tribulation thunder, let alone being affected. That was why they dared to stay here. However, the power of this heavenly tribulation was beyond imagination, and it made their bodies numb and difficult to bear. And their auras made the tribulation clouds swell even more. Let's go. Seeing that the situation was not right, Bai Jia took the lead and retreated to the city amongst the clouds with a flash of lightning. The lightning was blocked by a translucent light screen, and the tribulation thunder only caused a few ripples on it, showing the powerful defense of the city amongst the clouds' great formation. However, her expression suddenly changed. Oh no, move the city amongst the clouds quickly. The tribulation clouds had already spread over, and their shadows covered the White Palace. The feather men in the city woke up one after another, and they saw this scene, but they did not realize what had happened. Arcs of lightning bounced and jumped on the white light screen, and the ripples became denser and denser. The powerhouses of the feather men also reacted, and their expressions changed. It will be terrible if we are involved in the heavenly tribulation. But only your majesty can move the city amongst the clouds. Let's push the city away. After making up their minds in a few words, they all flew down and pushed the city amongst the clouds against the lightning. The city amongst the clouds moved slowly, and escaped the shroud of the tribulation clouds. Bai Jia heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, with their strength, they could even move a mountain away if they worked together. Otherwise, if the city amongst the clouds was involved in the heavenly tribulation, it would be really troublesome. Bang! The pure white palace shook, and the city amongst the clouds suddenly stopped moving. Something is blocking it. Damn it, it's that old crane. On the other side of the city amongst the clouds, the Shadow Cloud Crane King waved his large sleeves, and raised one hand to block the city amongst the clouds. His crane cloak fluttered in the wind, and his eyes flashed with an ominous glint. As a dignified monster king of the 10 directions, how could he allow himself to be bullied so easily? Since he was so shameless, then he would turn against him. Use your full strength. Bai Jia shouted, and the feather men exerted their strength together. Black clouds pressed down on the city, and wind and thunder roared. The Shadow Cloud Crane King spread its wings, which were almost able to envelop the entire city amongst the clouds, creating gusts of strong wind. Although the feathered beasts weren't known for their strength, they were able to resist the city amongst the clouds by relying on their tendons and bones that had been honed for thousands of years. Bai Jia looked back and saw a sea of lightning. The king of feather men was nowhere to be seen. Since the ruler of the city amongst the clouds was not here, there was no one else who had the authority to control the great formation of the city amongst the clouds. As such, all kinds of offensive methods could not be used. Otherwise, the old crane would definitely be defeated. Moreover, their auras caused the tribulation cloud to continue expanding and stretch out a few hundred kilometers, causing the sea of lightning to become even more violent. The rumbling and flashes of lightning didn't stop, and it seemed as if the heavens were enraged and wanted to destroy everything. The electric arcs interweaved around her body, and the pressure on her increased. The thunderbolts bombarding the city amongst the clouds increased in number and density. No matter how sturdy the great formation was, it could not compete with the heavens. There was no limit to the power of the heavenly tribulation. If this went on, neither they nor the city amongst the clouds would be able to hold on. Bai Ling, follow me. Bai Jia called out and went straight for the Shadow Cloud Crane King. At the same time, her mind raced and she didn't dare to threaten him anymore. Shadow Cloud Crane King, we have no enmity with you. Why must you become enemies with us for a phoenix that you've never met? The Shadow Cloud Crane King snorted coldly, I'm afraid it's too late to admit defeat now. The winged human tribe will definitely not forget today's grudge. Bai Jia gritted her teeth and shot an arrow. The arrow turned into a rain of arrows in midair, dragging thousands of light threads. Beware of my sword, demon. White Sun was enraged, brandishing 100-zhang-long light sword, whistling as it slashed down. Bai Ling threw out a white halo. It expanded rapidly towards the shadowed Cloud Crane King. Crane soaring the 9 heavens. The shadowed Cloud Crane King stretched out its neck and sang loudly, its voice sharp and resounding, like silk ripping. For a moment it drowned out the thunder. The rain of arrows, the sword of light, and the circle of light were all twisted and shattered. Bai Jia frowned. This old demon was indeed not easy to deal with. Everyone, continue to attack. The safety of the winged human tribe is in our hands. As he spoke, he kept plucking the bowstring. Radiant light burst forth from the feather men's bodies. In order to protect their homeland and their clansmen, they gave it their all, disregarding injuries. As the saying went, 10,000 men can't stop one man if he goes all out. Moreover, there were more than 10 winged person powerhouses who had gone through 3 heavenly tribulations. The interweaving white light was like a giant hand pushing the city amongst the clouds forward slowly, away from the area covered by the tribulation clouds. The Shadow Cloud Crane King had to split his attention to deal with Bai Jia and the other two's harassment, so he could not suppress it. Instead, some of its feathers had withered. However, he was unwilling to give up just like that. Countless cultivators on the ground looked up at this shocking scene. They discussed among themselves. Just who is crossing the tribulation? It has such power. It seems to be the Featherman King, but how did he provoke the Crane King? Crane King is elegant and indifferent. It must be the rudeness of these birdmen that made the old man fly into a rage. But he seems to be at a disadvantage. Sigh, these winged people have the advantage in numbers after all. Even the Xia kingdom can't do anything to them, let alone the Shadow Cloud Crane King. What's that? It's the king. On the eastern horizon, a colorful cloud silently glided across the sky, dragging a long tail behind it. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion stood on the colorful cloud. He had a 3-foot-long beard, wore a green crown, and wore a cloud pattern robe. He asked in surprise, Old He, what are you doing? King of Donglu. Bai Jia's heart skipped a beat. Rumor had it that the Shadow Cloud Crane King was close to the King of Dongyi, often drinking tea and discussing Dao together. If he also made an enemy of the winged people, it would be one disaster after another. The Shadow Cloud Crane King's words proved that the rumor was true. He said joyfully, Little Yun, you came at the right time. The winged people are bullying me, come and help me. Bai Jia hurriedly said, King of Donglu, this has nothing to do with you, don't you dare. Preposterous. Hearing the Shadow Cloud Crane King's words, the King of Donglu flew into a rage. He took out a small 3-legged cauldron and smashed it towards the city amongst the clouds. The rumors were not accurate. Not only were they close, but they were also close friends. When the King of Donglu was young, he roamed the East Sea on a crane. That was a friendship that had been forged for thousands of years. The small cauldron grew with the wind and became the size of a mountain. On its surface were patterns of clouds and stars, as well as the mountains and plants of Yunzhou. It was one of the 9 cauldrons, the Cloud State Cauldron. Boom! The advance of the city amongst the clouds came to a sudden halt. The king of Donglu held the incantation with both hands and chanted silently. Colorful clouds rose beneath his feet and pressed down on the city amongst the clouds. Only then did he send a telepathic message to the shadow cloud crane king. Luckily I heard the commotion and rushed over. What happened? Why are you angry with these winged people? Who is going through the heavenly tribulation? It doesn't look like the heavenly tribulation of ascension, but the commotion. The shadow cloud crane king explained the cause and effect as well as his own speculations. I see, there's actually such a thing. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you? The king of Donglu asked curiously. The old he knew would not make such a big fuss over a single sentence, let alone drag his friends down with him. It has nothing to do with me, it has to do with you, the shadow cloud crane king said. The king of Donglu glanced at the horizon again and nodded in understanding. This is indeed an opportunity. How could one allow others to sleep beside one's bed? That was why the ancient king of southern Yu conquered the merfolk and left behind the king of Yu's remaining stratagem. Furthermore, the threat of the winged people was far greater than that of the merfolk and merfolk. Not to mention the daily struggle for resources, the power they had been accumulating for thousands of years was like a sword hanging above their heads. Once the time was ripe, the king of Donglu's residents would most likely be the first to suffer. Every generation of the kings of Donglu wanted to deal with this great threat, but they did not have the ability to do so. Bai Qinggang has just lost that feather. We can't let him devour the phoenix. He has long coveted the cloud province. Now that the world is in chaos and the great Xia is no longer as powerful as before, he will definitely make a move. Before we ascend, we have to deal with this problem for the younger generation, lest they become slaves again, the shadow cloud crane king said. That's exactly what I was thinking. Wait for me to summon the white dragon king and flatten this city amongst the clouds. The king of Donglu waved his sleeves and a decree flew out, summoning all the officials. The cloud province demon kings and human kings worked together to suppress the city amongst the clouds once again, preventing it from advancing. At this moment, the tribulation cloud had already enveloped everything within its range of attack, and it became even more ferocious. In terms of scale, even the golden cicada spirit king's heavenly tribulation for ascension could not compare to this. The winged people experts were gradually unable to hold on. Not only could they not advance further into the city amongst the clouds, but they were also pushed back several miles. The great city guarding formation was bombarded by the lightning. The white screen of light also dimmed slightly, and the buildings in the city began to tremble slightly. The king of Donglu was secretly speechless. There was a limit to one's strength. If not for the might of the heavenly tribulation, even if all the great cultivators in the cloud province were used up, they would not have been able to break through the city amongst the clouds. This won't do. If this continues, we will all fall, a winged people expert shouted. We can still escape, but what about the people in the city? Once the great formation is broken, it will be the disaster of the entire race. How can this be? How can this be? Bai Jia also felt despair. Could it be that the heavens really blessed the divine bird? Killing it was inauspicious. Bai Jia flew over the sea of thunder. White feathers scattered in the air. As far as the eye could see, a brilliant phoenix wing had grown out of the king of feather human king's broken left wing. His body was flowing with light and fire at the same time. His face kept changing, sometimes twisted and ferocious, and sometimes angry and hateful. Give up. You can never defeat me, the feather human king said. I'm not going to defeat you, I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Li Fengyuan roared. It was as if a person had been split into two halves and was engaged in a life and death struggle while resisting the heavenly tribulation. However, the king of feather men was the one who bore the brunt of the tribulation thunder. This was because the heavenly tribulation's descent was almost entirely triggered by his powerful aura. Rings of light, which were like endless waves, collided with the tribulation thunder and cancelled it out. After all, he was a super expert at the peak of the third heavenly tribulation. Although the heavenly tribulation this time was extremely powerful and affected a lot of people, it was still a third heavenly tribulation in essence. Your Majesty, if this goes on, the city amongst the clouds won't be able to hold on, and all the winged people will die. Bai Jia shouted, but it was unknown whether her voice could reach the Feather Human King's ears amidst the deafening thunder. The Feather Human King seemed to sense something. He suddenly turned around, and the ferocious expression on his face froze. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. This is for the sake of all winged people." Bai Jia took out an exquisite and beautiful crystal dagger. Spiritual light swirled around it. Impressively, it was also a powerful treasure. It was specially used for close combat, and it was a defensive item bestowed to her by the Feather Human King in the past. She clenched her teeth, stepped forward, and stabbed at the King of Winged Human King's chest. The King of Feather Men was startled and closed his eyes. His body trembled. Just as the dagger was about to pierce through his skin, a hand gripped the sharp edge tightly. Bai Jia raised her head in astonishment. Could it be that Li Fengyuan turned from guest to host? The King of Feather Men suddenly opened his eyes. His left eye was fiery red, and his right eye was azure blue. Both of them revealed the same will. "No, I still want to live." Two faces and two voices overlapped, both filled with the desire to live. At this moment, they reached an agreement. Then, he raised his hand and grabbed Bai Jia's neck. "Your Majesty. You are the Winged Human King." Bai Jia's eyes widened in disbelief, and she couldn't help but recall the past. "I once had the opportunity to ascend, but at that time, Great Xia had just been established, and it was a constant threat to the city amongst the clouds. I am the king of the winged people. Sacrifices must be made." That was why he stayed behind and waited for a new opportunity. "I didn't expect that I would wait for 1,000 years and miss all the opportunities." Sigh. At that time, he sighed. His body seemed to be glowing. He had always been the genius, the hero, and the king of the winged human tribe. No matter what kind of halo he had, it wouldn't be excessive. He had never disappointed anyone, but unexpectedly. Now that he thought about it, there seemed to be a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. Was there regret in his heart? Yes, he regretted it. The young man didn't fear death because he didn't understand how terrifying it was. As his lifespan slowly came to an end, his body and soul deteriorated day by day. It was like a giant hole that swallowed all joy, and nothing could fill it. If mortals could use fate to comfort themselves and obtain a psychological balance, he couldn't. If I had chosen to ascend at that time, I would have already embarked on a new journey in the heavenly Tao. This thought continued to linger, but it only increased the pain. Now, he finally saw an opportunity to make up for his regret and start all over again. No matter what, he couldn't let go. "I'm sorry. This time, I want to live for myself. Go." The Winged Human King slowly released his hand. Although he was a little ashamed, he was full of determination. He would devour the phoenix and obtain the new life that he dreamed of. Then, he would ascend to the heavenly Tao. Everything in this world would have nothing to do with him. "Your Majesty." Bai Jia felt that the power of the tribulation thunder was getting stronger and stronger. If she stayed any longer, she would be in danger of dying. She looked back at the sky full of wind and thunder. How long could the city amongst the clouds last? The dagger in her hand fell. She suddenly spread her wings and arms, and a hazy white light appeared all over her body. The light replaced her torso and limbs, and a white human figure blurred. "What are you going to do?" The Winged Human King was shocked. "Your Majesty, you taught me to sacrifice. How could you forget it? But you've done enough for the winged human tribe. Now, it's my turn." Bai Jia's face was calm. Suddenly, a bright light burst out. A white sun rose in the sky. Wherever the light shone, the rolling thunder was pushed away. The world became quiet. "Bai Jia," the Winged Human King cried out in alarm. The Winged Human King's wings were broken, and he was on the verge of collapse. The flesh on his front was almost completely peeled off, and the spark in his chest was exposed. The shock and anger on his face faded, and a trace of confusion appeared. Looking into the distance, the city guarding formation was already on the verge of collapse. Streaks of light flew over from the horizon, and they were all the officials of the king of Donglu's mansion. After a short period of silence, the thunder roared again. The battle between light and fire also stopped. Although light was far superior to fire and had the upper hand, it was difficult to extinguish the spark so easily. Bai Qin was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, "Li Fengyuan, if we continue to fight, we will definitely perish together." As he spoke, he actually recovered his usual elegance. "Then let's perish together." Although he wanted to live, he was not afraid of death. After Nirvana, Li Fengyuan had a deeper understanding of the way of life and death. Suddenly, he felt that the strong will that was firmly suppressing him had retreated. Life is better than death, isn't it? Bai Qin muttered to himself, "I have a request. If you are willing to agree, I will not fight with you anymore. You will obtain my power, and you will be able to calmly pass the heavenly tribulation." "What request?" "Protect the city amongst the clouds for me." "What did you say?" Li Fengyuan was surprised. "I will bear all the sins, and they have never harmed you." As the flame swayed, Li Fengyuan recalled what he had seen and heard when he was wandering in the city. The white fountain under the sunlight, the beautiful music reverberating in the air, the Featherman children laughing and playing with him in groups, the gentle scolding of their mothers. At that time, he was full of worries and did not take these scenes to heart. But at this moment, they suddenly became clear, and the thunder seemed ethereal. "You are playing tricks again. Still want to shake me? These are all real. Everything is worth it." Bai Qin seemed to be talking to Li Fengyuan, but also seemed to be talking to himself. Under the continuous bombardment of lightning, Bai Qin's will faded, and the flame quickly rose. "Wait, I haven't promised you yet." Li Fengyuan restrained the rising flame. "Please protect them, I beg you. Aren't you afraid that I will go back on my word? You are a benevolent phoenix." "Humph, if it were my first father, he would definitely not agree to you. Even if I agreed, I was just fooling you." "Thank you," Bai Qin said sincerely. Finally, he opened his palm. There was a pure white feather in it, and he wanted to murmur something. Flame spewed out of his body. It instantly swallowed his body. The white feather drifted. In the raging flame, the wings spread again, and they were already glorious phoenix wings. With a resounding phoenix cry, the phoenix rushed against the lightning and flew into the depths of the tribulation clouds. He actually succeeded? The Shadow Cloud Crane King was surprised. He had originally planned to break through the city amongst the clouds and then deal with the King of Feathermen, but he did not expect the phoenix to successfully counterattack. "He has helped us eliminate a great disaster. The White Dragon King will be here soon, and then he will definitely break through the city," King Donglu said. "What about the Feathermen in the city? It will be best if they die in the tribulation lightning." The talent of the mutants was really terrifying, far surpassing that of ordinary humans and demons. The Feathermen were even more outstanding among them. They must eliminate any future troubles, and slaughter the city and destroy the country. The experts of the Feathermen had already given up on pushing the city amongst the clouds, and were fighting with the officials of the King of Donglu's mansion. Their power was interlinked, and they formed a formation, forming a geometric pattern of interweaving light in the sky. However, with the Shadow Cloud Crane King and the King of Donglu holding the line, defeat was only a matter of time, and their king was already gone. After a while, a large ship broke through the sky. The pure white body of the ship was somewhat similar to the Red Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King, but it had the complex cloud patterns of the Cloud State's style. It was one of the few siege weapons in the world, the White Dragon King. Still 1,000 miles away, the dragon's mouth had already opened, and specks of light gathered. The light was condensed to the extreme, and a beam of light whistled through the air, like the roar of a white dragon. King Donglu raised his head to take a look. Unknowingly, the tribulation clouds had already begun to gather, but it was a pity that it had not been able to completely destroy the city amongst the clouds. However, at the moment, all that was left was this attack. "Quickly block it." The experts of the Feathermen worked together to form a light barrier, but it was instantly penetrated, and the city amongst the clouds was about to be broken. A bright light flashed in the sky, and the speed was so fast that even the Shadow Cloud Crane King was stunned. "Phoenix?" It was the phoenix flying over, and he stepped on the city amongst the clouds with one foot, and his magnificent wings covered the city. The beam of light bombarded his body, and scattered into streams of light that filled the sky, but he was not injured at all. A phoenix cry rang out, and a glorious color dyed the heavens. Everyone's gazes were attracted by it, and they stopped what they were doing. As a member of the Feathermen, the Shadow Cloud Crane King was the most moved. Originally, the phoenix had not even passed the tribulation, and he had already developed feelings of admiration for it. Now, it almost turned into reverence, and he bowed down to it. Could this be the legendary 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix? King Donglu gave him a look, and the Shadow Cloud Crane King suddenly came to his senses. He tried his best to calm himself down, and asked, "May I know how I should address you, fellow cultivator?" "Li Fengyuan, just now, thank you for your help. Fellow cultivator is the elder of my generation, it is only natural for you to lend a hand. There is no need to be so polite." The Shadow Cloud Crane King quickly declined modestly, and then asked, "What do you mean by this, fellow cultivator?" "I have already promised the Featherman King, Bai Chen, that I will succeed the position of the Featherman King, and protect the city amongst the clouds on his behalf." Li Fengyuan lowered his head slightly, and his pair of phoenix-like eyes flickered with brilliance. No one knew what he was thinking. "What did you say?" It was not just the Shadow Cloud Crane King, even the Feathermen were shocked. If not for Li Fengyuan blocking the White Dragon King's attack just now, they would almost have started scolding him. "Fellow cultivator, you really know how to joke. Didn't Bai Chen die in your hands? Furthermore, you are not a Featherman, so how did you become the Featherman King? Bai Chen reaped what he sowed, and has already been executed. If not for his repeated requests for the position of the Featherman King, I would not have bothered with it either. However, since I have made a promise, I will naturally fulfill it. I am already very tired today, fellow cultivators, please leave. Fellow, let me give you another piece of advice. You killed and devoured the Winged Human King. The Winged Human King will never forget today's enmity. You are raising a tiger and inviting calamity. Wanting to be some Winged Human King is wishful thinking." The Shadow Cloud Crane King's words were both to sow discord and the real situation. Li Fengyuan's eyes turned. As expected, the Winged Human powerhouses all had unconcealable hostility on their faces. Bai Chen's position in the hearts of the Winged Human King was unimaginable to outsiders. Between the tall white towers in the city amongst the clouds, the Winged Human looked up in fear. The gorgeous phoenix wings were like a burning cloud, reflecting a magnificent luster. "Mother!" A Winged Human child's face was full of fear. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Mother hugged her tightly. When she looked up, her worried eyes met that pair of phoenix eyes. Their names and even their experiences appeared in Li Fengyuan's mind. Right now, he felt a kind of closeness to all the Winged Human, as if they were his clansmen. He understood that this was the influence of Bai Chen's spiritual memories. He thought to himself, "Do you want me to have more feelings for them?" He could not help but sigh. Bai Chen chose to give up everything at the last moment. Was it a great sacrifice touched by Bai Jia, or was it a helpless action after seeing that he had no hope of survival? Perhaps it was both. Humans were not plants, how could they be emotionless? They lived because of feelings, and they died because of feelings. However, compared to this small emotional burden, the benefits Li Fengyuan obtained were incalculable. Since Bai Chen did not resist at all and allowed him to devour and melt, he practically obtained a complete spiritual inheritance. Among them were Bai Chen's 7,000 years of cultivation, as well as all his power. This power and inheritance was so enormous that it was impossible to digest in a short time. And if they fought to the end, even if he defeated Bai Chen by a fluke, and was lucky enough not to be struck to death by the heavenly lightning, he would only be in a state where he had just passed the third heavenly tribulation. Moreover, he would be very weak, not to mention the spiritual inheritance. It was like two armies facing each other. The results were completely different between surrendering and fighting to the last soldier. Seeing Li Fengyuan fall silent, he fell into deep thought. East Lu King smiled slightly. A wise man submits to circumstances, not to mention the divine bird phoenix. And with his army pressing down, how could he allow anyone to stop him? The White Dragon King was at the back, and the high officials were at the front. East Lu King and Shadow Cloud Crane King. They were ready to launch a thunderous strike at any time. This was already a nation war, not a battle of magical powers. Li Fengyuan said, I know how much they like Bai Chen and how much they hate me. It's good that you understand. The shadowed cloud crane king heaved a sigh of relief. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to make an enemy of the phoenix. Perhaps this was the instinct of all feathered creatures. However, Li Fengyuan changed the topic, but what does that have to do with me? I'm just doing what I want to do. How can I change because of other people's likes and dislikes? Alright, I don't want to be your enemy, but since it has come to this, we can only fight. All winged people, retreat to the city. Hearing Li Fengyuan's order, the winged men powerhouses looked at each other in dismay. Not to mention that they were unwilling to listen to the enemy's orders, there was no one to control the Cloud City's great formation. Wouldn't returning to the city be equivalent to waiting for death? Li Fengyuan did not say much either. He was confident that he could contend against the entire cloud region here, and he was not just relying on his own power. Otherwise, a shadow cloud crane king alone would be able to keep him busy, so how could he protect the city amongst the clouds? Bai Chen had also left him a great gift, and that was the city amongst the clouds. Suddenly, the city amongst the clouds surged with white light. It flowed through every street like a river and gathered at the royal palace in the center of the city. A pillar of light soared into the sky and merged into Li Fengyuan's body, dyeing every one of his wings pure white as if he had turned into a white phoenix. Bai Chen had handed over the control of the entire city amongst the clouds' great formation to him. Just now, he was stalling for time in order to completely control it. The winged men powerhouses looked at each other in dismay. This was an authority that only the winged men kings of each generation could possess, and once they controlled the entire city amongst the clouds, they would practically become the winged men king. They transmitted their thoughts, what do we do now? If we continue to fight, we will all die here. Or should we retreat somewhere else? Shut up. As long as the city lives, we live. If the city dies, we die. If anyone dares to abandon the city and flee, he will be a traitor of the winged men race, and will be punished by heaven and earth, abandoned by both humans and gods. Then we can only return to the city first. This is for the sake of the winged men race. Light flashed continuously, and more than 10 rays of light flew back to the city amongst the clouds. The speed of the winged men's escape light was rarely seen, and no one could stop them in time. Oh no! The East Lu King's expression changed drastically. He had originally wanted to use the city amongst the clouds to delay these winged men powerhouses, and then finally capture them all in one fell swoop. However, he did not expect the cooked duck to fly away. He shouted loudly, listen to me, attack the city with all your might. He activated the Cloud State Cauldron, the East Lu King's golden seal, and even the colorful clouds in the sky, pressing down on the city amongst the clouds. The Cloud Shadow Crane King's crane cry reached the 9 heavens, and the White Dragon King roared angrily. All the great practitioners took out their trump cards, and a torrent of power surged violently. For a moment, it seemed as if it could shake the heavens and the earth. The light barrier of the city amongst the clouds was already extremely thin, and there was no way it could withstand the attack. Li Fengyuan had already expected this. He landed in the city amongst the clouds and transformed into a handsome youth. He said loudly, success or failure depends on this. Give me your power. While the other winged men were still hesitating, the body of the mother who was carrying her child was the first to light up. Compared to hatred, she wanted to protect her child. Specks of light lit up in the city, and the bodies of all the winged men, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, glowed with white light. They merged into the whistling river of light and gathered in the main hall of the royal palace. Boom! The city amongst the clouds shook violently, as if it was a lonely boat that had fallen into a surging torrent. The tall towers and palaces collapsed one after another. Li Fengyuan stood above the royal palace and felt an unprecedented power converging on his body. This was the condensation of the winged men's power and spirit. He looked at the horizon with a grave expression. Could he actually block it? The winged men were also looking at him. The surging white light was like a pair of pure white wings that had spread out. It was as if they could see Bai Chen's figure again. Time became extremely slow. Every second was stretched out, and it became a kind of torture. If the great formation was broken, everything would be over. However, that thin layer of light barrier was on the verge of collapse. Although it was on the verge of collapse, it did not shatter. Its toughness was beyond everyone's expectations. A smile appeared on Li Fingyuan's face. With another wave of his hand, the cloud pillars erected around the city amongst the clouds and in front of the main hall lit up one after another. The bird-headed, human-bodied statues that were squatting on them suddenly came to life. They flapped their wings and welcomed the army of the King of East Lu. There were close to 100 of them. Every one of them was equivalent to a puppet king. As soon as the statues left the city amongst the clouds, a few of them were crushed by the torrent of power. However, they managed to block the majority of the attack. The light barrier stabilized and gradually became thicker. Li Fengyuan commanded the statues and changed the formation. He fought with the army of the King of East Lu. At the same time, he ordered the winged men, "The few of you, don't just stand there. All of you, counterattack." Although the winged men were not willing to listen to his orders, they could only help each other at this time. They were not good at close combat in the first place. Now that they were standing in the city amongst the clouds, they could launch an attack to their heart's content. Light whistled through the air, streaking across the horizon like thunder. They cooperated with the statues in their counterattack against the King of East Lu. Li Fengyuan looked up at the vault of heaven. The dark clouds of tribulation were slowly dispersing. The sun shone down brightly, speeding up the recovery of the light barrier. This was the true source of power for the great formation of the city amongst the clouds. The longer the battle dragged on, the stronger the formation would become. The shadow of a cloud suddenly covered the sky. The shadow cloud Crane King looked down and met Li Fingyuan's eyes. Sparks flew. "Give up, Phoenix. City amongst the clouds, rise." Li Fengyuan raised his hand. The city amongst the clouds rose to the horizon and crashed towards the shadow cloud Crane King. The shadow cloud Crane King stretched out a crane leg and lightly stepped on the city amongst the clouds. It stopped the city amongst the clouds from rising. Its huge crane wings still covered the sky. With a cry of a phoenix, Li Fengyuan shot up into the sky. Separated by the light barrier, he slapped the crane leg with his palm. "Even if you are the divine bird of Phoenix, you have only just passed the third heavenly tribulation. How can you possibly?" The shadow cloud Crane King suddenly felt an uncontrollable, enormous power surging up from its leg. It could not suppress it. Glancing sideways at the city, it immediately understood that it had gathered the power of all the feather people. This was something that only the King of Feather People could do. Layers of ripples appeared on the barrier. The two powers collided violently. The city amongst the clouds stubbornly rose up, straight into the astral wind layer. The higher it rose, the stronger the astral wind became. It whistled and slashed on the light barrier. Immediately, it became dimmer. However, the heavy attacks from the King of East Lu were also baptized by the astral wind. Their power was greatly reduced. Through Bai Chen's memories, Li Fengyuan understood that this was the most normal way of operating the city amongst the clouds. The great formation of the city amongst the clouds had the power to resist the astral wind. If an enemy invaded, it could raise the city amongst the clouds into the astral wind layer, making it difficult for the enemy to launch an attack. Although the great formation's endurance was limited and could not be raised too high, it was enough to ensure that no enemy could be higher than the city amongst the clouds. Otherwise, it would be a joke if the source of its power was easily blocked by others. No wonder the great Xia dynasty can't do anything to the feather people. This city amongst the clouds is simply a divine weapon of war. It is not something that the White Dragon King or the Red Dragon King can compare to. It is a pity that it was greatly weakened by the heavenly tribulation at the beginning. It is difficult to use all kinds of attack methods. Otherwise, it would not be afraid of a mere King of East Lu. A few crane feathers fell. They did not drift for long before they were cut into pieces by the astral wind. Even the 10 demon kings could not stay in the astral wind layer at such a high level for long. The shadow cloud Crane King had no choice but to step aside. Before the sunlight could shine down, there was a loud bang. The cloud state cauldron heavily pressed down on the city amongst the clouds. Seeing that the cooked duck was about to fly away, the king of East Lu could not hold back and drove the cloud-state cauldron with all his might. The cauldron, which gathered the power of the mountains and rivers of Cloud State, was extremely heavy. The city amongst the clouds began to fall again. The astral wind cut marks on the body of the cauldron, but it was difficult to damage it for a while. At this rate, before the Cloud State cauldron was damaged, the city amongst the clouds would fall to the ground. Li Fengyuan made up his mind and opened the light barrier. The Cloud State cauldron fell with the astral wind. Li Fengyuan was the first to bear the brunt. Boom! The palace hall was reduced to ruins. Li Fengyuan's figure also disappeared from it. The feather people were shocked. Unknowingly, he had become the backbone of the feather people. If even he was defeated, the feather people would be in danger of being exterminated. The Cloud State cauldron continued to fall with the city amongst the clouds. But from the ruins, a loud shout came from under the three-legged cauldron, close. The light barrier closed again and swallowed the Cloud State cauldron. Li Fengyuan held the cauldron with both hands. Blood flowed down his face and turned into burning flames. He shouted, "You don't want it anymore? Then give it to me." Not good. King Donglu's expression changed. He felt his connection with the Cloud State cauldron suddenly break. In the end, he had still underestimated the power of the city amongst the clouds. Not long ago, Li Qingshan came knocking, and Bai Chen attempted to lure him into the city. The city amongst the clouds had the ability to suppress everything and isolate the inside from the outside. Once one entered the city amongst the clouds, it would be difficult to escape no matter how powerful one was. Li Fengyuan laughed mischievously, and urged the city amongst the clouds to rise continuously until it reached the highest point in the sky. The astral wind stirred up thousands of ripples on the barrier of light, and the sunlight sprinkled down without any obstruction. The barrier of light slowly recovered its light. Although it was extremely slow, it was clearly in an invincible position. Li Fengyuan heaved a deep sigh of relief. Alright, he had secured the city amongst the clouds. It was one of the most important spoils of war in this battle. Although they had sacrificed quite a number of human-faced bird-bodied statues, they weren't their own anyway, so they didn't feel the pinch. "Your Majesty, what do we do now?" a middle-aged man asked. He was also one of the honored guests of the king's manor, but he had only gone through 3 heavenly tribulations not too long ago, so he could not be like the Shadow Cloud Crane King and enter deep into the astral winds. Besides, even if he had the ability, he would not be willing to. The other cultivators also stopped their attacks in unison, clearly harboring the same thoughts. King Donglu and the Shadow Cloud Crane King looked at each other and could only sigh. Even the White Dragon King would quickly disintegrate at such a high altitude, let alone an ordinary cultivator. Coupled with the desperate resistance of the feathered men, it was almost impossible to take down the city amongst the clouds. If they were to disregard everything else, it wasn't like they didn't have a chance at all. However, a Pyrrhic victory was meaningless. Fellow Taoists, it's useless to continue fighting, so why don't we call a truce here? Li Fengyuan said proudly. Return the Cloud State cauldron, and we'll mind our own business from now on. King Donglu said. Hee, you're thinking too much. Li Fengyuan rubbed his head. It was still in great pain. The Cloud Prefecture cauldron had hit him hard. I didn't hesitate to go against the winged people to help you, and this is how you repay me? The Shadow Cloud Crane King had never thought that things would develop to this stage. He vaguely guessed that Li Fengyuan would only be able to calmly take control of the city amongst the clouds because Bai Chen had given up on the dispute. If he had the chance to take charge of the city amongst the clouds, he was afraid that he would not be willing to be destroyed by others. Not to mention, he could also use this to suppress the entire winged human race and instantly gain control of a powerful force. As expected of the Feather Men King to be so decisive. Fellow Taoist, I will repay your kindness in the future. Please leave today. Li Fengyuan was quite grateful to the Shadow Cloud Crane King. Otherwise, there was an 80% chance that he would die here today. Regardless of what the other party was thinking, a favor was a favor, and he had to repay it. Let's go. The King of East Lu saw that things could not be done. Xiaochen flicked his sleeves and left, returning to the White Dragon King. The Shadow Cloud Crane King also broke through the air and left. The rest of the lords looked at each other and dispersed. Only then did Li Fengyuan relax completely. He lowered the altitude of the city amongst the clouds a little and sped up the recovery of the great formation. The feathermen in the city were still in a state of shock, but the feathermen experts quietly gathered over, connecting each other with light rays, forming a three-dimensional diagram surrounding Li Fengyuan in the center. As expected. Do you want to rebel? Li Fengyuan sat high up on the cloud state cauldron, not surprised at all, as if he had already expected this scene. The city amongst the clouds is the feathermen's city. What rebellion? Li Fengyuan, on account of your help today, hand over the control of the great formation, and the grudge between you and the feathermen will be written off. You can leave on your own. Li Fengyuan looked up at the sky and asked with narrowed eyes, just now, you were the one who said that if there were more phoenixes, you would all eat a few, right? So what if I said that? Before he finished speaking, Li Fengyuan appeared in front of that feather man in a flash, so fast that none of the feather men experts could react. Li Fengyuan raised his hand and struck. Scram! That feather man flew high up, breaking through the air and flying out of the barrier of light. After the battle, his aura was already very weak. Sharp astral winds swept over from all directions, instantly tearing his body apart. Even his divine soul was shattered, and a ring of white light burst out. Good fireworks. Li Fengyuan clapped his hands. With Bai Chen's power and the divine power of the Phoenix bloodline, how many cultivators of the same realm could be his match? Although the feather men called themselves gods, in terms of talent, how could they compare to the divine bird that was favored by the world? Kill him. The feather men experts flew into a rage. Li Fengyuan pressed down with a flip of his palm. The three-dimensional diagram formed by the light collapsed, and all the feather men's power was pressed to the ground by a white light. In this city amongst the clouds, who could threaten the feather men king? There were still people who wanted to resist, and statues with human faces and bird bodies flew over and clustered around Li Fengyuan, glaring at the feather men experts on the ground like tigers watching their prey. Li Fengyuan suddenly sighed, and all of his high-spirited and proud expressions dispersed, revealing a sorrowful expression. I am in a very bad mood now, and there are many things that I don't know what to do. Do you really want me to kill all of you, and then kill all the feather men in the city? In that instant, all the feather men trembled in fear. Although Li Fengyuan did not reveal any killing intent, no one dared to doubt his determination. He was not only the son of the Phoenix, but also the son of Li Qingshan, and he had never lacked decisiveness in killing. Why did our king hand over the city amongst the clouds to you? A featherman expert roared, full of resentment. Because at that time only I could save all of you. Although at first he wanted to abandon all of you and have fun by himself, and also that woman. Li Fengyuan narrated everything that had happened in the heavenly tribulation, neither lying nor hiding anything. The feather men were shocked. Impossible, don't talk nonsense, how could His Majesty abandon us? It must be you. Shut up, you can believe it or not, but from today onwards, I am the feather men king. Those who are not willing to follow my orders, get out of the city amongst the clouds, or I will kill every one of you I see. Li Fengyuan returned to the cloud state cauldron, frowning as he looked toward the west. The sky was getting darker, and the red clouds were burning. The feather men experts felt the pressure on their bodies disappear instantly. Even though they were extremely unwilling, they knew that they would be courting death if they attacked now. They communicated telepathically to discuss what to do next, but it gradually turned into a dispute, resulting in a huge disagreement. Today, the feather men are unfortunate, the city amongst the clouds has been seized by the foreign race, we should take all the feather men and leave this place, building a new city amongst the clouds. You make it sound so simple. The city amongst the clouds is the work of our ancestors for tens of thousands of years, how can it be so easy to rebuild? What do you think we should do, become the dogs of the foreign race? Who would do that? Who would be the traitor? We must not give up on the city amongst the clouds. Otherwise, we will be letting down our ancestors, and our clansmen will not be able to leave this place. The city amongst the clouds was too important to the feather men, not only as a place of emotional sustenance like their homeland, but also as a treasured land that all the feather men relied on for survival. Just the speed of cultivation in this city alone was far superior to anywhere else. It was far better than anywhere else. There was also the huge amount of resources sealed in the treasury. It also provided a guarantee for all the feather men to cultivate, and it was not something that could be abandoned at will, so the two factions argued for a while. Li Fengyuan did not care about the outcome of their argument. If the feather men chose to stay, they would be able to better operate the city amongst the clouds, and they would also have a group of powerful fighters. Even if all the feather men left him an empty city, it would still be a divine weapon of war, and he would not have to keep any promises to the feather men. I must tell the Tree King and her about what happened here. Although Li Fengyuan's strength was not the same as before, he could not help but shiver when he thought of that expressionless face. Thus, he drove the city amongst the clouds away from the layer of astral winds, and flew towards Qingzhou. The feather men did not question him again, but they knew that if they wanted to make a decision, it was best to make it as soon as possible. When the sky had completely darkened, the feather men made a decision. 5 feather men powerhouses brought close to 1/3 of the feather men and left the city amongst the clouds. The remaining 7 feather men powerhouses came to see Li Fengyuan together. We are willing to serve you as our king and listen to your orders, but we have a condition. Speak. When you ascend, you must return the city amongst the clouds to the feather men. All right. Perhaps because he had agreed too readily, the feather men were a little hesitant. Li Fengyuan sneered and said, "Do you really think that I am worthy of respect in this broken city of yours?" Although the feather men were not convinced, they had to admit that the phoenix had the confidence to say these words. "We believe that you will keep your promise, your majesty." At this moment, the city amongst the clouds had already left Yunzhou, and the sky was filled with stars. Li Fengyuan muttered to himself, "Eldest father, where exactly are you now?" The stars flickered, but no one answered. In the deep and dark starry sky, a feather was drifting, and 2 hands were holding each other's. "Where is this?" Li Qingshan asked. "The void beyond the heavens," Gu Yenying replied. Then, she hesitated for a moment before saying, Why? If I had known that this would be the result, I definitely would not have come." "Do you regret it?" "I have never regretted anything in my life." "That's good. Otherwise, there would be more pain." "Do you feel it?" "Our power is dissipating." Why is that?" "Forget it, pretend that I didn't ask." Li Qingshan could not feel any spiritual aura. Instead, his own aura, whether it was demonic aura or spiritual aura, was dispersing, as if they were being sucked dry by a huge invisible sponge. If this situation continued, they would soon die, and it would be a tragic death of starvation. The stars here are really bright. The stars converged to form a bright sea of stars, like bright pearls embellishing a pitch-black curtain. As they drifted in the void, they were like specks of dust on a pitch-black curtain. At least this is the benefit. This is the scenery that I want you to see. My father once brought me through the astral winds to see it, but it was not as spectacular as it is now. Alas, we are really insignificant." The stars reflected in Gu Yenying's eyes, and she let out a childlike sigh. "All right, have you thought of a way?" Li Qingshan could not help but ask. In this short period of time, he had already done all the common sense. However, those powerful magical powers that could allow him to run amok in the 9 prefectures were useless here, and they would only be a waste of power. "I'm not thinking." "It's precisely because there's no way that I say it's a gamble." "You bastard, I don't believe that there's no way. If they can enter the Azure field and transfer to the Azure realm, all of their problems will be solved. Although the Azure realm is dangerous, it's better than being trapped to death in the void of space." But the Azure field didn't react at all. "It's useless, this place is outside the infinite worlds, the samsara is only connected to the other worlds," Gu Yenying said. "In other words, if we die here, we won't even be able to enter the reincarnation?" Li Qingshan frowned. Yes, Gu Yenying nodded. "With our strength, we don't have the means to cross the void of space. Can you refine that feather?" Li Qingshan asked again. "I can't, there's too little time, let me try, but that's mine." Gu Yenying opened her eyes wide. "You are already at a time like this?" Li Qingshan angrily shouted. "Who told you to follow me?" "Bastard." Li Qingshan pulled her in front of him and raised his hand high into the air, about to slap her. Gu Yening didn't try to dodge and faced him with her head held high. Under the endless void of space and the endless stars, the two of them stared at each other. Li Qingshan lowered his hand. Fine, I won't lower myself to your level, a person in need really is a man's heart. So, do you regret it now? Gu Yening asked again. I have no regrets in my life. Li Qingshan answered. Thank you for not killing me, but don't be angry, we still have a chance. What chance? This feather, didn't you say you can't refine it? Even if it's you, it's impossible to refine this feather in a short period of time. Instead, it'll consume your own strength faster and you'll die even faster. But have you ever thought about it? Why did this feather just happen to fall into our world? Gu Yening's eyes flashed with a bright light. There are so many worlds, it just happened to fall into the 9 continents, that's not right. Although the 3,000 worlds are too many to count, compared to the endless void of space, what are they? However, I don't think that this feather was deliberately thrown into our world. The 9 regions world is nothing special among the worlds. That's not necessarily the case. I'm in this world. Perhaps this feather was prepared for me. Li Qingshan retorted, feeling that it made sense. Alright, if that's really the case, then I'll give it to you. Then I'll give this feather to you. Gu Yening said. Just a moment ago, you treated this feather as if it were your own father. Why are you suddenly so generous? This is my Tao. Of course, it's even closer to me than my own father. However, you'd better pray that this feather isn't prepared for you. Otherwise, we'll be doomed this time. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? If it's not, and it just so happens to land in a world, perhaps it's being pulled by the world, or perhaps this feather itself wants to land in a world. Otherwise, what was the point of drifting about in this endless void? But all of this is just my guess. You think this feather contains some kind of will? Yes. If it really is an inheritance, then it must find a successor. At the very least, a world with a successor. So, you won't be at a disadvantage no matter what. Li Qingshan finally understood. If everything was as she expected, then they could survive. Naturally, this feather wouldn't belong to him. But if she guessed wrong, then everyone would die together. It wouldn't matter who this feather belonged to. Yes. Gu Yening nodded with certainty. Why didn't you say it clearly just now? Li Qingshan frowned. If she had said it clearly, he wouldn't have gotten angry. Adversity reveals a man's heart. Gu Yening smiled brightly. It was exactly what Li Qingshan had said just now. You're really getting more and more annoying. Li Qingshan shook his head. The feelings of love at first sight had long been thrown away. Otherwise, should we hug each other for warmth, and then confess our feelings when we're about to die? Should we make a solemn vow that we won't be born in the same year, month, and day, but that we will die in the same year and month? It's not like I'm little. And Li Qingshan fell silent. Where was she now? Perhaps she was on the other side of some star. The distance between them had never been so far. They had once agreed to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation together. Only death could separate us. Sorry. Gu Yening said apologetically. Yes, you're not little, Anne. I'm very regretful. Now. Li Qingshan waved his hand again. That's very good. The two of us can hold hands and die alone in the endless void. That's fantastic. But I don't care about this broken feather of yours. He already had the best inheritance in the world, the 9 transformations of demons and gods. Although it didn't reject other powers, this green feather wasn't that simple. It definitely came from a powerful life form. Whether it was power or bloodline, it was probably not inferior to any god or demon. If he hastily refined it, it was very likely that the balance of the 9 transformations of demons and gods would be completely broken, and it would be difficult to recover. In fact, this balance had always been very fragile. Even the War Devil catalog would be affected, let alone such an inheritance. So he didn't covet this green feather at all. Thank you. Gu Yening said. Thank me for not fighting with you? No, thank you for coming to accompany me. If I were alone, I definitely wouldn't be able to smile now. Du Yening raised her left hand and clasped her ring finger and little finger with her thumb. Du Yening swears to the stars that I will do everything in my power to reunite Li Qingshan and little Anne. What if I break the oath? Li Qingshan glanced at her and said indifferently. Du Yening thought about it seriously. If I break the oath, I'll devote myself to you. Ah? Li Qingshan originally thought it would be something like I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. When he heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. What is this? This is a deadly oath. Du Yening said seriously. Deadly oath my ass. Du Yening laughed loudly. Her laughter was swallowed up by the silent void, but her expression became more and more carefree and unrestrained. Between life and death, there was great terror, but there was also great joy. Amidst this soundless laughter, the green feather suddenly glowed with a hazy mist of light. It continuously extended and changed until it transformed into a large green bird with a wingspan that spanned tens of thousands of miles. Li Qingshan and Gu Yening were both dumbfounded. The green feather in their hands was now attached to the ends of the wings like two little fleas. They immediately understood who the owner of this green feather was. The back of a pung, who knows how many thousands of miles? Li Qingshan muttered. This was the feather of a rock. Looking at this rock that he couldn't see in its entirety, he suddenly thought of Oxen's back. There seemed to be some similarities between them. However, one was as steady as the earth, while the other was mighty and indistinct. Both of them were releasing an indescribable aura. The rock's sharp eyes gazed at the endless void, penetrated it, and locked on a distant target that Li Qingshan and Gu Yening couldn't reach. It then raised its wings. Gu Yening was excited. Sure enough, I was right. Heh, kid, hurry up. We're about to set off. Instantly, the sea of stars turned upside down. The vast starry sky seemed to become a spinning kaleidoscope. It also seemed like all the stars were falling together, and only they were rising. Like a fly following a horse's tail, it could travel thousands of miles. The endless void was nothing. They could go anywhere they wanted, and they could travel as far as they wanted. Du Yening cheered like a child in her heart. Qingzhou. A white cloud flew above the great banyan tree at an extraordinary speed, so low that it almost touched the crown of the tree. Li Fengyuan flew out from the cloud, but before he landed on the treetop, a white figure flew over and asked, "Where is your big daddy?" I. Under the gaze of those ethereal eyes, Li Fengyuan suddenly couldn't say what he had already thought of. Little Anne pursed her lips, as if she had already expected this. Her fate was linked with Li Qingshan's, and they could faintly sense each other. If she could sense his whereabouts, she would go to the ends of the earth to search for him. Why would she stay under the great banyan tree? That's the winged people's city amongst the clouds. Fengyuan, what happened? The banyan tree king's aged voice came, full of surprise. There was no cultivator in the world who didn't fear the existence of the city amongst the clouds. It's like this. Li Fengyuan took a deep breath and told him everything that had happened. Even the banyan tree king was amazed by the strange twists and turns. And couldn't help but worry for Li Qingshan. If he left this world in this way, it would be equivalent to being banished to the endless void, and that would be terrible. Little Anne's face was pale, and she subconsciously tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, trembling slightly. Don't worry. Big Daddy is a good man, and the heavens will help him. He will be fine. Li Fengyuan almost thought that she was going to draw her sword and cut him down. For a moment, he didn't know what to do, and could only comfort her with the auspicious words of mortals. Although his power had reached the peak of the 9 provinces through various fated chances, he was still too young. Little Anne closed her eyes and slowly let go of the hilt of her sword. She calmly said, "I'm going to find him. He is no longer in this world." "How are you going to find him?" the banyan tree king asked. "Then I'll go to another world to find him." "It's not that easy to go to another world." "Do you know how many worlds there are?" The banyan tree king sighed. "Then I'll go find them one by one." Little Anne opened her eyes and gazed at the distant stars. Although her words were filled with determination, even someone who didn't know how to read people's expressions could clearly feel that her heart was in chaos. "Rather than searching for him, why don't you wait for him to come back and find you?" Otherwise, if both of you get lost in the vast Milky Way, it will be even more difficult for us to meet again. The Banyan Tree King advised in a gentle voice. In a short period of time, he had already used all his branches and carefully deduced all kinds of information to the extreme. He got a result similar to that of Gu Yenying. If that feather really was the legacy of some powerful god fiend, he shouldn't end up with the worst possible outcome of drifting in the void forever. Hearing this analysis, Li Fingyuan's eyes immediately lit up. That must be the case. Although that feather isn't a phoenix feather, it's definitely not inferior to the bloodline of the phoenix, not to mention its power. How could it wither away in the 9 prefectures for no reason? It's not like it's an ordinary bird, so it must have some sort of inheritance. Big Dad must have gone to another world. Yes. Little and nodded slightly. Although they were isolated from the endless void, she had a faint feeling that he was definitely still alive, but she didn't know if it was just her wishful thinking. At this moment, hearing the Banyan Tree King's words, she was even more certain that as long as he was still alive somewhere, there would be a time when they would meet again. Since that Commander Gu obtained that feather, she only needs to inherit the legacy within and cultivate a bit more. Then, she will be able to return here. After all, she came from this world. It's much easier for someone who left their hometown to return to their hometown than to leave their hometown and search for them in the vast world. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Tree King. I will wait here for him to come back. However, the Banyan Tree King had a hidden worry that he didn't mention. If Li Qingshan landed in the same world as the 9 prefectures, it would be fine. However, if he landed in a small world, he would probably immediately be strongly rejected by that world, and that would be a fatal disaster. For example, if a demon emperor forcefully entered the 9 prefectures, he would definitely be killed by the wind and thunder of the world without anyone needing to do anything. This was the basic law of the world. Furthermore, the possibility of this happening was very high. After all, among the 3,000 worlds, there were many more small worlds. I hope that he will be safe and sound. In a nameless world, the sky was filled with stars at this moment. The mountains rose and fell, and the rivers flowed endlessly. There didn't seem to be anything special about it. However, compared to the 9 prefectures, everything seemed small. However, although a sparrow was small, it had all the essentials. Other than the scenery of the mountains and rivers, there were also human cities. Even the starry palace lanterns couldn't completely illuminate the palace. All kinds of magnificence were drowned in the darkness. A dignified middle-aged man walked through the palace with his hands behind his back. Along the way, the guards and palace maids all knelt on the ground and shouted, "Long live the Alliance Master!" The man ignored them and hurried to the front of a 100-feet-tall building. With a leap, a whirlwind rose under his feet, and he arrived at the top of the building. There was a small mountain 5 kilometers outside the city, and there was a Taoist temple on top of it. 2 elders happened to see this scene from afar. One of them was dressed like a monk, and the other was dressed like a Taoist priest. The monk's head was bright and shiny. Not to mention hair or beard, he didn't even have eyebrows. He looked like a big meatball. The Taoist priest's hair was messy, and his face was full of beard. He drank wine in big mouthfuls. The Alliance Master's Imperial Wind technique is getting more and more amazing. I think it won't be long before he can break through the void and ascend. The monk said. It's not that easy to ascend. How many Alliance Masters have appeared since ancient times? Not even 1/10 of them managed to ascend. I think this Alliance Master Zhang doesn't have the fortune to do so. Don't be jealous. In the last martial arts circle convention, you lost by 1 move. You can only live on this barren mountain and can't have fun in the city. The monk laughed. I'm not like you, who admitted defeat without a fight. I'm just an outsider, and I'm not too interested in the position of Alliance Master. I think you know you're no match for me, and you're afraid of embarrassing yourself. You really don't know what's good for you. I came to see you with good intentions, and now you're talking about me. Do you want to have a taste of my tiger taming fist? The monk raised the corner of his eye, and suddenly there was a hint of killing intent. Alright, bald donkey. My purple cloud incantation has improved a lot recently. I was just worried that I didn't have an opponent to test it on. In an instant, one of them was covered in golden light, and the other had purple clouds above his head. They were ready to fight. At this time, on the tall building in the palace, the Alliance Master Zhang cupped his hands at the small mountain. The two of them had no choice but to retract their genuine qi and return the gesture. Zhang Yuntian put down his hands, and there was no expression on his face. Anyway, they were separated by such a long distance, and they couldn't see each other's expressions clearly. So, he didn't bother to put on an act. He cursed, "These two old farts," and continued to focus on absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a green light cut through the sky and landed in the extreme north. The Milky Way flowed in reverse, and the concept of time was lost. Li Qingshan couldn't even tell whether it was a second or a day. However, the joy that came from Gu Yanying's heart never changed, making him admire her craziness. This woman is just pretending to be a normal person. I've lived 2 lives, and I was almost fooled by her. His spiritual power continued to dissipate, first weakening, and finally almost exhausted. Death approached step by step. However, in this endless galaxy, it seemed to have become some kind of empty concept, causing one to be unable to feel actual fear. Instead, there was an even deeper emptiness that filled one's heart bit by bit. Perhaps Gu Yanying's guess was right, but when the rock feather searched for the next place of inheritance, it probably wouldn't consider the life and death of the 2 little insects attached to the feather. To be able to die in such a magnificent scenery, my life won't be in vain, but I still can't accept it. Qingshan, don't worry, this is a test. Gu Yanying transmitted her thoughts, and the joy contained in her thoughts increased. Is that so? Li Qingshan noticed that although she had also become very weak, her condition was a little better than his. The difference in strength between them wasn't particularly big, but it wasn't small either. She should have been even weaker, unless there was some other opportunity. And this opportunity was probably the rock feather. I can feel it, it likes me. Gu Yanying didn't hide the pride in her heart, as if there was some kind of compatibility between their temperaments. She felt that the rock feather approved of her, and a trace of connection was established between them. Although she hadn't yet obtained the inheritance, she believed that as long as she had enough time, she would definitely be able to go further. I hope it's not I like you to death. Li Qingshan made a cold joke. Haha, I, Gu Yanying, have a heart in the 9 heavens, and I will definitely soar. How can I die in this place? Gu Yanying was in high spirits, full of incomparable confidence. Li Qingshan rolled his eyes, but felt a sense of déjà vu. Bang! The starry river that filled the sky scattered, as if it had collided with something extremely hard. Then, it was instantly pierced through. The Kuan-Pung transformed from the feather disappeared. A whole world came crashing down on him. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. Just as he was about to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and activate his innate ability, he suddenly felt the whole world closing in on him. Invisible shackles extended into his divine soul. He was firmly imprisoned. Suddenly, he remembered the laws of the worlds. Not good. Boom. With an earth-shattering noise, everything fell into complete darkness. After an unknown period of time, Li Qingshan slowly woke up. Between the towering cliffs, the stars were shining brightly. He finally calmed down. He wanted to stand up, but he felt intense pain all over his body, and he couldn't move. He didn't know how many bones were broken, and even his meridians and body were severely damaged. In his arms was a warm body. Gu Yanying laid motionlessly on his chest. However, compared to his sorry state, she seemed to be in a much better state. Other than her slightly messy hair, her body was almost spotless. She was so quiet as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. What was even more infuriating was that there was a hint of a smile on her lips. It was obvious that the Kuan-Pung feather had protected her. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. Even such a slight movement caused his internal organs to tremble. He simply laid there quietly, waiting for his injuries to recover. However, he immediately realized that his injuries weren't healing very quickly. He couldn't use any of his innate abilities, let alone other methods. Even the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was rejecting him. There was clearly nothing around him, but he could clearly feel a deep and enormous hostility. That was the hostility of the entire world. Just as he was about to focus his thoughts and understand his current situation, a pain that was thousands of times more intense than the pain on his body came from Gu Yenying. He wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of pain. It was the hot wind hell. As expected, the pain of hell followed him like a shadow. Once he left the void, the hot wind began to surge again. Gu Yenying frowned. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. She opened her bright eyes and smiled. "Morning. Can I trouble you to get up from my body?" Li Qingshan asked. "What, are you hurt?" Gu Yenying didn't have any intention of obeying. "Obviously." "Very good." Gu Yenying smiled brightly. "I will take care of you because I am unharmed." He jumped up, but the soil under his feet suddenly collapsed. He missed a step and fell to the ground again. His head happened to hit a rock with a bang. "Ha ha ha ha." Li Qingshan didn't care about the pain on his body and laughed loudly. He had never seen her in such a sorry state before. "I understand now." Gu Yenying sat up. Her previously spotless face was now covered in dirt. "Understand what?" "This is a small world." "TSK, I already knew that." "Then do you know why I fell?" Gu Yenying said as blood trickled down from her head. "Pfft, it's because our power is suppressed by this world. However, our luck isn't bad. This world is small enough. Not only is our power insufficient, our willpower is also very weak. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that we used up all of our power in the void. Otherwise, we would be struck by lightning and die." You better bandage your head. Dying from excessive blood loss is too laughable." "You're right, but it's not luck. From now on, we don't have any more luck to talk about." Gu Yenying tried to tear off a piece of her sleeve. However, this transcendent magical robe of hers was too tough. Even if the power of all her magic was suppressed, the material of the robe wasn't something she could move at her current level. She thought of something and pinched the rock feather. She cut a long white cloth on her sleeve and wiped the blood off her face. Then, she wrapped it around her head. "You look like your father died," Li Qingshan commented. "If my father was in this world, I'm afraid he would have been killed by me. If he was immortal, I would have killed him. If he was immortal, I know my power has been sealed. Just now, although I'm a little carried away, I'm still looking at where I'm standing. However, the place I stepped on just had to be an empty hole. When I tried to adjust my body, there was a rock buried under the soil. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? It's practically a flawless trap. In other words, although this world doesn't have the ability to directly kill us, it wants to do so very much, so we'll be very unlucky?" Li Qingshan seemed to understand something. He roused. "Now, I have a title for you, the unlucky ghost of hell." Gu Yenying fell silent. "I'm a little cold." "Look, your scorching wind hell is still working, but at the same time, you're so unlucky. Please don't say any more. I'll catch a cold." Gu Yenying covered his mouth with her hand. "You don't seem too happy. Do you think I should be happy?" "You've won the bet, and it's a very big one at that. However, I feel more and more like I shouldn't have come." Li Qingshan gazed at the stars with his pitch-black eyes. He actually seemed rather melancholic. "You should be happy, but because you already have something to worry about, you're unhappy." Gu Yenying touched his forehead. Her face blocked his line of sight. Li Qingshan was in thought. He had once abandoned Crouching Ox Village without the slightest hesitation, swearing that he would never return. To the current him, was the 9 provinces more worthy of nostalgia than Crouching Ox Village? He had once made up his mind to go to places he had never been to see sights he had never seen before, and to conquer the most powerful enemies. This place was not as lofty as the 9 heavens, but was it not a brand new world? The enemies he faced were even the heavens. Even though he was heavily injured, his fighting spirit should have been high, and he should have embarked on new adventures in high spirits, not reminisce about the 9 provinces. "I know I can't replace Little An's position in your heart, nor do I plan on replacing him. However, I will do everything I can to help you, all the way until the day you reunite. I've sworn an oath." "You sly woman. Do you think I can't tell?" There seemed to be nothing wrong with this oath. As a matter of fact, it really was poison to her. This was not as simple as rolling around in bed. It was a change of path, an agreement of alliance, and a path of cultivation. However, to him, this was equivalent to giving up on searching for little Anne. How was it possible for her to replace little Anne's position? So you found out. However, you should be able to understand me. If there are too many worries, I won't be able to advance bravely. Du Yening pulled Li Qingshan's arms and carried him on her back. She carefully and strenuously crawled out of the pit. Li Qingshan was momentarily speechless. Although he really wanted to say something hot-blooded like, "It's precisely because I have worries that I can advance bravely," he knew very well that his perseverance was not because of a certain person. Brother Ox naturally understood this, and so did little Anne. That was why in the Clam King of Mirage Sea's dream, even if he had forgotten everything, he still continued to walk. Otherwise, wouldn't his relationship with Han Xianxia, his friendship with the Banyan Tree King, and his father-son relationship with Li Fengyuan also be a kind of worry? She sighed. A heartless person like you is truly detestable. The same goes for you. Sigh, it's really too heavy. Carrying a person is like carrying a mountain. Du Yening's forehead was covered in sweat and she panted heavily. She glanced back meaningfully. Even scorching wind hell can't be used? Li Qingshan asked. Yes, only the punishment has been retained. Du Yening climbed out of the pit with great difficulty and gently placed him on the ground. Her hands were covered in blood as she frowned and said, "We must think of a way to heal your wounds, or it'll probably continue to worsen. We're too unpopular in this world." Before she had even finished speaking, a dull rumble echoed through the valley. Cracks rapidly spread across the cliffs on both sides. This could be said to be the effect of the collision just now had caused, but they could clearly sense the existence of heaven's will and deep malice. Boom! The entire cliff collapsed, turning into a torrent of rock and earth that surged into the valley. It looks like I've still lost the gamble. Du Yening smiled bitterly. In their current state, being buried by 1,000,000 tons of rock and earth would only lead to death. Aren't we going to run? Li Qingshan looked at a nearby call. Forget it. I didn't ask to be born in the same year and month, but I asked to die in the same year and month. Du Yening shook her head helplessly and sat down next to him. She looked at the incoming dust, but she showed no regret. Bang! A large hand covered in scars pressed against the ground, stirring up fine dust and smoke. However, the determination it contained seemed to surpass the surging torrent of mud. Li Qingshan, who was so heavily injured that he couldn't move, actually sat up. His body was covered in scars, but he was flowing with seven-colored splendor. Du Yening was slightly taken aback. She felt her waist tighten. The moment before they were engulfed by the landslide, a tornado roared and swept them up into the night sky. Li Qingshan stood on the tornado with his legs between his legs. His long hair danced like ink as he gazed into the distance. He could see mountains and rivers spanning thousands of kilometers. The valley below had already been completely filled with rock, almost becoming their burial ground. The starry sky was vast, possessing a splendor that rivaled the 9 provinces. Is the enemy this time the heaven? The sorrow of parting turned into fighting spirit. How could I be the type to moan and lament? Du Yening looked up, and her heart trembled slightly. He was still the same person. The rolling smoke and dust dispersed, and Li Qingshan slowly descended. His legs gave way, and he half knelt on the ground. His injuries were far from fully recovered. Du Yening hurriedly helped him up and asked curiously, "What kind of power is this? It can actually surpass the laws of the world?" Divine talisman of great creation. Li Qingshan opened his palm, and a colorful and magnificent talisman with flowing splendor floated above it. It was the core of the school of novels power, divine talisman of great creation. In the crater, he tried all the powers in his body one by one, and finally found that this almost forgotten divine talisman of great creation was still flowing with splendor. Although it was also suppressed by the laws of the world and could only manifest the methods of chi practitioners, it could not break through the invisible boundary of this world. But it was enough. I almost forgot that you're from the school of novels. I understand now. So it's the power of faith. Du Yening understood a little. The power of faith was an extremely special power, and the most common was that of Buddhist believers. No matter what world they were in, as long as they prayed sincerely, they could communicate with the gods and Buddhas. However, if it was used as a cultivation method, it would be too troublesome to gather, and it was not very useful in battle. Moreover, it was a consumable item. Therefore, very few people would take this path. At most, they would use it as a form of support to refine one or two treasures, such as the golden seal in the hands of the various prefecture overseers. If they were to fall into such a small world, it was also impossible for him to activate it. In this respect, the school of novels was indeed a weirdo. Consider yourself lucky to have met me. Just now that mountain-shattering scene. Being treated as an enemy by the world was definitely not just bad luck. But wherever there is a possibility of danger, there will definitely be danger. When encountering a mountain, it would collapse. If one went out during a thunderstorm, one would definitely be struck by lightning. If one did not have enough strength, one would not even be able to survive for a day. If Gu Yenying was alone, she would have lost her life here. As long as there's life, there's hope. Gu Yenying patted Li Qingshan's shoulder with a serious expression. It's too cold. I have no interest in dying in the same year, month, and day as a humorless woman like you. Of course it's best if you don't die. How are your injuries? Gu Yenying raised her eyebrows and smiled. At least I won't die. Li Qingshan moved his limbs and activated the divine talisman of great creation to continue healing his injuries. He reached out and touched Gu Yenying's head. Light flowed between his fingers. What a useful ability, but you better use it sparingly. I'm afraid we'll be trapped for a long time. Gu Yenying took off the bandage. Her injuries had healed, and her mind was much clearer. Although it was not a serious injury, she had no doubt that if it was not treated in time, it would still cost her life. You're right. I still have ties. It's not just little Anne. There are still all sorts of grievances that have yet to be settled. I have to return to the 9 states. How long will it take for you to completely refine this Kuan-Pung feather, accept its inheritance, and bring us back to the 9 states? It's hard to say. This world is really too small. It has restricted all of my power. I'm afraid I was stronger than I am now when I was born. Even if you gave me an artifact now, it would be difficult for me to refine it, let alone this Kuan-Pung feather. Gu Yenying also frowned. Her current situation was really not much better than an ordinary person's. It was difficult for an individual to fight against the world, even if it was a small world. As expected of the unlucky ones in hell. Things never go well. I think this is the luckiest place. Think about it. If we were in a bigger world, what would happen? If we were in a world bigger than the 9 states, what would happen? That's true. If the world was a little bigger, it would not be as simple as just restricting power. Instead, it would be directly bombarded by heavenly thunder and earthly fire. If they were in a world as big as the 9 states or even bigger, they would have attracted countless experts when they descended from the sky. Not only would they not be able to keep the Kuan-Pung feather, their lives would also be in danger. It was because this world was sufficiently weak that no one could react even after they descended for so long. It's really too weak. Could it be that they came on horses? Li Qingshan did not think that he had guessed correctly. There was a large group of people coming here. Actually, I have a feeling that it brought us to this small world because I thought about this when I crossed the void. I told you before, it likes me. As long as we can escape from here, I will definitely be able to refine it. Without the Kuan-Pung feather, how can we escape from here? If you can really control it with your will, why don't you want to return to the 9 states? Li Qingshan questioned. Of course, all of this is just my guess. It might not be accurate. Gu Yenying said seriously. In fact, if they wanted to keep this Kuan-Pung feather, returning to the 9 states would not be as safe as staying here. The fall of the meteor was too eye-catching. I can trust you. Give it to me. Li Qingshan extended his hand to grab the Kuan-Pung feather. Hey, what are you doing? That's mine. Gu Yenying struggled as hard as she could, but how could she resist Li Qingshan's brute strength? He forcefully pried her hand away and took the Kuan-Pung feather away. She could not help but widen her eyes and call out, "Li Qingshan. How is it?" Li Qingshan fiddled around with the Kuan-Pung feather and tried to power the divine talisman of great creation to analyze it. Sure enough, although it resonated with the phoenix slightly, it was greatly rejected by the spirit turtle, ox demon, and tiger demon. This made sense. The most powerful bloodlines had always been difficult to fuse with one another. The images of the remaining 4 transformations of the demonic and divine did not contain the Kuan-Pung. "If you're done looking at it, give it back to me." Gu Yening made her way over. She was rather nervous. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. No matter how graceful and composed he was, it was just because he had not encountered anything important. He called out, "You short-sighted woman. The Kuan-Pung feather is so extraordinary, yet you actually treat it as a regular arcane artifact or arcane treasure. If it possessed intelligence, it would definitely fly into a rage. Your strength might have been restricted, making you feel like you're extremely weak, but in the eyes of the owner of the feather, is there really such a great difference between your strength and weakness?" Gu Yening shuddered. Suddenly losing all of her strength made her feel unprecedentedly weak. Now that she heard what Li Qingshan said, she suddenly felt like she had seen a ray of light. "In the past, you were a frog in a well. Now, you've just become a worm at the bottom of a well. And when an eagle soars through the sky, probably even the well won't notice it." Li Qingshan fiddled with the Kuan-Pung feather in his hand with certainty. If there really is a legacy in there, then the standard it uses to evaluate the successor definitely won't be strength, but something else. This was something he had personally experienced. An oxen had accompanied a mountain boy for his entire childhood, and it wasn't because he was very strong. "You're right." Gu Yening's eyes sparkled, filled with undisguised admiration. Even when he saved her life just now, she wasn't this excited. She cupped her hands and said, "Thank you. In the end, my vision is still too narrow, and I take my own strength too seriously. Deal with it as soon as possible." "Of course." Gu Yening couldn't wait to take the feather from Li Qingshan's hand. Back to the original question. "I hope to return to the 9 prefectures as soon as possible," Li Qingshan said. "Now, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" "I'll tell you the bad news first. It took us across the void, and it consumed its own strength. Although it's slowly recovering in a way that I can't understand, it's really very slow. I'm afraid it'll take 100 years. 100 years? Li Qingshan frowned. Or 200 years. We have to accumulate enough strength for the next time we cross the void. Then what's the good news?" "Wait, I got it." Li Qingshan suddenly understood. The flow of time between a big world and a small world was different, and the difference could even be very big. A day in the heavens as a year on the earth was also very normal. According to the clues left by Brother Ox, the time ratio between the 9 heavens and the 9 prefectures was very likely to be 10 years for one day. The time ratio between this small world and the 9 prefectures might not be that big, but it was definitely not small either. 100 years was not a long time. In fact, it was only equivalent to a closed-door training in the 9 prefectures. Although this world imprisons us and wants to destroy us, it has given us the most precious time. I need time to obtain the inheritance of the great rock, and you also need time to sharpen your mind. After all, your cultivation speed is too fast. Those so-called geniuses spend 1,000 years to achieve it, but you only used 1/10 of it. However, some things can't be made up with talent. That is indeed good news." Li Qingshan nodded. Gu Yening's words were very reasonable. Many times, an advantage was also a disadvantage. Mind, comprehension, and experience might sound illusory, but they had a great impact on a cultivator. The so-called bottlenecks basically all stemmed from these internal reasons. Back then, the Clam King of Mirage Sea's great dream had benefited him greatly. Speaking of which, it was actually quite similar to his current situation. He had also lost all his strength and experienced all kinds of pain and setbacks. That was still a dream, but he was now facing a real world, so the comprehension he gained would definitely be deeper. As the saying goes, heaven and earth are the furnace, and nature is the work. Since we are trapped in this world, let's temper ourselves well. Li Qingshan let out a great roar, which echoed through the dark mountains and forests. Although he had basically lost all of his power, the spirit he had forged through hardship and danger did not weaken at all. Instead, the more setbacks and difficulties he faced, the more tenacious he became. Chapter Gu Yening looked at him with a smile. No one knew what she was thinking. She raised her hand to the sky and said, "As you wish, it's coming again." Dark clouds suddenly rose in the sky, covering the starry sky like a big curtain. The wind gradually sounded, with bone-chilling coldness. The snowstorm is coming. Gu Yening took a deep breath of the cold air, and her mind became clearer. It was late autumn, and this place was a cold place. It was not strange for the snow to come. It could only be said that it came a little earlier and a little more violently. Just like what they had experienced just now, all the bad things that could happen would definitely happen. Everything is good here, but it's too boring, Li Qingshan said with a smile. If there were only bad things and no good things, life would be short of an unexpected joy. Yes, I'm a little cold. Let's go to a warm place. Gu Yening hugged her arms and shivered. The restriction formation of this world was really powerful. Not only did it seal all their strength, but it also weakened their physiques. Without Li Qingshan's divine talisman of great creation, they would probably freeze to death in this world of ice and snow. And in a warm place, there would definitely be human beings, who could find ways to accumulate power for the divine talisman of great creation to fight against the endless disasters. Let's go. Li Qingshan felt that it was a little strange in his heart. Once they put aside their disputes, they could understand each other's thoughts with just a few words. This kind of tacit understanding only existed when he was with little Anne, but it was also a little different. Before he could carefully distinguish, howls sounded in the forest, as if they were crying, complaining, sad, and angry. Wrapped in the cold wind, there was endless mournfulness. It's really endless, Li Qingshan said. Who said that I would only be unlucky? My luck is here. Gu Yening smiled. That's true. I take back what I said just now. Li Qingshan nodded. He was thinking about how to go. The power of a world was so strong that it was hard to resist. It was almost boundless, but because its will was too profound and indistinct, it couldn't think and judge like a real living being. The whistling sound quickly approached, and pairs of green eyes lit up in the darkness. One by one, vigorous figures leaped about in the darkness. His weapon flashed with a cold light. I think it's a monkey. Gu Yening listened carefully. Due to the confinement of this world, her pair of eagle eyes were no longer as sharp as usual. She could only vaguely see a few black shadows leaping about. It didn't look like a human. It's an ape. Li Qingshan corrected. The world in his eyes was still clear and colorful. Seeing Gu Yening's appearance, he suddenly remembered that when he was still a teenager, he had once shed an ox's tear. But other than using it to find little Anne, it didn't have much use later on. Even ordinary chi practitioners could see things at will, but he didn't expect that he was still not affected by the law of the world. Gu Yening vaguely saw that they were surrounded by a group of apes, wearing armor and holding various kinds of weapons in their hands. Although they were constantly leaping irascibly, it seemed that they had been trained. They were in a joint attack formation, emitting a demonic aura that stirred up the flying snow. Can anyone here understand what I'm saying? Li Qingshan asked. The only response he received was still the howls of apes filled with hostility. He could not help but shake his head. After all, they were just demons. No, there were only 2 or 3 demons. The rest were all demonic beasts. Even if they could understand them, they would not be able to respond. Who are you? A strange and hoarse voice suddenly sounded, vaguely resembling the ape's howl. The apes all quieted down. They even bowed their bodies and lowered their weapons, like courtiers welcoming the arrival of their king. Li Qingshan looked in the direction of the voice. A bright sword light broke through the air. This time, Gu Yening also saw it clearly. She couldn't help but let out a sigh. Oh, it's sword riding. Alas, yes. Li Qingshan said. In this remote small world, it was really too familiar to see someone riding a sword. The sword light whistled down and spun back into the scabbard. A white ape carrying a long sword stood 10 feet away. It was cold and arrogant. It was also wearing a robe. If it weren't for its monkey face, it would look more like a human swordsman. TSK, it can actually speak human language. Li Qingshan sighed in admiration inside. This white ape had clearly not undergone the heavenly tribulation yet. In the past, when he was a demon general underground, none of the commanders of the demon soldiers under his command possessed such an ability. However, perhaps there was no need for him to communicate with humans. "Who are you?" the white ape said coldly. "My name is Li Qingshan. She is Gu Yenying. May I know your name?" Li Qingshan had originally planned to capture the two apes as mounts and send them out of the mountain. But seeing that they were also people he could communicate with and wouldn't be driven by this side of the world, he decided to communicate and have a third contact to save the power of the divine talisman of great creation. "Do you think the name of the White Ape King is something you deserve to know?" The White Ape King tilted its head slightly and frowned at the rather disheveled man and woman. It had been many years since humans had dared to intrude into its territory. Moreover, they were two ordinary people who hadn't even entered the innate stage. The man had a strong physique, as if he had practiced some hard body skills, but he hadn't practiced both internal and external cultivation. At his age, he was basically useless and wouldn't live more than 100 years. The woman was even weaker, but she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. Her grace, in particular, was so indescribable that even his mind was shaken. Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment. It had been many years since anyone had spoken to him like this. If there had been some demon king in the 9 states who had shown off to him like this, he would have immediately greeted them with iron fists. But now, it was an ape demon who hadn't even passed the heavenly tribulation. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had seen his fair share of kings, but he had never seen one this weak. "So it's Lord White Ape King. It's an honor to meet you. May I know why you're here?" Gu Yenying asked with cupped hands. Li Qingshan understood what she meant. She wanted to get some information out of him. Anyway, he wasn't really angered by the White Ape King, so he let her be. "Did you see the demon star fall here?" The White Ape King's expression softened. He had questions to ask as well. The descent of the demon star was a rare event that only happened once in 1,000 years. He had been cultivating at the time and hadn't seen it with his own eyes. He had only heard reports from his subordinates, but he had been unable to determine the precise location of the demon star's fall. It was only when he heard the sound of a landslide that he rushed over. However, he didn't see the demon star he had imagined, only this strange man and woman. He had seen the demon star that had fallen last time, but he had never imagined that the demon star would be a living person, and standing right in front of him. The demon star. Li Qingshan suddenly understood. The situation in which he and Gu Yenying had fallen was probably similar to that of a meteor. "I don't care if you asked or not," Li Qingshan said. The White Ape King grinned. "Interesting. It's been many years since anyone has dared to speak to me like that." Ever since it saw the two of them, it had felt an indescribable sense of disgust, especially towards Li Qingshan. It wanted nothing more than to get rid of him, and it had never intended to spare his life. Now, its murderous intent was aroused. The apes bared their teeth and revealed their viciousness. They brandished the weapons in their hands and approached him step by step, wanting to rip Li Qingshan to pieces. Communication is impossible. Li Qingshan shrugged at Gu Yenying. The White Ape King's hostility towards him was inexplicable. Could it be that it was also influenced by the will of the world? There was no lack of such a possibility. It was said that many people on the brink of death would lose their minds and try to seek death. The mysteries of fate were truly terrifying. "Li Qingshan, if you don't want to live, don't drag me down with you." "Sir, I am willing to surrender." Gu Yenying raised her hands and walked towards the White Ape King, facing the blades of the apes. "You?" Li Qingshan was surprised. She was not much stronger than a mortal right now, but he understood what she was planning with a single thought. Although it was a risky move, it was still a good move. If it succeeded, it would save him a lot of trouble. The ordinary apes had not yet shed their bestial nature. They did not care whether she was a beauty or not, and the weapons in their hands were ready to strike at Gu Yenying. "Let her come," the White Ape King said. This Gu Yenying was a rare beauty, and he could take her back to the cave and slowly enjoy her. Gu Yanning crossed the swords and walked through the ruins left by the landslide with great difficulty. She carefully tested the terrain with every step to avoid falling into another unlucky trap. The White Ape King saw it all. He dispelled the last of his doubts. Her martial arts were weaker than he had thought, and she was so cautious that she was almost timid. Her eyes stared blankly ahead, and it was obvious that she could not see clearly. But even so, there was still a strange charm to her that attracted his attention. Gu Yanning finally made it to the front of the White Ape King and heaved a sigh of relief. But he stepped on empty air. He fell forward. The White Ape King stretched out its arm, and Gu Yanning seized the opportunity to grab onto its furry ape paw. From start to finish, she had not shown the slightest hint of hostility, even at this moment. You. The White Ape King felt as if it had been struck by lightning. An indescribable and unimaginable pain. It had seized his soul. He felt like he was in hell. Gu Yanning's smiling face blurred into darkness. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. However, it became incomparably hot, and it curled up and fell to the ground. The 6 paths of reincarnation were omnipresent, and the pain of hell followed them like a shadow. This was Gu Yanning's only remaining ability. The ape demons were shocked and angry. They howled and charged at Gu Yanning. An energy saber swept out for 100 feet, stirring up snow in the air. Blood splattered and broken limbs flew everywhere, dirtying the snow-white ground. The howling quietened down. Li Qingshan held a long golden saber in his hand. It was not the dying blossoms, but the dragon slayer saber. The long saber only lasted for a moment before disappearing without a trace. Strange. Just now, although I spared no effort and condensed the energy of the saber to the extreme, its power is much greater than I imagined. Li Qingshan muttered to himself. It seemed that the various mysteries of the big and small worlds were not just the difference in the flow of time. The difference in the thinness of spiritual qi needed to be studied slowly. He moved like the wind under his feet, passing through the ruins and arriving beside Gu Yanning. He pulled out the huge sword on the White Ape King's back. A cold air rushed toward him, but upon closer inspection, it was nothing more than an ordinary spiritual weapon. It might not even be considered a high-grade weapon, and it did not have any spirituality to speak of. It was made of good materials, and the words "true steel" were carved on the hilt. He gripped the hilt with both hands and raised the true steel sword with great difficulty, slashing it hard at the White Ape King's neck. With a clang, like the sound of metal clashing, the huge sword was bounced off, but only a white mark was left on the White Ape King's neck. As expected of the White Ape King, Li Qingshan smiled. Although the White Ape King was known as the Monkey King when the tiger was absent, he was still a peak expert in this world. If it were not for Gu Yanning restraining him, he probably would have to expend a lot more effort. The White Ape King suddenly raised its head. At this critical moment, it had finally recovered a trace of consciousness from the pain, but it saw that its subordinates had all been wiped out, broken limbs and blood splattered all over the ground, and even it had fallen into the enemy's hands. Its expression was full of hatred. Such an expression was enough to make anyone in this world tremble in fear, but unfortunately, the person in front of it was not from this world. His willpower is not bad. Gu Yanning nodded. The spiritual qi in this small world was so thin, and to be able to cultivate to such a level was not an easy task. Perhaps it was limited by its vision, but its temperament was not bad. However, she was not too worried. This was the first time she had experienced such hellish torture, and it was not something that could be adapted to in a short period of time. Oh. Li Qingshan responded and swung the true steel sword again. He lamented that his ox demon's strength had declined to such an extent that he could not even wield a huge sword freely. Hey, don't really cut him down. Why don't you try to get him to surrender? If we can get the help of this white ape, we'll have a much easier time, Gu Yanning said. Don't waste your time. He's not some little demon, but a king of demons. Just his attitude alone will not allow him to surrender. Even if he does surrender, he'll be ready to retaliate at any time. It's too troublesome. Let me cut him down. Wait, don't damage its fur. Let me do it. Gu Yanning pinched the kuamping feather between her fingers. The White Ape King was enraged. He had actually been treated as an ordinary beast. In this desperate situation, the surrounding spiritual chi surged in, and his demonic aura suddenly surged. A gurgling sound came from his throat, as if he was about to break through. Suddenly, he felt a cold sensation in his throat, and blood gushed out. No, I should have seen through their abnormalities. How could two ordinary people enter so deep into the north? How could they have such grace? That man is 100 times more dangerous than any opponent I've met in my life, but he doesn't have much hostility. Why didn't I act carefully and instead wanted to kill him? Could it be? The final radiance of the setting sun before death cleared his mind and allowed him to understand many things, but it also gave birth to even more doubts. The coldness flowed into his wounds through his blood, filling his entire body. At the end of the day, he was just an ape demon who had not gone through heavenly tribulations. It was impossible for him to have the powerful vitality of a demon general or demon commander. After a short while, he collapsed in the pool of blood with his eyes wide open, and a layer of snow covered him in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan felt a tinge of sorrow. What he was sorrowful about was not death. No matter when or where, dying in battle was not considered sorrowful. What was truly sorrowful was dying without knowing why. He was clearly so weak, but he thought he was strong and bullied others as he pleased. Such a way of dying was not just sorrowful, it was simply shameful. He reminded himself again, Li Qingshan, you're still nothing right now. The demon king of the North Moon may not be much stronger than this white ape king. It's better for you to step forward obediently. You've taken a lot of risks in this battle. Besides, you can't even survive now. Let's split it in half. Li Qingshan weighed the Yao core in his hand. If they were in Jiuzhou, such a few Yao cores would be nothing to anyone, but now they seemed precious. This is not the time to be even. At the same level of cultivation, your strength is far above mine, so let's focus on helping you recover first. This way, both of us will be safe. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so generous. Besides, it's not like I've come up empty-handed. I'm going to try some food. Help me put away the ape meat. You really want to eat it? Li Qingshan was surprised. The broken limbs and blood on the snow could make even gluttons lose their appetite, and the white ape king's corpse on the ground looked very much like a human. It might not taste as bad as it looks, but it's still spiritual meat, so it's worth a try. Let's go find the white ape king's cave before the snow covers our tracks. As he spoke, the snowstorm grew stronger. The pieces were like goose feathers, moving up and down with the wind. The world was chaotic. Li Qingshan didn't waste any time. He conjured a big bag and swept all the ape demons' corpses into it. Then, he carried Gu Yenying and flew into the wind, disappearing into the snow. All that was left was a vast expanse of white snow, covering the blood and ruins. Li Qingshan opened his eyes wide and searched hard. The ape demons moved quickly and left very few traces. Plus, they were in the middle of a snowstorm, so it was especially difficult to find them. The cold was pervasive and deep. Li Qingshan hadn't felt such a chill in a long time, and Gu Yenying's lips were blue from the cold. If this went on, she would fall seriously ill. She had to use the divine talisman of great creation to create a warm current. Try to save energy. Don't be so warm. The hot wind hell still makes me feel warm. Gu Yenying snuggled up to Li Qingshan, using each other's body heat to keep warm. Warm? Li Qingshan shook his head. This was an insult to hell. He felt a burning pain in his soul, as if he had fallen in the middle of a desert, and the water in his body was being smoked dry. Yet, he remained clear-headed. If there was no obsession, even death would be close to freedom. But what was truly warm was the soft body under her thin shirt. The wind and snow howled, and the world was in chaos. It was as if the two of them were the only ones left in the world. Refused to accept fate. Against the whole world. This feeling could not be described with words. Li Qingshan lowered his head and glanced at her. Her handsome smile was a little stiff from the cold, but she was still smiling. Like the spring breeze in March, his pair of eagle eyes were still firm, but his true feelings were hard to detect. Watch where you're going. Gu Yenying looked back at him. The snowstorm is too strong, so the trail has been cut off, Li Qingshan said. Let's think of another way. Don't forget our agreement. We're only friends, not lovers. I can't forget it. You should stop feeling so good about yourself. Li Qingshan said disdainfully. I'm just reminding you. After all, a man and a woman are living together in the same world. However, I believe that we are not people who are affected by the environment. Are you saying that to yourself? Yeah. Gu Yening said calmly. Even if they could go through life and death together, she had to keep her heart to herself. Understood. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the divine talisman of great creation shone with 7-colored brilliance. A black spirit dog materialized and landed lightly on the snowy ground. Its sharp nose sniffed around, and then it went into the forest. The 1,000-foot-high mountain cut through the wind and snow, pointing straight to the sky. There was a flickering light on the top of the mountain, like a star guiding the way, but it was a brightly lit villa. On the precipice of the south peak, for words were carved, the World Sword Sect. Everyone who came here for the first time would be amazed by the incredible sword skills of the person who carved the words, and the heroic spirit of looking down on the world. However, there were exceptions today, and there were 2 of them. This white ape sure talks big. Li Qingshan said. In this world, he probably lives up to his name. At the Qi practitioner level, demons have a clear advantage in terms of physique. Add that to his innate magical powers, and his intelligence that is not inferior to that of humans, and I'm afraid it will be hard to find a match for him. Yes, but in a world with such thin spirit Qi, it's not easy to nurture such a monster. Li Qingshan rode the wind and landed in front of the villa's gate. The gate was huge, and there were 81 nails on the gate, giving off the aura of an emperor. However, what sat in front of the gate was not a stone lion, but a pair of stone apes. There was a faint power shrouding the whole villa. He said in surprise, there's actually a formation, but it's very low level. It's enough to deal with Qi practitioners. Here, this is a formation plate, but I'm afraid you have to go to the eye of the formation first before you can replace its owner. Gu Yening took out the formation plate from the White Ape King's waist, and confirmed that there was no such thing as 100 treasures pouch in this world. Otherwise, the White Ape King would have it. The difference between this world and the 9 states was not that all beings above Qi practitioner were removed, but that the entire way of cultivation was backward. I'll go call the door, HM? There's no need. The vermilion gate suddenly opened, and dozens of shadows swayed inside. Firelight reflected off the snowy ground, dragging the shadows of Li Qingshan and Gu Yening behind them. Who dares trespass into our ape deity villa without permission? The middle-aged man in the lead shouted. His face was fiery red, and his voice was as loud as a bell. The short beard under his chin was very finely trimmed, adding a touch of elegance to his appearance. He was the world-famous Marquis of the Blazing Flame Sword, Ho Hongtao, a grandmaster of the sword at the 9th tier of the innate level. He was bewildered by the 2 people in front of him, not knowing how they had passed through the many hidden checkpoints on the mountain road to get here in this snowstorm. An expert like him would naturally not take the mountain road, and would directly ride his sword up. However, these 2 obviously looked like ordinary people, and they were carrying such a large cloth bag on their backs. Moreover, the cloth bag reeked of blood. They had come with ill intentions. Li Qingshan and Gu Yening looked at each other. They did not expect there to be so many humans in the White Ape King's lair, but it was exactly what they wanted. With more people, they would be able to quickly understand the world around them. Do you still want to speak? Li Qingshan asked Gu Yening. You do it. All right. After their encounter with the White Ape King, it was clear that the gentle approach was not very suitable, so they might as well show their strength. With a wave of Li Qingshan's hand, the cloth bag disappeared, and the severed limbs scattered on the ground. The most intact part was the White Ape King's corpse. Ah. That is. The crowd was in an uproar, and they all retreated. Your Highness. Ho Hongtao was the only one who did not move. He stared at the White Ape King's corpse as if he was possessed, and muttered, No, this is impossible. The world-famous White Ape King had led his subordinates out of the villa for less than a day, and yet it had ended up in such a tragic state. The image of the demon star streaking across the sky brought a phrase to everyone's mind, the demon star descends, bringing disaster to the world. Hey, this old ape is still a king. From today onwards, this place is under our control, and you are all my subordinates. Li Qingshan announced in a loud voice as he stepped forward. The crowd retreated again, their faces filled with fear. I will guard the ape deity villa on behalf of the White Ape King. If you dare take another step forward, don't blame me for being rude. Ho Hongtao's heart was thumping wildly as he stood firmly in place, his hand gripping the blazing sword at his waist. He had already calmed down, and a most logical conjecture came to him. Do you think you can scare us with a mere illusion? Yes, it must be an illusion. Your Highness is wise. It's another trick of the demonic path. The swordsmen all came to their senses and drew their swords. You say this is an illusion? Li Qingshan had a strange expression on his face. Were the bastards of this world really that unmoved by force or persuasion? Did they really want him to go on a killing spree? I didn't expect the Phantom Dancer to have a successor, but to come up with such a laughable illusion. Doesn't he know that even if that old witch came personally, she wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on the Ape King's head? Ho Hongtao was more and more convinced of his judgment. He glanced at the ape corpses on the ground with contempt. It would have been fine if they had been poisoned. Although the chances of that happening were pitifully small, it was still easier to accept. However, it was impossible for them to have been torn to shreds with such a heavy hand. Moreover, the biggest loophole was not this, but the beauty of the woman. Compared to her, the beauties collected from all over the world in the White Ape King's palace were like ordinary cosmetics. How could there be such a stunning beauty in this world? The only explanation was an illusion. At this thought, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Fake, everything is fake. Kill these two demonic remnants. Someone shouted proudly. I'm so tired. I really can't communicate with them anymore. Li Qingshan let out a long sigh. If you don't believe me, you can come and check. Gu Yening shrugged helplessly. Don't go, Your Highness. Who knows what's going on? Yeah, let's kill them first. Forget it. Let's go in first. Li Qingshan pulled Gu Yening and rushed through the door. He clenched and opened his right hand, ready to slay the dragon. The forest of swords seemed to repeat the scene just now. Without Ho Hongtao's order, no one dared to make the first move. Ho Hongtao stared coldly at the approaching Li Qingshan. The hand holding the sword ignited with a flame. I don't care what kind of demon or ghost you are, I'll cut you down with my sword. However, a trace of uneasiness gradually welled up in his heart. Compared to the woman's stunning beauty, the man's appearance was nothing special. His body could only be considered tall, and he seemed to have practiced some external hard body skills. From beginning to end, there was nothing frightening about him. However, in the flickering flame, he exuded an indescribable demonic aura. I advise you not to try. I'm in a bad state right now, so I can't hold back. Li Qingshan said sincerely and walked past Ho Hongtao. With a clanging sound, the flame suddenly appeared. More than half of the raging fire sword was unsheathed. To everyone's surprise, Ho Hongtao, who was like a raging fire, arrogant than a noble, did not make a move in the end. His face was flushed red. Only a few people noticed that the moment he passed by, Li Qingshan put his fingers together like a sword and made a gesture. After a moment of contemplation, his face also changed. Ho Hongtao ordered, you two go and check carefully. The illusion is not completely flawless, and it can't be maintained forever. The two braced themselves and went forward to check back and forth for a while. They said in a daze, Your Highness, it doesn't seem like it's not an illusion. What? That's impossible. Did you two see it clearly? If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. Seeing that they hadn't fallen for any evil trap, the crowd walked up and picked up the broken limbs one by one. They couldn't tell that it was fake at all. The White Ape King's corpse was the only one that no one dared to touch. Even they shuddered at the sight of that hideous and horrifying death, and they tried their best to keep their distance from it. Everyone's expression changed as they subconsciously gripped the hilts of their swords. The formation above the villa flashed. The master of the formation had changed. Ho Hongtao laughed bitterly. His smile was even uglier than a cry. If the White Ape King was still alive, it would never have given the formation to anyone. This was the best proof. But he still wondered if he was having a nightmare. What should we do, Lord Ho? Everyone had a panicked expression on their faces. There was no lack of sword heroes amongst them, and they were usually people who killed without batting an eyelid. But everything that had happened tonight had exceeded their imaginations, and it was to the point that they were all thrown into confusion. The White Ape King is dead, and the Ape Deity Villa is destroyed. Let's hurry. But with such a heavy snowstorm, where do we go? If we get lost, we'll be in trouble. It's strange. This year's snowstorm came too early, and it's so fierce. It's like the heavens are angry. Could it be that the two just now? They suddenly stopped talking. There seemed to be a giant beast hiding in the snow, occupying the sky above the Ape Deity Villa. It was ready to pounce at any time. Or rather, this feeling was not an illusion. Ho Hongtao gritted his teeth. Don't talk nonsense. How can humans interfere with the power of heaven? Let's go back. But. If they wanted to do something, they would have done it long ago. I'd like to see where they came from. Our origins have nothing to do with you. You just have to obey me like you obey the White Ape King. The magnificent hall was as warm as spring or summer. Charcoal fires burned in the walls, and all the decorations were luxurious. The only thing that looked a little plain was a throne made of 1,000 swords. But it was more famous than any of the decorations. Every sword had its own story, a master who had been defeated by the White Ape King's sword. Li Qingshan laid down on it lazily, gazing at the beautiful patterns on the ceiling in a daze. Ever since he clashed with the King of Feathermen until now, danger at every step. He finally had a chance to catch his breath. He would rather relax. Gu Yenying stood to the side, fiddling with a metal fan that she had found in the White Ape King's secret chamber. There was a mechanism inside that could shoot out sharp hidden weapons. It was a pretty good defensive item. She had already discussed with Li Qingshan that she would not reveal her origins for the time being, lest rumors such as the arrival of the Fiend Star, the world will be in chaos, spread and she would become the public enemy of the world. I am Ho Hongtao. My fellow martial artists have given me the elegant title of Blazing Sword Marquis. I haven't asked for your names yet. Ho Hongtao introduced himself, hoping that the fierce flame sword Marquis would attract the other party's attention. To his disappointment, the other party did not respond at all. I am Li Qingshan. People call me Descending Tiger in the martial world. When Li Qingshan heard that others had nicknames, he couldn't have none either. He couldn't help but think of his original nickname, which suited his current situation. This was not just descending the mountain, but descending to the lower world. If it were any other time and place, Ho Hongtao would have laughed out loud. Even a thief would not use a vulgar nickname like Descending Tiger, and the so-called people call me by the martial world was just trying to flatter themselves. Who would remember such a person? But now, no matter how hard they tried, they could not bring themselves to laugh. Not a single person could. The White Ape King's corpse was still laid out in the courtyard. Those who had the guts and the qualifications to enter this hall were all innate stage masters, people who had run amok for a while. They all wore serious expressions. What was about to happen here would probably completely disrupt the situation in the northern region and even the whole world. It might even go down in history. Gu Yenying, the soaring eagle. Gu Yenying smiled slightly. She looked tired, but just as relaxed as Li Qingshan. Hey, when did you get that nickname? Why aren't you called Soaring Eagle? Since you copied me, you should have copied it neatly. Li Qingshan looked at Gu Yenying, the shameless pirate, with a face full of dissatisfaction. This is called the pupil surpassing the master. Your nickname isn't impressive enough. Gu Yenying looked up at the sky. Adding the word God makes it impressive? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Li Qingshan slapped the armrest, a look of exasperation on his face. If this place can be called the Ape Deity Villa, why can't I be called Soaring Eagle? Then I'll be called the Descending Tiger. Ah, forget it. Adding the word demon is too uncouth, and it doesn't make sense. I'll just be called the Descending Tiger. Li Qingshan gave up on the idea of changing his name. He announced proudly, the Descending Tiger, Li Qingshan. Remember this. Ah. Yes. Ho Hongtao was stunned when he heard this. He forgot what he was going to say. The masters behind him were also dumbfounded. Was this the time to talk about nicknames? Were these the two people who were going to influence the world? The Inferno Sword Monkey, right? Although you don't look like a monkey, you're barely passable. If that old ape was as smart as you, he wouldn't have died. He glanced at Gu Yenying again. Some people really think they're gods just because they have the word God in their nicknames. No, it's the Ho of the Marquis. Ho Hongtao couldn't help but correct himself, feeling that the atmosphere had become even weirder. There had been people who joked that he should change his name to the Inferno Sword Monkey because he hung out with the White Ape King all day. Of course, he died a horrible death, but now he couldn't do anything about it. The other party obviously didn't mean to humiliate him, because even the Inferno Sword Monkey was much better than the Descending Tiger. Is that so? Li Qingshan suddenly understood. I was wondering, if it was a monkey, it wouldn't be its face that's red. Ho Hongtao's face became even redder. Alright, I was just joking to lighten the mood. I'm going to blush. Gu Yenying put her hand to her forehead, suddenly feeling a little embarrassed. At least you have some sense of shame. Li Qingshan glanced at her. Let's listen to what Brother Ho has to say. Ho Hongtao took a deep breath. You're mistaken, sir. We're not the White Ape King's subordinates, we're just here to learn the sword. As it turned out, although the White Ape King was a demon, he was fond of human beauty and was unwilling to be a hermit. As long as someone presented him with a generous gift, be it rare treasures, fine wine or beautiful women, he would be willing to give them pointers in swordsmanship. He didn't care about good or evil, and he didn't accept disciples. No matter what sect it was, anyone could come here to learn from him without having to worry about sectarian bias. Swordsmen came here to exchange pointers and spar. The ape deity mountain villa had become a holy land for swordsmen. Many swordsmen spend years preparing gifts to come here to learn the sword. This was a grand event that everyone in the world knew about. Ho Hongtao finished his story in one breath, and he couldn't help but sigh. Li Qingshan seemed to be in a trance. After a while, he said, Ho Hongtao choked on his breath, his face flushed red. He could not hold it in any longer. Are you listening to me or not? Or are you treating us like we're nothing? Li Qingshan laughed loudly, his voice shaking the hall. Although there was no aura in it, there was a kind of heroic spirit. Reading the latest novel, I said that because I heard you. As the saying goes, when the tiger is away, the monkey is king. You guys only know how to respect the monkey, but you don't know how to fear the tiger. Isn't that ridiculous? Ho Hongtao's expression fluctuated. He had to admit this, but there was still an inexplicable emotion that he could not accept. He argued, perhaps the White Ape King is just a monkey in your eyes, sir, but its existence is beneficial to us. What benefit do you have to us, sir? He pointed behind him. Do you know what price they paid to come here to learn swordsmanship? Now they've all been destroyed by your hands. The swordsmen were moved to hear this. Lord Ho is still speaking up for us. How can we cower? This is the holy land of all swordsmen. It belongs to all swordsmen. If you want to replace the White Ape King as the master of the villa, you need all of us to agree. I think Lord Ho is the best candidate. I am willing to recommend Lord Ho as the new master. What do you all think? Good. I support you. Since you're a tiger coming down from the mountain, why don't you go back to where you came from? For a moment, the crowd was so excited that they disregarded life and death. Even the swordsmen outside the hall, whose strength had not reached the innate stage, rushed in. They all had their hands on the hilt of their swords, as if they would drive Li Qingshan down the mountain if he dared to say no. You. Ho Hongtao had just been unable to hold back his anger, but now he could not help but feel his heart burn. If he could become the new master, with his popularity, he could make the Ape Deity Villa the strongest sword sect in the north. No, it would not be the Ape Deity Villa, but the Deity Sword Villa. And the wealth that the White Ape King had spent 100 years accumulating, the beauties in his harem, and the vast amount of resources. All of it would belong to him. A man born in this world. What else could he ask for? Gradually, it overwhelmed his fear. But he did not realize that he was not such a fickle person. Since he could not draw his sword at the door, why was he provoked by the crowd? What if he changed his mind? On this lonely peak shrouded in snow and wind. In the magnificent hall. Heaven's will was still everywhere, affecting everything without a trace. Damn it, I'll be more polite to you. You dare to talk to me about democracy? I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Do you really think that ferocious beasts don't eat people? Li Qingshan raised his thick eyebrows. When the White Ape King was around, he did not believe that this bunch of wretched wretches would dare mention anything about electing a new Manor Lord. Do you really think that I, Li Qingshan, am that easy to bully? Ho Hongtao's heart skipped a beat. He almost didn't dare to look at that pair of angry eyes. There was a faint trace of regret in his heart. But at this moment, he had no way to back down. He made up his mind. If these two really have such great strength, why haven't they revealed it all this time? Perhaps they fought a fierce battle with the White Ape King and were also heavily injured. They also had nowhere to go in the blizzard, so they came here to hide from the wind and snow. If we give them the chance to recuperate, then they will miss this heaven-sent opportunity. Li Qingshan suddenly stood up and clenched his right hand, ready to chop these bastards to death. Seeing that the hall was about to become a slaughterhouse again, Gu Yenying coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention. She smiled and patted Li Qingshan on the shoulder. Li Qingshan's mouth twitched. Gu Yenying spread her hands. Although she was speaking in riddles, her meaning was very clear. You're doing it again. There's no way to communicate with these bastards. It's better to kill them all. It's easy to kill them, but I'm afraid that the slightest move will affect the whole situation and cause more trouble. Li Qingshan sat down again, hoping that she could communicate successfully this time. Gu Yenying looked back at the swordsman and sighed. Why do you all have to do this? We suffered some injuries when we killed the White Ape King, so we don't want to fight again to avoid aggravating our injuries. But if we really do fight, who among you can walk out alive? Especially you, Marquis Sword of the Blaze. If you unsheath your sword, we will definitely use the formation to suppress you and kill you first. No matter who the new Manor Lord is, it will not be your turn. Not only was she not bluffing, she even lied about being injured. Because although what Li Qingshan said was true, it was far beyond the imagination of these people, making it difficult for them to believe him. To scare a bunch of rats, only a cat was needed. A tiger was unnecessary. Who do you think here is afraid of death? That's right, we will not be threatened. Although Ho Hongtao's tone was firm, his heart was beating like a drum. The other swordsmen were also somewhat hesitant. Although Gu Yenying's words were all lies, they actually seemed reasonable. Two Xiantian realm experts, even if they were seriously injured, could still drag everyone here to hell with them. And her charm seemed to greatly reduce the inexplicable malice these people felt. If she stood still, no one would dare to kill her. We have to convince people with virtue and reason, not force them to do so. Everyone is here to learn swordsmanship, not to fight to the death. Take a look at this. Gu Yenying fished out a thick book from her sleeve and casually flipped through it. She had no idea what kind of leather it was made from, but every single page was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was filled with tiny, regular script, and there were many beautiful drawings as well, all of which depicted the White Ape Sword dance. White Ape Sword technique. Yuan Hongtao's eyes widened. In an instant, everyone's eyes were firmly drawn to it, their eyes filled with passion, like a pervert seeing a beauty, a miser finding a gold mine, or a drunkard smelling good wine. Some people could not help but take 2 steps forward before coming to their senses. Over the past 100 years, the White Ape King had constantly learned from others while teaching others sword techniques, and combined it with his own understanding of swordsmanship. He had written the White Ape Sword technique. He had also once boasted to everyone that the most exquisite sword techniques in the world were all gathered in this book, like rivers flowing into the sea. If this book were to spread, all the sword manuals in the world could be burned. If the ape deity Mountain Villa was the holy land for all swordsmen, then the White Ape Sword technique would be the holy scripture for all swordsmen. Of course, no one would casually pass on their ultimate technique. Even their closest kin had to keep it a secret. As a result, everyone knew about the existence of this book, but not a single person had seen it with their own eyes. That's right. It's the world-renowned ultimate sword technique, the white ape sword technique. Gu Yannying's expression was solemn, but Li Qingshan noticed the corner of her lips curl slightly. Of course, they had found it in the White Ape King's secret room. They had flipped through it casually, but it was not very valuable. It was not even as good as the introductory sword techniques of the Sword Collection Palace. Li Qingshan had even mocked back then. Monkeys dancing around with tree branches. How dare they call themselves the sword sect of the world, and they've even written it in such a tedious book. What a joke. Then, he casually tossed it aside. He did not notice that Gu Yanning had picked it up again. What do you mean by this? This belongs to the ape deity Mountain Villa. Please. Ho Hongtao's eyes were extremely sharp. While Gu Yanning was flipping through the book, Ho Hongtao could clearly see many words and pictures. He could clearly see many words and pictures. They were indeed exquisite beyond compare and were definitely not forged. There was a ripping sound. Gu Yanning grabbed a page and tore it forcefully. Ah! Stop! Almost everyone cried out, as if they had been slashed by a knife. Since we become the new masters of this place, we naturally have to shoulder the responsibilities of the old masters and pass on sword techniques to everyone. It's a pity that we don't cultivate the way of the sword, so we can only let everyone study it on their own. Gu Yanning smiled as she casually tossed aside the torn page. Please verify its authenticity first, Marquis, before pasting it on the screen wall outside. Pasting it on the screen wall? Ho Hongtao held the thin page of the book in both hands, wondering if he had misheard. This was the White Ape swordplay method. Even if he were to become the new Heights Lord, he would never show this book to anyone, let alone tear it down and stick it on the wall. For people in the martial arts world, it was better to let someone sleep with their wife than to hand over the secret book to others. Yes, we don't cultivate the way of the sword, so this book is of no use to us. It would be a waste to hide it in the secret room. Therefore, I'm prepared to pass on the White Ape swordplay method to everyone. What do you think? Everyone looked as if they had been hit by a pie. They were so happy that they could not believe it. Who would object? In the martial arts world, there were too many cases of people fighting to the death for a secret manual. Which secret manual could be compared to the White Ape sword technique? Moreover, there was no risk involved. How could there be such a good thing in this world? You want to make the White Ape swordplay method public? Ho Hongtao asked. Yes, everyone, including the maids and servants, can read it at will. If anyone dares to obstruct, anyone can kill them immediately. You'll be responsible for this matter. But you have to keep a close eye on it. If you lose it, it'll be gone forever. It's best to pass it around and make copies for everyone. Gu Yanning said very considerately. In the eyes of the swordsman, she was like a goddess descending. Ho Hongtao felt that all eyes were focused on him. It was completely different from the way they looked at him when they elected him as the master just now. He held the thin page as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. His heart was still unwilling. If it's just a page, I don't think it's a big deal. You'd better take it back. Of course it's not just a page. It's just that the White Ape swordplay method is broad and profound. In order to prevent everyone from going crazy, it has to be released slowly. I promise to update it every day. Tomorrow will be the second page, and the day after tomorrow will be the third page, until the whole book is released. What do you think? Your Excellency is very scheming. You actually want to use such a book to control all of us? Ho Hongtao said coldly. Gu Yanning let out a long sigh. I've done it out of good intentions, yet I still have to be criticized like this. If that's the case, I'm willing to abdicate and give the position of the Manor Lord to you. The White Ape Sword scripture is also yours, so you can give it to whoever you want. Qingshan, let's go. Both of you, please stay. I'm willing to serve you as the master of the manor. Yes, we need 2 generous and righteous masters. The 2 Xiantian masters looked at each other and changed their minds. If this White Ape swordplay technique were to fall into Ho Hongtao's hands, it would be difficult for even his father to take a look at it, let alone outsiders like them. The swordsmen who were not strong enough were especially excited. Ho Hongtao did not care about this page, but they did. Regardless of what would happen in the future, they would first get to eat this piece of meat. Gu Yanning winked at Li Qingshan and stared at Ho Hongtao. What else do you have to say? If you still object, we will leave now. We will not stay. Ho Hongtao felt a chill in his heart. Now that the people's morale was gone, the opponent only needed to activate the formation to suppress him. Then, with a casual strike, he would be dead. Even if the opponent really left, no one would stop him. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the white ape swordplay method. There was bound to be an extremely tragic and bloody battle in this hall. This was because no matter who obtained the white ape swordplay method, they would never share it with anyone else. In the end, only one person would be able to walk out of this hall, and the other would only need to make a detour before coming back. In that case, I'm also willing to serve you as the new master of the matter. I hope you can keep your promise. Otherwise, we will not let this matter rest. Of course, but I also hope that everyone will know their place, supervise each other, and wait for the updates. If anyone has ill intentions and intends to monopolize this white ape swordplay method, then I will be the first to not let him off. Alright, we have to go back to recuperate. Everyone, please take your time to study the first page of the swordplay manual. Gu Yanning pulled Li Qingshan out of the hall and returned to the manor's backyard. The young swordsman reluctantly watched as she left. They felt a deep hatred for Li Qingshan. But soon, their attention was attracted by the first page of the swordplay manual. Master. Ho, quickly let us see the white ape swordplay method. What's the hurry? I will first verify its authenticity. Ho Hongtao's face was stiff as he carefully studied it. Everyone cursed. Didn't you look down on this page of the swordplay manual? A gust of cold wind blew snowflakes on her face. Gu Yanning sneezed and rubbed her nose. She smiled and said, Heaven's will and man's will. How interesting. Hey, we are now carrying our own mockery. These people have not noticed that they are being driven by heaven's will. Who cannot be affected by the environment? Now, try to solve it in a gentle way. These are all your future readers. That's true. Manor Lord, Madam Manor Lord, you have finally come out. I was worried to death. A middle-aged woman rushed up to greet them. Her charming face was full of worry and concern, and she was holding 2 large cloaks in her hands. You are? Li Qingshan was surprised. He did not know this woman at all. He vaguely remembered seeing her just now, when he had rushed into the backyard to control the formation. I am Yuan Feifei. I am in charge of the backyard of the manor. I will be responsible for the manor lord and madam's daily necessities. I will make sure you are satisfied. Yuan Feifei carefully observed the situation. She was originally the White Ape King's concubine. Later on, she grew old and became the steward of the inner yard. She and Yuan Hongtao were in charge of the interior and exterior of the manor. However, although she was also skilled in martial arts, her strength was much weaker. She had almost reached the innate level, and she had relied almost entirely on pleasing the White Ape King to secure her position. Now that the White Ape King was dead, she was naturally anxious to serve and protect her position. Who said that heavens can control man's heart? As the saying goes, man can conquer nature. Isn't this a real example? Li Qingshan smiled as he took the cloak and draped it over Gu Yanning. Gu Yanning also laughed. In the end, it is only an influence. There is no way to completely distort it. Otherwise, this would be the Azura realm. Yuan Feifei looked puzzled, not knowing what they were talking about. To be continued, Gu Yanning said, Alright, you'll still be in charge of the backyard of the villa, but I'm not the wife of the villa master, I'm the vice villa master. Thank you, villa masters. I'll do my best to serve you in the future. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Don't think that this is a bitter and cold place in the northern region. In terms of food and clothing, even the leader of the martial arts world can't compare with us. Yuan Feifei was full of smiles. She didn't expect them to be so easygoing and not arrogant at all. It seemed that they were easier to deal with than the old ape. I just want to take a comfortable bath and drink a few cups of wine, Li Qingshan said. What kind of wine would you like to drink, Villa Master? We have Thousand Leaves Spring from the southern region, Red Jade from the western region. Yuan Feifei casually listed more than 10 kinds of wine, all of which were century-old. I want all of them. Villa Master is very knowledgeable. What about you, Vice Villa Master? Ask the kitchen to cook the ape's meat. I want to eat it later, Gu Yenying said. Yuan Feifei's expression changed slightly. Yes, I'll prepare it now. Then she hurriedly retreated, her footsteps light and silent, showing her extraordinary lightness skill. However, at the corner of the corridor, she slipped on the snow and almost hit her head on the pillar if she didn't react fast enough and used her hand to support herself. She cursed in a low voice and thought, I've really neglected my martial arts recently. Looking at this familiar scene, Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying looked at each other. Could it be that their bad luck was contagious? It seems that whoever stands on our side, even if it's just hypocritical, will be implicated, Gu Yenying said in a low voice. If they're sincere, won't they be cursed to death by us? Is this the legendary sky-cursed Lone Star? Dilla Masters, Steward Yuan asked me to take you to the pool. As they spoke, a woman in red came to lead the way with a lantern. In the steaming hot air, Li Qingshan held a green jade wine cup and soaked himself in the pool made of white jade. He let out a long breath. 4 beautiful women, each with their own merits, knelt behind him. They held wine pots, round fans, and other objects in their hands. Once the wine cup was empty, they would immediately refill it and gently fan it. She was wearing a thin gauze dress. Her graceful figure was faintly visible. Li Qingshan had never been a gentleman who would not let go of the opportunity to enjoy himself. But now, he was just drinking cup after cup of wine. Because Gu Yenying was sitting on the other side of the pool. He soaked his bare feet in the water. She was looking at him with a smile. You can pretend that I don't exist and do whatever you want. She didn't have any power to protect herself, and even a fall could be fatal. He couldn't leave Li Qingshan's sight. I can pretend that you don't exist, but they can't pretend that you don't exist. Especially when you're holding that damn thing. Who would be interested? Li Qingshan burped, his eyes a little blurred. There was at least one advantage to being in this world, and that was getting drunk very quickly. But the 4 beauties behind him looked terrified, their movements stiff, and they didn't dare to look in Gu Yenying's direction. This monkey brain tastes pretty good. Do you want to try it? Gu Yenying held the head of the white ape king in her arms, holding a silver spoon in her hand. She ate mouthful by mouthful, her movements still elegant and calm. Monkey brains were the easiest to cook, and this was the first dish that the villa's kitchen had sent to Gu Yenying. They seemed to feel that there was a deeper meaning to it, and they made it very carefully. The head had already been processed, and only white bones were left. The skull had also been opened, and it looked like a strangely shaped container. The monkey brain was as tender as tofu, and after a simple cooking with hot oil, it gave off a strong fragrance, but the malevolent and resentful aura could not be dispelled. Contrasting with her beautiful face, it gave off a strange and terrifying aura, like a scene that could only be seen in nightmares. Sure. Li Qingshan laughed. She had already killed it, so why wouldn't she dare to eat it? Catch. The white ape king's head was thrown over, and a few screams came from behind Li Qingshan. The 4 beauties retreated in panic, the wine jug toppling over, the round fan falling to the ground. This was the person they had been serving all this time, and now he had become food in someone else's mouth. Was there anything crueler than this? One of the women even lay on the ground and retched, her face covered in snot and tears. Li Qingshan caught the head, glanced at it out of the corner of his eye, and shook his head. We've really become monsters. It would have been fine if it had been a cruel and tyrannical mood, as it was nothing more than a twisted, morally bankrupt lunatic. But in reality, they did not see it as a big deal. It was nothing more than an attempt to recover their strength, and at most they felt a little disgusted. Hee, I was born a monster with extraordinary talent. You have to thank for your hard work. Gu Yenying put her hands on the edge of the pool and raised her body, her long hair reaching the ground. Thank you for the compliment. It really does taste good. Li Qingshan laughed and swept the monkey brain clean. He then picked up the wine jug, filled the skull, and drank it in one gulp. He waved his hand and said, "You can all leave." The 4 women felt as if they had been pardoned and fled through the door. In a warm room, Yuan Feifei asked about the situation and gave them 4 slaps on their faces. She scolded, "Bitches, how dare you disrespect the two manor masters? Where's the etiquette I usually teach you?" The woman in red who led the way for Li Qingshan said, "Chief, please forgive us, we were really scared. You didn't see it, when they ate, it was like eating normal food. It felt like we didn't know when they would open our heads and eat it." Slap. Another slap to the face, causing the woman in red to see stars. "Call them manor masters." Yuan Feifei pondered for a moment, and her expression changed. "Don't blame me for being too ruthless. I'm doing this for your own good. It's getting late, you should go and rest." She then looked in the direction of the pool. "Li Qingshan, Gu Yenying, where did you come from?" The four women covered their red and swollen faces with a belly full of resentment and left the warm room. The woman in red said, "Wait for me in my room, I'll go outside and ask about the situation." After a while, the woman in red returned to her room and carefully closed the door. She took out a piece of paper that was still wet and said excitedly, "I have something good for you." "Sister Feihong, what is this?" the girl in yellow asked. "This is the first page of the white ape swordplay technique. That ape spirit bragged a lot about it." The white ape swordplay technique. The three women exclaimed at the same time. This world was full of martial arts. They also had inner force, but it was only for the sake of maintaining their appearance and beauty. They were not allowed to learn martial arts, let alone have the opportunity to learn such advanced martial arts. "Where did you get it?" "You still don't know, but something big happened in the outer yard." The woman in red explained and suddenly laughed. "That old ape said he was invincible. Now, not only was his clan exterminated, even his brains were eaten by someone. This is retribution. Sister Feihong, don't talk about it. I still feel disgusted when I think about it. But if Chief finds out..." When we learn this peerless sword technique, do we still have to be afraid of that old witch?" "Who are you calling an old witch?" Suddenly, Yuan Feifei's gloomy voice came from outside the door. The four women's expressions changed. To be continued, Li Qingshan used the skull to drink all of the alcohol, so he was already completely drunk. He used everything he had to crawl out of the pool. The clear water flowed down his bronze, robust body. He had not been drunk like this for many years. As his cultivation continued to grow, no matter how much wine he drank, there would always be a trace of sobriety in his mind. It was difficult for him to indulge so thoroughly. However, he did not become weak because of this. On the contrary, he became more dangerous than ever. If those swordsmen dared to anger him at this time, they would see what was called ferocity. Gu Yenying did not shy away from him, let alone show any emotion similar to shyness. She looked him up and down, and came to him through the hazy heat. She picked up the towel that was thrown on the ground and carefully wiped his body. Li Qingshan suddenly held her hand, and his eyes were burning like fire. Gu Yenying silently looked at him, as quiet as the sky. Li Qingshan seemed to see himself in it. He slowly let go of her hand, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Gu Yenying acted as if nothing had happened. She put the cloak on him, sat cross-legged beside him, and took out a geographical atlas to study. Compared with the white ape swordplay, books about the geography and history of this world were what she urgently needed. The books were piled high. Unknowingly, the sky was bright, and the snow reflected the paper window. She yawned and had a general grasp of the situation. This world was indeed much smaller than the 9 states. It was less than 10,000 miles in length and width, and was roughly divided into 5 regions: Eastern Region, Western Region, Southern Region, Northern Region, and Central Region. The geographical features were slightly similar to the 9 states. It was also cold in the north and hot in the south. However, the mountains and rivers were much smaller. Was there any inexplicable connection between these worlds? This question was not something that she could explore at the moment. There was almost no concept of cultivation in this world. The most popular was martial arts rather than spells. Killing and fighting were more important than self-cultivation. After thinking about it for a while, he understood the reason. The power of Qi practitioner spells was too limited by the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth, and the speed of casting spells was much slower than close combat. Naturally, they were eliminated in the battles. The chi practitioners of the 9 provinces did not pay much attention to fighting and killing methods, because the foundation establishment cultivators, who knew nothing about fighting and killing, could kill a chi practitioner with a snap of their fingers. The only way to win was to continuously raise their cultivation level. But there were also many similarities. Transcending the tribulation and ascending was their ultimate goal. This place was also known as the void-shattering realm, and the powerful ones still dominated this world. Although they did not form an absolute rule like the Great Xiao dynasty, they only formed a loose alliance with a few big sects and families as the backbone. The chief of Wulin was constantly being replaced to maintain the so-called righteous path of Wulin. From time to time, they would join forces to fight against evil. Rather than saying that justice triumphed over evil, it would be better to say that order triumphed over chaos. As for those martial arts masters and celebrities, she did not spend too much effort memorizing them. After all, the top masters were only at the level of the White Ape King. Actually, Li Qingshan's route was not necessarily unworthy of a try. He could go on a killing spree as he pleased, turning himself into the embodiment of terror, and using fear to stifle hostility. A book written by a demon king might be more eye-catching than a hero. Thinking of this, she glanced at Li Qingshan. But it was better to fight with wits first before bravery. At this time, Yuan Feifei's voice sounded from outside the door. "Villa Master, your servant has something to ask of you." Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes, which were full of vigilance, as if he had not slept at all. But when he came back to his senses, he became lazy again. He stretched and looked at Gu Yening, who looked exhausted. "You worked hard last night." "Actually, I didn't need anyone to keep watch." Even though he had fallen to such a state, his intuition, honed by hundreds of battles, still remained. If there was danger, he would be able to sense it. "I'm in a hurry to learn more about this world. I have a general idea, and I'll tell you later." Gu Yening yawned again. "No rush, we have plenty of time. You should sleep for a while. We'll talk about it later. Let's see what happened. Don't forget, peace is the most precious, and we must win people over with virtue." The door opened, and Yuan Feifei could not wait to claim credit. "Last night, your servant discovered a few traitors. Please deal with them, Villa Master." The wind and snow howled throughout the night, only weakening a little at dawn. The snow was thick to the ankles, and the world was pure white. 4 women knelt in the courtyard. They were the 4 beauties who had waited on him by the bathing pool last night. Their clothes were thin, but their graceful bodies were almost completely covered in snow. The woman in red, in particular, was now completely naked. She knelt naked in the snow, and her skin had already turned blue from the cold. She did not react even when someone approached. "What's the meaning of this?" Li Qingshan frowned. "Villa Master, please take a look. These little bitches dare to secretly learn martial arts. They deserve to die 1,000 times." Yuan Feifei hurriedly handed over the page of the sword manual, and added, "Your servant did not even take a look at the martial arts on this page." Gu Yening said, "Did I not make myself clear last night? Everyone in the villa can learn the martial arts on this page. You can read it if you want. Naturally, it's the same for them." "Yes, yes, yes. Deputy Villa Master is benevolent and righteous. But these bitches have colluded with men from the outer yard. I wonder what other shameless things they have done." "Shut up. Are you the Villa Master or am I? How dare you torture them without my permission? Are you tired of living?" Li Qingshan bared his white teeth. "Hee, Steward Yuan, would you have done the same when the White Ape King was here?" Gu Yening said. I'm doing this for the rules of the villa." Yuan Feifei's eyes wandered and she lowered her head. These 4 women were the most beautiful in the White Ape King's inner yard. If the White Ape King was still here, she would never have dared to execute them. She had wanted to use this opportunity to properly punish them, but she did not expect her thoughts to be seen through so easily. "Let me teach you the rules." Gu Yening stretched out her hand. Yuan Feifei wanted to dodge but did not dare. Her fingertips lightly brushed across the back of her hand, and she immediately went limp. Her mouth was wide open, but no sound came out. She stared at Gu Yening as if she was looking at a ghost. Even the White Ape King could not endure the pain of hell, let alone her. Do you understand? Yuan Feifei nodded repeatedly. Very good. You know what to do. There will not be a next time. After Gu Yenying said this, she and Li Qingshan returned to the White Ape King's training room. Yuan Feifei got up from the ground and checked herself. There was not a single wound on her body. She did not know what kind of method the other party had used, but she did not want to experience this a second time. She did not dare to underestimate the scheming methods of the two new villa masters. She cursed back, "You 4 bitches, consider yourself lucky. The two villa masters are magnanimous and have spared your lives." The tower was isolated in the snowstorm and was located at the center of the villa. It was the core of the entire formation and also a place for cultivation. Below it was a secret chamber deep inside the mountain, which also served as a treasure vault. Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying came to the platform at the top of the tower. The snowstorm here was particularly fierce, and the villa below them could be vaguely seen. Any further and it would be white again. Gu Yenying tugged at her cloak. No wonder the White Ape King is so difficult to communicate with. That arrogance of his was probably cultivated here. You will reach the top and look down on all the other mountains. Occasionally, he would feel this way when he climbed the mountain, but if he were to stay at such a high place all day long, coupled with his unparalleled martial arts, his temperament would inevitably be affected. It's not a bad thing for sword cultivators to be a little arrogant, but unfortunately, there's always someone better out there. The wind and snow here are too strong. Let's go down. Don't catch a cold. From the high platform, Li Qingshan let Gu Yenying rest in the study on the second floor of the tower, while he went down alone to the deep secret chamber. It was pitch black and cold inside. Not only was there no light, but there were no heating facilities either. The White Ape King's physique was so strong that it was almost impervious to the cold and heat, so it didn't need to rely on light either. Instead, as long as there was a little light, all sorts of rare treasures in the grooves in the walls would immediately shine brilliantly. Li Qingshan didn't look at the treasures around him. He only stared at the ground beneath his feet. The mountain rock was polished to the point where one could see one's reflection, revealing fine and compact textures. There wasn't much worth paying attention to, but in his eyes, it was more attractive than any other treasure. He looked at it very seriously, even kneeling down and gently stroking it, feeling the hardness of the rock. His eyes seemed to be gazing into the distance. It passed through the mountains and reached the depths of the earth. In fact, he was different from Gu Yenying. Compared to the vast and high sky, he preferred the solid and heavy earth that could bear the weight of all things. He would never be high above others. Even if there were high mountains and steep cliffs, they were just small undulations compared to the whole earth. Even mortals could reach the top with a little effort, and they could even proudly think that they had conquered the mountains. Could it be that this world can really seal all of my power? Li Qingshan didn't believe it and wasn't willing to just rely on the divine talisman of great creation. He took a deep breath. He silently sensed the deep earth beneath his feet. Time ticked by. The mountain rocks in the cold winter were as cold as iron. The chill seeped through the soles of his feet, and the cold blood flowed through his entire body. His body slowly stiffened. He didn't need the divine talisman of great creation for warmth. Instead, he flung his cloak to the side. His body temperature continued to drop. Gradually reaching the edge of death, the mysterious will of the heavens imprisoned everything, like a strict and cold father. He still endured and didn't move, an unfilial son that would never yield. Gradually, the cold ground began to warm up, and the sturdy rocks began to soften. As if he had used a needle to pierce through some sort of barrier, a sliver of power flowed into his body from the ground beneath his feet. Although it was extremely minuscule, it was endless. It was somewhat similar to the innate divine ability Earth Divine Power, but it was definitely not just a divine ability. Ox Demon sinks in the mud. Different from all the other Fiend God transformations, the Ox Demon transformation was where his foundation lay. From roaming the pugilistic world to dominating the world, it had always been his most powerful transformation. Now that he had cast aside all external factors, he had instead revealed some of his most intrinsic qualities. The familiar and intimate power poured into his body, purging all of the coldness as if it could not bear to see him fall into death. Although he was an unfilial son of the heavens, he was the beloved son of the earth. Li Qingshan was excited. He leaned over and kissed the ground deeply before standing up and throwing a punch. Bang! The heavy sound of air shattering echoed through the secret room. He took a step back, twisted his waist, and punched out with both fists. The ox demon holds the heavens. It was like he had returned to many years ago, when he was a young man focused on cultivation beneath Crouching Ox Hill. However, he was no longer a young man at the end of the day. Every single move was heavy and slow, imbued with the essence, qi, and soul he had condensed throughout his life. But before long, a growl rang out in the darkness. Li Qingshan was taken aback, only discovering that it was his stomach growling. He rubbed his stomach and could not help but laugh. I still have to continue drinking and eating meat. Gu Yenying slept very soundly this time. She dreamed that she was roaming through the void. It was boundless, dark, and empty, but this time, she was no longer riding on the wings. Instead, she had turned into a Kuanping. When she woke up, she was still in a slight daze. She laid on the soft bed and raised the azure feather high into the air with her right hand, letting it roam about in her hand. She produced whistling sounds from her mouth, as if the wings were stirring up a fierce gale and passing through the void. What are you doing? Li Qingshan was amused. He was basically like a child who was daydreaming. Gu Yenying blushed for once. She stowed the Kuanping feather away and sat up. What did you do today? I can't tell from here. You'll know in a moment, said Li Qingshan. His connection with the earth was still extremely weak. He could not sense it from the top of the tower. Let's go and find something to eat. Gu Yenying also found that she was very hungry. She glanced at the hourglass and said, it's time to publish the second page. Otherwise, those guys will be waiting anxiously. Making his way out of the tower, Gu Yenying immediately noticed Li Qingshan's changes. Every single step he took was rooted to the ground, steady and firm. He possessed a familiar sense of power. Your strength has recovered? A little bit. At least I'm not that weak anymore. Li Qingshan clenched his fist. You seem to have changed a little too. Really? I'm not as hardworking as you. I was just sleeping. Then you should sleep more in the future. The two of them walked to the hall of the outer court. All the swordsmen were already waiting there. The noise suddenly quieted down. They looked at them with nervous and expectant eyes. Almost all of them did not sleep the whole night. They kept studying that page of the sword manual. They only felt that it was extremely exquisite and indescribable. Other than Ho Hongtao and a few other innate masters, most of the others did not even understand this page. Ho Hongtao also keenly noticed the changes in them. Especially Li Qingshan's change was the most obvious. His calm and majestic posture gave him a feeling that he could not be shaken. If they wanted to deal with them, they had already missed the best opportunity. And that page of the sword manual made everyone have no time or energy to think about other things. Li Qingshan sat on a throne made of long swords. A woman came out from the crowd and shouted, "Welcome, Dilla Master." The swordsman followed suit and said, "Welcome, Dilla Master." Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment before he recognized the woman. She was the naked woman kneeling in the snow this morning. She had changed into a tight outfit and had a long sword on her back. Her appearance was completely different. He almost couldn't recognize her with her clothes on. Seeing her pale face, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you feeling better?" "Thank you for your concern, Dilla Master. I'm already much better. It's just that my three sisters' inner strength is not enough. The cold poison has invaded their bodies and they can't stop coughing. Fei Hong, thank you for saving their lives." "That's easy. Ho Hongtao, don't you cultivate raging fire qi? Let's treat them." Li Qingshan instructed. Casually. "I don't cultivate martial arts for this kind of thing," Ho Hongtao said proudly. Even the White Ape King wouldn't dare order him around like a servant. "What did you say?" "I told you to make a move. Don't worry, I won't use a formation to suppress you. I'll let you die knowing." Gu Yenying rolled her eyes at him. "Didn't you say peace was the most important thing?" Li Qingshan smiled. Since his strength could be slowly restored, there was no need to waste the power of the divine talisman of great creation. There was no need to be so timid. Reading the latest novel, Gu Yenying advised, "Brother Ho, this Uncle Li's temper is so bad that he doesn't even recognize his own family. He only asked you to save a life, which is a good deed. Why do you have to put on airs everywhere?" Ho Hongtao was so angry that he started laughing. "They're still people. I've already tolerated this bitch for daring to stand side by side with us, yet she actually wants me to waste my energy to heal them. It's simply absurd. Fine, pretend I didn't say anything." Gu Yenying took a step back. If someone wanted to die, there was nothing she could do. If they are not human beings, then what are you? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "I am the Marquis of Fire Sword. Even the White Ape King would not humiliate me for those bitches." "Shut up. If you dare compare me to that old ape again, you won't even have the chance to make a move." "Fine, I'd like to see exactly what you're capable of to actually dare to be so condescending." With a clang, the flame sword was unsheathed, reflecting the whole hall red. The temperature suddenly rose. The swordsmen were forced to retreat by the heat wave. Ho Hongtao released his Xianxia and turned it into a raging fire, dyeing his beard and hair red. He strode toward Li Qingshan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, his momentum rose to the extreme. Sword Chi whistled. The flame rose like a dragon's roar. The long sword turned into a bright red flame and cut toward Li Qingshan. "It's the fire dragon cut." All the swordsmen were amazed, especially the 2 Xiantian 8th stage swordsmen. They were well aware of Ho Hongtao's strength, but they hadn't expected that he would have another breakthrough. Could it be because of that one page of the White Ape sword technique? But he didn't know that Ho Hongtao himself was also very pleasantly surprised. The moment he attacked Li Qingshan, the circulation of his Zhen Qi suddenly resonated with the world's spiritual Qi, as if it had some kind of will. He had been trapped in the Xiantian 9th stage for many years. At this moment, he seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. He unleashed an unprecedentedly powerful attack. Seeing that Li Qingshan was sitting still, he snorted, "Humph, even the White Ape King wouldn't dare to take my sword head-on. How dare you be so careless? You're courting death." Li Qingshan slowly raised his hand. He pressed down. There was a loud bang. The hall trembled. The raging fire disappeared, and a deep handprint appeared on the ground. Ho Hongtao was lying in the center of the giant handprint. He raised his head in disbelief, wanting to say something, but spat out a mouthful of blood. All his bones and internal organs were shattered, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes as he breathed his last. Li Qingshan gently withdrew his hand. Dealing with this kind of trash was much easier than dealing with the White Ape King. Because the divine talisman of great creation's various tricks were limited by the power of this world, when faced with a top expert like the White Ape King, he would have to spend 2 or 3 moves and use some techniques. As for the weaker guys, he could just crush them with absolute power. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the dignified Marquis Sword of Blaze could not even take 1 move and ended up like this. Because they hadn't seen them in action before, they still had a trace of hope and contempt, but now it all vanished. If they didn't have such tricks, how could they have killed the White Ape King? "My lord." Several swordsmen had always been on good terms with Ho Hongtao, and seeing this situation, they couldn't help but be furious. Anger inexplicably overwhelmed their reason, and they pulled out their swords, shouting, "Everyone, let's get revenge for my lord." "Good. I'll kill you bunch of untamed dogs." Li Qingshan sneered and was about to start a massacre. With a tearing sound, Gu Yenying tore out another page of the White Ape sword technique and shouted, "Take them down." The 2 innate 8th tier swordsmen looked at each other and unsheathed their swords. With a flash of sword light, several people who were shouting for revenge were all dead on the ground. They also killed a few rioters and stabilized the situation. Thick blood flowed out and dyed the resplendent hall red. Returning their swords to their sheaths, they stepped forward and cupped their hands. "Reporting to the Manor Lord, Ho Hongtao's remaining followers have all been beheaded. We are not on the same side as him, so please show mercy." The martial arts world had always respected the strong, and bowing to such a person was not a shameful thing. Thinking back, the other party had such power, but had always been so restrained, even taking out the white ape sword technique to give to everyone. Ho Hongtao's behavior was simply stupid, just like the saying, respect the monkey, but not the tiger. In the end, it was inevitable that he would die in the tiger's mouth. Without saying a word, Gu Yening put down the sword manual. The two of them reached out and each grabbed one side of the manual, not giving way to the other. From today on, you are responsible for the affairs of the manor's outer court. I appoint you as the left and right protectors. The right protector thanks the manor lord. In today's world, the right was respected. One of them immediately put down the sword manual and bowed to thank the manor lord. After all, everyone could see the sword manual in the end. The other person was secretly resentful, but he could only thank the manor lord. The left protector thanks the manor lord. Reporting to the manor lord, although I don't practice the sword chi of raging fire, I can still heal the wounds of the ladies. Me too. Then I'll leave this matter to you. In the future, I don't want anyone to be punished for learning swordsmanship. I want everyone in this manor to have a chance to learn and practice martial arts. I want everyone to have the opportunity to become a peerless master. Li Qingshan opened his arms and shouted, trying to hold back his laughter. The left and right protectors hurriedly said, the manor lord is benevolent and righteous. We will follow your orders. The normal swordsmen felt their blood boil. Who didn't want to become a peerless master? They raised their arms and shouted, everyone has a chance to learn and practice martial arts. The woman named Fei Hong was so touched that her eyes were brimming with tears. I will never forget Villa Master's great kindness. Pick up that sword. Li Qingshan said. Fei Hong hurriedly picked up the raging fire sword. From today on, this sword is yours. Learn the sword well and I can see that you will definitely become a peerless master. Don't disappoint me. Yes, manor lord. Fei Hong choked with emotion. Li Qingshan finally couldn't help but laugh, I'll go back to rest. Everyone, practice the sword well. The banquet was extremely sumptuous. Li Qingshan once again drank to his heart's content. During this time, Yuan Feifei carefully came to ask if she wanted the kitchen to cook the raging fire sword marquis. Li Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and refused, allowing Yuan Feifei and everyone else in the manor to breathe a sigh of relief. Li Qingshan listened to Gu Yening's summary of the human geography of this world and slapped his thigh. I know what book to write now. I thought you were going to rewrite the book she wrote in the 9 states. That's where you're an amateur. The readers are completely different. Li Qingshan said proudly. Then what are you going to write? Gu Yening asked curiously. The biography of the White Ape King. Gu Yening immediately understood. I see. What a great idea. When the time comes, I'm afraid that everyone in the world will want to buy a copy. They knew next to nothing about the life of the White Ape King, but that did not matter at all. What really mattered was the White Ape sword technique. As long as the sword techniques were included in the book, would there be a need to worry that no one would buy them? Li Qingshan immediately ordered someone to bring a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. He pushed away the wine and dishes in front of him and spread them on the table. He raised his head and drank a big gulp of wine. Just when Gu Yening thought that he was going to take advantage of the wine and write a lot of words, Li Qingshan began to eat. Li Qingshan began to bite the pen. Sometimes he frowned and thought, sometimes he looked up to the sky and sighed. After a while, he actually drank wine and ate meat. Right. Gu Yening couldn't help but urge. Can't you see that I'm thinking? Li Qingshan chewed the tough ape meat and said impatiently. But you're clearly eating. What would a woman like you know about the matters of the school of novels? Li Qingshan glared at her. Well, I don't understand. Uncle Li, please continue. Gu Yening said helplessly. She felt that he was not always reliable. However, she saw Li Qingshan wandering around the warm room with a pen in his mouth. He admired the snow outside the window and looked at the famous paintings on the wall. He almost fiddled with everything in the room before he sat down at the table again. He grabbed the pen awkwardly and suddenly said to Gu Yening, what do you think those guys outside look like when they practice swordsmanship? I don't know. Gu Yening lay on the bed, holding a book called The Secret History of Wulin in her hand. She didn't even look at him. Why don't we? I won't go. I didn't say I wanted to read it. Write quickly. Is this my novel or your novel? Li Qingshan was angry. Forget it. You can't write it anyway. Let's go out for a walk. Gu Yanning put down the book and smiled. Who said I can't write it? I've almost finished the idea. I'll write it for you now. As a novelist, how could Li Qingshan endure such humiliation? He immediately began writing at a tremendous speed. His scrawling handwriting made Gu Yanning feel like laughing, but seeing his serious expression, she did not say anything. In any case, she would just help him rewrite it later. The howling of the wind and snow could be faintly heard through the window, which only served to accentuate the quietness of the pavilion. Occasionally, the fire in the stove would crackle. She propped her head up with one hand and thought about how many years it had been since she had been so free. Perhaps it had never happened since the day he was born. Regardless of the passage of time, he was not in a hurry to do anything. There was nothing to do anyway. Perhaps it was a very common feeling for mortals, but it was extremely precious to her. Those who were gazing into the distance naturally had no time to appreciate the scenery along the way. He did not know how long he had been daydreaming. The sound of Li Qingshan putting down his brush brought her back to reality. He smiled and asked, "Are you done?" "Of course." Li Qingshan proudly picked up a piece of paper. He handed it to Gu Yanning. "So little." Gu Yanning was slightly surprised. She felt that she had been daydreaming for at least 2 hours. "What did you think I was doing? Do you know what writing a novel is?" Li Qingshan roared as he slammed the table. "I was wrong." Gu Yanning felt her ears vibrate. Even though she was in the void, he was not so irritable. Perhaps he was really diligent in writing. She had no choice but to admit her mistake and lowered her head to read. Although the handwriting was difficult to decipher, she could still guess what it was. Her expression gradually became a little strange. In a short time after reading a page, she changed from frowning to finding it funny and then to sneering. Then, she crumpled the novel in her hand into a ball and threw it on the ground. She smiled and said, "I was wrong. Gu Yanning, what do you want to do?" Li Qingshan's angry roar could almost be heard even in the outer courtyard. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. When he killed Ho Hongtao with a single move, he was still calm. No one knew who could make him so angry and what the consequences would be. Just thinking about it made them feel terrified. Li Qingshan knelt on the ground and held the ball of blood that had been ravaged into a ball with both hands. He was extremely angry. Gu Yanning shook her head and said seriously, "Qingshan, no one will read this kind of thing. Even if it's mixed with martial arts secret manuals, people will only read the secret manuals." Li Qingshan's expression changed. He suddenly shrugged and said, "Fine, I give up." Returning to the opposite bed, he lay flat on his back and continued to drink. Gu Yanning was stunned and then smiled bitterly. Was this still the indomitable Li Qingshan she knew? Little and is still the best. Little and, where are you? I can't live without you. Li Qingshan thought back to the good times he and Little and had spent together on Cloudwisp Island. Back then, he had written books and she had written them. How harmonious they had been. Gu Yanning could not sit still any longer. She got up and apologized, "Uncle Li, don't be like this. I was wrong, okay? Why don't we think of something else?" "You're wrong. Think about it." "Fine, I think. Gu Yanning paced back and forth for a few steps and said, "Since it's a biography of the White Ape King, as long as we understand more about his life experiences and connect the stories together, wouldn't we be able to write a book?" "I'm tired. You go find out." Li Qingshan turned around and turned his back to Gu Yanning. Gu Yanning rolled her eyes and called Yuan Feifei in. "Chief Yuan, I heard that you've been following the White Ape King for many years." "Just call me Feifei, Heights Lord. Calling me chief is too much." Yuan Feifei glanced nervously at Li Qingshan's back. Just now, that angry roar had almost scared her to the point of wetting her pants. "All right, Feifei, tell me about it. The more detailed, the better." Gu Yanning nodded slightly. In terms of age, calling her Feifei was really not a big deal. Yuan Feifei began to tell her story, from stuttering to eloquent. She had always been an eloquent person, and the White Ape King loved to brag about its various experiences when it was drunk, so she could tell as many stories as she wanted. Gu Yenying listened quietly. Seeing that Li Qingshan was also quietly pricking up his ears, she could not help but laugh. After listening for a while, Li Qingshan suddenly sat up and turned around, his face serious. Yuan Feifei turned pale with fright and fell to her knees, crying, "Spare me, Heights Lord! Go on, who wants your life?" "Yes, yes." She talked until the middle of the night, not daring to stop even when her mouth was dry. Gu Yenying waved her hand. "All right, you can go now. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow." Li Qingshan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Seeing Gu Yenying's tired face, he waved his hand to extinguish the light. "It's getting late, you should rest too." Gu Yenying lay down, closed her eyes, and held the rock feather in her palm, looking forward to the dream. "Come and help me with my pen tomorrow," Li Qingshan suddenly said. This was Little N's job back then. Gu Yenying opened her eyes and smiled. "Sure, I'm a little flattered." After a moment of silence, she could not help but ask, "Is it okay without Little Anne?" "Of course not. Poor Little Anne, she must be very envious of me." Gu Yenying closed her eyes again and changed to a more comfortable position. "Those who are trapped here are the ones who are pitiful." Yeah, poor Gu Yenying. In any case, Li Qingshan's writing plan was finally restarted. To be continued, however, Gu Yenying's food plan had failed. Although the ape meat was full of spirituality and had been meticulously cooked, the effect was only enough to make her teeth ache for a few days. As a result, most of it became Li Qingshan's side dishes, and his only comment was that it was very chewy. All the spirit energy in this world rejected them, refusing to be absorbed and dissolved. Thus, the power that had been exhausted in the endless void could not be recovered in the slightest. Only Li Qingshan could draw a little bit of power from the earth under his feet, but he could only recover pure power, and it was as difficult as fetching water from the desert. Fortunately, the writing plan went extremely smoothly. In terms of this world, the White Ape King's life could truly be described as grand and spectacular, and the caretaker of the rear courtyard, Yuan Feifei, was a very good storyteller. Most of the time, all Li Qingshan needed to do was write down what she said, and then Gu Yenying would polish it a little. In simpler terms, this novel actually had nothing to do with him. The part where he was truly useful was in terms of technique. The Great White Ape King's biography did not attract readers because of the exciting story or the real characters, but because of the White Ape sword technique, which he was well versed in. In the book, the White Ape King would often have an epiphany, giving a long soliloquy, and finally saying, "This is the higher realm of swordsmanship." No matter how much the White Ape King drank, it would not reveal the mysteries of swordsmanship. Of course, this was all made up by Li Qingshan, but it was definitely clearer and more profound than the White Ape King himself, and this was after taking into account the acceptance of this world and deliberately taking care of this group of noobs. It was equivalent to a detailed educational version of the White Ape sword technique, except for the words essential for swordsmanship. As for the effect, it had been tested on Yuan Feifei. In fact, she did not have much talent for martial arts. In fact, she even lacked interest in martial arts. She had almost relied on the resources of the ape deity Mountain Villa to reach the Xianxia realm. The Book of White Ape Swordplay was too abstruse and mysterious for her. She did not have the patience to finish reading every page of the Book of Swordplay that Gu Yenying published every day. It was not until she read Li Qingshan's novel that she suddenly felt enlightened. If the secret manual said that it was a shortcut to climbing the mountain, whether one could reach the top or not depended on whether the climber had the comprehension and perseverance to climb over the rocks and cut through the thorns. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, wrote down every rock and thorn that could possibly exist. He did not explain how to solve it. No one in the world had ever written a secret manual like this. Even when he was teaching his disciples, he would not be able to explain it in such detail. It was not that he was intentionally hiding it, or that the principles behind it were truly profound. It was because he didn't have the ability to do so. But in this way, this book was destined to be extremely long. Gu Yenying had also expressed her worry, but Li Qingshan said, I purposefully made it so long so that I could gather 100 pages. When we have 100 pages, we will first publish the first book, then the second and third, turning this into a series of books. I think it would not be a problem to write dozens of books. Gu Yanning could not help but give him a thumbs up. When Li Qingshan wrote about swordsmanship, although it was extremely trivial, it was well organized and logical. It was far better than the stories he made up. The White Ape King thought that the White Ape sword technique was a vast ocean. I think yours is the vast ocean. Haha, you flatter me. Watch as I drown this land with this ocean. At the same time, the villa was plunged into an unprecedented tension. Everyone had a sword in their hands and a few pages of sword manuals. Even the cook and the old maid were no exception, let alone the swordsman from the outer yard. They tried their best to reduce their sleep time, studying the sword manuals even when they were eating or going to the toilet. They did not even have time to practice. The speed of publishing one page a day was simply too fast. Except for a few innate masters, the others simply could not keep up with the speed. They could only study with all their might without sleep and rest. By the time they had published more than 10 pages, even the left and right protectors were overwhelmed. By the time there were 20 pages, 2 swordsmen had died from overwork, one had gone berserk while practicing, and another had jumped off a cliff in a frenzy. It was said that he was still shouting in midair, "It's fake, it's all fake." The other swordsman at most found the time to say disdainfully, of course these idiots could not understand such a profound sword manual. Most of the swordsmen did not even notice what was happening outside. Walking in the villa, they often met swordsmen who had their hands on the hilt of their swords with a ferocious expression and were mumbling something. You thought they were coming to kill you, but in fact, if you bumped into them, they might not even be able to dodge. After a month, the swordsmen gathered in the main hall again, waiting for the 32nd page of the sword manual. They all had dull eyes and stretched their necks like a flock of ducks waiting to be fed. Although they were so full that their stomachs were about to explode, no one could resist eating. Some people suspected that this was a plot by the 2 villa masters to torture everyone to death. Every day, they swore that they would never look at the sword manual again. The time they swore was usually after they finished reading the latest page of the sword manual. Welcome, Villa Master. In the midst of the weak voices, Li Qingshan and Gu Yanning arrived. As scheduled. Compared to the dispirited swordsmen below, they looked very spirited. They looked at each other and smiled. Gu Yanning said, during this period of time, everyone has worked hard. Seeing this makes our hearts ache. Therefore, for the sake of everyone's health, we have made a decision. Today's sword manual is gone. Everyone stared blankly for a moment. It took them a great deal of effort to regain their composure. Sparks flashed in their eyes as they were instantly enraged. Gone? How could it be gone? What happened to the complete book? Shut up. Li Qingshan spat out these 2 words. Everyone was like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. The place where the fierce flame sword marquis had been slapped to death still had a clear handprint. With a wave of his hand, he said, Steward Yuan, bring the box over and let everyone broaden their horizons. Yuan Feifei carried a large box to the center of the hall. She carefully placed it down and gently opened it, revealing a pile of books. Don't fight, don't fight. 1 book for everyone, there's one for everyone. Li Qingshan said. The swordsmen's eyes lit up again, and they immediately crowded around. What they saw was the grand biography of the White Ape King and the extremely eye-catching written by Li Qingshan. They all let out disappointed sighs. Holding back their disappointment, they took a closer look. There were also a few lines of introduction written on the cover. This is the glorious life of a sword master. This is a long sigh after his sudden fall. The fierce flame sword marquis wholeheartedly recommended. The thing I regret the most is not being able to live to see this book come out. At the end, there were 4 bright red words, must read when learning the sword. The swordsmen's faces twitched as they silently cursed. Wasn't the White Ape King personally killed by you? When did the fierce flame sword marquis say something like that? Regret is regret for not being able to live. But considering their fates, they still patiently took a book each and began to flip through it. To be continued. Everyone in the villa knew of the White Ape King's glorious past, so it was impossible to arouse their interest. However, after reading a few pages, they gradually realized something, and their eyes widened. Could this be? I understand now. A young swordsman exclaimed. His strength was not yet at the innate stage, which was considered good for his age. However, both his experience and cultivation were insufficient to fully comprehend the white ape swordplay. The more he read, the more confused he became, but he could not stop himself from reading. These days, he was on the verge of going berserk. As soon as he read the great biography of the White Ape King, he suddenly felt that all his doubts had been answered. The answer was so simple that it made him doubt whether it was true, but the calming of his inner force proved everything. So that's how it is, that's how it is. All the swordsmen understood. The book in their hands was not about the White Ape King, but about the White Ape swordplay. No, this is definitely not just about the White Ape swordplay, but the ultimate way of the sword. The two protectors looked at each other, momentarily forgetting their competitive spirit, only incomparable amazement. Only they understood that this book was not just an annotation of the White Ape swordplay. Behind the complicated and jumbled details, there was another set of understanding of the way of the sword. If one were to extract it, it would be enough to write a sword manual that was many times simpler than the White Ape swordplay, but also many times more brilliant. The highest level of this sword technique was far beyond the limits of this world. It was like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky, difficult to reach. How's the writing? Li Qingshan asked. Wonderful, it's like a long drought finally meeting rain. The villa master is wise. Sigh, if only my brother had read this book earlier. He would not have gone berserk. If he still can't understand this, then he must be blind or stupid. Everyone sighed with emotion, but they were also indescribably pleasantly surprised. If the experience of the past month was like a pie falling from the sky, then the current situation was like another invisible hand had broken this pie into pieces and fed it to them. The villa master's way of the sword is truly unfathomable, the right protector said sincerely. Yes, compared to you, the White Ape King is like a clown. The left protector did not fall behind. The title of Lord was originally given to the White Ape King. Now it was given to Li Qingshan without hesitation. The two's eyes met. Neither side gave way. I stopped cultivating the sword Dao a long time ago. I'm just fooling kids, Li Qingshan said frankly. The left and right protectors were unwilling to believe it, but they had no choice but to believe it. If such a sword Dao could only fool children, then what was their sword Dao? A fight between cats and dogs? Look at you two staring at each other. Weren't they just like children? The world was so vast. Yet, your vision is so narrow. Li Qingshan reprimanded in an imposing manner. Du Yenying unfolded her iron fan and covered her mouth to snicker. This guy is so excited to scold a child. But he didn't seem like an adult either. We will definitely forget our past enmity in the future, and wholeheartedly serve the ape deity manner. The left and right protectors had sincere expressions on their faces. At this moment, they not only put aside their disputes, but also the sects they came from and all sorts of entanglements. Since they had seen such a sword Dao, what was there to fuss about in the mundane world? Those who practiced the sword Dao never lacked a lonely heart. It's no longer appropriate to call this place the ape deity manor. Your Highness, please give us a new name. Li Qingshan was a little moved, but he hesitated for a moment. A figure flashed in his mind. He waved his hand and said, "Didn't I want to broaden your horizons? It's just a plaque. What's the point of changing it?" "Yes, Your Highness." Li Qingshan stood up and raised his hands. "Very good. Everyone, answer me together. What's our slogan? Everyone has something to learn, everyone has something to practice. Isn't this a good book?" "Yes." "Very good. Since it's a good book, you have to memorize it word for word. In the future, I will test you. If you can't memorize it, you won't be able to see the new sword manual." Li Qingshan's eyes shone brightly as if he was looking at a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In the future, when this book spread around the world, he definitely wouldn't be able to ask everyone to memorize it. But who asked these guys to be in his territory? "Your Highness, we will definitely follow your orders." Everyone was overjoyed. They hadn't expected that they would be able to read a sword manual, and that there would be a peerless master helping to annotate it. As for memorizing the book, no one thought it was a big deal. Although this book was called a biography, it was only 100 pages long. At most, it was only a few tens of thousands of words. To be able to learn swordsmanship in the ape deity manner, which of them didn't have sharp ears and eyes? Moreover, besides the glorious history of the White Ape King, the book was full of exquisite martial arts theories. Even if no one asked them to memorize it, they would still have to memorize it. Only a few people noticed the last sentence of the book. To be continued. Even if they did notice it, they were filled with anticipation. They couldn't imagine what it meant. A trace of pity rose in Gu Yannying's heart. That was dozens of books. No, this was only a conservative estimate. By the time the book was finished, there would probably be millions or even tens of millions of words. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh. The hall fell silent, stunned by this moment of beauty. Gu Yannying immediately stopped smiling. As the saying went, femme fatale, she hoped that the heavens wouldn't find another source of trouble. Even if it couldn't do anything to them, it would still be troublesome. The two of them walked out of the hall. The snowstorm that had been falling for many days had finally stopped. In the ink-blue sky, a crescent moon surrounded by a sky full of stars. The moonlight gilded the endless world of ice and snow with a layer of dazzling silver brilliance. The laws of the heavens were constant and moved according to the time. Even the will of the heavens could not create an endless snowstorm. Li Qingshan felt that the power of will in the divine talisman of great creation had begun to grow slightly. At this moment, he finally had a foothold in this world. He had survived the most difficult stage, and his mind was broadened. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. His loud laughter shook the eaves of the roof. One by one, the icicles fell down, each as sharp as a sword. Because of the momentum, they sped up and were strong enough to pierce through the skull. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and all the icicles shattered into dust. They flickered like silver dust and drifted away with the wind. From now on, even if the mysterious will of the heavens created an endless fire disaster, it wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The laughter gradually subsided, and Gu Yannying saw Li Qingshan standing motionlessly in the same place, frowning as if thinking about something. What's wrong? Nothing. Now that we have a basic guarantee, we need to work harder. Li Qingshan looked up at the sky, full of fighting spirit. Of course. Let's go back to the tower. I need to go into seclusion for a while and try to refine these Xiao cores. Li Qingshan opened his palm, and the White Ape King's Xiao core shone brightly, glowing with a metallic luster. Will it work? Gu Yannying had tried all kinds of elixirs and food during this time, but they all ended in failure. This was part of the imprisonment, otherwise this invisible shackle would be too easy to break. Perhaps, the important thing isn't them. Under the towering tower, in the deep secret room, Li Qingshan sat cross-legged, put the smallest monster Dan into his mouth, and swallowed it. This thing would not melt like the elixir, and it required a lot of effort to refine, which was why he had delayed it until now. Now that the divine talisman of great creation had finally turned losses into profits, he was not afraid of consuming the power of vow, so he could give it a try. He secretly activated the divine talisman of great creation, and the power of vow turned into spiritual power that wrapped around the golden Dan, forming a dense ball of light that swelled in his stomach. Although he could not look inside, Li Qingshan was already very familiar with the refining process. He calmed his mind and used the power of vow to the extreme, stimulating the power of vow. If the picture was magnified 100 times, thousands of silver lines could be seen rising from the monster Dan, and each line was thinner than a strand of hair. This should have been easy to absorb and melt, but this world did not allow him to do so. As soon as the power left the monster Dan, it immediately escaped and blended into the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, forming an extremely strong shackle. It seemed to be telling him that all attempts to restore his power were futile. Li Qingshan had already expected this, so he was not surprised. He continued to stimulate the power of the monster Dan. His goal was not to restore his power with these monster Dan, but to truly create a brand new power that belonged to himself, a power that was difficult to cultivate in the 9 regions, a chance that he had overlooked. Gu Yannying climbed up to the platform of the tower. The mountain wind was cold and piercing through her ears. This was her favorite sound, but now she had to wrap her cloak tightly around herself and hold the feather of the rock in her hand. Her cheeks that were red from the cold showed a smile again, and she imagined that one day she would become the rock and reach the other side of the stars. This was her cultivation. Following Xianxia's advice, she would let her will be recognized by the feather of the rock, and finally reach the agreement, receive the inheritance, turn the eagle into the rock, and go straight to the 9 heavens. Maybe one day, I can fly higher than the guy in the cellar. After an unknown amount of time, Xianxia finally completely refined the first monster Dan, but not only did he not gain any power, but he also consumed a lot of power of Vow. He was not discouraged. He picked up the second monster Dan. Swallow it. Time ticked by, and Xianxia only had one Yao core left in his hands, which was the one from the White Ape King. But all his previous efforts would be wasted. There was also a hint of solemnity on his face. However, his heart was filled with expectation. He could clearly feel that his goal was close at hand. Sword light flashed in the courtyard. A group of beautiful women dressed to the nines were practicing their swords. The one in the lead was the red-clothed woman who had been bestowed the Raging Flame sword by Xianxia. She was dressed in a fiery red outfit and stood with a sword in her hand, acting as an instructor. Her original name was Yuan Feihong, but after the White Ape King died, she unceremoniously dropped the Yuan, leaving only Feihong. Originally, she could have changed her name to Li Feihong or Gu Feihong. Although she was indebted to these 2 manor lords, she was not very willing to do so. However, she heard that the old witch had shamelessly wanted to change her surname but was rejected by the manor lords. Imagining her expression at that time, she found it funny. Sister Feihong, do you think I practiced this move correctly? Idiot, you've copied that book several times. How can you not even understand such a simple move? I was so dizzy from copying that book that I felt nauseous and dizzy. How could I care what was written in it? Alright, I'll show you guys one more time. Watch carefully. Feihong could not help but recall a few days ago, when the manor lord had suddenly summoned everyone. She had thought it was for a banquet and fun, but in the end, he had asked them to copy books. In order to repay his kindness, she had copied very seriously, except for the White Ape King's glorious deeds, but she had mastered the 30 pages of the sword manual. The others did not have the patience. Sigh, I'd rather serve the manor lord than copy books. I'm still a little jealous. Hee hee, what a little hussy. I think you can't wait for it. I can't wait for it. The manor lord is so powerful and treats people so well. He's much better than that hairy old monkey. The manor lord has a deputy. He doesn't care about us. Yeah, I can't even think of a beauty like that. I don't even have the strength to be jealous. But I heard that the manor lord and deputy sleep in separate beds. What do you think their relationship is? I guess it's... Shut up. Feihong shouted angrily. She swung the blazing sword and cut a large blue stone in the courtyard. A bunch of stupid women. Do you remember what Ho Hongtao said? If others don't treat you as humans, then you don't treat yourselves as humans either. Practice your swordsmanship well. Whoever doesn't do well, I'll kick her off the mountain. Yuan Feihong, what's so great about you? You're not the chief, so what right do you have to tell us what to do? Do you think you can strut around just because the manor lord gave you a sword? That's right. With our looks, we can live comfortably wherever we go. Don't tell me that we really have to fight and kill like those stinky men? The White Ape King and Ho Hongtao were so powerful, but they were still killed. Yeah, the wind and the sun hurt our skin too much. This is our good fortune, but some people don't know how to appreciate it. Let's go, we're not practicing anymore. The swords fell to the ground, sparks flying and clanging. You, fools. Feihong gritted her teeth. Humph, who's a fool if you spend so much effort practicing your swordsmanship and then get killed? You guys are leaving too? Sister Feihong, don't force us. We're really not made for this. I hope you become a peerless master soon. In the blink of an eye, she was the only one left in the courtyard. She was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She looked at the tower and gradually calmed down. She wondered how the 2 manor lords were doing in seclusion. She still remembered that angry roar, if she's not a human, then what are you? She still longed for that graceful and independent figure. But thinking about what those stupid women said, it wasn't completely unreasonable. No one liked to kill or be killed, and she was no exception. She touched her face. It seemed to have become rougher. Am I really a fool? In the deep secret room, Xianxia let out a long sigh and slowly stood up. His heart was a little heavy. At the last moment, he had used up his Yao core. In the end, he had still failed. He had wasted a lot of power of will in vain, but the result was nothing. The goal that he had thought was close at hand suddenly seemed far away, unreachable. It wasn't that he couldn't accept failure, but his heart couldn't help but feel a little heavy. He walked out of the tower alone. The bright moon in the sky had made up for its shortcomings and turned into a full moon. Gu Yinying stood at the top of the tower, wanting to say something but hesitating. At this moment, what she needed was not comfort. The night was as cold as water, and the moon was as cold as frost. Xianxia walked through the shadows of the trees. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a sword piercing through the air. A red light flashed in the courtyard in front of him. He walked over and saw a woman practicing swordsmanship. He looked at her for a while and shook his head, something's wrong. Fei Hong turned around in surprise. Villa Master, you're out. Yes, you're Fei Hong, right? Xianxia was a little distracted. If it wasn't for the fiery sword, he would not have recognized her. Villa Master still remembers me. Fei Hong was pleasantly surprised. Villa Master, what's wrong? Your swordsmanship is wrong. But I practice according to the swordsmanship manual. What you practice is different. Besides, the swordsmanship manual is wrong. Villa Master, please enlighten me. Fei Hong immediately offered the fiery sword with both hands. Xianxia glanced at her and casually accepted the scorching sword of fire, swinging it around slowly. His movements were sluggish, not because he wanted to demonstrate the path of the sword to her, but because even though he had recovered quite a lot of his strength, he was still weaker than her. In her eyes, it felt as if he was with heaven and earth. The hidden sword of heaven and earth was the most brilliant swordsmanship that Xianxia had come across. When cultivated to the highest level, everything in the world was under his control. He could be extremely soft and gentle, or extremely strong. However, the ironic thing was that when he landed in this small world, everything in the world was useless to him. His emotions fluctuated, and his sword momentum also paused. He suddenly turned around. Do you have a saber? There seemed to be a flash of lightning. Fei Hong was startled. Only then did she realize that it was his gaze. In the darkness, there was a charcoal-like glow. Villa Master, this is the ape deity Villa. How can there be a knife? The light dimmed again. Xianxia returned the fiery sword to her. Forget it. Continue practicing. He turned around and continued walking. Villa Master, I have one more thing to ask you. What is it? Xianxia turned around. Fei Hong told him what happened during the day. She hesitated. Do you think I should practice swordsmanship? How would I know? Xianxia spread his hands. Huh? In Fei Hong's eyes, he was filled with mystery. He was practically omnipotent. Your swordsmanship isn't right. I can teach you. You have to choose your own path. But how should I choose? Those who wield the sword die by the sword. All of them were right. Practicing swordsmanship meant that one would be stained with blood and might even die on the streets. It was indeed better to be a canary. Moreover, it was more relaxing and comfortable. But I don't think you can walk this path. Why? Because you're not an idiot. I'm not, stupid. Fei Hong was stunned. That's why you don't practice the sword. You will regret it for the rest of your life. You don't even have what they have. I understand. I'm not an idiot. Fei Hong smiled. Wolves eat meat and dogs eat shit. Everyone has their own way of living. If you practice swordsmanship well, even if you get married in the future, your husband's family will have to be polite to you. With such a heaven-sent opportunity, you actually don't know how to grasp it. It's just that you can't bear the hardships, yet you still say that peace is a blessing. You deserve to eat shit for the rest of your life. Fei Hong listened to him talk about forks and shit. It was really dirty, but she suddenly felt enlightened. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Dilla master, you're too interesting. But I won't marry. I want to master the peerless swordsmanship and break the void. This was something that even a master like Ho Hongtao wouldn't dare to talk about. But coming from the mouth of a girl who had almost nothing, it was a dream. What happens after you break the void? This? Fei Hong was speechless. Her blood was originally boiling, but at this moment there was a trace of coldness in the night breeze. The difficulty of a dream was not only because of the twists and turns of the road, but also because no one could predict what would happen after it was realized. What if after breaking the void, she was exiled in the void forever? What if she was swallowed by a powerful demon the moment she arrived in another world? In this aspect, his above the ninth heaven was not much better than her breaking the void. You can slowly figure it out yourself. Li Qingshan walked away with his hands behind his back. Fei Hong looked at his back and felt a wave of distress. He had finally solved a problem, but then he threw her an even bigger problem. She couldn't understand after thinking for a while. Forget it, I'll think about it when the time comes. Watch me master peerless swordsmanship and make those stupid women regret it. Other people could choose not to think about some problems, but Li Qingshan had to think about it. This small failure was not a blow at all compared to the trials of life and death he had experienced, but it just so happened to arouse the deepest doubts in his heart in this situation. What was waiting for him above the ninth heaven? Even if he had the bull demon's persistence, the tiger demon's bravery, and thousands of years of hard work, it would all be an illusion in the end. Or, as the Clam King of Mirage Sea had said, the world was an illusion in the first place. Everything was just the ravings of others in their dreams. Li Qingshan walked to the side of a pond. A full moon was reflected in the pond, as if he wanted to get close to someone. Suddenly, his heart moved. He could not help but bend down and pick up that full moon. However, the water rippled and gently wrapped around his fingertips. The moonlight moved with it. The moon in the mirror was naturally out of reach. His mind was completely attracted by the rippling moon. He reached out again, but he missed again. Only water flowed through the gaps between his fingers. As the water calmed down, the full moon condensed on the surface of the water again. His disappointment immediately turned into hope. He was so serious with every attempt that he forgot everything around him, including all the failures just now had. He did stupid things that even a child would not do. After countless attempts, he suddenly realized, wait, that's not right. It's winter now. Why isn't the pond frozen? In the blink of an eye, the pond was sealed by ice. Even the bright moon was covered by dark clouds. His surroundings were dark and silent. Li Qingshan was dumbfounded. He smiled bitterly, have I gone mad? Even now, he still missed the moon in the water. With the sincerity of a newborn, it was so gentle and close that he wanted to hold it in his arms. Like a bolt of lightning cutting through the night sky, a shadow suddenly lit up in the deep sea of consciousness. A black ape was hanging upside down. It stretched out its long arms as if it was fishing for something. A chant came out of it, ape demon fishing for the moon becomes empty. A huge amount of information gushed out from the sea of consciousness and turned into the art of ape demon fishing for the moon. That's right, this was the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations of demons and gods, ape demon transformation. However, Li Qingshan could not laugh. He mumbled, ape demon fishing for the moon becomes empty, empty. Different from the ox demon transformation and the tiger demon transformation, the ape demon did not have the perseverance of the ox demon, nor did it have the ambition of the tiger demon to fight against the heavens and earth. It did not have the slightest bit of tragic aura. The scene even had a lot of innocence. The ape only wanted to fish up the moon in the water. This was destined to be an illusion. However, it was completely unaware of this. It tried endlessly until the end of time. Wasn't this a great sorrow? End of chapter 1180. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.